On the 5th of April, 1794, the 17th day of the month of Germinal in the second year of the French Republic, the night in Paris was cold and desolate. Just moments ago, the bells of the cathedral that had been renamed from Notre Dame to Cathedral of Reason tolled 9 times, their fragmented sounds resembling a solitary bird that had strayed from its nest, crying out mournfully and monotonously. In the refuge for the blind on the northern bank of the Seine, along the Saint-Antoine suburbs boulevard connecting the Place de la Bastille, the former site of the Bastille prison, to the Place de la Revolution, now the Place de la Nation, the further tightening of the curfew rendered the streets eerily quiet, with hardly a soul in sight. At this moment, a woman hastened along the boulevard toward the eastern square. Clad in a deep lavender cloak trimmed with black fur and a violet satin hat, her vigorous pace suggested that she could not be of advanced age. Whenever she heard the footfalls of an armed patrol nearing, she swiftly ducked into a nearby doorway or alley, holding her breath like a statue, immobile and still. Once the patrol passed, their chaotic sounds fading into the distance, she would assure herself that the immediate danger had receded. As she passed the Place de la Revolution, the woman caught sight of a blood-stained guillotine towering ominously in the glow of the bonfire blazing in the square. She paused for a moment, unable to look away, and traced a series of crosses on her chest with her fingers, silently praying. Soon, tears began to stream down the elegant features of her face. Over 2 months ago, her husband, the former French naval commander of the fleet sent to aid America, Count Elrond, had met a gruesome fate at the same guillotine, condemned for an unfounded charge of treason. What the woman did not know was that just a few hours prior, this very guillotine had tasted the blood of the moderate leaders Danton and Desmoulins. Since the extravagant residence on Rue de la Ruelle had been confiscated, she and a few fellow sufferers had been forced into hiding in a humble dwelling on the outskirts of the city. During the Jacobin regime, citizens in Paris' 48 districts could enjoy daily rations of affordable bread, yet the residents of her hidden retreat struggled to obtain legal citizenship papers and were compelled to purchase exorbitantly priced food from the black market. Thus, the Countess and her companions pooled their meager belongings, once accustomed to luxury, to cultivate potatoes in the courtyard and scavenge firewood from the nearby woods for fuel. Despite their efforts, life remained a constant struggle. Fortunately, the Countess could occasionally sneak through a secret passage into the now-seized estate to retrieve a few silver pieces from a hidden cache in the walls, allowing her to supplement their meager provisions on the black market. Approximately 30 minutes later, as the noblewoman prepared to turn left onto Rue Dumont, she espied that a pastry shop at the crossroads was still open. Recalling the remaining receipt for her medicine, she decided to approach the shop in hopes of purchasing some inexpensive pastries for the 2 children residing in their temporary home before closing time. Inside the shop, the proprietor, having finished tending to the baking oven, noticed the approaching stranger through the glass window. His gaze immediately caught the elegant purple ribbon adorning her oversized hat and the luxurious black fur cloak wrapped around her. These were the traditional adornments of Parisian women prior to the Revolution, though the wear of her cloak and hat indicated that, despite her noble lineage, she was beyond financial means to have them repaired. Nevertheless, the woman appearing to be in her 30s had a pristine collar, devoid of traces of powder, yet she emulated the austere demeanor of a pious nun, enveloping her graceful figure within the confines of her black cloak. As a participant in the siege of the Bastille, the cake shop owner held disdain for the affected airs of the aristocracy, particularly dismayed at the sight of the crumpled receipt clutched in the hands of the downtrodden woman. He brusquely stated, "Citizen, you must understand that after 5 o'clock, no shop on Rue Dumont will accept your receipt." As the official paper currency of the Republic, the assignats had plummeted in value since their introduction. By August 1793, their worth was merely 22% of their face value. By November, it had risen to 33%, and by December, it was at 48%. Without economic regulation, the decline accelerated, dropping to a meager 1/5 to 1/6 of their original value by February 1794. Typically, when a pastry shop owner received an assignat, he was obliged to use it that same day for purchasing flour, sugar, eggs, and cream, or to exchange it in familiar black markets for coins. What the next day held in store for the value of such receipts was anyone's guess. Despite sensing the proprietor's distaste, the impoverished woman cast aside her pride. With an elegant gesture, she pointed with a slender finger at 2 of the smallest sans-culottes cakes displayed in the glass case. "I'm sorry, but I want these 2 pieces," she said softly, her small steps moving her closer. The Countess was well aware that Eugene and Ottilia both adored these colorful cakes crafted from flaky pastry, icing, and vibrant sugar. "That will be 20 livres, but you must pay with silver coins," the proprietor reiterated, again rejecting the receipt she extended. "Oh, then forget it," she replied gently, though irritation simmered beneath her composure. Lowering her gaze, the brim of her hat shielded her flushed cheeks from the shopkeeper's scrutiny. Just as she turned to leave, a voice from behind interrupted her. "Wrap up all the sans-culottes cakes for this citizen. And don't forget the 24 fresh cupcakes." Turning towards the voice, the woman saw a tall young man clad in a black coat, his face handsome, self-assured, and exuding an air of nonchalance in his demeanor. She noted the kindness in his eyes and the perpetual smile upon his lips. His striking features and the exquisitely crafted sailing ship brooch on his coat made a lasting impression. "Thank you, kind sir." The excited woman inadvertently slipped into using an aristocratic form of address from the bygone era. Realizing her gaffe and eager to rectify it, the gentleman raised his right index finger to his lips in a graceful gesture, indicating silence. "Citizen, you may call me Andrew Frank. By the way, my carriage is waiting outside. I can offer this law-abiding citizen a ride home." As he introduced himself, Andrew casually tossed a 20 coin onto the counter and received the 2 boxes of pastries from the shopkeeper. "Good day to you, Citizen Andrew." "My name is Grace," the noblewoman responded softly, deliberately omitting her noble surname to conceal her identity. Observing the young man as he picked up the packages and strode purposefully toward the carriage waiting by the roadside, Citizen Grace silently followed suit, like an obedient child, without hesitation. During these intensely fraught times, accompanying someone willing to extend kindness who exhibited gentlemanly manners felt far safer than wandering alone where thugs could snatch one away at any moment. Within the shop, the day's proprietor stared after the light carriage as it disappeared into the darkening streets, quickly fading from view. Just then, the shopkeeper's wife emerged from the back room, reaching for the 20 livres coin on the counter with irritation. "Pierre, you should reprimand that young man for daring to take away a third of our cakes for just 20 livres. Since the outbreak of unrest among the hundreds of thousands of enslaved Haitians in Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, the tropical plantations producing sugar, coffee, and cocoa had suffered rampant destruction, causing prices in Paris to skyrocket and leading to exorbitant pastry costs." The wife's complaints jolted the otherwise distracted shopkeeper back to reality. Once rosy-cheeked, he now appeared ashen, his legs trembling with fear. Suddenly, Pierre burst through the shop's back door and swiftly secured all the locks, leaving nothing unattended. It was only then that he turned to the oblivious woman and shouted, "That reckless royalist just brought them into my shop. Curse this rotten luck! You need to pack your things and take the children back to the countryside. Stay there for a while." "Why, Pierre?" The woman grasped her husband's sleeve, bewildered. He embraced her tightly, trying to suppress his own terror, whispering, "The young man was wearing the tricolor brooch. You remember Dufour from the Paris Commune? He warned me that such an emblem only belongs to the hellhounds of Hades. Political police of the Committee of Public Safety?" The wife gasped involuntarily, only to quickly cover her mouth with both hands. Chapter 2. The true identity of Andrew. Within the cozy confines of the carriage, the cheerful Mrs. Grace had unfastened her cloak and removed her large soft hat, revealing her stunning visage and impressive décolletage. Leaning against the carriage, her eyes gently closed, she quietly absorbed the vivid descriptions offered by the gentleman across from her, who spoke of the most beautiful cities in the Caribbean, as if she were still ensconced in the noble salon of the Earl's estate. Reclining on a plush sofa while savoring a melodious lyrical poem, in Santo Domingo, the streets were wide and the cityscape immaculate, with verdant trees, vibrant blossoms, and fragrant grasses carpeting the ground. Undoubtedly, it was the most beautiful city I had ever seen, second only to the paradise crafted by God and my lifelong love, Paris. The aforementioned narrative was an excerpt from Andrew's selection of the Earl of Elrong's own work, Expeditions in North America and the Caribbean, 1779–1781. The so-called expeditions of 1779 to 1781 were undertaken at the behest of the former British colonies in North America, wherein the French Navy joined forces with the Spanish Navy to intercept, disrupt, and harass British supply ships bound for the North American colonies, significantly aiding the Continental Army's efforts. "Thank you, Mr. Andrew." After relishing the entirety of the passage, the Countess expressed her heartfelt gratitude, not solely for the 2 large boxes of cakes beside her, but also for Andrew's ability to evoke memories of her beloved husband's illustrious life and achievements. Despite the fact that he was 20 years her senior, the young man's graceful discourse indicated he had received an excellent noble education, and he was endowed with remarkable intelligence, coupled with the beauty characteristic of the Franks, his broad forehead, azure eyes, and golden hair. Initially, the Countess contemplated inquiring about Andrew's background, surmising from his voice and appearance that he likely hailed from the Alsace region on the west bank of the Rhine, which was also her ancestral home. Following the untimely demise of Grace's parents during her childhood, her uncle, General Fran Ois Clermont, stationed in Strasbourg, became her guardian until she was married off to Paris at the age of 17, thus transforming her identity from Miss Clermont to the Countess of Elrong. However, soon, Grace's thoughts veered towards a sensitive topic. It seemed she had never revealed her true identity to Andrew. Why would he recite her husband's writings? As she pondered, she tentatively inquired, "Mr. Andrew, may I ask how you came to know of the Earl of Elrong's various experiences in the New World? The book Expeditions in North America and the Caribbean, 1779-1781, has yet to be published, with only a single manuscript remaining in the study of the Rue de Roule residence, which later fell victim to the police. As she followed her line of reasoning, the Countess felt an involuntary tremor surging through her body, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping her, sending chills coursing through her veins. Immersed in a sense of security, she began to recollect moments from merely 10 minutes prior when the carriage passed through the checkpoint manned by the gendarmerie. The young man before her had seemingly been granted passage merely by brandishing a ship-shaped brooch, effortlessly bypassing the routine inquiries and inspections of the once menacing city guards. Furthermore, the Countess was certain she had never divulged her family's specific address to Andrew. Yet the carriage had consistently traversed the correct path without deviation. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" "Indeed, I shall utter nothing." Despite being thoroughly unnerved by Andrew's terrifying identity, Grace clenched her teeth and posed her soul's 3 inquiries. Perhaps seeking refuge from the flickering shadows cast by the dim streetlights, the young man had curled most of his form within the darkness since boarding the carriage. Soon, he sighed and shifted his gaze from her trembling bosom. Softly responding, "Madam, my identity is of little consequence. You need not prove anything. Should you or your friends have encountered any misfortune, rest assured, I had no part in it. Therefore, I ask that you listen quietly to my next statement before making any decisions." Perhaps due to her lingering fondness for Andrew, coupled with his demeanor, expressions, and visage devoid of any malevolence, the Countess gradually regained her composure. She draped her bulky cloak over herself anew to alleviate her apprehension. Andrew continued, "Madam, I am merely acting at the behest of others. I wish to request a memorial mass from the cleric currently residing in your household, so that a sacred soul may find rest. For his body shall never be interred in holy ground." As he spoke, the young man emerged from the shadows, allowing the dappled light to illuminate his handsome face. He extended his hands to soothe the Countess's slightly trembling arms. "Please, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will towards you, Father Molden, or your other guests. In fact, I have secretly provided you with considerable assistance, including just days ago, when you were reported for stealing property belonging to the Republic from the Earl's estate and had to endure a lengthy 12-hour interrogation at the Marais police station, only to be released in the END.AS for the present. My friends and I require a favor from you and your companions. A memorial mass tomorrow night," Andrew stated. "Mr. Andrew, I sincerely apologize, but Father Molden and the ladies lack the necessary altar and sacred vessels for the mass." Despite enduring endless tribulations, the Countess remained pure of heart and naive to the ways of the world. She did not wish to bring trouble upon the unordained clerics hidden within her home. Inadvertently corroborating Andrew's earlier assumptions, on the other hand, the Countess's words were indeed rooted in truth. In order to evade the ever-watchful secret police of Paris, Father Molden and the 2 nuns had been compelled to abandon all sacred vessels within the church prior to seeking refuge in the Countess's haven, with only a statue of Christ's Passion crafted from ivory and ebony remaining at their side. Andrew nodded, saying, "Well, you need not worry about that. Once you return home, you may ask Father Molden to draft a list of required items, and I will ensure that all necessary items for the Mass, including the missal, priestly vestments, chalice, censer, plates, icons, wine, white candles, silver candlesticks, and other ritual implements, are delivered to your doorstep. Moreover, I am aware that your friends are eager to flee Paris and escape to the countryside. But such thoughts are both impractical and perilous. In fact, residing here is safer than anywhere else in France. Therefore, I implore you to remain here without moving. From this day forth, as long as the total number of individuals in your refuge does not exceed 10, and no one strays more than 300 yards from the little house without cause, my friends and I will guarantee your absolute safety. As for provisions, clothing, medicine, fuel, and other necessities, including books and toys for the two children. They will be delivered to your home regularly. Without a doubt, Andrew was well versed in the various circumstances surrounding the Countess's refuge. The inhabitants were either unordained clerics and nuns opposed to the Republic or the widows and children of royalists bearing profound grievances. At that moment, the Countess was convinced that if the man before her truly harbored malevolent intentions, as a secret policeman, he could summon the gendarmerie at any moment to arrest all those within the refuge and have them executed at dawn, without the need for a mass, typically reserved for devout Catholics, to serve as a new charge. Time passed, and eventually, the carriage came to a gradual halt before a small building. This structure was situated at the crossroads of the eastern outskirts, surrounded by vast forests. With a few scattered thatched cottages at the forest's edge, their walls constructed from mud or animal bones, giving them a desolate and barren appearance. The walls of the building before them were made of rubble, and due to years of neglect, it appeared frail and rudimentary, teetering on the brink of collapse. Numerous cracks marred the walls, raising concerns that they might crumble with the slightest gust of wind. At this late hour, around 10 o'clock at night, the entire building lay enveloped in darkness. As the Countess carefully entered, clutching the two cake boxes, Andrew remained in the warm carriage, waiting silently. Occasionally, he glanced up through the carriage window to see the attic of the building, which had several cross-shaped windows of varying sizes, with two small heads peeking out, one male and one female. Undoubtedly, the siblings in the attic were 13-year-old Eugenie and 11-year-old Ottens, who were among Andrew's primary objectives for this venture. When their parents were imprisoned in the Carmes prison, they had entrusted a former friend with the care of the orphaned siblings. However, it was not long before the woman caring for them was herself imprisoned for harboring unordained clerics and opposing the Republic. Fortunately, the Countess of Elrond, residing in the suburbs, had selflessly taken in the two destitute children. All of this information had been gleaned by Andrew from the archives of the Paris police headquarters. Furthermore, the impoverished Countess of Elrond was, astonishingly, the niece of General Clermont, who had triumphed at the Battle of Valmy. Yet, presently, General Clermont's circumstances were far from favorable. Due to his noble status, he and his son, who served as his aide-de-camp, had both been arrested by the gendarmerie and had been incarcerated in the La Briche prison for nearly 6 months. As for the future and the myriad events that may soon unfold, perhaps only God knows, or perhaps they are deeply etched in Andrew's memory. In the modest edifice before us reside two orphans taken in by Countess Erlin, whose biological mother, Josephine, Baroness Born, has ascended to become the esteemed Empress of the French Empire, having captured the affections of the most powerful man in all of Europe, Napoleon, following the demise of her husband. Thus, these siblings are destined to be the adopted children of the Emperor of the French Empire. Chapter 3. The reclusive inhabitants of the small building. Without a shadow of a doubt, Andrew, or more accurately his soul, does not belong to this world but hails from the 21st century, a man named Jean Quan from the land of Sia. 2 years prior, Jean Quan, a sociology graduate, ventured to Berlin to pursue a doctorate in history, specializing in modern European history. During the university's spring break, he and his girlfriend visited the romantic city of Paris, where, after indulging in a few too many glasses of brandy, he accidentally slipped from an ancient bridge into the Seine River. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transported to Paris during the tumultuous period of the French Revolution, having taken possession of a gravely ill provincial nobleman's body who was destined to perish far from home. The date was May 30, 1793, marking the commencement of a 48-hour countdown to the fall of the Girondins. Upon his rebirth, the first order of business for the time traveler was to undergo a complete transformation to ensure his survival in this era of rampant guillotines and terror. To this end, he resolved to erase all traces of his noble identity, disposing of his top hat, silk waistcoat, and tailcoat, and replacing them with the favored attire of the sans-culottes, a Phrygian cap, a tricolor vest, and a coarse black camel suit. In the revolutionary period, such attire, which blended with the common folk, was emblematic of a revolutionary supporter, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Furthermore, the time traveler was determined to abandon his noble surname. Recalling a character from a novel he had read about traversing the French Revolution, he chose to adopt the name Andrew Frank. That evening, after a hearty meal, Andrew, armed with a mere 24 sous, hurried to the National Theatre District to acquire an annual membership for the Cordeliers Club, a gathering place for many influential political figures. Within this revolutionary club, Andrew encountered Robespierre, Danton, Marat, Desmoulins, Hbert, and Chalmette. Clearly, these ephemeral historical figures were not the towering protectors he sought, for they were all destined to meet their demise before the summer of 1794. After careful consideration, Andrew, well-versed in the history of the French Revolution, opted to pledge his allegiance to a relatively obscure figure in the annals of history, the club's vice-president, Legendre. This 40-year-old man, though unremarkable in appearance, short, stout, and balding, possessed a generous spirit and a strong sense of justice. Prior to the Revolution, Legendre had served as a trainee priest, and upon inheriting a substantial fortune, he became a pork wholesaler and landlord. Now, he owned several properties along the banks of the Seine in Paris, with an annual rental income exceeding 30,000 livres. Including his pig farm in Versailles, his total earnings likely surpassed 80,000 livres. As a time traveler, Andrew recognized the significance of this rough-hewn yet kind-hearted pork merchant, who had successfully denounced conspirators in the National Convention while narrowly escaping the guillotine under the law of suspects. In the days that followed, the hastily assembled sans-culottes army, under the leadership of revolutionaries like Marat and Danton, initiated a series of assaults on the Legislative Assembly, ultimately expelling the self-proclaimed revolutionaries of the Girondin faction. During this tumultuous period, Andrew gradually earned Legendre's trust through his diligent efforts. As a nobleman who had graduated from the prestigious Strasbourg School of Diplomacy, the time traveler was not only eloquent and adept at organization and planning, but also possessed a deep understanding of historical trajectories. Weeks later, when Legendre decided to run for a vacant seat in the National Convention in the National Theatre District, the successful impersonation of a sans-culotte aristocrat, Andrew, naturally assumed the role of campaign secretary for the vice-president of the Cordeliers Club. In July of the previous year, when Danton realized that the treachery of General Dumouriez had jeopardized the front lines and that he was losing the support of most of the deputies, he opted for a strategic retreat, resigning from the Committee of Public Safety and retreating with his family to his hometown of Arcy. Upon learning of this development, Andrew promptly approached Danton on behalf of his employer. Legendre, proposing that Danton use his resignation from the committee as leverage to negotiate a clandestine political deal with Robespierre, who was eager to control the Green Room. The Green Room was a euphemism for the Committee of Public Safety's office, possibly derived from the green tablecloth in the room. During the Revolution, the Green Room was imbued with the special functions of a temporary cabinet. Thus, the following day, at the joint proposal of Danton and Robespierre, Legendre, who had remained relatively unknown in French political circles, successfully entered the powerful Committee of Public Safety. Undoubtedly, as the most loyal follower of his employer, Andrew also rose in stature. Soon, the time traveler represented his employer by assuming a position within the Paris police headquarters as a secret police officer, quickly advancing to the role of a political chief, an office of lesser rank but significant power. While other secret police donned tricorn hats or top hats, carried whistles, folding swords, and short guns, and wore pure black tailcoats and trousers. Patrolling the streets of Paris to root out the enemies of the Republic hidden in the shadows, Andrew preferred to spend his time alone in the archives, perusing various documents. The personnel at the police headquarters were indifferent to his habits and did not interfere. After all, Andrew was a trusted confidant of Legendre, a member of the Committee of Public Safety. As Andrew explained to the Countess, as a state secret police officer, he seldom harmed others. More often, he acted in the shadows to save lives, provided such acts of heroism did not jeopardize his own safety. On the second day following Danton's arrest, Andrew dispatched individuals to escort Danton's wife and children to the safety of Arcy, far from the turmoil, as instructed personally by Legendre. Initially, the rescue list included Danton's close comrade, the revolutionary agitator Desmoulins' wife, Louise, but she resolutely declined Andrew's offer, insisting on remaining to rescue her husband, as for the Countess Erlin and the future adopted children of the Emperor of France. Those decisions were made solely by the time traveler, who was acutely aware of the historical trajectory of the revolution. Any connection to Napoleon's family would undoubtedly lead to a life of luxury and splendor over the next 2 decades. Following the Battle of Leipzig, Andrew might pivot to support Louis XVIII, perhaps amassing a fortune to emigrate to North America, or perhaps there were countless other possibilities. As the Countess returned to the house, multiple windows of the small building flickered with the gentle glow of oil lamps. Soon, these lights converged in a room on the second floor facing the street. Andrew then heard a middle-aged man conversing in hushed tones with several women, including the Countess. Moments later, Joyous laughter from children erupted from the illuminated room, undoubtedly connected to the delectable pastries brought back by the Countess. After nearly half an hour, Grace re-emerged from the small building, returning to the carriage and handed a note to the waiting time traveler. Dear Mr. Andrew, Father Morden has agreed to your request. Here is the list of items required for the memorial mass. The moonlight was obscured by fog, casting a dim illumination. Andrew unfolded the note, but, unable to decipher the densely packed script, simply tucked it into his coat pocket, replying, "It appears to be in order. I shall deliver all items within 2 hours." The memorial mass was intended for prayers and readings, beseeching absolution for the deceased, a tradition among Catholics. However, since the onset of the de-Christianization movement initiated by the Paris Commune, the Revolutionary Court had deemed mass activities as acts of rebellion against the Republic. Had Legendre not explicitly requested that the unsworn Father Morden conduct a memorial mass for Danton, Andrew would not have traced his way here. Perhaps fate had a hand in this. The time traveler felt that his reunion with the Countess and the siblings, Eugene and Ottens, was a matter of destiny. Near the stroke of midnight, Andrew and his carriage returned to the courtyard of the small building. He disembarked, grasping 2 large brown leather suitcases, and approached the door. One suitcase contained an assortment of sacred objects necessary for the Mass, while the other held various elegant garments, as he had noticed Grace's attire was rather worn. These items had been acquired through the privileges of his position as a secret police officer. Having forcefully borrowed them from a black market shop specializing in second-hand goods, with a rental period of 100 days. Placing the 2 suitcases down, Andrew was about to knock when he discovered the door had swung open, revealing Grace, now clad in a simple black gauze dress, stepping out, accompanied by a little girl in a white court gown. Chapter 4. A political investment before the adults could speak. The little girl standing beside the Countess stepped forward, gracefully lifting the hem of her skirt and performing a small curtsy towards Andrew. "Thank you, kind sir. My name is Ottens, and the king's cake you sent earlier was truly delightful. It must be said that Ottens de Beauharnais is an elegant and charming young girl, possessing flowing light golden hair and a pair of captivating blue eyes. Her mother is Josephine de Beauharnais, and her brother is Eugene de Beauharnais." With a smile, Andrew inquired, "Lovely and enchanting Miss Ottens. You may call me Andrew, by the way. Is there anything else you desire? I can have the coachman bring it over another day." The little girl shook her head and replied, "Thank you, esteemed Mr. Andrew, but what I long for the most is for my parents to return to us, for Eugene is unwell, lying in bed with a fever. However, he has already taken the medicine that the lady brought back, and I believe he will recover by tomorrow, so we can savor the delightful king's cake together." At this point, Mrs. Grace added that Eugene had caught a cold after gathering firewood in the woods yesterday and had been suffering from fever, headache, and dizziness since the afternoon, remaining bedridden. Reluctantly, the lady of the small house had once again taken the risk of returning to the city centre's Rue de la Arleux, sneaking into the Count's mansion, which had been sealed by the police, to retrieve 2 pieces of silverware from a secret cupboard and sell them on the black market. With the proceeds, she purchased several bottles of fever-reducing tonic from the pharmacy owner using vouchers. As for Miss Otten's request for her parents' release, it evidently surpassed Andrew's capacity to assist. Even with the backing of his supporters, such as Legendre and Terrien, it was beyond their means or worth the risk. Nevertheless, the traveler could offer considerable help to the 2 siblings in distress. Once he had made up his mind, Andrew removed the ship-shaped brooch from his chest, leaned down, and presented it to the 11-year-old girl, solemnly promising, "This is not merely a brooch. It is a magical talisman. Each night before sleep, place it by your bedside and, together with your brother Eugene, pray to the Almighty. All your wishes shall be granted, including the return of Madame de Beauharnais to your side." The little girl first glanced at Mrs. Grace, and upon receiving her guardian's approval, she happily accepted the brooch. After excusing herself to the adults, she lifted her skirt and skipped into the house, presumably to share this joy with her brother Eugene in the attic. "I see this a symbol of identification for your police department?" The Countess inquired cautiously to her. It seemed frivolous to entrust a token of such terrifying power to a young girl. Furthermore, the lady of the small house discerned a subtle clue in Andrew's words. His last sentence did not mention the Beauharnais couple, only referring to Madame de Beauharnais. Did this imply? Andrew offered no direct response to this. As a senior officer of the top political department in Paris, chief of the political department, His daily salary amounted to 20 livres in vouchers, equivalent to only 4 livres in silver coins, comparable to that of an artisan in Paris. Yet, this special brooch could afford him the privileges he desired. On payday, which occurred every 10 days, Andrew, as the chief of the political department, could exchange the vouchers of himself and his department's officers for silver coins at face value in a certain black market. In other words, the salaries of the political police could effectively increase 4 to 5-fold. Moreover, as the senior chief, Andrew could regularly receive a substantial protection fee from the black market managers under his jurisdiction. In exchange for power and interests, he would occasionally heed the requests of the black market managers and discreetly strike out 1 or 2 insignificant names from the arrest lists of the Paris Police Department. However, on another note, the validity of the chief's insignia did not extend beyond 6 months, and the tricolor ship-shaped brooch was limited to the months of mist, frost, snow, rain, wind, and bud, specifically from October 22nd of the previous year to April 19th of the current year. Given that Legendre had openly obstructed the arrest of individuals like Danton during the joint meeting of the National Salvation Committee and the Security Committee, and publicly exposed a certain conspiracy theory in the National Assembly, he had incited great animosity among the members of the National Salvation Committee. The extremist radicals of the National Salvation Committee, such as Colette Dubois and Billard Varin, even suggested imprisoning Legendre in the ancient Paris prison alongside Danton and others for trial by the Revolutionary Court. However, this proposal was met with vehement resistance from the Security Committee, whose main members like Vadier, Amar, Libas, and David firmly opposed it. Clearly, the National Salvation Committee sought to exploit the Legendre incident to wrest control of the Paris police headquarters from the Security Committee. Based on this, the Robespierre faction embedded in the Security Committee, particularly Libas and David, had been secretly adhering to Robespierre's directives, asserting that the Legendre incident was an internal affair of the Security Committee, beyond the jurisdiction of even the National Salvation Committee. According to the regulations of the National Assembly, the 12 committees, including the National Salvation Committee, Security Committee, Financial Committee, Military Committee, and Economic and Food Security Committee, are all equal entities with no hierarchical relationship. However, in practice, the National Salvation Committee, which openly controlled state-violent institutions such as the Republic's army, revolutionary courts, and police departments, exhibited greater power and influence, especially the National Salvation Committee, whose original function was to oversee executive power, rapidly transformed into an emergency government, serving as a centralized power institution above all ministries. Returning to another layer of the dispute between the two committees regarding the Legendre incident, it involved the wealthy pork merchant's consistent generosity towards his peers, his amiable manner, and good rapport. When Legendre found himself in dire straits, even the radicals within the Security Committee, including Vadier and Amar, would not stoop to the ignoble act of kicking him while he was downed, to prevent the divergence between the two most crucial committees in the National Assembly from escalating and hampering the efficiency of the revolutionary government. Robespierre, who had been observing from the shadows, stepped into the limelight. Upon his return, he boldly stood in the center of the green room before both committees and declared, "For the cause of liberty." Punishing 100 inconsequential accomplices is less effective than condemning a single mastermind of conspiracy. Through Robespierre's mediation, the two committees ultimately reached a consensus. The National Assembly would no longer pursue Legendre's previous extreme remarks, but he must voluntarily resign from all state positions, including his role as a member of the Security Committee, retaining only his title as a member of the National Assembly. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Court must expedite the trials of Danton, Desmoulins, and others, ensuring all judgments are concluded by the 16th of the Bud month, with executions to be carried out within 24 hours. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within a week or two, the newly re-elected Paris Police Department under the Security Committee would adopt a brand new secret police insignia. Naturally, Andrew would offer no explanations regarding these various secrets. The traveler merely informed the Countess that should an urgent situation arise, anyone residing in the small house could use this brooch to go to 156 Rue Saint-Jacques, find the cook Anna, who was also the wife of the coachman C.L. Mint, and explain their needs to receive assistance. Andrew continued, "As for myself, I have received a summons from the Military Committee and, according to regulations, will depart Paris at the onset of the flower month. Though I shall not be in Paris, my previous promises remain valid. In addition to these 2 crates of goods, every Wednesday evening, the coachman C.L. Mint will deliver various necessities for you. Of course, he will also bring the civic certificates for Father Mordaunt and the nurses. Please remember, unless it is a matter of life and death. Do not use this brooch lightly. The so-called onset of the flower month refers to April 20, after the arrival of spring, bolstered by £1,000,000 sum from the Bank of England, Austria, Prussia, the Netherlands, Hanover, and Brunswick allied with Britain once more, regrouping the anti-French coalition to launch a massive offensive in the northern and northeastern regions of France, specifically the Austrian Netherlands, present-day Belgium, and the Rhineland, the left bank of the Rhine River. To defend the Republic and secure victories on the battlefields of Belgium and the Rhineland, the National Assembly, as the supreme legislative and power institution of the nation, urgently authorized the military committee led by Carnot, in coordination with the National Salvation Committee, to once again conscript 50,000 troops from all northern provinces, including the Paris region, to head towards the battlefields of Belgium and the Rhineland, as a reserve officer in the Paris National Guard. Andrew also received a summons from the military committee yesterday afternoon, requiring him to report to a designated location within the stipulated time. As the chief of the political department directly under the Security Committee, tasked with defending the revolutionary France, Andrew could easily fabricate legitimate reasons to evade this military service. However, upon learning that he would be assigned as an intelligence aide under General Jourdain at the Sambre and Moselle Joint Army, Andrew hesitated for 2 minutes before deciding to accept the summons. On one hand, he yearned to remain hidden within the confines of the barracks, evading the impending and exceedingly brutal purge of the pastoral moon. On the other hand, Jules and his United Legion were poised to secure a monumental victory for the Republic on the battleground of Belgium, and Andrew also aspired to partake in this triumph. As he returned to the carriage, Andrew repeatedly cautioned the Countess that the brooch, once displayed, would be promptly retracted. Grace suddenly grasped the man's hands tightly, pressing them fervently against her soft bosom. With great fervor, she proclaimed, "We shall pray devoutly to God each day, beseeching for the safe return of the kind-hearted Mr. Andrew." Soon after, she recalled the concerns of those in the house and inquired, "Father Morden and the nurses wish to know for whom the memorial mass commencing tomorrow evening is being held." Danton, George Danton from the Champagne province of Arcy. Andrew replied softly, "Ah, he is a regicide," exclaimed the Countess, her face a mask of shock as she released his hands. With a sigh, Andrew climbed into the carriage, closed the door, and signaled the driver to depart. "Will you attend the memorial mass tomorrow evening?" The woman hurried after him, standing beneath the carriage window, extending her right hand and gazing up at him with eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. Understanding her unspoken plea, Andrew took her fair hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. He then shook his head, saying, "However, before I leave Paris, I shall return to see you and Ottens. And, of course, Eugenie with an abundance of matters to attend to before heading to the headquarters of the United Legion." Andrew was indeed preoccupied. Chapter 5. An interlude in Rooster Alley. By the time Andrew returned to 156 St. Jacques Street, it was already past 1 in the morning. Exhausted, he hastily consumed the supper prepared by the cook, Anna, and prepared to retire to his room on the second floor for a much-needed rest. As he was about to ascend the stairs, the cook handed him a folded note, explaining that it had been left by the landlord. Legendel, before his departure from Paris. Without needing to glance at it, Andrew was acutely aware of his former employer's likely destination. He had surely returned to his home in Versailles. On one hand, the incessant days spent in the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety had undoubtedly drained Legendel, leaving him beset by illness. He now sought respite from the clamor of Paris, yearning for the tranquility of his cherished hometown. On the other hand, and perhaps more significantly, he wished to avoid the painful memories of witnessing the closure of the Cordeliers Club, a place to which he had devoted much of his heart and soul, transformed into a makeshift prison. He was equally unwilling to traverse the revolutionary square where his former comrades, Danton, Desmoulins, Fabre, and Escher, faced the guillotine. Andrew had indeed surmised the majority of the note's contents, yet the final lines took him by surprise. It was Legendel's instruction for Andrew to represent him at a private gathering convened by Tallien, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at the Procope CAF on the Theatre Street. As a time traveler, Andrew was well aware that Tallien was one of the leaders of the New Moderates, and he could be counted among Andrew's few close friends. The attendees of Tallien's gathering would be neither supporters nor sympathizers of Danton, including figures such as Barras, Fr. Ron, Lebel, Crozet, Borden, Merlan, Rouvier, and Thuriot, among others. The moderates had not perished with their leader, Danton. Their previously scattered forces were merely biding their time. Was this a meeting to unite the new moderates, or a conspiratorial assembly of the Thermidorians? Andrew mused to himself. The spring sun continued to shine brightly over Paris after the cold night. The lilacs and cherry blossoms on the side of St. Jacques Street bloomed as resplendently as ever, filling the air with their intoxicating fragrance, which attracted a chorus of birds chirping on the windowsill of the second-floor bedroom. According to the Republic's new calendar, the year was divided into 4 seasons and 12 months, with each month containing 30 days, and every 10 days constituting a decade, with the 10th day designated as a day of rest. Today was indeed a legal holiday. However, Andrew found himself unable to continue sleeping due to the relentless chatter of the little ones outside. After a brief wash, he retrieved a heavy wooden box from beneath his bed. Having stashed a paper cupcake from the previous night in his pocket, upon descending to the dining room, he handed the small box to Anna, who was busy preparing breakfast, and remarked, "This contains nearly 2,000 livres, sufficient to cover the various expenses of the recluses for 4 to 5 months. Every Wednesday during the day, please prepare their requisite food, wine, fuel, clothing, and books in advance. CL Mint will deliver them in the afternoon." The reason Andrew refrained from directly gifting the money to the Countess was that the cost of a pound of black bread would be thrice that which Anna would spend for her purchases. Furthermore, many scarce or prohibited items in the market could only be acquired at relatively low prices through Anna, the designated trader, in the Parisian black market. Nodding in understanding, Anna did not probe further into the details. Evidently aware that her husband CL Mint had recounted the events of the previous night in the current Paris, Anna and CL Mint, this honest and earnest middle-aged couple, were not only among the first individuals Andrew had met, but also among the few he could truly trust. Last May, Andrew had still been residing in the small inn operated by the couple. Even though this fallen provincial noble owed nearly 2 months' rent, they had not turned him out during his illness. They had tended to him, providing meals and water, helping the time traveler through his most arduous days. Once the fallen noble aligned himself with the revolutionaries and began to prosper, Andrew repaid the couple's kindness. Tragically, Anna's eldest son, Joseph, had perished on the battlefield in the Rhineland, and the grieving mother had wept in the inn, cradling her 3-year-old son Louis, uttering some ill-timed words that included complaints against the Republic and its revolutionary leaders. Little did she know, a passerby overheard and reported Anna to the Marat district police, resulting in her confinement in a temporary detention center, awaiting trial by the Revolutionary Court the following day. That night, CL Mint, anxious and distressed, sought Andrew's assistance. Utilizing his connections within the secret police, Andrew easily tracked down the informant's address. After a mixture of intimidation and persuasion, the provincial informant willingly retracted his testimony, claiming he had misunderstood Anna. The next day, in the Revolutionary Court, as the witness's testimony was discredited, the judge publicly declared Anna not guilty, ordering her immediate release. The witness who had provided false testimony was fined 50 livres or sentenced to 10 days of hard labor in the quarry. However, the couple's small and had suffered brutal destruction at the hands of the sans-culottes, rendering it unviable for continued operation. Fortunately, Andrew had made prior arrangements. He had consulted with the major landlord, Legendel, and invited the couple to work at 156 St. Jacques Street, with Anna as the cook for the tenants and CL Mint providing carriage services for Legendel and Andrew. After consuming a few slices of brown bread and a bowl of meat soup, and while Anna ascended the stairs to tidy the rooms, Andrew discreetly slipped the paper cupcake into the eager hands of young Louis, signaling him to quickly hide and eat it without alerting his mother. After a while, Andrew left the room and made his way to a nearby tailor shop across the street to order several blue military uniforms for himself. Indeed, commissioning custom uniforms was a long-standing tradition in the French army, as it was among other European armies of the time. Only the golden epaulettes, denoting military rank, were uniformly produced by the military command, and of course, Andrew's military attire could await the allocation from the quartermaster. Yet these might be remnants of the fallen, and no one, save for the utterly ignorant recruits, would choose to don a blue uniform stained with blood. As St. Jacques Street was relatively bustling due to its proximity to the city center. Andrew deftly avoided several swiftly passing 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled carriages while crossing the street. Outside the tailor shop, a row of small vendors selling seasonal fruits, roasted corn or chestnuts, sewing supplies, and small mirrors. Even sharpening knives had been present, but 15 minutes prior, The carriage drivers who had been granted permission to park and provide taxi services had driven them away. From 9 in the morning until evening descended. The sidewalks of St. Jacques Street belonged to the tax-paying public. Just as Andrew approached the tailor shop, he overheard a group of women engaged in a heated debate, their voices clearly emanating from the adjacent Rooster Alley. Slowing his pace to listen, Andrew was taken aback to discover that their discussions pertained to political matters concerning Danton, who had met his demise at the guillotine the previous day. Vaguely, a young woman among them shouted, "Down with the Committee of 10, for the salvation of the country. Long live Danton." Since the inception of the Great Revolution, the entire theater district had been the stronghold of the Cordeliers Club, encompassing both the radical H-Bertists and the moderate Dantonists. Even though the club had now been shut down by the gendarmes, the sympathizers of leader Danton remained numerous. These insufferable women, Andrew could not help but curse inwardly. Although he was set to depart for the battlefield the following month, Andrew's current role as the chief of the political department under the Committee of Public Safety compelled him to apprehend these blatant traitors to the Republic who dared to slander the revolutionary leaders. As Andrew approached in a fit of anger, he discovered that the dissenters in Rooster Alley were actually a group of middle-aged laundresses clad in dark linen skirts, their heads wrapped in white kerchiefs. As for the woman shouting slogans, she was adorned in a gown of pristine white, featuring a lace-collared neckline and a floor-length skirt, topped with a seemingly ludicrous little red cap. This was Maria, the young wife of the tailor shop owner, Felua, who had once been a distinguished member of the Cordeliers Club. Andrew, serving as a political police officer, was quite certain that the comely Maria, possessed of both beauty and grace, had engaged in more than a mere dalliance with the notoriously libertine Danton. Upon noticing a familiar face approaching, the fervent female activist seemed unconcerned, blissfully unaware of the individual's identity as a police officer, and instead warmly invited Andrew, a fellow member of the Cordeliers Club, to join their ranks in avenging the great Danton. "Andrew, come and judge for yourself. Nowadays, heads are traded for bread, and blood has replaced wine. We demand peace and bread, and only Danton can provide it for us." Several oblivious laundresses clapped their hands in agreement, echoing, "Yes, yes, we seek peace, and we desire bread. Sufficient and affordable bread." Andrew shook his head, disingenuously replying, "Citizens, you have been deceived. Danton has consumed all the bread of Paris's 48 districts. Therefore, yesterday, the Revolutionary Tribunal severed his head, and soon you shall have bread to eat." Indeed, the revolutionary giant may have once been right, but he has since fallen from grace. Before Andrew could finish his thought, the tailor's wife, her hands firmly placed on her hips, began to vociferously address the disruptor. "On August 10th, when we attacked the Tuileries Palace, Danton was with us. In September, when we punished the royalist spies hiding in prison, he stood by our side. Where were those scoundrels who accused Danton and sentenced him to death at that time?" The equally indignant laundresses stomped their feet in unison, rebuking, "Yes, yes. The scoundrels have all hidden away, waiting to seize their opportunity." Andrew raised both hands and then forcefully brought them down, his voice overpowering all present. "Citizens, when we assaulted the Palace of Versailles, Lafayette, the former commander of the National Guard, was also with you. He swore allegiance to the people on the day of the Federation, yet later fled to Austria, becoming a disgraceful traitor. Dumouriez, who not only saved France at the Battle of Valmy, but also defeated the most vile of national enemies at the Battle of Jemappes, ultimately betrayed the Republic." This declaration left the laundresses exchanging glances, prompting a collective shift in their stance. Indeed, they are all traitors. Danton is no longer trustworthy. The female revolutionary, indignant, confronted the disruptor, who dares to claim Danton is a traitor. Andrew, smiling, replied, "The great incorruptible, Citizen Robespierre." Maria, her cheeks flushed, retorted vehemently, "Robespierre is the true traitor." The spy countered, "Who informed you of this?" "It was Danton," came the subdued voice of the tailor's wife. Conversely, Andrew raised his voice, proclaiming a startling truth. "Danton possesses countless splendid garments, luxurious residences, and 2 beautiful wives, indeed. He bathes in fine Burgundy wine and dines from gilded platters laden with gourmet delicacies. Whenever he becomes inebriated, he indulges in the company of the most beautiful women in all of Paris." As he spoke of women, Andrew cast a glance at the blushing Maria, continuing, "Remember, Danton was once as impoverished as you. From whence did he acquire all this? The veto power purchased these luxuries for him. To ensure he safeguarded the crown for the king, the Duke of Orleans gifted him these riches to facilitate the crown's theft. Foreigners bestowed these upon him to enable his betrayal of you. Consider this. What does Robespierre possess? He has no home, no wife, no fine garments, no coffers brimming with gold louis. Indeed, the incorruptible Robespierre holds only revolutionary fervor, selfless virtue, and a spirit of dedication. I know you understand and support Robespierre. Certainly, Andrew's assertions were well-founded, at least in terms of finances. Danton's dealings appeared rather unsavory, though Andrew himself was not much better off. A letter from Mirabeau to Danton in March 1791 had mentioned that Danton had previously accepted a donation of 30,000 livres from the Bourbon royal family. Moreover, during his tenure at the Committee of Public Safety, Danton had advocated for peace with Sweden, insisting on a political bribe of 4 million livres to be paid to Duke Karl of the Swedish Regency. Ultimately, however, the Swedish parliament, heavily influenced by the royalists, did not ratify the peace agreement with France, and even Robespierre harbored suspicions that Danton had embezzled a substantial portion, estimated at 150,000 livres, from this failed political transaction. Upon hearing Andrew's discourse, the laundresses, now exhilarated, raised their right hands in fervor, collectively proclaiming, "Long live Robespierre! Damn Danton! Down with all traitors!" After shouting their slogans, the revolutionary fervor of the women surged, and they promptly abandoned their unfinished laundry. Encircling one another, they sang the revolutionary song Carmagnole loudly while dancing with gusto. As for the defeated female revolutionary, she became despondent, eventually being pulled back into the tailor's shop by her husband, Felua, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Minutes later, a secret police officer, donning a tricorn hat, arrived with a small squad of National Guards in response to the report, but upon discovering merely a group of laundresses merrily dancing and shirking their work, they departed in disappointment. 2 minutes later, Andrew emerged from the alleyway. He noted that the leading officer was named Jacques, who had recently been transferred from the Marais District Police Station to the Security Police in the Theatre District, thus operating outside Andrew's jurisdiction. According to the internal delineation of responsibilities and authorities among the district police stations, any political prisoners, those opposing revolutionary leaders, resisting the Republic, or engaging in foreign activities, were first to be handed over to the political officers of the district police, who would then lead the investigations, arrests, and interrogations. Furthermore, as the head of the political department at the Paris police headquarters, Andrew had discreetly advised Deputy Inspector Bruce of the Theatre District Police not to focus on ordinary citizens merely expressing a few grievances. Now, Jacques, the security officer, had undoubtedly overstepped his bounds, encroaching upon the jurisdiction of the current head of the political department without prior notice. Had Andrew not intervened in time to quell that political ruckus in Rooster Alley, it wouldn't be long before rumors regarding the political department's complicity in shielding political offenders would circulate throughout the entire Paris police force. In former times, Andrew would not have been overly concerned, as Danton's support and the protective umbrella of Legrand would suffice to counter any political attacks. Now, however, the revolutionary giant Danton had lost his head. The disheartened Legrand could retain only the title of a legislator, retreating to his hometown of Versailles to recuperate. Although Andrew's persistent efforts and sycophancy over the past 6 months had forged a deep personal friendship with Commissioner Davy of the Security Committee, this friendship hinged upon Andrew's unwavering support for the Committee of Public Safety, ensuring that his actions would delight citizen Robespierre. To this end, Andrew covertly supported the infiltration of police headquarters by members of the Robespierre faction, tacitly permitting the revolutionary leaders to bypass the National Assembly and directly command the political police to implement round-the-clock surveillance on certain recalcitrant Assembly representatives. Inside the tailor shop, the elderly tailor Felua, adorned with a pair of reading glasses, was surrounded by measuring tapes, chalk, long scissors wrapped in cloth, a charcoal iron, and a newly smuggled hand-crank sewing machine from England. He measured Andrew for his attire. The nearly 50-year-old Felua constantly nodded and expressed gratitude, pledging to waive the fees for the custom military uniforms, everyday attire, and combat gear, assuring completion within 24 hours and personal delivery to the apartment across the street. The secret police officer, having performed a good deed, accepted this small bribe with a clear conscience. Indeed, had Andrew not preemptively quelled that minor disturbance, it was likely that the young wife of the old tailor and those laundresses would have been detained at the police station. Awaiting the revolutionary tribunal Felua, if I were you, I would take that restless, beautiful wife of yours and leave Paris before the coming of the month of Messidor, returning only after the summer has passed. This was Andrew's kind advice to the tailor's family before departing, and whether they heeded it would no longer concern him, since the onset of the Great Revolution, be it the initial National Constituent Assembly, the Legislative Assembly, or the current National Convention, the supreme authority of the French Republic has sought to establish a robust police force in the capital, Paris, to control the social unrest instigated by various counter-revolutionaries and safeguard this nascent yet fragile political entity. In accordance with the decree of July 1790, a police station was established in each administrative district of Paris, each staffed by a security officer holding the rank of lieutenant, totaling 48 police stations and 48 security officers. Within each district police station, a security chief is supported by 16 officers and a varying number of auxiliary personnel who serve as temporary aides from the district self-defense force, in an effort to economize. Most police stations are situated near the revolutionary commune of the district, with some even sharing premises with the district commune. On ordinary days, it is convenient for the security police to borrow personnel from the self-defense force for the apprehension of criminals. However, as the National Assembly convened, it became evident that this system of security chiefs had failed to effectively curb the rising crime rates, particularly the alarming proliferation of political offenses. Consequently, the Security Committee initiated reforms. On one hand, the cavalry units from the Louis era were reinstated and transformed into a rapidly mobile urban defense gendarmerie. On the other hand, 16 political deputy chiefs were appointed, holding the rank of lieutenant, and placed on par with the district police chiefs, each overseeing 3 administrative regions. These political deputy chiefs operated in conjunction with the security chiefs, supported by 6 political officers and several auxiliary officers, selected from the self-defense force and compensated for their services. The political police focused exclusively on the investigation and apprehension of royalists, constitutionalists, Girondins, reactionary nobles, and unpledged clergy, essentially all political offenders, including foreign spies, within their designated 3 administrative districts. In July and August of the previous year, the novice Andrew notably cracked several major espionage cases, earning him special commendation from the Security Committee and a promotion to political deputy chief. Initially, the 16 political deputy chiefs, like the 48 security chiefs, reported directly to the Security Committee, maintaining a flat management structure. Not long after, with the support of Legendel, Andrew successfully persuaded other committee members to establish the Paris Police headquarters near the National Assembly. The intent was to enhance the committee's oversight of the 48 security chiefs, 16 political deputy chiefs, and nearly 1,000 officers on duty across Paris, in order to guard against continuous infiltration from the National Salvation Committee and the Paris Commune. On the day the police headquarters was established, Andrew himself was elevated from political deputy chief to the head of the political department at the headquarters, promoted to the rank of captain. His primary responsibilities included assessing the loyalty and professional capabilities of the political police within the 16 districts and assisting the chief of the headquarters in disseminating instructions and coordinating unified actions. Chapter 7. The Gathering of the New Tolerant Faction, Part 1, at 3 in the afternoon, at the Procope CAF. Within 10 minutes, 3 representatives of the National Assembly, Barras, Fr. Ron, and Lebel, arrived successively at the secluded suite on the 2nd floor of the CAF. The initiator of this gathering, Thérien, had been waiting there for quite some time. After the 4 exchanged embraces and pleasantries, the ever-cautious Barras noticed that the windows of the room remained open, flooding the space with excessive light, which was not conducive to a conspiratorial atmosphere. He approached the windowsill, glanced around for a moment, and upon sensing no unusual activity, promptly closed the glass windows and drew the heavy deep orange drapes. Soon, the room became somewhat dim, prompting Thérien to light several candles on the long dining table's candelabrum. Barras observed that there were 2 doors in the room, one leading to the corridor, and the other to an inner chamber. Thérien, standing nearby, explained that one door in the inner chamber provided direct access to the CAF's back entrance, unnoticed by anyone. Before long, as the host, Thérien served each of his 3 companions a glass of Bordeaux wine. While he himself held one, Thérien raised his goblet and softly proclaimed, "To Danton." Barras, Fr. Ron, and Lebel gathered around, lifting their glasses in unison, "To Danton." They drained their cups in one go. Fr. Ron found a comfortable spot on the sofa in the corner, reclining, while Barras paced between the dining table, the inner door, and the windowsill, and Lebel seemed captivated by the Louis X Vieira grand clock in the room, staring intently at the clock's face. Suddenly, Lebel turned to Tarion and inquired, "Besides us, whom else have you invited?" Tarion's invitation letter had not listed all attendees, which was customary. The members of the faction, disparaged by Robespierre, Saint-Just, and others as the Tolerant Party, had become increasingly anxious since the loss of their common spiritual leader. Georges Danton, leading many representatives to avoid sleeping 2 consecutive nights in the same room. As Tarion poured another half-glass of red wine from the bottle, he leisurely replied, "Well, there are Legendel, Clancy, Bourdon, Merlin, Rouvier, and Turreau among them." Clancy, Merlin, Rouvier, and Bourdon were unable to attend. Yesterday afternoon, the 4 of them, along with over 10 other representatives, were dispatched to the Northern Army Corps, the Ardennes Corps, the Moselle Corps, and the Rhine Corps as special envoys. Barras, possessing an appealing demeanor and a wide social network, maintained good relations with many representatives. He added, "Turreau has also been sent to Reims. It is said that many royalists congregate at the University of Reims, and both committees have ordered Turreau and his troops to completely dismantle that royalist stronghold if necessary. Completely destroy a university? Just like that liberated city, Reims could follow Lyon's fate. Forever lost," Lebel exclaimed indignantly. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and an executive officer, he was expected to be sympathetic to the Plain Party or Danton. He had previously asserted that he would only fire upon enemies bearing arms. Sensing the potential for danger, Barras quickly redirected the conversation, asking Tarion, "What about the valiant Legendel?" As special envoys, Barras and Fr. Ron had bloodily suppressed royalists and Girondin elements in the southern cities of Nice, Marseille, and Toulon. As for Tarion, before assuming the role of envoy in the Gironde province, he had fervently promised both committees, the National Salvation Committee and the Security Committee, that he would adhere to the Assembly's highest directives and suppress all royalists and Girondin elements in the rebellious provinces. Perhaps due to a certain affair, Tarion, who initially arrived in Bordeaux with a fierce demeanor, became unexpectedly lenient, executing only a handful of rebels publicly over the course of several weeks. However, his subordinate, General Lazare Hoche, secretly executed hundreds of Girondin elements near Bordeaux, along the banks of the Garonne River, without the knowledge of the Paris envoys. Meanwhile, while supervising Toulon, Fr. Ron had sent 700 royalist rebels to the guillotine, and Barras had successfully reduced the population of Nice from 27,000 to 9,000. Legendel had fallen ill and, after resigning from the Security Committee, returned to his home in Versailles, seeking a period of solitude without any disturbances. Tarion continued with a forlorn expression. Perhaps he still harbors resentment towards us. That day in the Assembly Hall, when he faced the venomous attacks of Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Billaud-Varennes alone, we failed to stand up to speak for Danton and Desmoulins. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The only sound was the jarring ticking of the clock. Eventually, Fr. Ron broke the silence, self-deprecatingly explaining, "If we had all stood up to challenge the 3 titans and their numerous acolytes back then, perhaps at this very moment, our heads would all be buried in graves, kissing Danton, Desmoulins, and Fabre." Tarion nodded gravely. "Indeed, we shall avenge Danton, but not now. We must first safeguard ourselves and await the opportune moment. We cannot emulate the reckless Brutus, allowing the tyrant Caesar to become a hero in the eyes of the populace." Among the quartet gathered in the room, Fr. Ron was the earliest to have met Danton, nearly from the very year Danton arrived in Paris. However, Tarion shared the closest personal relationship with Danton, with Desmoulins having jested that their bond resembled that of a foster father and son. To outsiders, Tarion appeared to be a handsome, perpetually cheerful bachelor. Yet beneath this faade lay the truth. The 25-year-old cheerful young man was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Bercy and a peasant girl, occupying a very low social status. Since his mother's death during his youth, Tarion had roamed the streets of Paris, leading a wretched life devoid of proper clothing, having worked as a clerk, painter, printer, and shop assistant. Had it not been for Danton's kind-hearted intervention, allowing this illegitimate child of a steward and maid to study and work in a law firm, Tarion might still be residing in a slum somewhere in the Saint-Antoine district. Due to his inherent feelings of inferiority, Tarion had developed a penchant for seeking out luxurious attire and donning a noble wide-brimmed hat adorned with a tricolor plume, harboring a fascination for beautiful yet flamboyant noblewomen. In truth, One of Tyrion's significant motivations for coordinating the gathering of the new tolerant faction was to devise a plan to rescue his mistress, the Marquise de Catan, who had once shared a liaison with him in Bordeaux and was now imprisoned in a Paris jail. Standing once more by the window, Barris grew vigilant as he heard the distant sound of hooves approaching rapidly. He immediately turned, peering through the narrow gap in the window before confirming it was safe. Then turned back to Tyrion and asked, "Why did you not invite Brunner?" The 21-year-old Brunner had already become the youngest general in the Republic the previous year, faring even better than the general of Toulon named Napoleon. Upon hearing the name of Brunner, Tyrion felt a surge of indignation within him. He expressed his frustration vehemently, saying, "That fellow is currently serving on the army committee, darting about daily, either reporting to the military bigwig Carnot or fawning over the three notorious figures responsible for the massacre in Dandong." Undoubtedly, the others could discern the sour undertone in Tyrion's words. Indeed, when it comes to the benefits derived from Dandong, Brunner undoubtedly ranks among the top two. It was Dandong who rescued Brunner from the clutches of Lafayette's blade and facilitated the young Breton's promotion to brigadier general at the tender age of 20. When Dandong was imprisoned by the Revolutionary Tribunal, everyone presumed Brunner would hasten to rescue his friend and protector. Yet, upon the emergence of danger, that valiant Breton merely stood aside, exercising caution, and then nothing more followed. Chapter 8. The Gathering of the New Tolerant Faction, Part 2. It must be said that Barris is a person of considerable emotional intelligence. He deliberately brought up the traitor Brunner, leveraging Tyrion's candid mockery of the Bretons to alleviate the collective guilt regarding their leader, Dandong. Soon, Lebel, seated at the dining table, proposed a toast to the solitary hero who bravely battled the Angel of Terror in the National Assembly Hall. Sincerely wishing for Lujander's swift recovery and return to Paris, A.S. Lebel set down his glass on the table. He recalled something and inquired of the assembly. "I remember that during Lujander's tenure on the Security Committee, he appointed a political deputy chief at the police headquarters. Does anyone know him?" Tyrion, pouring himself a drink, seized the opportunity, responding, "Indeed, his name is Andrew. He has now risen to the rank of chief of the political department and is the first assistant to the police chief. Andrew has always been one of us, a devoted follower and representative of Lujander, hailing from a small noble family in Alsace. Perhaps, like General Clayman, who is imprisoned, he too has German blood flowing through his veins. While other officers are busy apprehending indistinguishable suspects in theaters, clubs, CAFS, taverns, inns, and even on the streets, he prefers to stay in the archives, seeking clues in newspapers and documents to capture criminals." As the group derided. Andrew astonishingly discovered valuable leads from seemingly mundane files. Consequently, the police, following these leads, dismantled several spy networks within a fortnight, apprehending nearly 100 traitors in the greater Paris area who had pledged allegiance to Britain, Austria, Spain, and Sweden, many of whom held positions within the military and government. Moreover, Andrew's reports frequently emphasized that the weakest link in the anti-French alliance would emerge in Spain. Just the day before, Madrid's plenipotentiary was en route to Paris to negotiate a ceasefire agreement between the two nations. 2 months prior, Andrew had been promoted to the sought-after position of chief of the political department at the police headquarters. When Lujander departed from the Security Committee, Andrew's position was retained, as both committees planned to appoint him as a captain to establish a military intelligence department, complementing the two fronts in Belgium and the Rhineland. Just days ago, Andrew had officially accepted the call from the military headquarters and, with the onset of the rainy month, was to serve as General Rupert's intelligence officer. At this juncture, Tyrion, filled with anticipation, posed a question to Lebel. "Do you also have a friend in need of Andrew's assistance?" Lebel nodded, about to elaborate, when a series of knocks echoed from the corridor. Just as tension mounted, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. "It is I, Andrew Frank, representing Tyrion." Upon arriving at the Procub CAF, Andrew took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. As he surveyed the surroundings, the flowers, sweet oranges, the British-style red walls, and the bohemian crystal chandeliers, along with the portraits and relics of celebrities adorning the walls, appeared almost indistinguishable from what he had witnessed in a past life. After announcing Tyrion's name at the entrance, a male waiter guided Andrew through winding passages to a secluded room at the end of the second floor. After ringing the doorbell twice, Tyrion, an old acquaintance, greeted him warmly. Their relationship was quite amicable, having collaborated on several occasions in the Parisian black market. Once inside, and after securing the door, Tyrion formally introduced Andrew to the assembled guests. A.S. Lejander's political representative and chief of the political department. Andrew entered with a demeanor that exuded harmlessness. Eager to assume the role of a subordinate, he bowed, extended his hands, and approached to shake hands, almost groveling before the revolutionary leaders of the tolerant faction. Drawing from the memories of his past life, Andrew instantly recognized the figure near the window, peering through the curtains to observe the external situation. It was undoubtedly Paul Barris, a Republican deputy of noble descent. His charming smile and dark complexion lent Barris an air of nobility. However, Andrew understood that such a monarch-like smile was merely a careless facade, concealing a treacherous and cold-hearted nature. Reclining on the sofa was Fr. Leon, a former newspaper reporter following in his father's footsteps. Despite his seemingly delicate and quiet demeanor, marked by elegance and a cultivated sense of lifestyle, he was, in truth, a debauched scion harboring a venomous serpent within. In contrast, the 47-year-old Lebel appeared much simpler. Having recently concluded his tenure as a commissioner in Lorraine and Alsace, he had now been appointed to the Diplomatic Committee of the National Assembly. This middle-aged man, rather short and pallid, along with Barris, would be among the two regents of the future directorial government. Sometimes, it is the simpler characters who go further. After the Fog-month coup, the former revolutionary leaders Barris, Fr. Leon, and Therrien either faced demotion and oversight, were exiled overseas, or distanced themselves from the centers of power, while the elder Lebel remained in Paris until, following a round of handshakes and pleasantries, the group accepted the glasses of red wine, filled personally by Therrien. The 5 members of the new and old tolerant faction raised their glasses together, both to commemorate the more than 10 comrades who now lay quietly in the cold and damp Parisian cemetery, and to welcome their new comrade, Andrew Frank. Rest assured, representatives, there are no spies from the 2 committees or the police in the vicinity, Andrew continued. Before coming upstairs, I circled the CAF twice to ensure safety. However, once night falls, the secret police will focus their surveillance on CAF's, amusement parks, theaters, restaurants, and private rooms lit by candles. They have been authorized to legally intrude upon these venues at any time. Thank you, my friend. Therrien expressed gratitude on behalf of the group, then proceeded to pose a highly sensitive question to the political chief. What should we do if we or our friends suddenly find ourselves being followed or questioned by the secret police? If it is merely following, there is no need to panic. Continue with your business as usual. The police lack sufficient evidence to bring the suspect in for questioning. Thus, they sometimes deliberately allow suspects to catch a glimpse of their ominous figures, hoping to incite panic and expose vulnerabilities. Should one be summoned to the police station for questioning, I advise maintaining silence. Do not utter a single word. If you endure those 24 hours, the police must release you unconditionally. Furthermore, Lejander once drafted an internal regulation on behalf of the Security Committee. Until a deputy's representative rights are stripped by the National Assembly, interrogators cannot employ violence against members of Parliament and their immediate family. Although verbal intimidation in the police station is unrestrained. And what if the police possess incriminating evidence? Barris inquired nonchalantly, returning to his seat at the table. Andrew smiled in response. In that case, it is best to strike a deal directly with him or his supervising chief. Offer gold Louis, beautiful women or men, or any better means you can provide for bribery. Not every officer aspires to emulate the untouchable elite. As he spoke, Andrew produced 4 slips of paper from his pocket, each densely inscribed with text. Following a predetermined order, he handed 1 slip each to Therrien, Barris, Fr. Leon, and Lebel. Each of these long lists details the names, addresses, and interests of the security chiefs, political deputy chiefs, and relevant officers who may be monitoring you. Memorize all the information, but do not take the slips out of this room. Thus, the 4 individuals in the room found their respective places to sit and quietly committed the contents of the slips to memory. Suddenly, the debauched scion could not contain his laughter, having spotted a familiar secret policeman. The officer had a peculiar preference for young men, and should this come to light, he was likely to face the guillotine. Time passed, and Andrew noticed the room growing dim, prompting him to light the second candelabrum on the long table. He also summoned a waiter from the corridor to remove the empty wine bottles and replace them with hot coffee and several pastries. As Andrew replaced the candles on both candelabra, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon, and Barris, Fr. Leon, and Lebel had all memorized the information regarding the secret police and their superiors. The 3 promptly incinerated their slips and then rose to take their leave. The gathering of companions has become a cherished routine, a means to maintain communication amongst one another. Chapter 9. The Passionate Tarian. Today marks the inaugural private assembly of the New Tolerance faction following the loss of their leader. Danton, aside from nurturing emotional bonds and receiving a delightful, and perhaps shocking, surprise from the new member, Andrew, they have failed to draft any semblance of a political agenda for this loosely affiliated group. In fact, they have not even broached the most fundamental questions regarding who their principal adversary is or who their potential allies might be, leaving such basic discussions unaddressed. Nevertheless, Andrew feels it was worthwhile, as he has successfully made connections with two prominent figures destined to govern thanks to Tarian's assistance, and has demonstrated goodwill towards the assembly, despite the politicians' notorious ability to turn their backs on allies. Such plastic friendships can endure for quite some time, at least until the conclusion of 1794. As Tarian bid farewell to the gathering, he turned back to find Andrew holding Tarian's list above the flame of the candelabrum, toasting it. Soon, several lines of golden text emerged on the blank paper. Tarian hurriedly closed the door and leaned in closer, only to discover the personal information of over a dozen secret police officers. Andrew casually handed the list to Tarian, explaining with a smile. It is said that Cardinal Richelieu devised this little trick. Simple, convenient, and practical. Merely substituting lemon juice for conventional ink transforms it into invisible writing. Henceforth, our correspondents will employ this method, with all confidential matters inscribed on the blank sides of the letters. As for the latter group of individuals, they are my operatives embedded within the Paris police headquarters and various precincts, whose loyalty has been tested to a degree. When I depart from Paris, you may establish one-way communication with them. They shall only alert you if circumstances become dire. All loyalty has its expiration date. Once Andrew leaves Paris, his subordinates may waver in their allegiance and be swayed by other powers. At that juncture, a more reputable representative from the National Convention could replace Andrew to stabilize the morale of this group. Tarian nodded silently, aware that the typically cautious Andrew does not fully trust Barras, Fr. Ron, and Labelle, yet he is sincere towards Tarian. Of course, this trust is built upon the solid foundation of their previous cooperation. Alongside the foresight possessed by the traveler regarding historical figures, despite Tarian's flaws of avarice, lust, and vanity, his inherently innocent and genuine nature, much like the reckless Elgar, ensures that he possesses a good conscience and would never betray his friends. Undoubtedly, the time traveler, accustomed to withholding his trump cards, has not divulged all his confidence to Tarian. In fact, there exists another half whose names reside solely in Andrew's mind. As Andrew awaited Tarian's return of the list, he casually placed the note filled with confidential information on the candelabrum, ignited it, and tossed it onto the marble floor, watching it be consumed by flames, ultimately transforming into a wisp of smoke and a pile of ashes. Turning back, Andrew inquired of Tarian, "Did you notice Barras, Fr. Ron, and Labelle's initial impressions of me?" "Indeed," Tarian nodded in response, stating, "Barras displayed excessive vigilance, perhaps sensing a latent threat from you." As Elgar's spokesperson, "You could inherit Danton's political legacy. As for Fr. Ron, he dismissed your flattery with disdain. However, it is of no consequence. Simply avoid offending him deliberately. The most intriguing is Labelle, who, despite needing something from you, has yet to utter a word. He believes it more effective for me to articulate on his behalf." Andrew chuckled and patted Tarian on the shoulder, candidly remarking, "You are a good friend and confidant. Yet you cannot serve as the true leader of a political team. Being open-hearted with friends is not a quality befitting an ambitious individual." Tarian shrugged and jestingly retorted, "Damn you, Andrew, I never harbored such thoughts. What I cherish are music, fine wine, and women, particularly beautiful women." Sensing Tarian's intent to diverge the topic, Andrew hastily inquired about another matter. "Have you seen Fouch at the National Convention these past few days?" "You mean the black-robed priest Fouch? He should still be en route back to Paris from Lyon. No, to my knowledge. He returned to Paris the day before yesterday. Then why hasn't he reported to the convention and the green room?" "Because..." Andrew initially intended to reveal the truth but caught himself, saying, "I'm not sure. Without special authorization from both committees, the political police cannot risk tracking a convention representative. Such protective measures for members of the National Assembly will be amended in the upcoming pastoral decree. Barras might be aware. I can inquire for you." However, Tarian promptly issued a warning to Andrew. It would be best to steer clear of Fouch, that shameless political chameleon. He is a convention representative elected by the royalists and Nantes. Yet he supported the death penalty for Louis XVI in court. Fouch's political stance has consistently leaned towards the Girondins, yet he executed 3,000 Girondin members and their sympathizers in Lyon, earning him the moniker the Butcher of Lyon. When Robespierre condemned the commissioners for local massacres in the Convention Hall, we were all preoccupied with petitions to the Committee of Public Safety for our defense, while Fouch swiftly turned his guns and publicly arrested and executed several leaders of the sans-culottes. This heartfelt admonition from a friend left the reticent Andrew feeling quite ashamed in an instant. He pivoted to another subject and asked, "What did you say Lebel wanted from me?" Therrien hesitated for a moment before replying. "Before leaving, Lebel privately entrusted me with a matter, hoping you could assist his friend, Uvril, Charles Uvril, the 23-year-old. That shrewd fellow who speculates and trades in vouchers on the financial market?" Andrew queried. The time traveler was well acquainted with this future tycoon who rose to prominence during both the French Revolution and the French Empire. Therrien nodded, stating, "Yes, the Finance Committee led by Cambo Chapter 10. An encounter at the Republic Theater, Part 1. As Andrew savored the last spoonful of borscht, the restaurant manager personally delivered a ticket to the Republic Theater, granting him a seat in one of the private boxes on the third floor. Initially, Andrew felt no inclination towards this invitation. During his 6-month sojourn in Paris, aside from a single occasion where he led a team to apprehend a British spy chief and inadvertently stumbled into the Combe de France, he had rarely frequented such venues. The reason was simple. He had no affinity for the arias of opera. However, in the next moment, upon hearing the title of the performance announced by the waiter, the recapture of Toulon, his disposition shifted, and he gladly accepted the complimentary ticket, generously tipping the restaurant manager with 10 livres in silver. In the wake of the revolution, the noble patrons of the theater had either disbanded their companies, gone bankrupt and emigrated, or diverted their investments to other ventures. To survive, drama had to pivot towards the masses, unexpectedly catalyzing its tremendous expansion. The number of theaters in Paris had multiplied exponentially, now exceeding 40. Simultaneously, the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety recognized the role of theater as a propaganda tool of the revolution, capable of educating the broadest swath of the populace in the most direct and vivid manner, thus guiding social discourse. They fervently supported the creative endeavors of patriotic playwrights and provided corresponding subsidies. In January 1794, the National Convention resolved to fund the creation of plays for the people, which would be performed for free on public holidays, even extending the curfew from 9 o'clock to 11 at night for this purpose. The Republic Theater lay a mere 300 yards from the CAF, easily accessible by a short walk. Established during the reign of Louis XV, the theater resembled an artistic palace adorned with paintings, marble, and gilded decorations during daylight hours. Andrew followed the throng of people up the theater steps. He noted several familiar faces scattered around the entrance, including Deputy Sheriff Bruce, whose full beard framed a determined expression, accompanied by his officers. Bruce, aged 28 and hailing from Brittany, had previously worked as a helper in the inn run by Anna and her husband, making him one of the earliest acquaintances Andrew had encountered. Years ago, while everyone else stood by, Bruce had boldly intervened to thwart a mob from vandalizing the inn, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Grateful for his loyalty, Andrew had subsequently recruited Bruce into the police force, where he had since become a trusted aide to the political chief. That moment, the burly Bruce espied his superior in the crowded assembly and, after exchanging a brief word with a companion, made his way over to Andrew. The latter acknowledged him with a nod, and together they retreated to a secluded outdoor balcony. Upon turning to face Andrew, Bruce hurriedly reported in hushed tones, "Andrew, we received credible intelligence today regarding an operation to apprehend several spies in the theater, including a Prussian agent from Berlin." Andrew nodded thoughtfully and casually inquired, "Is our manpower sufficient? Shall we call for reinforcements?" The lieutenant assured him confidently, "Captain, we require no additional support. We have 7 fully armed political detectives, along with 30 members of the district self-defense force, lying in wait outside the theater, ready to assist, while the adversary consists of only 3 individuals, one of whom is a woman." Andrew smiled knowingly, understanding Bruce's underlying concerns, and opted not to elaborate further. He simply instructed his subordinate that after today's apprehension, no torture should be inflicted on the Prussian spy for the time being. As for gathering intelligence, we can initially extract information from the 2 traitors. Regardless of the significance of the data, you must submit a written report to me by dusk tomorrow. as in later years. Once a spy ceased to yield valuable intelligence, becoming unfit for the exchange of captured operatives. Their fate was invariably execution. In a previous report submitted to the Public Safety Committee, Andrew had foresightly suggested differentiating between the counter-revolutionary Spaniards and Prussians, as he was acutely aware that historically, these two declining monarchies, embroiled in conflict with Britain, were among the first to defect from the anti-French coalition. Spain had long demanded the return of Gibraltar, even offering vast swathes of its North American colonies as bargaining chips, only to be met with a firm refusal from Downing Street. Meanwhile, the King of Prussia hoped that the deranged King George of Britain would relinquish his title as the King of Hanover, ceasing to impede Prussia's northern ambitions. The Spanish spy who had conveyed messages of peace negotiations with France to Madrid was none other than Baron Francis, whom Andrew had personally apprehended in Paris. As a former attaché of the Spanish legation in Paris, and the nephew of the current Spanish Prime Minister Godoy, Baron Francis was set to return to Paris as an aide to a clandestine emissary from Madrid, participating in the forthcoming Franco-Spanish negotiations. Moreover, Andrew required another obedient spy to assist in facilitating diplomatic channels between revolutionary France and Prussia under the leadership of Lebel. Additionally, he reiterated to the lieutenant and his men the utmost importance of refraining from using weapons within the theater, particularly firearms. Any excessive commotion could easily incite panic among the close to 1,000 patrons present. As he prepared for the negotiations, Andrew recalled another matter and quietly instructed Deputy Sheriff Bruce, starting tomorrow, conduct a thorough background investigation on the district's constable, Jacques, including who appointed him to this post, his true intentions, and who is pulling the strings behind him. Upon entering the theater, Andrew was greeted by the dazzling illumination of the grand chandelier, casting a warm glow over the audience hall, where the cacophony of voices echoed throughout the space. A waiter guided him to the private box on the third floor. Despite the theater being mandated to open its doors to the public for free, this privilege extended only to the ground floor, while the upper boxes remained reserved for the affluent and powerful. The original solid doors of these boxes had merely been replaced with stretchable dark green drapes, a superficial nod to the revolutionary ideals of liberty and equality. A cup of hot cocoa, please. Andrew produced a silver coin and slipped it into the waiter's hand, who bowed slightly and departed without uttering a word. Andrew noted that the azure velvet wall coverings adorned with lilies had not been removed, but were merely concealed behind heavy drapes, while the gilded bronze sculptures remained intact. He chuckled to himself, realizing why there were rumors of Collot de Bois from the Committee of Public Safety, covertly acting as a protector of the theater, shielding it from certain illegal activities. Not only that, but the comedian was also rumored to have an unusually close relationship with one of the theater's actresses. Looking down, Andrew observed that the ground floor was packed with spectators, while vendors hawked newspapers, snacks, and opera glasses, their boisterous shouts cutting through the air, provoking a chorus of grumbles from the audience. Moments later, as the crimson curtain rose, the audience fell silent, and the vendors retreated to the corners. The mournful strains of violins began to play, accompanied by the deep resonance of a tuba, while a flute in the hands of a Republic soldier began to narrate a tale. The performance of the recapture of Toulon had commenced. Having finished his hot cocoa, Andrew found himself unable to immerse his spirit in the opera's ambience, prompting him to consider leaving. However, soon a fresh distraction captured his attention. As he leaned forward, he caught sight of a dark-haired woman with bare shoulders. Her back turned to him, accompanied by what appeared to be a man. From their hushed conversation, he discerned that they were siblings, their accents hinting at Marseille or perhaps even farther afield. "Brother, look, this person is so exaggerated. Not at all like you, and her aria is nowhere near as good as mine, at least not from St. Cyril's school. Enough, Elisa. Behave yourself and watch the performance. Tomorrow, you will return to Marseille with me. Marseille is no match for Paris, Napoleon. You might as well stay here." Chapter 11. An Encounter at the Republic Theater, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Andrew felt a stir of intrigue and leaned forward earnestly to eavesdrop on the siblings' conversation. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Subsequently, it seemed that an unwelcome guest had burst into the adjacent box. "Please, kind souls, help me. A group of scoundrels seeks to abduct me, to torment me." A young woman's voice cried out in desperation. "Napoleon, you are an honorable general. You must aid her." Seemingly influenced by the drama unfolding on stage, the sister Elisa's empathy surged. Andrew contemplated whether to intervene when he unexpectedly heard Lieutenant Bruce's voice from the opposite box. "Citizen General, and you, madam, please do not involve yourselves in this matter. We are all serving the same republic. What is going on? What do you intend to do with this woman?" The impulsive Elisa persisted, shielding the young woman who had fled into their box. Beside her, Napoleon echoed the query, "Citizens, who is this woman? What do you intend to do with her? Is it abduction?" At this, Andrew furrowed his brow. Given Bruce's fiery temperament, a commotion was undoubtedly imminent. "Citizen General, please tend to your own affairs." Bruce's tone carried a sharper command than before. "I require your proof." Several citizens of the Republic, without hesitation, Napoleon chose to side with his sister. "My dear fellow, what are you discussing with a provincial general? This year alone, the guillotine in the Revolution Square has claimed the lives of over a dozen noble generals." A detective beside Bruce deliberately elongated his voice, mocking in a tone reminiscent of an irate Parisian. Another detective took up his companion's words, chuckling. "I must count carefully. Well, there are Hushard, Christina, and Bylan. Ha ha ha, they are all generals, damn generals." "Very well," the young general promptly retorted. "If the golden epaulets fail to command respect, then the sword shall enforce the dignity of the insignia." With that, Napoleon drew his longsword with his right hand, while his left brandished a short pistol. Upon witnessing this, Bruce and his detectives similarly unsheathed their pistols and sabers. The air in the private room thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and an imminent clash seemed inevitable, until a savior arrived just in time. Andrew parted the curtain of the private box and stepped in, halting between the two factions, addressing the detectives. "Citizens may lower their weapons. It is essential to maintain composure at all times." Upon seeing the true leader, Bruce and his detectives sheathed their pistols and swords. Andrew smiled, turning to the general. "And you, Citizen General? You may also choose to trust me, Andrew. To earn my belief, you must provide a compelling reason." Despite his defiance, with an escape route afforded him, General Napoleon ultimately relinquished his weapons. The time traveler noticed Napoleon's disheveled hair, unpowdered and cascading down to his shoulders, resembling two large dog ears. His arms were long and slender, his skin a yellowish hue. On the other hand, the future Emperor of France's eyes shone brightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth when he spoke. Andrew pointed to the trembling young woman hiding behind Eliza, explaining, "This is a traitor, a turncoat. Moments ago, she and her accomplice were in contact with a German spy, attempting to deliver confidential documents to the enemy. No, I am not." The fleeing woman desperately protested. However, at Andrew's signal, robust detective lunged forward, roughly searching her without mercy. Soon, the detective uncovered a secret document from her inner garments. The top letterhead astonishingly originating from the military committee. At this moment, any defense from the woman was futile. Initially, Napoleon could maintain his silence with a cold demeanor, but as the truth emerged, he began to worry for his and his sister's safety. Even a general of artillery and the hero of Toulon could not withstand the accusations of the political police for sheltering a traitor. Fortunately, the young man claiming to be Andrew appeared quite amicable and did not intend to pursue the matter further. "Since it is merely a misunderstanding, let us disperse. Lieutenant Bruce, you may take your men and the suspect and depart." After dismissing his subordinates, Andrew requested a pot of coffee from the arriving waiter to calm the Bonaparte siblings. At that moment, Andrew also noticed Eliza, whose plain appearance and impulsive, irrational demeanor explained Napoleon's perpetual disfavor towards his elder sister. Returning to the present, Napoleon expressed his gratitude towards Andrew for his assistance. Although Napoleon had been on friendly terms with Robespierre's brother Auguste and had clashed with the police, he anticipated no significant repercussions thereafter. Yet, Eliza's reckless actions could easily lead the siblings to endure an unforgettable sleepless night at the police station. Despite having confirmed that the young man before him was indeed a high-ranking secret police chief, Napoleon remained sincere in extending an invitation. He said, "Thank you, Citizen Andrew. I am Napoleon Bonaparte, and this is my sister, Eliza Bonaparte. If it is convenient, please join us." In truth, Andrew did wish to remain in the box to converse further with the future emperor and foster a bond between them. However, in the next minute, Andrew abandoned this intention and rose to take his leave. "I am truly sorry. I have an urgent matter to attend to and can only wish you an enjoyable performance and safe travels tomorrow. I believe we shall have the opportunity to meet again." The street before the Republic Theater bustled with traffic, lights twinkling against the dark night sky. Each time the audience exited the theater, individuals with numbered glass lanterns quickly approached to solicit business. Soon, the calls for vehicles echoed in succession. For tonight's curfew was at midnight, and aside from the lively musical theater, romantic Paris still offered plenty of extravagant shows to indulge in. For example, on the benches of the Royal Palace Gardens, numerous attractive female citizens awaited customers, among whom were said to be impoverished noblewomen. Andrew declined the vehicle service and slowly made his way towards the Procope CAF. 10 minutes later, Andrew returned to the suite on the second floor of the CAF, where the waiter had lit the candelabra and then exited. Before leaving, the waiter inquired courteously if he desired any supper. But Andrew shook his head in refusal. "They can come out now, the followers from the theater," Andrew suddenly called out to the door of the inner chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open from the side of the inner room, and a woman emerged, none other than Maria, the young wife of the old tailor Felwa, whom he had encountered earlier that day. "How did you know I was here? What else do you know?" Maria, donned in a new black low-cut gown, appeared quite astonished, convinced that her movements were thoroughly concealed. Andrew pointed to his nose with a grin. "My sense of smell is quite keen. I detected the unique scent of your rosewater perfume when you were hiding behind the opera box. Furthermore, I am aware that you worked at the Procope CAF for 2 years, to be precise. 2 years and 3 months, hence you know precisely how to slip into this room through the back secret passage. Shall I continue?" Maria merely smiled faintly, taking a seat on the sofa directly across from Andrew. 3 years ago, you met your current husband, Felwa. Merely 2 days later, you chose to marry the old tailor because he was willing to provide 9,000 livres to assist your gambling-addicted father in repaying a loan shark. However, 6 months later, your father still vanished and numerous rumors circulated. Yet, I am more inclined to believe that a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Justice aided your staunch royalist father in escaping to Brussels. Andrew recounted the woman's past with precision. "Damn it, you spies are like all-seeing fleas," Maria retorted impolitely, her alabaster bosom swelling with indignation. Chapter 12. The female informant of Marlison regarding the matters Andrew discussed subsequently. She had long forgotten. The primary motive for becoming Danton's mistress was indeed to obtain a special passport for her father to leave the country. Andrew, intrigued, fixed his gaze on the half-burned candelabra, entirely ignoring the woman's taunts, before slowly proposing a condition for negotiation. "Now that you are aware of my identity, please maintain my confidentiality. Similarly, I shall keep your secrets, including the rendezvous you had with a certain lover at the Republic Theater tonight." "Ah, that brutish man is not Maria's lover. I merely entrusted him, a fellow townsman, to act as a messenger to send some living expenses to my widowed mother residing in Brittany." Maria chuckled and then burst into laughter, her white bosom heaving. Despite Andrew's efforts to avert his gaze, it still intruded upon his vision. Suddenly, the woman's laughter ceased, her eyes widening as she leaned forward, scrutinizing Andrew intently, presenting herself provocatively before him. "Andrew, have you taken a liking to me?" "Yes, indeed, absolutely. The last time I left Danton's room, earlier this morning in Rooster Lane, and now, your sparkling eyes look no different from those of the ravenous scoundrels." The heavy scent of perfume clouded Andrew's senses, and retaining the last vestige of rationality, he asked in a low voice, "Why did you incite those innocent laundry workers in Rooster Lane today?" The woman bit her lip, caressing his cheek and earlobe. "Guess what? If you get it right, I will stay here." "Ha ha ha. She truly is a madwoman," Andrew thought to himself, and he opened his mouth to bite back. Just as they were on the brink of suffocating each other in their embrace, the woman abruptly released him, and Andrew tasted blood on his tongue, undoubtedly from Maria's bite. The passion within Andrew swiftly ebbed away as he coldly remarked to the beautiful woman before him, "If I am not mistaken, you are an informant for Lieutenant Marlison, are you not?" Maria's heart trembled, yet she remained silent, her face betraying a fleeting look of panic that revealed her guilt. 35-year-old Marlison is the chief of the Malraux District Police, a trusted confidant of the Security Committee member Amal, both hailing from the southern Isri province. Marlison, once a clergyman, had sworn allegiance during the outbreak of the Great Revolution, though he had never quite thrived thereafter. It was only last year that Marlison's revolutionary life took a significant turn upon meeting his fellow townsman, Amar, who appointed him as the chief spy in Paris. Months prior, Marcin had competed alongside Andrew for the position of chief of the political department at the headquarters. However, within the security committee, Amar's popularity paled in comparison to Lejeune's, and on the internal merit list of the police department, the sworn minister from Isri fell far short of Andrew, ultimately leading to his defeat. Subsequently, Marcin was reassigned by Amar to the Marais district police station, where he took on the role of security chief. Currently, rumors circulate within the headquarters and various police stations that once Captain Andrew departs for the Northern Front, Lieutenant Marcin will be promoted to captain and subsequently assume the position of the next chief of the political department. Although the rank of political chief at the headquarters differs by one level from that of the security chief in the districts, there is no explicit hierarchical relationship between the two. Nevertheless, the power and status of the political chief far exceed that of the security chief. Simply put, the political chief is the principal assistant to the head of the Paris police, and in some respects, bears responsibilities akin to that of a deputy director. Initially, Andrew showed little interest in his successor. On one hand, the time traveler aimed to gradually obscure his less-than-stellar record at the police headquarters through time and military achievements. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that following the Thermidorian reaction, the pendulum policy had caused persistent turmoil in France's domestic politics, with the entire police system facing multiple purges until Fouch took office as Minister of Police. However, Andrew had a particular disdain for Marcin, whose reputation was tarnished and whose moral compass was severely lacking. Frequently, in pursuit of tasks assigned by the Security Committee, he engaged in nefarious fishing operations in the Marais district and even across districts, imprisoning numerous innocents. Unless it directly threatened his core interests, Andrew typically refrained from direct confrontations with his colleagues. Yet this time, Marcin had clearly crossed a line. The security chief of the Marais district had audaciously extended his reach to Andrew's doorstep, sending Jacques to the theater police station as an undercover agent and dispatching a female spy to monitor him, even aiming to use innocent laundresses as a means to further his own ambitions. This had incited an unprecedented fury within the time traveler. Furthermore, Andrew began to suspect that Marcin was secretly investigating a certain connection between Countess Erlin and himself. Therefore, a counterstrike was imperative. The Black Hand must be decisively severed. Without a doubt, as for the present moment, Andrew abruptly seized the alarmed Maria, tossing her onto the sofa, and proceeded to unfasten his belt. Just as he was about to discard it, Maria unexpectedly reached out to stop him. Sinking deeply down, under the wrathful lash, Andrew found himself questioning who was truly punishing whom. After a while, perhaps seeking a cup of coffee for a brief respite, Andrew discarded the belt and turned towards the long dining table a few steps away. At that moment, Maria suddenly flipped over, lunging at Andrew with ferocity, toppling the unsuspecting man to the ground. She did not seize the opportunity to escape. Instead, she frantically tore at Andrew's clothes, resembling a fierce she-wolf in heat. Viciously attacking her prey, as anticipated, the most skillful hunters often present themselves in the guise of their quarry. The time traveler recalled a saying from later generations: in matters of intimacy between men and women, one should not always maintain a tepid demeanor. Sometimes a touch of ferocity and stimulation is needed to awaken one's primal nature, eliciting an abundance of neurohormones and a sense of satisfaction yet unexperienced. Maria clung tightly to Andrew's chest, attempting to smooth his chest hair. That moment, however, Andrew appeared exceedingly clear-headed, his mind concocting a plan to eliminate the significant threat posed by Marcin from the police force. As for Maria, who lay in his embrace, Andrew resolved to spare her for the time being. Though it was perilous, he felt an inexplicable reluctance. Suddenly, Andrew inquired, "Where is your mother now in Brittany?" Maria paused in surprise, momentarily taken aback before responding, "In the village of Rouillac, just a quarter league away from Saint Franois." Despite the French Academy having gradually introduced the metric system and basic physical quantity standards since 1790, its vigorous promotion occurred during the tenure of the Directorate. Thus, the length units in France still primarily relied on the old French foot, French yard, and French league. Returning to the present, Andrew, upon hearing this, ceased to speak further. The town of Saint Franois lay within the inland region of Brittany, a typical stronghold of Republican support, and being distanced from the coastline and the Quiberon Peninsula, it would remain uninvolved in the impending insurrection of the Chouans next year. Andrew continued, "As for your identity as a secret police informant, I will find a way to persuade Marcin to destroy all records pertaining to you, allowing you and your husband to leave Paris sooner. Should Maria, as a whistleblower, become embroiled in the secrets surrounding Danton's death, it would be exceedingly difficult for Andrew, post-Thermidor, to safeguard the woman in his charge, even with the assistance of Tallien. Yes, the woman obediently nodded. Adding, "I am a bit hungry," Andrew, observing Maria's battered form, decided to fetch her some medicine first. Chapter 13. Labor's New Troubles, Part 1. After May of 1793, the National Convention officially relocated to the Tuileries Palace. The French royal palace established by the Capetian dynasty, which was subsequently renamed the Palace of the Nation. According to the constitutionalists, it served as the meeting place for 750 new kings. The Representatives' Assembly Hall was situated on the second floor at the heart of the Palace of the Nation, surrounded by the Hall of Unity, the Hall of Equality, and the Hall of Liberty. The Assembly Hall, having once been the theater of Louis XVI, now became the stage for revolutionary power. Above the hall, the original beamed staircase was semicircular, with 19 rows of seats ascending in succession, the seats at either end gradually extending to form a concentric semicircular auditorium. The entire hall could accommodate 1,500 people and, if necessary, could hold up to 3,000. When the National Convention and its 750 kings collectively moved to the Tuileries Palace, the entire palace and its garden annexes were packed to the brim, with even the nearby inns and commercial buildings filled to capacity with representatives from the provinces. Merely 11 months later, when the radical H. Bert and the tolerant Danton ascended to the guillotine, the number of representatives residing in inns near the National Convention suddenly halved, leading to a corresponding decline in rent by 1/3. Within the convention, 200 deputies were dispatched to the provinces to oversee the local officials of 88 departments, as well as to defend the Republic with 14 military legions and 3 naval fleets. It was estimated that around 80 deputies, citing various reasons such as health, frequently absented themselves from routine meetings, while approximately 100 deputies had their representative status legally revoked by the convention, either executed, imprisoned, or exiled. Consequently, there were times when the total number of deputies seated in the Assembly Hall fell short of the legal quorum, hindering the passage of significant proposals. Thus, 2 weeks prior, the rotating president of the convention had requested the Committee of Public Safety to reduce the number of special commissioners stationed in the provinces from the current 200 to 100, in order to maintain a consistent representation of around 480 in the Assembly Hall. Today marked the first day of work for the new decade, and Andrew, as the chief of the political department, arrived at the police headquarters near the Tuileries Palace before 9 a.m. Indeed, it was time to clock in. Despite the fierce battle that had raged into the early hours, with no clear victor, Andrew remained invigorated, brimming with energy. Due to the relatively recent establishment of the police headquarters and its status as a secondary department under the Security Committee, it lacked the authority to operate within the Tuileries Palace itself. Thus, just a short distance from the palace, the Paris police headquarters had requisitioned a separate 3-story gray building as its office space. Yet, from the outside, this headquarters bore a resemblance to an ordinary police station in contemporary cities. Were it not for the 2 officers donning tricorn hats, equipped with whistles and swords, and dressed in pure black tailcoats, standing guard at the entrance, no one would have noticed that this gray 3-story building housed the secret police's main base. In truth, the rumored ominous Wolf's Den was far from terrifying. Its internal layout was quite similar to other government institutions. The entire police headquarters was typically very quiet, devoid of screaming suspects or malevolent executioners. Most of those working inside were government employees not directly involved in policing, with the main area dedicated to the circulation of documents on the second floor's grand office. The reception desk on the ground floor. Andrew casually signed his name, as was customary, and reached out to touch the exquisite walnut desk. It was said to be a relic of Louis XIV, the Sun King, which had been moved from Versailles by Louis XVI a few years earlier, now reduced to a signing desk at the police station's entrance. Andrew inquired of the on-duty officer, which commissioner will be stationed at the headquarters today. It's Representative Davy. However, Andrew, you know that the painter citizen usually resides in his artistic palace, only coming to the headquarters every few days, the officer replied. The artistic palace referred to the Louvre by the Seine River. To prevent personal tyranny, the Paris police headquarters did not have a permanent chief of police. Rather, each member of the security committee took turns overseeing the police headquarters, typically changing every 10 days. Andrew grunted in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Soon, He made his way up the staircase and directly entered the office on the second floor. Much like the Union Hall, even during the day, the light filtering through the windows of the police headquarters appeared pale and feeble, absent the flickering candlelight emanating from the several crystal chandeliers adorning the ceiling. The office was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of the night. Aside from the rotating committee member who actively performed the duties of the police chief, no one else possessed a private office. Be it the sheriff or the officers or the staff and their supervisors, everyone was crammed into this expansive room, working in clusters here and there. The office supplies on the desks were the standard provisions provided by the government: a bottle of ink, a quill pen, pencils, various rulers, a knife for scraping, erasers, and meticulously rationed official stationery, blank letterhead printed with the unit's insignia. The furnishings across all departments were uniform: fireplaces, desks, chairs, a few cupboards, or boxes against the walls, most of which emitted a musty odor and were cloaked in dust. As the chief of the political department, Andrew naturally chose a desk situated by the window overlooking the Tuileries garden, where the air was fresh, the light bright, and the view expansive. A quarter of an hour prior, a sorter had placed a substantial stack of documents requiring his attention on the desk of this political chief, and by the time he hurriedly dealt with all the paperwork, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Andrew tucked his pocket watch back into his pocket and retrieved a sheet of official police headquarters stationery from the drawer. With his quill dipped in black ink, he inscribed a line: "In light of the necessity to defend the Republic, the Security Committee hereby appoints Andrew Frank, a citizen of the Paris Police Headquarters Political Department, as a special inspector to conduct inspections of prisons in Paris and interrogate suspects." The signature line was left blank, reserved for Commissioner Davy. There were 20 prisons, large and small, both inside and outside Paris. A month ago, these facilities were overseen by the Paris Commune, led by figures such as H. Bert and Chaumet. Several weeks prior, Andrew's appointment required not only the authorization of the Security Committee members, but also the signature of the Paris Commune Commissioner to become effective. However, with the downfall of the radicals like H. Bert, the now broken Paris Commune had utterly succumbed to the two committees. Thus, once Davy signed this authorization, Andrew could assume the role of inspector, inspecting every national prison in Paris. This foresight was prudent, as Tarion would undoubtedly seek to trouble him again, while Andrew also prepared to set a trap for Marcin. Waiting for the ink to dry, Andrew cautiously placed this unsigned official letter into a designated folder. Next, he took a notepad and swiftly jotted down his forthcoming tasks. Report to the on-duty chief. Subsequently, he affixed the note to the wall above his workstation with a large pushpin. Rising from his seat, Andrew grasped the folder and made his way towards the chief's office at the end of the hall. Commissioner Davy was, of course, not present. Only Deschamps, the supervisor responsible for document dispatch, stood outside the door. Andrew first submitted the folder and requested Deschamps to number the documents below, stating that he needed to attend to a matter for the Security Committee and could conveniently deliver all documents requiring the on-duty commissioner's signature to him. Unlike the other members of the Security Committee, the painter Davy, whose ambitions for power were modest, preferred not to conduct business directly at the police headquarters. Thus, Deschamps would invariably wait until after 3 in the afternoon to take a large briefcase and run off to the Unified Building or the Palace of Arts to corner the leaders for their signatures on various documents. Naturally, Deschamps welcomed Andrew's overtures without a hint of suspicion. Consequently, the supervisor turned and entered the chief's office, meticulously organizing all the confidential documents needing the commissioner's signature before placing them in a brown briefcase and finally handing it to the political chief. Approximately 20 minutes later, Andrew stepped into a private room at the CH Telet CAF, conveniently located just 50 yards from the Louvre. Chapter 14. Lou Belle's New Troubles, Part 2, Before Long. Andrew reclined comfortably in an armchair, savoring the first cup of rich coffee of the morning while delighting in the splendid views along the banks of the Seine. Seated at the long table to his left was Commissioner Lou Bell of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who had met with Andrew just the previous afternoon. 5 minutes prior, Lou Bell had received from Andrew the collaborative letter requested by the Finance Committee, which called for the immediate arrest and rigorous interrogation of the speculator Uvril, who was undermining the economic order of the Republic. Consequently, Lou Bell was now bent over the dining table, diligently rewriting the original collaborative letter on another sheet of blank stationery bearing the Finance Committee's letterhead, altering the demand for immediate arrest and rigorous interrogation to a request for discreet surveillance. The blank stationery from the Finance Committee had been pilfered by Lubel during his tenure there. This parliamentary representative had previously served on that committee before becoming a military envoy for the Rhine Corps. Several weeks ago, Lubel transitioned to the Foreign Affairs Committee, taking on the role of executive commissioner, chairman. To prevent personal despotism and departmental monopolies, the National Convention had instituted a special regulation stipulating that no parliamentary representative could serve on a working committee for more than 12 months. Nor could they be re-elected consecutively. Notably, this rule had been proposed by none other than Robespierre himself. Splendid. Just like that, according to custom, coordination between the Finance Committee and the police stations under the jurisdiction of the police headquarters typically required 4 days, but I shall ensure that the letter arrives at the Postal District Police Station a day late. Therefore, Uvril will be able to hide within the military for 5 days. Andrew reviewed the drafted collaborative letter, waiting for the ink to dry completely before placing it into his briefcase, while the original document was incinerated by Lubel on the spot. Throughout the exchange, Andrew refrained from inquiring about the true relationship between Lubel and Uvril. However, it was quite easy to speculate that Lubel had either intentionally or inadvertently become embroiled in Uvril's speculative dealings. Providing him with assistance, it was undeniable that since the early days of the Third Estate and the National Constituent Assembly, the normal income of the representatives of the people had been rather meager. 20 livres daily might seem substantial, yet it was scarcely sufficient to support one's family while also covering the salary of a private secretary and the costs of hiring a carriage driver, resulting in a financial shortfall. For the likes of Legrand, a wealthy Parisian who could earn 80,000 livres annually, such a sum was insignificant, as he would hardly regard the daily stipend of 20 livres. However, for Lubel, hailing from the provinces, becoming a parliamentary representative meant relinquishing the substantial income he had enjoyed during his legal career back home, and the daily stipend could barely sustain his family of 5. As for various overt and covert expenses, he had no choice but to liquidate his assets to maintain his household. During his time as a military envoy in the Rhine Corps and the Moselle Corps, Lubel had tacitly approved the distribution scheme for the spoils of war and had handed over his share of the property to the speculator Uvril, introduced to him by acquaintances, to be traded on the black market in Paris. After quietly listening to Lubel's account, Andrew candidly suggested, in fact, you could very well seek our collaboration. You are correct, both Thierry and I, along with numerous security chiefs, have direct connections to the Parisian black market, capable of discreetly absorbing vast quantities of prohibited or illegal substances without concern for the two committees' crackdown on black market dealings. For Uvril, an unfortunate soul devoid of any political foundation, will serve as the scapegoat to cover our tracks. On the other hand, we would take a commission of 30 to 50% of the total value of the goods as a special transaction fee. While that may seem steep, it is undoubtedly worth the value and entirely secure. Andrew was not the first to exploit the economic seams of the Great French Revolution, nor would he be the last. Before him was the avaricious Count Mirabeau, who had managed to extract funds from both the Bourbon monarchy and the revolutionaries. Afterward, the Director Barras, whose shameless methods of looting the French treasury left even Talleyrand in awe of his audacity. Anyone wishing to emulate the incorruptible Robespierre and live a life of puritanical virtue would be sorely disappointed. This was precisely why Andrew chose to align himself with the moderate faction led by Danton. Indeed, one must possess wealth and women. As the two discussed their business collaboration, the restaurant staff presented a delectable array of dishes: salted cod, pudding omelette, bacon and mushroom soup, creamy scallops, and a Provençal ratatouille. When it came to wine, Parisians invariably opted for high-quality red Burgundy. Once the waiter exited the room, Lubel frequently raised his glass in gratitude towards Andrew. "My friend, I sincerely hope I can be of assistance." Andrew smiled, having awaited this very sentiment. "Indeed, my friend. I hope to involve you in the peace negotiations with the envoy from the Kingdom of Spain." "Who?" Lubel inquired. Andrew remained silent, dipping his finger in the red wine and inscribing a name upon the table: Barthélemy. Ever since departing from his post as the French ambassador to Switzerland, Barthélemy, the Baron, had been idle for over a year, fervently desiring to serve as the Republic's plenipotentiary ambassador to the Kingdom of Spain. Even as a minister or commercial attaché would suffice, it remained uncertain whether Barthélemy was desperately seeking help or if someone had discreetly guided him to approach Andrew. Initially, the time traveler, cloaked in the sacred garb of Jacobinism, exhibited a certain reluctance towards the potential sympathizers of the royalist faction. However, it did not take long for Andrew, whose very essence was imbued with Machiavellianism, to contemplate the notion that the presence of multiple friends equated to multiple avenues. A rather simple truth. Should the butterfly effect manifest, leading to the premature demise of Napoleon and his empire, he might, through the adept Bartholomew and his diplomatic royalists, win the understanding of Louis XVIII. Moreover, being of noble descent, Andrew was not among the regicides of the National Convention, thus he would not face exile. As for the actions of the political department, they were merely fulfilling the interests of their respective masters. Understanding Andrew's request, Lebel nodded knowingly, first erasing Bartholomew's name from the dining table, then stating, "This is not difficult. The envoy from Madrid is expected to arrive in Paris the day after tomorrow. And I will include Bartholomew's name on the list for negotiations between the two nations. However, to be frank, I personally believe these discussions will not proceed smoothly, as a diplomatic resolution between the two countries seems unattainable. Ultimately, discussions will remain discussions, and conflict will persist until one side gains a decisive military advantage. After all, be it Paris or Madrid, the disparity between each side's demands and the reality is vast. Take, for instance, our overbearing Commissioner Carnot, who vehemently opposes any slowdown of the offensive by the two Pyrenean legions, having recently issued an unalterable directive to the Eastern Pyrenean Legion to seize the Catalonian capital, Barcelona. Upon hearing this, Andrew admired Lebel's astute judgment, for he understood that true peace between France and Spain would not materialize until 2 years hence, with the signing of the Treaty of Basel. "Andrew, I have heard that you once uncovered a spy case involving Polish individuals." Lebel's mention of a past event was clearly motivated by a specific aim. However, Andrew did not mind, as he preferred to lay matters bare. "Indeed, that was an early fog month when my men apprehended several Polish nobles lurking in Paris, but after a brief interrogation, I advised the Security Committee to release them all, due to geopolitical factors. France had always been Poland's most significant and reliable ally. Even after the Kingdom of France transitioned into the French Republic, Poland continued to send a new ambassador to Paris. It was only after the National Convention's verdict of death against Louis XVI that diplomatic relations between the two nations were entirely severed. As for the primary objective of those Polish spies in Paris, it was merely to trade Polish grain in exchange for French armaments, without any intent to conspire with other feudal monarchies against the nascent republic. Given these considerations, neither the Committee of Public Safety nor the Security Committee wished to penalize the citizens of a former ally. Lebel continued, "Of the Polish spies you released, do you remember a Count Bars?" Andrew nodded, for he indeed recalled the individual. Compared to the cautious French, the number of Polish nobles was astonishingly high. Nearly 1/3 of the Polish populace held noble status. Lebel informed the chief of the political department that earlier that morning, the Polish count had arrived at the Foreign Committee, declaring himself a secret envoy of King Stanis II of Poland. Under the king's directive, Poland was currently igniting a grand armed uprising aimed at expelling the occupying forces of Russia, Prussia, and Austria, with the goal of reclaiming all territories lost since 1772. In light of this, Bars beseeched the traditional ally, the French Republic, to extend a comprehensive emergency military assistance package to Poland. However, this self-proclaimed royal envoy did not present a personal letter or seal from King Stanis II, making it difficult for the Foreign Committee to assess the veracity of his claims. "I hope your police headquarters can dispatch someone, preferably yourself, to assist." Only then did Lebel reveal his true intentions. In fact, prior to 1790, the French Foreign Ministry maintained its own intelligence system. However, due to a lack of funding and the Revolutionary Assembly's encroachment upon cabinet administrative functions, the intelligence network had gradually diminished, nearing paralysis. By the time the monarchy was ultimately overthrown, the once proud intelligence system that had served the Kingdom of France had dissipated. On the other hand, following the execution of Louis XVI, nations across Europe, including their natural ally Poland, severed diplomatic ties, leaving the revolutionary government with only the embassy in the United States operational, effectively stalling the nation's diplomatic activities and rendering the reconstruction of an intelligence system unnecessary. As for the newly occupied territories such as Savoy, Nice, Belgium, and the Rhineland, those were being managed by the Committee of Public Safety and the Military Committee under its leadership, with the Foreign Committee unable to intervene. With recent victories on the battlefield, the current diplomatic landscape appeared quite favorable, first with the arrival of peace envoys from the Kingdom of Spain, followed by a request from former ally Poland to restore relations. Both matters being overseen by the Foreign Committee, ironically, due to France's severe isolation from other European nations over the past year. The Foreign Committee found itself significantly lagging in intelligence gathering. Not only was Lebel unable to ascertain the authenticity of the Polish envoy, but he also remained oblivious to the burgeoning uprising in distant Poland. Considering all these factors, Lebel sought assistance from the police headquarters, directly appealing for Andrew's help in a certain light. The arrival of envoys from both Spain and Poland in Paris was somewhat linked to this political department chief. Furthermore, having graduated from the Strasbourg School of Diplomacy, Andrew's involvement with the Foreign Committee was quite fitting. "Where is this Polish envoy now?" Andrew countered with a question. Lebel replied, "For reasons of confidentiality, we have temporarily accommodated him at the Free Building. In the barracks of the Sentinels. Of course, you are aware that the conditions there are somewhat poor. The Foreign Committee unanimously believes that the Kwani Hotel next door to your police headquarters would be far more suitable." The 12 working committees under the National Convention were primarily situated in buildings near the Parliamentary Hall, with committees for legislation, colonies, agriculture, and commerce located in the Equality Building, while those for the Navy, finance, foreign affairs, and public safety were housed in the Free Building, and the military and security committees occupied the Unity Building. Andrew nodded, saying, "That is not an issue. By this evening, I shall send someone to look after this Polish envoy. Let me clarify, all expenses incurred by the Polish envoy at the hotel will be settled by your Foreign Committee. Additionally, the Foreign Committee should issue a cooperation letter. I have about 2 weeks left in Paris and can assist for a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, a formal document bearing the letterhead of the Foreign Committee was placed before the chief of the political department. Once the rotating chief of the police headquarters, David, signed it, Andrew would seamlessly transition to working from the Free Building, merely a wall away from the power-holding Green Room of France. Upon reaching this point, Andrew could not help but chuckle. It turned out that the seemingly simple-minded man had long been scheming to dig a great pit, awaiting his naive leap into it. However, this was of little consequence, as it was inherently a mutually beneficial political transaction. The time traveler, well versed in the course of history, also required the Polish envoy and the grand uprising led by Kosciuszko to compose a significant treatise on the European Revolution at the Tuileries Palace, thereby showcasing his abilities in intelligence gathering and analysis. Naturally, such part-time endeavors were not without their price. Turning to his ally, he inquired, "Lebel, do you remember the secret police list I sent you last night?" Lebel nodded. "Of course, I have committed the list to memory. Is there an issue?" "Indeed. There is a significant problem concerning the chief of the Murat district. At the lieutenant chief named Marcin. Precisely, his men may have their sights set on your family and secretary. However, you need not worry. As long as it does not involve serious political matters, neither committee will take much interest. Furthermore, I will personally handle that troublemaker, and you must cooperate discreetly." The series of political negotiations with Lebel continued until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Andrew ordered 3 ham and butter sandwiches and a bowl of meat and vegetable soup from a CAF, packaging them in a wicker basket as he made his way to the Palace of Arts across Voltaire Street. From a divine perspective, the Louvre is a magnificent U-shaped palace complex, one of the most treasured edifices from the classical period of France. The Louvre is renowned for its extensive collection of classical paintings and sculptures. In 1793, upon the proposal of National Convention representative Jacques-Louis David, the Louvre was officially renamed the Palace of Arts. Following extensive renovations, various exhibition halls within the Palace of Arts gradually opened to the public, transforming it into a genuine national museum. In contrast to the ruthless bombardment suffered by the Tuileries Palace at the hands of revolutionary forces and the subsequent plundering by rioters, the Louvre, a former royal palace, emerged from the tempest of the Great Revolution largely intact, both in structure and in its collections. Among all those who contributed to the preservation of the Louvre, David, as a member of the Security Committee, played a vital role. Certainly, Davy is not only an exceptionally talented artist but also a relatively successful political opportunist. Although he has signed numerous judgments from both committees, he merely plays a peripheral role, consistently being the last to sign and rarely taking the initiative to draft political persecution orders against individuals or groups. In this regard, Davy and Andrew share a somewhat similar temperament. Furthermore, the astonishing insight displayed by the traveler in matters of art appreciation leaves the great painter in awe. In Chapter 16, Master of Organization and Planning, Part 1, Andrew once visited a special exhibition of Davy's works at the Palace of Art, where he quoted an extensive evaluation of Davy in the guest book. His works are characterized by solemn colors and meticulous composition, marking him as one of the most outstanding artists of our era, destined to become a cornerstone of neoclassical painting. This passionate people's artist is set to dedicate his finest brushwork to the revolution, continuing to create inspiring masterpieces that will endure through time. Undoubtedly, Davy's artistic success stems from his extensive research into ancient sculptures and masterpieces of the Italian Renaissance, as well as his earnest assimilation of German classical aesthetic concepts, all while maintaining his unique perspective. This genuine praise filled Davy's heart with joy and elation. Soon, this artist, devoid of political ambition and cunning, regarded a scheming political police officer as a great confidant and a like-minded revolutionary comrade. On the other hand, the traveler managed to exchange a few inexpensive sandwiches for several precious oil paintings that would later be revered, including the renowned The Death of Socrates, as for the even more famous The Death of Marat. It currently resides in the palace's exquisite collection, classified as a national treasure of France and a spiritual totem of the Jacobins. Should Andrew desire that masterpiece, he would have to wait until after the Thermidorian coup, when Marat's coffin is removed from the Pantheon. Presently, Andrew stands in a corridor adorned with hundreds of famous oil paintings, with The Death of Marat and the tennis court oath to his right. However, at this moment, Andrew's attention is entirely captivated by another masterpiece, Mona Lisa, the beloved work of Da Vinci. In later years, during a visit to the Louvre, the traveler beheld this insurance-valued 830 million gem for a mere 10 seconds. Now, under the gaze of Mona Lisa, Andrew has lingered for 20 full minutes. At some point, a voice emerged from behind him. Did you know that after Da Vinci's passing, I spent 12,000 livres to acquire it from his disciples? From then on, this artistic treasure has been permanently housed in this palace. So many, purchasing Mona Lisa might be considered Oisi's most decisive and correct decision in his lifetime. Undoubtedly, the only person capable of publicly praising a king within this revolutionary art sanctuary is none other than Davy himself. The curator, on Davy's left cheek lies an unmistakable scar, a remnant from many years past when he accidentally injured his left face while practicing fencing, or perhaps dueling, with others. Due to delayed treatment, the wound worsened over the years, resulting in a gradual distortion of his left face and damage to his facial nerves. This injury rendered the artist's face not only crooked but also incapable of expressing a genuine smile, with laughter only manifesting on the right side, appearing mechanical and jerky. To the traveler, this might seem like a cool demeanor, yet in the 18th century social context, it was deemed an extreme breach of decorum. The severe physical defect on his face plunged Davy into profound feelings of inferiority. For a long time, he had no lover and lacked friends. It was not until the onset of the Great Revolution that the artist discovered his life's purpose. Andrew turned around, only to furrow his brow at the sight of an unsightly grease stain on the corner of the other person's coat. Moments ago, the great painter had been signing documents in the lounge while indulging in 3 generous servings of buttered ham sandwiches, accompanied by a bowl of meat and vegetable soup. Observing this, Davy cheerfully extended a hand to pat Andrew's shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, my friend. I can guarantee that no butter or soup has been left on any of the signed documents. You can check my palm. It's quite clean." As for the confidential documents, Davy regarded them as trivial matters, having no intention of inquiring further, provided they did not involve murder. All right, Andrew, possessing a mild obsession with cleanliness, deftly sidestepped the approaching hand and inquired, "What was it you wanted to discuss with me?" Davy, somewhat disgruntled, retracted his arm and, while leading Andrew to his office, replied, "The matter is a bit troublesome. I need your assistance in planning an event. Don't even think of declining. I know you graduated from the Diplomatic Academy and excel at this. A few years prior, when the citizens of Paris stormed the Bastille, Andrew, as a radical leftist, successfully organized a grand celebration at the Academy. During the event, he clashed with an Austrian exchange student named Metternich, leading to a brawl in front of hundreds of faculty and students. Subsequently, both Andrew and Metternich received warnings. Now, the planning project assigned to Andrew by Davy concerns a historical political farce. The Festival of the Supreme being on the 20th of Prairial, Andrew did not shy away from this part-time task, as long as it left no trace in the future. After all, it was not he who would bear the shame in the end. Thus, Andrew instructed Davy, provide me with a clean room equipped with a blackboard, chalk, and a chaise longue, and bring me a pot of hot coffee in an hour. Around 3 in the afternoon, come back to transcribe. Davy immediately replied, no problem. The adjacent public studio has been tidied up. You can ponder there for the time being. I will personally deliver the coffee. You really don't want to see me? That's simple. Just send the lovely Emma instead. She's from the Vindy region and works as my life model in Paris. Previously, she served in a CAF, and now she is responsible for maintaining the sculptures at the Palace of Art. Andrew, my dear friend, I must point out that Citizen Robespierre has shown great enthusiasm for this solemn and sacred ceremony tentatively set for Prairial, and he has proposed several specific requirements. After shooing away the incessantly chattering painter, Andrew found himself alone in the public studio. Reclining on a front-row sofa, he closed his eyes and began to recall the historically derided festival of the Supreme Being. An hour later, sipping the freshly delivered hot coffee, Andrew picked up the chalk and began outlining the timeline and plan for the festival on the blackboard. Another hour passed, and Davy arrived with pen and paper. Sitting before Andrew as he diligently transcribed the key points and considerations dictated by Andrew, I propose that the ceremonial event be held on the 20th of Prairial, coinciding with the day of Pentecost in the old Christian calendar. I am also confident that it will be a splendid day, filled with sunshine. The Paris Commune and its 48 district communes should notify every Parisian citizen 10 days in advance, urging them to adorn their homes with oak wreaths, garlands, flowers, and tricolor ribbons and flags. Among the citizens participating in the ceremony, I suggest that women wear woven wreaths of blooming roses and carry branches of palm or laurel. Men should fasten oak leaves to their hats. When the representatives of the National Convention appear in the parade, children should rush out from the crowd and sprinkle violets and myrtle into the in terms of attire. I recommend that Citizen Robespierre don a sky blue coat, a white silk vest embroidered with silver, a black silk suit, white stockings, gold shoe buckles, and a grand tricolor sash. Other representatives participating in the ceremony should dress similarly. They should also wear long swords at their waists, broad hats adorned with feathers, and carry bouquets made of flowers and corn leaves. Undoubtedly, as the Archbishop and prophetic leader of the revolution, Citizen Robespierre must lead the parade, maintaining a distance of 15 steps from the nearest representative behind him. Next in line would be the members of the Committee of Public Safety and the Committee of General Security. Only then would the remaining representatives of the National Convention follow, and so on. Chapter 17. Master of Organization and Planning, Part 2. Andrew suddenly called for a pause. Sensing that something was amiss, he stared at the blackboard for a while, and moments later, a spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to exclaim, before we set off, I feel we are still lacking something. Indeed, it is a sense of ritual. Davy, I need you to design a hideous, deformed creature resembling a donkey, crafted from cardboard and colorful fabric. According to Citizen Robespierre's speech at the Jacobin Club, atheists are grotesque monsters resembling donkeys. Before departing from the Tuileries Palace towards the Place de Victors, Citizen Robespierre, oh no, I mean the Archbishop, will use a torch soaked in turpentine to set that fabric monster ablaze. Applause erupted, interrupting the traveler's riveting recounting of history. Davy rose to his feet, a look of contrition on his face as he addressed Andrew. My dear Andrew, I merely wish to remind you that the War God Square has officially been renamed. From this day forth, it shall be known as Reunion Square. Furthermore, in accordance with the principles espoused by the Citizen Robespierre, while we obliterate an unsightly monstrosity, we must simultaneously reshape a new citizen archetype. One that epitomizes wisdom, virtue, solemnity, and justice. Come, you take the floor. I shall cease my discourse. Andrew, visibly displeased, cast aside a half-broken piece of red chalk onto the floor. He reached for his coffee cup only to discover it was entirely empty. Davy, ever perceptive, swiftly lifted the coffee pot beside him and stepped forward to refill the planter's cup. Bear this in mind. Do not interrupt my train of thought midway. You are aware that the spark of inspiration and the fervor of artistry often ignite in a fleeting moment, and cannot abide any disturbance. As Andrew issued his warning, he took a hearty gulp of coffee, while Davy nodded in agreement. In the mind of the time traveler, the 500,000 Parisians, eager for spectacle and grand events, would almost certainly swarm to witness the magnificent ceremony of the Shepherd's Moon, bringing along their entire families. The greater the throng of followers, the more exuberant the atmosphere. and the more pleased the high and low leaders would be. This was beyond dispute. Prior to the commencement of the parade, a towering faux mountain made of papier-mâché had already been erected in Reunion Square, atop which stood a lush tree of liberty. To enhance the air of enigmatic reverence, the faux mountain and the tree of liberty would be enveloped in fragrant incense. This spectacle signified that the archbishop would indeed be a god in the truest sense. The supreme being as Robespierre's citizens entered Reunion Square, the assembled crowd of 200,000 would join in a hymn composed by the revolutionary musician Gossec, dedicated to the supreme divine, the god of nature. Amidst the patriotic serenade, the great, glorious, and sacred archbishop citizen would ascend to the pinnacle of the faux mountain, where he would deliver an impassioned and vigorous oration, heralding the dawn of a new religion and a new chapter. Long live the Republic, long live the God of nature, long live the Archbishop. The cheers would resonate to the heavens. Once the ceremonial rites concluded, Reunion Square would continue to host an athletic competition. The time traveler had crafted an almost flawless celebration plan for the Supreme Being Festival in merely 2 to 3 hours, while in another timeline, Davi had toiled for over 2 months to complete his own. Noticing the painter's eyes filled with admiration, reverence, and a hint of doubt, Andrew felt that further words might lead to folly, and thus decided to take his leave immediately. He picked up his brown briefcase from the sofa, tucked it under his arm, and made his way to the door. Before exiting, Andrew patted Davi on the shoulder and reiterated, "My friend, do refrain from disturbing me with such matters in the future. And do not disclose to anyone that Andrew was ever involved in the planning of the Shepherd's Moon celebration." Davi halted Andrew, first dismissing Emma, who had brought the coffee, then leaned in to whisper. Just last night, Robespierre formally accepted the recommendations of Barrel and others, allowing the National Salvation Committee to strengthen its control over the Paris Police Department. Thus, your decision to transition from the police headquarters to a position within the Foreign Affairs Committee is indeed a prudent one. Once Lejeune voluntarily resigns, with the support of Barrel and others, the 29-year-old Libas will seamlessly step into the Security Committee as a substitute. Simultaneously, as part of a political exchange, the two core members of Robespierre's faction, Davi and Libas, must support the National Salvation Committee's oversight of the Paris police within the Security Committee. A thought struck Andrew, prompting him to inquire, does this mean we are to reactivate the surveillance committees across the districts? In essence, this would entail openly placing undercover agents within the precincts. Although the powers of the surveillance committees affiliated with the Paris Commune were limited and could not directly interfere with the precinct's investigations, they could manage the local self-defense forces, from which the precinct's auxiliary officers were drawn. After all, Paris boasted a permanent population of 680,000, with 1/3 having migrated within the past 5 years. Meanwhile, across the 48 administrative districts of Paris, the security police, even when including the political department's spies, numbered less than 900, necessitating the long-term recruitment of numerous auxiliary officers and informants for investigations and the pursuit of traitors. T.O. Andrews' inquiry. Davi did not hold back, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, in order to preempt any clandestine opposition from Vadi and Amal, the National Salvation Committee has temporarily dispatched them to various rural towns in Greater Paris to oversee local grain cultivation. For how long? Andrew asked. Approximately 6 or 7 days, Davi replied. Upon hearing this, Andrew's heart soared. He had previously been concerned about how to navigate the scrutiny from Commissioner Amal while dealing with Marston. Now, however, the National Salvation Committee's decision to exile the two main adversaries, Vadi and Amal, for a week, was a stroke of good fortune. It was a perfect illustration of the old adage. Just when one feels the onset of slumber, a pillow is provided. With Amal's obstruction removed, the coming days would afford Andrew ample opportunity to devise a plan to eliminate Marston. The shadow of the political department's police finally faded from the corridor. A tall, stern-looking man in black unexpectedly appeared before Davi. The man in black queried, "You trust him so readily? A spy chief who dwells perpetually in darkness." "Indeed, Philippe, just as I trust you," Davi responded. Davi perhaps did not anticipate that those words would one day save his life. The man standing before him was none other than the 29-year-old Philippe Libas, the youngest member of the Security Committee. Upon hearing this, the previously serious Libas suddenly burst into laughter, warmly embracing his comrade and exclaiming, "Jacques, my friend, you must congratulate me. Elizabeth is expecting, which means I am to become a father." When Andrew returned to the police headquarters, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He first handed the document package signed by Vida to Deschamps, the supervisor responsible for document dispatch, and then designated a political officer to deliver a letter from the Foreign Affairs Committee to the Palais de Tuileries Freedom Building, assigning the Polish envoy to the hotel adjacent to the headquarters. Upon reaching his desk, Andrew spotted a new document awaiting him, a preliminary interrogation report sent by Lieutenant Bruce. Initially, Andrew paid little heed to the 2 royalist spies betraying the nation. The guillotine was surely their only fate. In truth, he was more hopeful that his subordinates would capture a valuable Prussian spy. Unfortunately, the Prussian agent responsible for the rendezvous was but a minor player, offering little value. Conversely, Andrew noted from the interrogation report that the captured royalist spy, named Morel, hailed from the Isry department and was, remarkably, a compatriot of Marston, both having resided in the capital of Grenoble for 20 years. Andrew was certain that some form of connection existed between the two in that small city. If none could be found, then evidence must be fabricated to ensure they appeared linked. Chapter 18. The Polish Envoy Baus, Part 1. Originally, Andrew had intended to visit the Luxembourg prison to find a compliant inmate to serve as a witness against the royalists. Now, however, a ready-made opportunity had presented itself. The female royalist who had intruded into Napoleon's suite, Julie, was in fact Morel's wife in Paris, and together they had sired a son and a daughter. Bruce's report accurately stated that Julie, the merchant's wife, likely remained oblivious to her husband's treasonous activities. Even under severe police coercion, she steadfastly believed that her husband Morel was a grain merchant supportive of the Republic, as Julie was illiterate. The document placed in her possession had been deceitfully presented by Morel as a letter from the Grain Bureau. According to the established practices of the Revolutionary Tribunal, Julie's allegiance as a royalist was of little consequence. Since her husband Morel had been definitively identified as a spy, and they had both been present at the scene of an intelligence transaction with the Prussian agent, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the ultimate fate of this couple would lead them both to the guillotine. After perusing the interrogation report, Andrew did not sign it for submission to Deschamps and the archives. Instead, he crumpled it haphazardly and tucked it into his pocket. Upon descending, Andrew turned towards the hotel next door, the Quani. He first visited the restaurant on the ground floor, instructing the server to promptly deliver a large platter of freshly grilled sausages, 2 pounds of white bread, a generous portion of butter, a small tub of honey, and a large bottle of vodka to room 306. After approximately 20 minutes, Andrew leisurely made his way to the 3rd floor of the hotel. At the end of the left-hand corridor lay the room occupied by Count Baus, the Polish envoy, with the political department's constables stationed outside. After exchanging a few words with his subordinate, Andrew signaled for the officer to go downstairs for a meal and return to duty in an hour. Upon entering the room, Andrew found Count Baus sprawled comfortably in a Louis XV armchair, having devoured all the sausages and an entire bottle of vodka, and even half of the bread and honey, now resting contentedly with a satisfied belch. The Quani, long since stripped of its former splendor due to the upheavals of the Great Revolution and years of neglect, no longer bore the opulent glory of the Louis XV era. In the modest confines of room 306, the furnishings consist solely of a bed propped up on bricks, a chipped 5-drawer chest, a writing desk that doubles as a dining table, and a wicker chair. The armchair, however, is a borrowed relic from the floor's attendant. The once exquisite wall clock, the crimson velvet curtains, the silken bed linens, and even the ornate brass doorknobs have long since vanished during the Great Uprising in August 1792. The citizens of Paris had appropriated these valuable items as trophies of war. Nevertheless, the Polish envoy felt rather content. It was 100 times better than the horrific prison of the police station or the squalid quarters of the sentinels. Andrew, my esteemed police acquaintance, alone in all of Paris, knew the preferences of the Polish envoy bars. Upon the arrival of the old friend, the stout Polish envoy, weighing over 300 pounds, struggled to rise from the armchair to greet him, nearly toppling over with the chair. Observing this, Andrew merely shook his head, signaling his companion to remain calm. The room, lacking in ventilation, was filled with the unpleasant aroma of food, wine, and the burps of the corpulent man. Causing Andrew to furrow his brow, he approached the window, pulled open the modern blinds, and thrust all the glass panes wide open to allow fresh air to circulate within. Turning back to Bars, Andrew inquired, "Speak plainly, and tell me the truth. Whom do you represent, Dear Count, which faction does your allegiance belong to? I unequivocally represent His Majesty, Stanis II Augustus, the esteemed King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania. Bars, the Polish envoy, hesitated momentarily. Andrew shook his head, chuckling softly with a hint of reproach. You cunning Polish rogue, your king is undoubtedly under the absolute dominion of Marshal Potocki of the Targowica Confederation. Ah, and let us not forget, there are 6,000 Russian soldiers guarding the king. How could he possibly dispatch a minor resistance figure such as yourself to France in search of aid? Just as Bars was about to protest, he was silenced by the piercing gaze of the political enforcer. Andrew issued a final warning to the Pole, stating, You would do well to contemplate your response before answering my query. Do not forget, I still hold the power of life and death as an enforcer, not merely one of those duplicitous diplomatic gentlemen. Should you err in your answer, I assure you, you will find yourself imprisoned in a Parisian jail tonight. And you shall endure 3 days and nights of hunger. The Polish envoy trembled in fear. He had once been Andrew's captive and had experienced firsthand the young constable's ruthless methods. Moreover, Andrew seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to discern events occurring miles away in Polish territory, including the intricate relations between the Polish king and the Targowica Confederation, as well as the grievances with the Russian Empress. Indeed, you speak the truth, Andrew. His Majesty Stanis II remains under the watchful eyes of the Russian forces, and our men cannot approach him. However, the king has verbally reaffirmed the May 3rd Constitution and has called upon 12 million Poles and Lithuanians to defend our shared homeland and to arm against the Russian occupying forces. Get to the point. Who sent you? Andrew, perpetually disinterested in hollow political rhetoric, impatiently urged Bars. An informed observer of modern history would recognize that the envoy before him was initially masquerading as a representative of the Polish king. Although Bars had once been part of the Targowica's nobility, he was a staunch advocate of resistance. Due to his insistence on restoring the May 3rd Constitution, his relationship with the Polish king had soured considerably. Since Stanis II had ordered the complete abrogation of the May 3rd Constitution in 1792, the king had sought various excuses to refuse its restoration. Under Andrew's relentless questioning, Bars, weighing his options, decided to refrain from further provoking the head of the secret police and divulged all he knew. Yes, Captain. I hail from Croc W and have received a secret commission from General Kosciuszko. In fact, our righteous endeavor has garnered the full support of Prince Poniatowski and General Dąbrowski. Continue, Count. Andrew in the wicker chair urged. Just days before Bars's journey to France, on March 24, 1794, Kosciuszko had arrived in Croc W, Poland's second capital, to announce an unprecedented uprising involving Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine. The next day, with the backing of Prince Poniatowski, representing the interests of the nobility, General Dąbrowski, representing the military neutrals, and the radical representative Ossakowski, Kosciuszko naturally assumed the role of supreme commander of all Polish forces. On April 4, the very day Bars entered Paris as an envoy, Kosciuszko led a motley army to victory against a poorly organized, ill-equipped, and demoralized Russian intervention force near Rakowice, achieving a Polish version of the Battle of Valmy, successfully reclaiming the Little Poland region. Of course, envoy Bars was unaware of the subsequent events, but the time traveler was well informed. He even knew that the fortunate Poles would dramatically recapture the capital, Warsaw, almost without a fight. Unfortunately, the victory in Warsaw would ultimately mark the zenith of the Grand Kosciuszko uprising. In fact, earlier in 1793, Kosciuszko had visited Paris. This liberator of the North American colonies, along with the revolutionary figures of Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine, received a warm welcome from the nascent Republic. At that time, both the ruling Girondins and the opposing Jacobins, along with nearly all high-ranking French politicians, sympathized with the plight of Poland, which was being invaded by Russia, Prussia, and Austria. During this period, Brissot, the rotating president of the National Convention, publicly declared his admiration for the brave Polish people, offering any assistance within their means. However, the first formal discussions between Kosciuszko and revolutionary France ended in discord. The cause of the rift was Kosciuszko's naive request for revolutionary France to pardon the deposed King Louis XVI and commute his death sentence to exile, which was met with outright refusal. A strong response. The day after Kosciuszko's disgruntled departure from France, over 700 representatives of the National Convention voted collectively to send Louis XVI to the guillotine. Thus, the relationship between France and Poland deteriorated further, ultimately leading to a severance of diplomatic ties. Chapter 19. The Polish Envoy Bars, Part 2. Reflecting on this, Andrew fixed his gaze upon the Polish man. Enunciating each word with precision, I wish to understand one matter. Why has the indomitable General Kosciuszko suddenly changed his stance and implored France to set aside past grievances and extend aid to Poland? Historically, after the fallout with revolutionary France, the obstinate Polish leader had refused any form of apology, resulting in the Republic's government ultimately providing no assistance to the isolated and helpless Poland. On the other hand, despite the tense Franco-Polish relations, revolutionary France never prohibited Polish nationalists from procuring arms within its borders, occasionally even directing munitions factories to offer semi-grants. Indeed, few can alter Kosciuszko's resolve, at least not I. Bars lamented. Earlier this year, I joined forces with Prince Poniatowski and General Dąbrowski to persuade the commander, but to no avail. Though be frank, my purpose in coming to Paris is not to seek support, but to procure arms and recruit some sympathetic French officers. Upon hearing this, Andrew finally discerned the true identity of the Polish count. Not an envoy seeking military assistance from France, but rather a merchant of arms. Oh, do tell, how much money have you brought to France? And how many weapons do you intend to purchase? Andrew cautiously broached the sensitive topic. Bars did not shy away from this inquiry. Instead, he replied earnestly, initially, 100,000 zlotys, with the potential for further additions later. Moreover, we can guarantee that the first transaction will be settled entirely in gold. Prince Poniatowski privately informed me that if I could secure an equivalent amount of aid from France, half of that funding would serve as my special operational budget in Paris. Without the need for subsequent accounting. In Polish, zloty denotes gold, and currently, 1 zloty is approximately worth 5 livres, silver coins. Thus 100,000 zlotys equates to 500,000 livres. Clearly, the astute Bars was actively courting a like-minded partner. And that partner was none other than Andrew. If French military aid amounted to 500,000 livres, the Polish count's diplomatic funding would reach 250,000, a staggering sum beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. From last year to this half year, Andrew's regular salary, combined with his earnings from the black market, totaled merely 10,000 livres. Just yesterday morning, the benevolent Andrew had spent 2,000, leaving him with only 8,000. The ever-cautious Andrew approached the door, taking a moment to ensure no one was eavesdropping in the corridor. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he returned, joyfully patting the Polish man's arm and exclaiming, "You are indeed an honest and delightful Polish fellow." At this very moment, Andrew was calculating the volume and weight of the 5 million livres, silver coins. But more importantly, he was pondering what share he would be able to claim for himself. Once a rough feasibility plan formed in his mind, Andrew promptly conveyed his thoughts to Bars. "Rest assured, Bars, as your most loyal friend and an ardent supporter of the Polish Revolution, I shall do everything in my power to assist Free Poland in securing military aid from the French Republic. However, in return, I must claim 80 of the diplomatic funds, which amount to half of the military aid. Andrew, you are far too greedy. We can only split it 50-50, each taking half." The Pole quickly shook his head. "Very well, at least let it be 75%, Andrew insisted. The matter of unconditional military aid was exceedingly complex, involving numerous government departments, including the National Salvation Committee, the Public Safety Committee, the Military Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Economic Committee, and the Police Headquarters. I must ensure that the heads of these departments are all properly attended to," Bars responded, shamelessly inflating his own worth. "You can take a maximum of 60%. Andrew, my friend, you know me well. I own 13 estates of various sizes in Little Poland and Mazovia, which comprise over 10,000 lazy serfs. To support the restoration of our homeland, at the request of Commander-in-Chief Kosciuszko, I have exempted all military conscripts and their families from taxes for 3 years. Should a conscript fall in battle or suffer severe injuries, I will unconditionally restore their family's freedom." Bars, equally unwilling to concede, lamented to his partner. At the very least, it must be 70%. Andrew knew Bars was not exaggerating. Any Polish noble supporting the Kosciuszko uprising had performed similar acts of kindness. Bars responded with utmost determination. "My friend, it can only be 65%. Do not oppose me just yet. I have a suggestion. If you agree to my terms, I shall advance you gold worth 90,000 livres as your operational funds, regardless of whether future French military aid succeeds or fails. Deal?" Andrew resolved to bring a bottle of champagne next time. Following a brief yet efficient negotiation, the hands of the Polish and French men finally clasped together. The preparatory meeting for the division of spoils concluded successfully, and what followed was a conspiratorial discussion between partners Andrew and Bars. After a moment of discussion, Andrew suddenly erupted in frustration, rising to his feet in anger. "Damn that fat man! You painstakingly forged a secret letter from the King of Poland, only to end up with a plea for help from General Kosciuszko instead. Let that be. You can spend an entire night forging a handwritten letter from the commander-in-chief of the Polish army. Surely, this small task cannot pose a challenge for a Polish diplomat." "Well, that poses no issue," Bars replied. Having once served as a secretary, counselor, and minister at foreign embassies, forging documents was a trivial matter for him. Andrew pressed on. "And what of the gold, valued at 90,000 livres, that you promised as a deposit? When and how do you intend to deliver it?" Bars inquired with a chuckle. "Do you recall the last place where you sent your men to apprehend me? The Gevry mansion at 65 Rue de Roses, owned by a staunch Girondist, who has since met the guillotine. The entire house has been abandoned for several months now. Have you hidden the gold there?" "Not at all. My men thoroughly searched the entire building and found nothing of worth." Despite this, Andrew felt a pang of regret for nearly missing out on a fortune. The Polish count, however, wore a smug expression, reveling in having momentarily outsmarted the police chief before him. "Ha! Your subordinates pried open the living room floor, smashed the bedroom walls, rummaged through the attic, and even uprooted the flowers and trees in the back garden. Yet they overlooked the front courtyard, with its carriage-waiting fountain. The 500 Louis d'or weigh nearly 70 pounds. I transferred them into a small oak barrel and ultimately discarded it into the fountain. Indeed, each coin is valued at 8 Louis d'or, totaling 4,000 Louis d'or. According to the current exchange rate of gold to silver coins in Paris at 1:24, this batch of gold is worth approximately 96,000 livres. Though I still count it as 90,000 by the late reign of Louis XV, the minting of gold coins valued at 8 Louis d'or had ceased. Thus, the Polish count's gold Louis d'or must have been produced during the time the French king supported Leszczyński in the Polish Succession War. "You cunning Pole!" Andrew chided with a laugh. "Likewise, Andrew, I have fulfilled my promise. Once you locate the gold, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to promote this glorious and just cause. If necessary, I shall personally lead an expedition to Poland." Should everything proceed smoothly, Andrew stood to gain benefits exceeding 1,500,000 livres from the French aid to Poland. Undoubtedly, this substantial sum was enough to entice a traveler to venture the risky journey of 1,600 kilometers to Poland. Before departing, Andrew cautioned, "Oh, Count, there's one more thing I need from you. Please document our conversation today in a memorandum under my name. Indeed, I need to present it to the Foreign Affairs Committee tomorrow morning." Chapter 20. A Night Visit to the Gevry Mansion, Part 1. As Andrew exited the restaurant, night had already fallen, and the gates of the adjacent police headquarters were firmly locked. Initially intending to return home for dinner, he was abruptly intercepted by the hurriedly arriving Tarian. With no other option, Andrew invited his ally Tarian to return to the Kwani restaurant for a meal. Lacking private dining rooms, the two chose a secluded corner to sit. "My friend, you must help me," the sorrowful Parisian implored. Earlier that afternoon, Caballou had tossed a cabbage heart to Tarian, who had infiltrated the prison disguised as a vendor, containing a note that read, "If you truly love me as you profess, then spare no effort to save France and me." Upon receiving the note from Tarian, the overly sensitive police chief merely glanced at it before abruptly standing, tossing the secret missive into the roaring fireplace. "Damn you, Tarian! If you wish to see Caballou again, do not carry evidence so carelessly nor display it to others. Should this missive be exposed, Caballou would surely find herself on the guillotine by the following day. And Tarian would be implicated as well, risking expulsion from the National Convention. As for Chief Andrew, he too would face a series of vexing dilemmas. Despite Andrew's well-intentioned warning, Tarian, lost in a stupor of passion, remained largely unresponsive, incessantly murmuring Caballou's name. Frustration mounted within Andrew, who, fueled by malice, began to incessantly provoke Tarian about his closeness with the Marchioness of Caton. "I am certain that the Marchioness of Caton lost her innocence at the tender age of 14. But I love her, the beautiful and charming Caballou. I am convinced that the Marchioness's lovers surpass a reinforced infantry company, not to mention the new acquaintances she has made in prison, yet I love her. The understanding Kabaloo. I also believe that once the lady marries you, your head will be covered in green grass. But I still love her, the romantic and passionate Kabaloo. Very well, I can arrange for you two to meet again. Indeed, you shall have a private rendezvous, at least ensuring an hour together. Fearing you, I might even extend it to another hour. Andrew, I knew you were my most trustworthy friend. Now tell me, what are your terms for this exchange? The now sober guild representative sought to understand Andrew's true intentions behind the risk he was willing to take. Assist me in setting a trap, targeting Lieutenant Malson of the Marais District Police Station. That poses no problem. Well, I am hungry now. You may summon the waiter to serve the food, and we can discuss as we eat. Around 7 in the evening, having resolved both the issues with his ally and his personal matters, Andrew hailed a four-wheeled carriage from the roadside. He tossed the driver 10 copper sous along with a pre-prepared note, instructing him to act as a messenger to St. Jacques Street 158 to find the coachman CL Mint. The note was entirely written in the secret code of the Ministry of Politics. Although the illiterate CL Mint could not decipher its contents, his wife Anna could understand. Andrew requested CL Mint to drive a carriage to wait quietly at the Gevry mansion at 65 Rue de Roses before 8 o'clock that evening. Anticipating Andrew's arrival, watching the messenger's carriage disappear into the distance, Andrew promptly summoned another carriage. Once seated, he instructed, to 65 Rue de Roses, the Gevry mansion. Rue de Roses is located near the Invalides, its cobblestone pavement echoing the crisp sound of hooves as the carriage traversed it. This night, under the full moon, the unclouded moonlight shone brilliantly. Through the carriage window, the desolate scene of houses and trees unfolded, starkly devoid of life. Despite the curfew not being in effect for several more hours, the number of candlelit houses along the street was scant. Not a single passerby could be seen, only a few residents cautiously peeking through heavy curtains, quickly retreating. A year ago, however, this street, known as Rose Street, was dubbed Little Bordeaux, a bustling thoroughfare alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter. The residents here were predominantly affluent and generous Bordeaux merchants, eager to share the joys of their wealth with their neighbors. Undoubtedly, Little Bordeaux was a natural bastion of support for the Girondins, and following the Girondins' fall from grace, it became one of the first streets to suffer misfortune. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a steady halt in front of the Gayfier mansion. Andrew alighted from the carriage. After receiving his fare in full, the coachman departed without so much as a backward glance. Seemingly eager to escape this place of turmoil, unwilling even to inquire if his passenger required a return journey, Andrew was unfazed by this behavior. Under the luminous moonlight, he quickly discerned that the green paint on the mansion's door was peeling away in patches, rendering the entire estate desolate and dilapidated. Furthermore, the walls flanking the entrance had faded, with stones beginning to crumble. Wind-blown seeds had taken root in the crevices of the walls, sprouting deep, unruly weeds, in early June of the previous year. The owner of this residence was incarcerated in Luxembourg prison due to his support of the Girondin faction, and subsequently met his end at the guillotine during the month of mist. Shortly thereafter, Count Bars rented the Gayfier mansion for 3 years at a pittance from the landlord's widow. Merely 5 months later, however, a nest of Polish spies concealed within was apprehended en masse by Andrew. As for the mansion's lawful owner, the widow of the former landlord, it is presumed she was frightened into exile by the secret police around that time. Andrew strode purposefully toward the mansion's main entrance, but paused at a side gate. He first tore open the long-damaged seal on the door, then produced a master key from his pocket. The prolonged vacancy had caused the lock to rust, and Andrew struggled mightily to turn the key. Due to the former owner's involvement in several political scandals and his failure to surrender to the local police within the stipulated 3 months, the property of the Gayfier mansion had officially reverted to the French Republic under the laws enacted since March of the previous year, the Anti-Exile Decree. The punitive measures against suspected criminals, in the month of Mist Decree, this moment, Captain Andrew, serving as the chief of police, could legitimately represent the Republic as he entered this abode. Though his mind was singularly focused on a cache of gold, the sight before him was one of utter ruin. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, the classical façade was marred by shattered glass windows, and patches of moss lent a green tinge to the stone walls, while a timid ivy clung to the ornate oak door. The stone lions flanking the entrance lay in pieces upon the grass, shattered remnants scattered haphazardly. A discerning eye could still detect numerous bullet marks. remnants of the Polish spies' futile attempts to resist. From the outset, Andrew had no intention of negotiating. Upon the enemy's refusal to surrender unconditionally, he ordered over 100 armed officers from the police and local militia to open a sustained fire upon the besieged apartment building. The highest commander on site even proclaimed that if the Poles did not lay down their arms within 20 minutes, he would summon artillery from the barracks and demolish the entire structure with solid shot. Fortunately, Count Bars retained his composure and successfully persuaded his men to cease fire and surrender unconditionally at the last moment, thus averting needless casualties. Returning to this familiar ground, Andrew's sole intent remained that cache of gold. As he approached the fountain in the courtyard, a black cat darted from the underbrush, meowing at the unexpected visitor before swiftly disappearing into the entrance of the mansion. Chapter 21. A Night Visit to the Gayfier Mansion, Part 2. Standing before the fountain, Andrew instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The water resembled a putrid, greenish pool akin to that of the fountains at the Palace of Versailles. In the center of the fountain stood a stone effigy of Venus, the goddess of love, her nose tragically diminished, having been partially shot off during a skirmish months prior. One of her arms clutched a large drainpipe, though water no longer flowed from it. After hesitating for an extended moment by the foul-smelling pool, Andrew resolved to act. He removed his coat, fashioned a rudimentary mask from a handkerchief, rolled up his sleeves and trousers, and gingerly stepped into the murky water, moving cautiously as he searched with both hands. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, having slipped twice on the slick surface and fallen into the stinking water, Andrew finally felt a small wooden chest at the bottom of the pool. Pulling with all his might, he found it surprisingly heavy. This must be it. Excitement surged through him. According to Bars, the chest contained nearly 70 pounds of gold coins along with 30 pounds of wood, totaling around 100 pounds. After much effort, Andrew, panting heavily, managed to haul the treasure chest onto solid ground. Without a moment's pause, he seized a sturdy stone and smashed the lock on one side of the chest. Lifting the lid revealed that the coins were covered in a layer of green algae, sticky and uninviting. It was not until Andrew rushed to the ground floor and fetched a tattered tablecloth that he was able to clean each coin, revealing their dazzling golden sheen. In total, there were 500 coins, each valued at 8 louis d'or, technically referred to as gold ingots. A standard louis d'or weighs 8.158 grams and boasts a gold content of 0.917, while the 8 louis d'or coins before him weighed over 65 grams each. This was the privilege of those in power. As a high-ranking officer, Andrew's entire annual salary paled in comparison to merely 10%, perhaps even 5%, of the value of this chest of gold, provided this matter remained concealed from the public eye, and Andrew continued to align himself with the Jacobin faction. Even the incorruptible Robespierre and the revolutionary Archangel would have little to say upon learning of it. Seated amidst the overgrown grass, Andrew withdrew his pocket watch. Noting that there were still 10 minutes until 8 o'clock, he knew that the punctual CL Mint would not arrive early. A cacophony of meows from within the building piqued Andrew's curiosity. Following the sound, he navigated through the broken door to the main hall. The interior was a chaotic sight, almost too painful to behold. Without a doubt, all this destruction was the handiwork of the militia. Once the police had escorted the Polish spies away, Andrew, as the highest-ranking officer, tacitly approved a frenzied looting reminiscent of the storming of the Bastille, allowing the militia participants and their families to carry off whatever valuables they could. The restaurant's drapes had been torn down, leaving only the tableware racks, large crates, and cumbersome furniture that was difficult to move. The wooden floors bore the scars of rifle butts. Above the red marble fireplace hung a severely damaged large portrait frame, the identity of the depicted figure obscured by dust and scattered fragments of gilded copper. The living room was in even worse disarray, with almost no furniture left standing upright. Everything askew, a precious harpsichord had been reduced to a pile of debris, revealing a single leg and a few ivory keys. At that moment, Andrew noticed the black cat lounging lazily atop the harpsichord, its pale green eyes warily tracking the approaching stranger. Andrew smiled and, reaching into his pocket, scattered a few pieces of beef jerky on the harpsichord for the feline. Originally intended as a treat for young Louis upon his return home, it now benefited this black cat. Even in the year 1794, far removed from the Middle Ages, many French people still viewed black cats as the pets or avatars of witches, believed to bring misfortune. However, Andrew, with a soul steeped in Chinese culture, saw the black cat not only as a ward against evil but also as a symbol of good fortune. Watching the black cat devour the jerky, Andrew contemplated reaching out to stroke its head, pondering whether he might take it home. But just then, the sound of hooves striking the cobblestones echoed from outside, followed by a melodious mimicry of a nightingale's distant song growing nearer. Andrew knew CL Mint had arrived. He quickly rose and hurried toward the treasure chest. 2 minutes later, as Andrew loaded the chest containing 500 gold coins onto the carriage, he noticed that the black cat had silently followed him. Now perched on the opposite seat, its meager eyes fixed on him. "Would you like more?" After receiving a meow from the cat, Andrew promptly placed the remainder of the beef jerky from his pocket before it. The coachman did not return to St. Jacques Street but, following Andrew's instructions, set off in a northeastern direction toward Fort Street in the Gravier district. After a lengthy assessment lasting over 20 minutes, the accountant finally rose and turned to report the findings to his employer, Lind, and Captain Andrew, who stood behind him. 500 coins, minted in Rouen in 1726, each valued at 8 Louis d'or, amounted to a total value of 4,000 Louis d'or, all in pristine condition. Having delivered this news, he returned to his seat to continue his work, surrounded by countless gleaming gold and silver coins, jewelry, diamonds, and pocket watches piled high like miniature mountains. This was a concealed underground bank located on Fort Street, owned by Lind, a burly man with a fearsome visage. A deep, crimson scar marred Lind's forehead, adding an air of terror and foreboding to his presence. Linda first invited Andrew to the adjacent parlor for a moment of respite, and then inquired, "Which bank do you intend to deposit the gold in? The Dutch, the Austrian, the British, or the Berlin Bank?" To his surprise, Andrew provided an unexpected answer. The scar-faced proprietor paused momentarily before instructing someone to issue a note for 4,000 Louis d'or, which he personally handed to Andrew, explaining, "Generally, it takes about 20 days, at most 30. After which anyone can present this note at the Berlin Bank to redeem the equivalent of 4,000 Louis d'or in gold." At that moment, it was Andrew's turn to be astonished. According to the regulations of underground banks, such unauthorized transfers of assets abroad typically incur a fee of 30 to 40 of the face value. Even though Sheriff Andrew held significant power within the underground banking realm, the fee would not be less than 15. It quickly dawned on Andrew that the other party needed him to accomplish a task, and the remuneration for this was the 600 Louis d'or fee. After receiving the political chief's approval, Linda candidly stated, "My brother-in-law, Simon Werner, was arrested a few days ago under the orders of Chief Marshal Marson from the Marais police station, with a fine of 3,000 livres imposed." Of course, this was not a significant matter. However, my sister, Lisa, upon paying the fine in full, was left with nothing but a mangled corpse from the detention center. Just a few hours ago, my men retrieved Lisa's body from the Seine, and I hope you. Andrew waved his hand to halt the continuation of Linda's words, and without hesitation, he added a special declaration. The political chief remarked, "Any assassination of a serving police officer in Paris is an unforgivable felony. A severe provocation against the Paris police headquarters, the 16 political subdivisions, the 48 security police stations, and the 1,000 just officers." At this juncture, he cast a glance at the moneylender, his tone momentarily pausing before continuing. "However, if someone is stripped of their police identity, the situation changes. At least my political department will not intervene in such trivial matters." Having said this, Andrew tucked the note into his inner pocket, preparing to turn away when Linda reached out to stop him. The moneylender said, "Regarding the matter we discussed last time, could you reconsider? That wealthy lady has raised the bounty to 10,000 Louis d'or. If you merely nod, I can negotiate for 15,000 or even 20,000 Louis d'or." Chapter 22. Assistance for the Polish Uprising. Part 1. Andrew gently brushed aside the other's arm, stating coolly, "The individuals you refer to are merely 2 lunatics placed upon the altar as lambs. I doubt anyone can save them. These 2 lunatics are the extreme representatives of the National Salvation Committee, Colo Dubois and Bayet Vallon. The lamb in question is none other than the illustrious founder of modern chemistry, the renowned Lavoisier. And as for the client mentioned by Linda, that would be Madame Lavoisier. At this moment, she was desperately seeking connections to rescue her imprisoned husband, Lavoisier, relying on wealth rather than the foolish schemes of Madame Demoulin to orchestrate a prison break. Andrew was keenly aware of his own prudence, knowing precisely which benefits were attainable and where the red line lay. France was not lacking in chemists, including François, Berthold, and Morveau. Nevertheless, the scar-faced man remained undeterred, informing the departing political chief that Madame Lavoisier's bounty would remain valid. As long as Andrew consented, Linda could facilitate an advance payment of at least 30 of the fee, amounting to 6,000 Louis d'Or. Late that night, after a long day of toil, Andrew returned to his apartment building. Upon entering his room, he sensed the presence of another on his bed, but in the next moment, he caught the distinct scent of rosewater perfume. Without a second thought, he swiftly disrobed, flung back the covers, and leapt onto the bed. Before long, the sounds of their passionate embrace echoed throughout the room. The following morning, as he descended the stairs, the cook Anna subtly reminded Andrew to ensure that the windows and doors of his bedroom were securely closed at night, for the sake of little Louis's slumber. The coachman who drove Andrew to work expressed his envy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Ah, to be young again." In response, Clement was even certain that Maria's earth-shattering cries had reached the tailor's south shop across the street. Andrew, however, remained nonchalant, well aware that Maria's audacity to stay overnight at his residence had garnered the old tailor's tacit approval. Nearly 50, Felua had longed for an heir, which led him to spend 10,000 livres to marry a young and beautiful wife. Yet, the old tailor, despite his intentions, had been unable to achieve this, prompting him to consider alternative means to ensure Maria's clandestine conception. Undoubtedly, this behavior was quintessentially French, to the extent that in later generations, over half of newborns in France were not fathered by their legal husbands. Consequently, the French Parliament amended the Civil Code to prohibit personal paternity testing, stipulating that even if a paternity test proved a child was not biologically related, a Frenchman, husband, could not evade his obligation to support non-biological children. Returning to the present, after leaving the police headquarters, Andrew received a memorandum from the Polish envoy regarding their meeting the previous day. After reviewing it thoroughly and making a few adjustments, he handed the document to the clerk for transcription in triplicate. By 9:30 a.m., the 3 copies of the memorandum were submitted to the desk of the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Labor. In less than a quarter of an hour, Labor dispatched someone to inform Andrew that a temporary hearing on the Polish issue would convene at 10 a.m. in the Grand Office of the Foreign Affairs Committee, urging Andrew to prepare in advance. The weather that day was pleasant, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine, an ideal day for a stroll. After exiting the police headquarters, Andrew did not head directly to the Liberty Building, but instead took a longer route, entering the Tuileries garden through the Louvre's colonnade, leisurely traversing the freshly trimmed flower beds, bubbling fountains, and shaded paths lined with statues and green trees for about 20 minutes until he finally arrived at the entrance of the Unity Building. Between the Unity Building and the Liberty Building lay a dim corridor connecting the two, illuminated day and night, frequented by a variety of individuals, all bearing solemn expressions and rarely exchanging words. Upon reaching the second floor of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Andrew found Labor waiting at the entrance, looking slightly reproachful. He softly remarked, "You ought to have prepared several copies in advance. The 3 memoranda you sent earlier have already been forwarded to the National Salvation Committee. Additionally, someone from the Green Room will also be coming to seek opinions." Andrew inquired, "Oh, who will that be?" Labor replied, "Carnot, Saint Just, and Cambon." "Ha! None of them are our allies," Andrew retorted. "They may not all necessarily be adversaries." With that, both men exchanged a knowing smile and entered the office hall of the Foreign Affairs Committee together. Like other working committees, the members convened collectively in the hall, with several long tables joined together, draped in a uniform color, forming a concave or arched shape. The National Salvation Committee's tablecloth was deep green, earning it the moniker of the Green Room. The Foreign Affairs Committee's tablecloth was purple, but no one referred to it as the Purple Room. This was due to the waning influence of the Foreign Affairs Committee, to the extent that among the restructured members of the National Salvation Committee, none hailed from the Foreign Affairs Committee. The joint hearing concerning Polish affairs included not only the 6 members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but also 3 from the National Salvation Committee, comprising Carnot, responsible for military affairs, Cambon, overseeing finances, and Saint Just, who was soon to join the Moselle Legion. Originally, Robespierre was to attend in person, but he had fallen ill with a high fever last night, experiencing several fainting spells, compelling Saint Just, one of the 3 leading figures, to postpone his itinerary and attend in place of his revolutionary mentor. Among the 5 members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, apart from Labour, Andrew had not heard of the others. Considering them mere passers-by, as the hearing commenced, Andrew recounted in detail his conversation with the Polish envoy, Bars, from the previous day, candidly disclosing the envoy's true identity as a representative seeking aid from the leaders of the Polish uprising, rather than a mere envoy of King Stanis II of Poland. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Foreign Affairs Committee lost interest, as the revelation of a faux envoy had greatly disappointed the diplomats, with some irate members calling for the arrest of the Polish charlatan impersonating the king's envoy. Labour, as an executive member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, sat with a smile, refraining from intervening. After these 2 days of interaction, he had come to trust Andrew's capabilities thoroughly. "Citizen Frank," he inquired, "do you believe this Polish uprising can succeed? Or must France provide substantial assistance to ensure its victory?" The first to speak was Commissioner Carnot, a retired engineer from Burgundy, gray-haired, shrewd in calculations, resolute, and somewhat unruly. Despite being in charge of military matters for the National Salvation Committee and regarded as a strategist for victory, his military rank was the same as Andrew's. In response to the military expert's inquiry, Andrew straightforwardly replied, "Commissioner Carnot, I personally believe that unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Polish uprising will endure no more than 2 months under the joint stranglehold of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. However, with the support of revolutionary France, I firmly believe that the Polish struggle will endure until this time next year." The early days of November in history witnessed Warsaw, the capital, once again falling into the hands of the Russians, marking the conclusion of the fervent Polish uprising and the complete devastation of the Polish kingdom. Nevertheless, the Russian army's suppression of the scattered Polish resistance continued until 1798. It is evident that the words of the traveler prior were nothing but baseless fabrications. However, if the valiant Polish insurgents could withstand the combined forces of Prussia and Russia for a period of 8 months, it is likely that Andrew would fall short of the promised sum of over 1,000,000 livres from Count Bals. Andrew intended to elaborate further but was abruptly interrupted by Kongbang. "Since there appeared to be no hope for victory, why waste our already limited strategic resources? At most, we could offload those 300 expensive rifles and 2 utterly useless hot air balloons at a bargain price to the Poles." Citizen Carnot, what do you think? Chapter 23. Assistance to the Polish Uprising. Part 2. Clearly, Kongbang, unable to restrain his emotions, unleashed the pent-up fury he had harbored in the National Salvation Committee upon the joint hearing. The number of recruits mobilized by the military committee had already exceeded the original plan by a third, surpassing 50,000 men. Moreover, Carnot had ordered the establishment of 2 costly experimental units, including a rifle battalion of 320 men and a hot air balloon aviation company. As the chief overseer of the economy and the issuance of bonds, Kongbang was naturally infuriated by these exorbitant military expenses that exceeded the budget. His department would have to work overtime to meticulously calculate the excess issuance of bonds to ensure that their actual purchasing power would not fall below 1/5 of their face value. Throughout, Carnot maintained an impassive expression, disregarding the provocations from his colleagues in the National Salvation Committee. In the eyes of this captain of engineers, Kongbang was merely an incompetent sycophant whose only talent was to adapt to the winds of fortune. Before the fall of Dandong, Kongbang had ardently flattered the revolutionary giant. Now, Robespierre had become the totemic figure for the bond bankers. After ignoring Kongbang's provocations, the strong-willed and astute military expert coldly addressed Andrew. "You? Continue." A chill ran down Andrew's spine, and he hastily stated, "With French support, even if it is merely a paltry supply of arms and artillery, the Poles would be filled with confidence. I believe they could at least successfully resist the onslaught of Russia, Prussia, and Austria for 6 months. During this half-year, we shall achieve great victories in Belgium and the Rhineland, ultimately fulfilling the natural borders of France. The conquest of Belgium and the Rhineland, establishing the English Channel, the Rhine River, the Alps, the Mediterranean, and the Pyrenees as France's permanent natural borders, has always been the historical mission fervently pursued by French politicians and generals since the Girondins held power." Before Andrew could finish his statement, Carnot's piercing gaze halted Kongbang's next round of complaints, prompting the latter to leave in a huff. Subsequently, the 40-year-old Carnot directly signaled to the young intelligence officer to confidently express all his thoughts. Throughout, Saint Just sat silently beside them. Thus, Andrew cleared his throat and continued. "In the past 3 months, our political department has apprehended and interrogated spies from Britain, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Spain, Sweden, and even Poland in the Greater Paris area. By synthesizing their testimonies and the information gathered, combined with my personal analysis, I have arrived at the following conclusions. First, Tsarina Catherine of Russia has a far greater interest in annexing the Polish kingdom than in attacking revolutionary France. I even suspect that the Russians initially allowed the Poles to resist, only to later send troops to suppress them, achieving their goal of annexing Poland. Furthermore, the intense warfare in Poland has allowed Petersburg to comfortably accept British aid while refusing to fulfill their obligations under the anti-French alliance. According to the military plan drafted by the major financier of the anti-French alliance, the British cabinet, between June and October of this year, 100,000 Russians will cross the Baltic Sea on Danish and British merchant ships, or take routes through northern Germany or Swedish Pomerania, arriving at the battlefield in Belgium. Andrew continued. Secondly, despite General Kosciuszko, the leader of the Polish uprising, calling upon the people to direct all their national hatred solely at the Russian occupying forces, he has very timely dispatched envoys in hopes of maintaining a neutral stance from Prussia and Austria during the Russo-Polish War. However, such efforts are ultimately futile in the face of overwhelming power. I am confident that King William II of Prussia has already assured the Russian ambassador that Prussia will undoubtedly join forces with Russia and will deploy troops to Poland at an opportune moment to crush the Polish resistance. Intelligence has indicated that the 50,000 Prussian troops originally intended to reinforce the Rhineland battlefield have yet to arrive, and I suspect Berlin is secretly redeploying these soldiers to northern Poland. After all, compared to the resource-rich regions of Silesia and Greater Poland, the land across the Rhine, the Margrave's territory, is filled with stones, and the crops in the Ruhr region do not thrive. As for Austria, since his ascension, Francis II has grown weary of the endless wars and uprisings of revolutionaries in the Austrian Netherlands. For more than 5 years, the monarch in Vienna has received insufficient tax revenue from the Netherlands to cover the expenses of the garrison in Belgium for a year. However, Francis II's plan to abandon Belgium has been temporarily shelved due to the staunch opposition from the royal nobility, led by Duke Chesson. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that once the Austrian troops supported by Duke Chesson suffer severe setbacks on the battlefield in Belgium, coupled with the progress of the Russo-Prussian coalition in Poland, the Austrian monarch, also coveting the fertile Polish plains, will willingly abandon Belgium and subsequently redeploy all troops west of the Rhine to Poland. To partake in the grand feast of partitioning Poland among the three nations, in fact, 22 years ago, Russia, Austria, and Prussia had already conspired to divide Poland. In conclusion, there will be at least 150,000 Russo-Prussian coalition troops drawn to the Polish plains. Located 400 leagues away, if we occupy Belgium, there will be an additional 50,000 Austrian troops transferring to southern Poland in the future. In other words, Poland, as the second battlefield of revolutionary France, will, within 6 months, obstruct 150,000 to 200,000 invaders, significantly alleviating the pressure on the battlefields in Belgium and the Rhineland. If we provide suitable assistance, we can, at a minimal cost, enable the Poles to continue weakening the forces of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Citizen Andrew, in your view, how should we support the second battlefield far in the Polish plains? Unbeknownst to him, the revolutionary archangel, who had been silently crossing his arms, suddenly spoke up. This exceptionally handsome young man could represent the absolute leader of the mountain faction, Robespierre, in any setting. Thus, even the unruly Carnot had to show some respect to his younger colleague. In terms of equipment, we need 15,000 bayonet flintlock rifles, at least 50 cannons, and associated support equipment. In terms of personnel, I recommend dispatching a military delegation of over 100 active-duty officers and sergeants, led by an experienced general. Regarding the budget, I estimate the need for 5 to 6 million livres. Of course, this includes all firearms, artillery, and allowances for the members of the military delegation. At this point, Andrew noticed that Carnot, who had been silent and expressionless, was actually smiling at him. Undoubtedly, the captain of engineers had already calculated that the cost of 15,000 bayonet flintlock rifles and 50 cannons, along with the related expenses for over 100 officers, would hardly amount to 5 million livres, at most 1.5 million, perhaps even less. Andrew added, "It is important to note that the primary mission of this military delegation is not to engage directly in combat, but to train those Polish officers, intellectuals, and nationalists willing to embrace revolutionary ideas and possessing a certain level of military competence, instructing them on how to independently conduct guerrilla warfare in various environments such as wilderness, forests, swamps, mountains, and towns. Guerrilla warfare. In response to St. Just's confusion, Andrew promptly explained. In simple terms, guerrilla warfare is a form of mobile attack, a type of small-scale warfare that avoids direct confrontation with the enemy. During the 100 Years' War, the repeatedly defeated General Gaelan boldly adopted this harassment tactic, successfully confining the main British forces within various castles, thereby winning significant victories at the Battle of Pont Valin and the Battle of Montiar. General Bertrand du Guesclin is a national hero of France during the Anglo-French 100 Years' War, and his friendship with King Charles V of France is celebrated as an enduring tale. A.S. Andrew intertwined his discussion of General Gaequelin's strategies. St. Just, Carnot, and all present suddenly grasped the true essence of guerrilla warfare. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy at the Cordeliers Prison, Part 1. By merely dispatching a general and over 100 officers, at the modest cost of 5 million livres, with actual expenses not exceeding 2 million livres, we could isolate 200,000 well-trained and well-equipped anti-French coalition troops on the vast Polish plains, maintaining this for 6 months or even longer. Meanwhile, the French forces were able to free their hands, seizing the opportunity to annex Belgium and the Rhineland at a time when the anti-French coalition was weak. Regardless of how one views this, it is undoubtedly a highly advantageous transaction in the annals of European warfare. Citizen Andrew, I believe you are not aiding Poland but rather preparing to sacrifice more Polish lives. General Gaequelin's actions in those days resulted in the untimely deaths of countless innocent civilians. The diplomat's lamentable statements proved utterly ineffective. He was about to utter more, but was interrupted by the irate Labour, who waved him off. Subsequently, Carnot and St. Just took turns questioning various potential issues regarding aid to Poland, including military command authority, allocation of military resources, and the implementation of guerrilla warfare, among others. Undoubtedly, these matters clearly exceeded the scope of this hearing. Yet Andrew cooperatively addressed them one by one. In conclusion, Andrew reminded them that due to the presence of General Kosciuszko, the insurgents would initially maintain a relatively unified front. However, should any mishap befall their leader or if the situation turns unfavorable, the three factions, representing the major aristocrats, the centrists within the army, and the Jacobins advocating for the affluent commoners and minor lords, would inevitably vie for power, hastening their demise. Yet, among all the information presented, a minor portion was based on existing intelligence and analysis, while the majority consisted of the audacious predictions of a time traveler. In the latter half of the hearing, Carnot and St. Just shifted their seats closer together, casting aside the other attendees to whisper to one another for a considerable time. Before the meeting concluded, St. Just, as the plenipotentiary of the Sambermeuse and Moselle United Legion, abruptly stood and addressed Andrew directly. Citizen Andrew, in accordance with the outcome of my discussions with Citizen Carnot, you, Major, will remain in Paris, serving as the chief of the political department of the police headquarters while also obeying the directives of Commissioner Carnot. As for when you will report to the headquarters of the United Legion, you shall await the specific arrangements of the military committee. Carnot and St. Just jointly promoted Andrew to a higher military rank, a customary reward for services rendered. After all, the various military intelligence successfully extracted from spies by the time traveler had indeed opened the eyes of the two high-ranking members of the National Salvation Committee, allowing Andrew future mobility within the military committee. However, neither commissioner mentioned any financial or personnel assistance for Poland, which left Andrew feeling somewhat disheartened. After seeing off the two prominent figures of the National Salvation Committee, Labour turned to Andrew and remarked, "There are essentially no significant issues regarding aid to Poland. It is merely that the commissioners believe you are overly preoccupied with Poland, so it is likely there will be no spot for you in the military delegation." Upon hearing this, Andrew could no longer suppress his outburst. Who the hell wants to go to Poland? As long as the artillery and firearms for assistance arrive, I will go demand that one. 5 million livres from Bâle. Emerging from the Liberty Hall, Andrew traversed the corridor once more, arriving at the Military Orders Department in the Hall of Equality, armed with the promotion decree co-signed by Carnot and St. Just. Andrew successfully obtained a set of shoulder epaulettes denoting the rank of major. Although the difference between major and captain was but one rank, it signified Andrew's escape from the confines of junior officers, allowing him to steadily progress towards becoming a mid-level officer. More crucially, This promotion decree solidified his position as the second-in-command of the Paris police headquarters. Exiting the Tuileries Palace, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the pretense of celebrating his promotion to major, he pulled his painter superior, Davy, out of the art palace, along with a lovely girl named Emma. Thus, the trio, 2 men and 1 woman, ventured to a Mediterranean restaurant near the art palace. Indulging in a sumptuous meal, an hour later, having just wiped the wine stains from his lips, Andrew hastened to the detention center of the police station in the theater district. 2 weeks prior. The Cordeliers Club had been shuttered by the National Convention and promptly repurposed into a temporary detention center for the theater district. Most suspects apprehended by the local police and self-defense forces were confined within its walls. Whether as the former Cordeliers Club or the current Cordeliers Detention Center, the establishment's origins traced back to an ancient Roman-style monastery. Due to the dilapidated condition of the monastery's exterior walls, the narrow windows barely admitted any light, necessitating the lighting of dozens of torches beneath the stone-vaulted ceiling, day or night. Upon Andrew's return to this familiar sight, he found over 50 suspects imprisoned within the hall. Segregated by 2 broad iron bars, with male and female prisoners occupying opposite sides, in the center between the cages lay a corridor leading to the interrogation room, where several guards clad in red caps patrolled. All suspects were forced to sleep on the ground, but if one offered the prison guards a bribe, they would provide a large pile of straw and a somewhat worn blanket. Andrew walked past the corridor flanked by iron bars. He was met with the anguished cries of despair from the prisoners. This grim tableau was one the political department chief had long grown accustomed to, almost developing a heart of stone. However, if one were to glance upwards at that moment, they would see a slogan painted in red at the top of the wall, proclaiming, "Liberty, equality, fraternity." This very phrase had been inscribed by the radical H. Burt himself, while Danton, the proponent of tolerance, had conceived the idea and helped steady the latter. Legendre often reminisced that, despite the formidable enemies of that time, it was a period of mutual affection and joy. In contrast, Andrew inwardly scoffed. The merciless slaughter of one's kin is an innate evil of humanity. Last night, Morel, the Julie couple, and a Prussian spy had all been detained in solitary confinement. Upon entering Morel's cell, Andrew found Bruz and his underlings had been interrogating him for 2 days and nights. Although the prisoner, bound to the cross, appeared battered and bruised, the executioners were quite experienced. Most of the injuries were superficial, causing excruciating pain but not life-threatening. So, how is it? Andrew inquired, glancing at the motionless Morel. Bruz replied, "His testimony is consistent with previous accounts. It should be about time." About time indicated that the case could be wrapped up at any moment and sent to the Revolutionary Tribunal for swift trial and execution, culminating in the couple's joint journey to the guillotine. Andrew nodded, gesturing for Bruz to let his subordinate step outside. He then turned to the prisoner, stepping forward to say, "I am chief of the political department. Andrew, I trust you can hear me and understand clearly, for my men do not strike the suspect's temporal lobes, that is, the ears and surrounding areas. If you wish for your wife and 2 sons to continue living, you must listen carefully to every word I say, especially grasp the meaning of each sentence. Do you understand?" Morel hung his head, his body trembling slightly, but he remained silent. Andrew continued, "I know you hail from Grenoble in the Isère department and have been conducting business in Paris for 5 years. Due to your shared background, you became acquainted with Lieutenant Marsan, the head of the police station in the Marais district, and developed a close relationship. Indeed, it was he who recommended you to the procurement officer of the Food Bureau, through which you secured numerous contracts and earned a substantial profit." Beside him, Bruz cleared his throat, wanting to remind his superior that such accusations against a colleague carried significant risk. Yet, just as he opened his mouth, Andrew's piercing gaze silenced him. Chapter 25. The Conspiracy at Cordeliers Prison, Part 2. At some point later, for some reason, well, I forget the specifics, you should be well aware that Lieutenant Marsan threatened to recruit you as an informant, assisting him in selling various intelligence regarding the Republic to the British, Austrians, and Prussians. Thus, you shamefully betrayed your homeland, your wife, and your family. Just last night, upon discovering your treacherous dealings against the Republic, your wife Julie acted decisively and reported you to Deputy Chief Bruz. Following this, Julie rushed to the Republic Theater, aiding the police in capturing that Prussian spy, as well as yourself. Now, inspired by your wife's actions, You are determined to expose the traitor hidden within the Republic's police system, a significant threat to the safety of France, Max Marson. Andrew turned to the prisoner and asked, "Do you agree with my account?" Morel no longer feigned ignorance. He strained to nod and, fixing his gaze on Andrew, implored, "But you must swear to God that you will ensure my wife and 2 children live well." Andrew sneered. "God? Ha! He departed from France 3 years ago, rendering my oath meaningless. You have no choice. You might as well boldly gamble on your own luck. If fortune favors you, your wife may walk out of this prison the day after tomorrow, taking your 2 children back to Grenoble or retreating to some unknown countryside in Ile-de-France. As for you, you should know the ultimate fate of those who serve as informants." At this juncture, Andrew paused, shifting his gaze to the astonished Bruz, stating, "I've covered the gist of the case, as for the specifics. Bruz will assist you in filling in the gaps. Lieutenant, remember to send a complete interrogation report to the headquarters first thing tomorrow morning. If all goes smoothly, in a few days, you shall assume the position of Chief of Security at the nearby Marais District Police Station." At this juncture, Andrew returned today's interrogation report to Bruce, giving the political lieutenant a reassuring pat on the shoulder before stepping out of the cell. Yesterday, Andrew's sole aim was to see Malson ousted from the police station, ideally banished from Paris altogether, to prevent him from influencing the next appointment of the head of the political department. Now, following a diplomatic hearing, Andrew was confident that he had garnered the favor of the 2 influential figures, Carnot and Saint-Just, complemented by the support of Lebel, Davy, and Terrien. Along with the gangsters managing the aftermath, he sought to resolve that troublesome matter once and for all. Of course, there lay a deeper implication in this. A form of silent intimidation. Andrew intended to convey to the Parisian police force that even as I, the second brother, prepare to bid farewell to Paris, the legend of the second brother continues to resonate within the precinct. Andrew lingered momentarily, casting a glance at Julie, confined in another solitary cell, where she crouched in a desolate state, seemingly murmuring to a stone pillar in the corner. Such behavior within a prison was not uncommon. But if one believed that the stone pillar was responding or answering her previous inquiries, it would indicate the onset of madness. Approaching the cell of the Prussian spy, Andrew beheld a middle-aged man of unremarkable stature and appearance, who, illuminated by the flickering torchlight within the cell, was slowly perusing a German edition of the Bible bound in wooden boards and covered in sheepskin. According to Bruce's report, this individual was named Petra, who previously held the position of second secretary at the Prussian embassy in Paris. In August of last year, Petra had infiltrated Switzerland, posing as a revolutionary from Geneva, and subsequently re-entered France to establish a spy network in Paris. Interpreting this in terms of later Chinese administrative ranks, a first secretary in an embassy corresponds to a departmental level, while a second secretary is at a sub-departmental level. A low-ranking official leading a spy operation would possess limited intelligence. No wonder Lieutenant Bruce considered this Prussian spy to be of little utility. However, Andrew's attention soon fixated on the German-translated Bible that Petra held. Historically, the German translation of the Bible was initiated by Martin Luther and culminated in 1534 with the publication of the complete text. This German version was instrumental in shaping modern German prose and fostering the unification of the German language and literature. While this historical context is not the crux of the matter, what truly captivated Andrew was his conviction that the Prussian spy possessed a first edition of the German translation of the Bible, printed in Mainz. Only 120 copies were produced, and merely 2 survive to this day. Future travelers would only glimpse a 16th-century German translation of the Bible once in the Berlin Museum's collection, a veritable totem and symbol of German historical culture. Andrew instructed a prison guard to enter the cell and forcibly seize the Bible from the Prussian's grasp. Placing it into his own hands, the prisoner's protests went unheeded. When the French were ruthless, they would not hesitate to eliminate even their closest comrades, let alone take a foreign spy's personal belongings. Holding the German Bible, Andrew casually flipped through a few pages, noting the bull's head watermark on the front and back pages. The neatly pinned German script at the top, marked in deep brown ink by a worker skilled in depicting red letters, showed only slight fading along the edges. The traveler was nearly certain that this was indeed the first edition from 1534, which would be invaluable in the 21st century and was a relic that only the Lutheran nobility of northern Germany could possess. A hereditary treasure of noble families. Thus, it appeared that the second secretary named Petra was no ordinary Prussian spy. Yet, Andrew pondered deeply, unable to recall any German nobleman by the surname of Petra. The only plausible explanation was that this individual had assumed an alias. Typically, captured foreign nobles were not executed by revolutionary governments. They were often exchanged as prisoners of war or redeemed for money. Hence, spies would usually reveal their true identities upon capture to secure the opportunity for exchange or ransom. Unable to decipher this conundrum, Andrew chose to abandon the line of thought. After surveying the detention center, he departed with the German Bible, a veritable national treasure of Germany, feeling quite pleased. The following day, as he leapt down from the carriage, Andrew, having slept merely 2 hours, felt invigorated. Having fought alongside Maria in Eden for 3 consecutive nights, he found himself neither weary nor sore. It seemed that he was indeed favored by God, endowed with extraordinary vitality. Upon entering the headquarters, Andrew received the interrogation report and the prisoner's signed confession delivered early by Lieutenant Bruce. Although this meticulously crafted evidence did not explicitly indicate that Lieutenant Malson, hidden within the Paris Police Department, was the mastermind behind the Prussian spy case, the insinuation was unmistakable. Undoubtedly, the typically cautious Andrew would not hastily dispatch someone to the Marais district to summon Lieutenant Malson for questioning at the Central Police Headquarters based solely on this report and confession. On one hand, the head of the political department lacked the authority to directly interrogate or arrest another district's police chief without first applying for an arrest warrant from the rotating head of the headquarters. Davy. Even a politically oblivious artist would recognize that the personal conflict between Andrew and Malson was an extension of the political struggle among the upper echelons of the two committees, and he would naturally be reluctant to grant such permission. On the other hand, sending Andrew with a confession riddled with flaws to invite a police chief for tea at the headquarters would reflect poorly on the traveler's professionalism. Lacking in technical merit, any astute observer, with a modicum of inquiry, would discover Andrew's insidious plot to frame his colleague through Bruce's machinations. Thus, the interrogation report and the spy's confession were merely bait. If yesterday was the incubation of the framing scheme, today would serve as the fermentation of the entire operation. Additionally, Lebel, Therrien, and Lind would also require time to prepare. Therefore, the bullets must be allowed to fly for a while. Chapter 26. The Appointment from Carnot, Part 1. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Malson would learn of the exceedingly detrimental interrogation report before dusk, conveyed through the undercover agent Jacques embedded within the Theater District Police Station. Simultaneously, the grain merchant Morel, designated as a traitor, along with the aforementioned Prussian spy Petra, would be escorted to La BTI prison within 2 days. This national penitentiary primarily interrogated and detained traitors and foreign spies, situated within the jurisdiction of the Marais police station. Furthermore, General C.L. Ment, commander of the Victory of Valmy, and his son, Lieutenant C.L. Ment, were also confined there. A week prior, Therrien had disclosed to Andrew that the National Convention had selected Therrien and 4 other representatives through a lottery to form a special identification group, empowered to investigate whether the C.L. Ment father and son had engaged in treasonous acts that jeopardized military operations. Due to the connection with Countess Elrin, Andrew had hoped for Therrien to intervene on behalf of the C.L. Ment father and son. But evidently, the plan had faltered. Just yesterday, during dinner with Therrien, Andrew unexpectedly learned that the 5-member identification group had suspended their investigation into the C.L. Ment father and son due to the absence of critical evidence. Thus, the situation had come full circle, returning to its starting point. With no shortcuts available, Andrew resolved to adhere to the patterns of history, allowing Therrien to delay the investigation of the C.L. Ment father and son as much as possible. Waiting for the aftermath of the Thermidorian coup, seated in his office, Andrew had just completed signing all the documents, yet had not taken a sip of his coffee. Meanwhile, at the Freedom Building, Commissioner Carnot had already dispatched someone to urge Andrew to report to the military committee. Despite his heart's reluctance, Andrew set aside his coffee cup, descended the stairs, and briskly made his way toward the Equality Building. After passing through 3 armed security checks, Andrew was finally granted entry into the Grand Office of the Military Committee. The furnishings here were not dissimilar to those in the Green Room. The same curved workstations, the same crystal chandeliers, the same single candle holders, and the same bustling atmosphere. Yet, there were distinctions. The walls were adorned with various military maps, marking the real-time battle conditions of the Republic's 14 legions. Nearly all those traversing the hall donned blue uniforms, save for clerical employees or members of the military committee. Military uniforms. A jolt of realization struck Andrew. He understood he had committed a blunder and would soon face reprimand from the military officials, as he still bore the guise of a secret policeman with a cylindrical hat and evening tailcoat, while his revolver and dagger remained stored at the first checkpoint. For several minutes, Andrew stood hesitantly at the entrance, unable to proceed. This place could be likened to France's version of the White Tiger Hall, with various military secrets displayed on the walls of the hall, and his inherently cautious nature prevented him from entering without due consideration, while he silently endured the disdainful gazes of the officers, who were none too fond of secret police. In a certain sense, the military was the greatest beneficiary of the French Revolution. The ceiling that loomed above them had been entirely shattered, and every soldier within the revolutionary ranks had the chance to ascend to the officers' ranks. Those imbued with extraordinary revolutionary fervor, who were more familiar with and adept at the new mobile combat strategies, emerged as the admired generals and commanders of legions. They are Osh, they are Moreau, they are Napoleon, they are Rubel, they are Kleber. Perhaps in the future, there will also be Andrew. This is precisely why the time travelers are willing to take risks, forsaking the comforts of life as the chief of the political department to bravely accept the summons of the military command. Heading towards the battlefield. This mental brainstorming and psychological preparation allowed Andrew to momentarily forget the current unease and discomfort until a familiar voice resonated in his ear. "Major Frank, come here." Carnot, who had just emerged from the chairman's office, immediately spotted his new subordinate loitering at the entrance of the hall. Upon hearing the call from the big boss, Andrew hurriedly approached. The military committee does not require the head of a spy. Only intelligence officers. Remember to wear your military uniform from now on, Carnot remarked, casting a discerning glance over Andrew. "As you command, Citizen Carnot. I shall don my military attire next time." Andrew noted that despite the cold tone, there was no hint of disdain on Carnot's serious countenance, which reassured him considerably. After a brief interlude, Carnot had a large-scale map of Poland brought in, hanging it on the eastern wall, thoroughly overshadowing the stagnant Italian core. Andrew observed that this map of Poland was crafted in 1770 by the defector General Dumouriez, who had fled overseas. 24 years prior, Dumouriez, as the intelligence officer of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was dispatched to Poland, where he planned, organized, and participated in the Polish militia's Bar Confederation War. Before long, 7 or 8 officers, resembling staff members, gathered around Carnot and Andrew, including a brigadier general. In the lower left corner of the enormous map, a middle-aged lieutenant officer arranged pen and paper on the table, preparing to record the minutes of this impromptu military meeting. "Major Frank." Carnot handed a slender command baton to Andrew, instructing, "Based on your intelligence and personal judgment, conduct a simulation of the future direction of the Polish battlefield." The moment Andrew took the baton, the anxious feeling in his heart vanished, replaced by an immersive gaming experience. Soon, the tip of the baton first landed on the ancient Polish capital of Krakow. Andrew stated, "Half a month ago, General Tadeusz Kościuszko, returning from the front lines of the American Revolutionary War, officially declared an uprising across Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine, assuming command of all Polish forces on that day. General Kościuszko also issued a military mobilization order. According to this order, for every 5 houses in Little Poland, at least one able-bodied man must be dispatched, equipped with lance, spear, or an axe. At that time, this army comprised no more than 4,000 men, with half of the soldiers merely armed with sickles. At this point, Andrew heard someone behind him muttering derisively, "Against this ragtag bunch, perhaps a single Russian infantry regiment could annihilate them. Assistance for Poland? That must be a jest. Perhaps before we even leave Paris, the Poles will have already chosen to surrender." This remark resonated with many professional officers, prompting a chorus of ridicule and mockery directed at both the presumptuous Poles and the secret police chief wielding the command baton. However, Carnot, as the authority, remained unperturbed, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Andrew chuckled dismissively and continued, "Despite their rudimentary equipment and lack of artillery, their spirits are high, and they possess an indomitable will to sacrifice everything for their homeland. Poland, just like the provincial volunteers who bravely rushed to the Battle of Valmy in 1792. Just a few days ago, Kościuszko's forces engaged in a skirmish near the village of Rakowice with the Russian Denisov Corps, which had come to suppress the uprising. In that battle, the Poles, with their meager 4,000, managed to decisively defeat a well-equipped Russian regular army of 3,000, armed with 12 pieces of artillery. The Polish casualties were fewer than 300, while the Russians suffered 800 losses, in addition to 12 pieces of artillery and a substantial amount of supplies left abandoned. Although the exhausted Polish army could not mount a further pursuit, the defeated Russians swiftly retreated from the entire Little Poland region. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere became palpably awkward, silence falling over the room. There were attempts to question the veracity of Andrew's intelligence, but given his position as a secret police chief, the likelihood of fabrication seemed low. Moreover, in a day or two, news of the Polish victory at Rakowicz would inevitably filter through the internal intelligence system of the military committee to Paris. Chapter 27. The Appointment from Karno, Part 2, Major, Continue. Karno's urging jolted Andrew from his reverie, and he resumed. This battle did not significantly diminish the morale of the Russian soldiers, and given the Polish army's inherent weaknesses, they could not effectively pursue or expand their gains, allowing the majority of the Denisov Corps to remain intact. Indeed, while the strategic significance of Rakowicz village is minimal, its political implications are substantial. However, I am confident that once the news of victory spreads, the patriotic Polish army, particularly the regular soldiers, will join Kosciuszko's ranks with weapons and steeds. Karno gazed intently at the map and inquired, Major Frank, where do you believe the Poles will focus their next military efforts? Undoubtedly, it must be, and can only be, Warsaw. Before he finished speaking, Andrew had directed the command baton to the Polish capital. The importance of reclaiming the capital, both politically and strategically, was self-evident. Suddenly, Karno spoke again, asking, previously, you mentioned that the Russians had deployed 6,000 elite soldiers in Warsaw. Furthermore, there are over 10,000 Polish garrison troops loyal to Marshal Targowica in the city. I am curious to know how General Kosciuszko and his Scythe army will overcome these 20,000 defenders and capture Warsaw. As an exceptional engineer captain and mathematician, Karno understood that conquering a fortress guarded by 20,000 elite soldiers typically necessitated 3 to 5 times the equivalent military strength. Clearly, even with the addition of some Polish regulars, Kosciuszko's army would still fall short of this requirement, not just in numbers but crucially in quality, particularly regarding artillery and gunners. As a time traveler familiar with the course of history, Andrew knew that within a week, the Poles would employ a remarkable strategy to encircle and annihilate the 6,000 Russian guards, subsequently reclaiming the capital of Warsaw. Yet, at that moment, Andrew could neither speak nor dare to say so. On one hand, despite the stringent scrutiny and vigilance within and outside the military committee, he could not rule out the presence of foreign spies in the hall. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. On the other hand, during the reign of terror under the Jacobins, playing the role of a prophet or a favored one often ended in tragedy. After much contemplation, Andrew paused the military simulation. Placing the baton down, he took a quill from the lieutenant recorder, dipped it in black ink, and wrote a few lines in the seldom-used Romance language on the official paper before handing it to Karno. Although Andrew was not fluent in Romance, having taken it as an elective in diplomatic school, he had no trouble with simple writing. Karno, being a Burgundian who had studied the obscure Romance language during his tenure as an engineering captain, had no difficulty reading it. This was a well-known secret. Meanwhile, the other officers merely stared blankly at the lines on the paper, left to guess at their meaning. Andrew had written, "The most formidable fortifications are often breached from within. Kosciuszko's men have already seduced a significant portion of the Warsaw garrison loyal to the Targowica alliance, and even successfully recruited several Polish mistresses of the Russian ambassador and military commander." Eigelstrom, as patriots die in light of this, Karno began to acknowledge internally. As long as the Poles acted meticulously, coupled with a stroke of luck, Kosciuszko had a fair chance of seizing the capital of Warsaw without bloodshed. After reading it, Karno discreetly tucked the note into his pocket, while Andrew stood by, offering no explanations or clarifications. "And what after the recapture of Warsaw?" Karno prompted once more. Andrew picked up the baton again, explaining, "As I mentioned during the hearing, the reclamation of the capital will mark the zenith of the Polish uprising, as well as the onset of their eventual downfall. Empress Catherine will immediately halt the war with Turkey, dispatching her finest 10,000 border troops urgently to Poland, Ukraine, and Lithuania. Simultaneously, under the Russo-Prussian alliance, King Wilhelm II of Prussia will also redirect at least 50,000 troops from the Rhineland front and various regions of northern Germany to the northern Polish border, joining the ranks of the Russian intervention forces. Given the known disparity of strength, If the Polish commanders can leverage guerrilla warfare's ability to fragment and adapt, this war could persist for a considerable duration. However, if they merely fight to defend the capital of Warsaw, the Polish main forces will inevitably be gradually worn down on the battlefield by the overwhelmingly superior Russo-Prussian coalition. Just yesterday, Andrew had drafted a proposal on how to conduct guerrilla warfare in Poland, drawing inspiration from the guerrilla tactics of the Baltic states' Forest brothers in later years. Under the relentless onslaught of the formidable Soviet Union, these guerrilla fighters, despite having lost Western aid and popular support, astonishingly persevered in their armed struggle for 7 to 8 decades, a feat that commands admiration. When Andrew finally relinquished the command baton, Carnot merely nodded curtly, signaling Major Frank to follow him to the commissioner's office. As the two departed, a group of officers gathered around a map of Poland began to engage in fervent debate. The factions supporting and opposing Andrew were nearly evenly matched. Carnot returned to his seat at the large desk, while the respectful Andrew remained standing in the center of the room. Beside him stood no chairs, only a disheveled army cot, presumably a testament to Carnot's frequent late nights there. Initially, Andrew anticipated that the military committee's magnate would announce his inclusion in the Polish military delegation and humbly seek guidance on guerrilla warfare tactics, ultimately allowing Andrew to present the draft for the Polish Forest Brothers guerrilla warfare strategy. However, the time traveler miscalculated. Carnot kept his head bowed, silently reviewing a substantial stack of documents on the desk. After approximately an hour, he finished reviewing all the files. He set down his quill, only to quickly lift another document, gesturing towards Major Frank, who stood in the middle of the room, to approach. This was a bill recently passed by the National Assembly, submitted by the Military Committee, titled Establishment of an Aerial Force. The bill clearly stipulated that this hydrogen balloon unit would initially consist of a company level, including a captain as the company commander and a lieutenant as the deputy commander. The chemist Cutler, who had been involved in constructing hot air balloons, and his assistant engineer, Lo Mang, were appointed to these respective positions. Additionally, the unit would comprise 1 sergeant major, 1 sergeant, 2 corporals, and 20 soldiers, all of whom were required to master skills related to balloon operation, such as chemistry and carpentry. Ultimately, this bill established 3 primary missions for the first aerial force in human history: reconnaissance, signaling, and the distribution of propaganda leaflets. Unlike other members of the Salvation Committee, Carnot was not the type to declare that the Republic had no need for chemists. This mathematician, with a background as a sapper officer, requisitioned chemists and pharmacists from across France, including Foulcroy, Monch, Bertol, and Morveau, who later became his colleagues at the French Academy of Sciences. Among them, Conde and Morveau improved balloon flight technology, a novel technique and innovative combat approach that opened the eyes of provincial legislators. Consequently, the bill for the establishment of the hot air balloon aerial company passed without hindrance. Additionally, the obscure and unassuming Schopp, who had invented the armboard signaling device, was conscripted by Carnot with the rank of lieutenant. From that point on, any military orders from Paris could be swiftly and accurately communicated to the Northern Corps, the Moselle Corps, and the Rhine Corps headquarters within a day. Chapter 28. The appointment from Carnot, Part 2. When Andrew had perused enough, Carnot finally issued his directive. Within the next 3 days, you must travel to the town of Morton in the northern suburbs to inspect and take command of this experimental unit, ensuring that Captain Cutler completes all preparations prior to deployment. If all goes as planned, I will formally issue the deployment order for the balloon company in 10 days. Do you foresee any issues? Carnot inquired at last. Andrew stood with his feet together and chest out, responding loudly, report, no issues. I assure you I will accomplish the task. The cold and reserved military magnate waved his hand, promptly issuing a dismissal. Excellent. Now go to the clerk, confidential secretary, to collect your commission, and you may leave. Remember, report back to me at this time in 3 days. Once outside the Liberty Building, Andrew let out a long breath, harboring resentful thoughts. What issues could I possibly have? How dare I have any? General Osh merely exchanged a few words with you, and was thrown into camp prison for reflection. General Jourdain of the Northern Corps merely disagreed with you strategically, and you threatened to send him to a military tribunal, scaring him into the arms of Saint Just. I simply released a large Kongming lantern during the revolutionary celebration at the Diplomatic Academy, and now I find myself assigned to this balloon unit, which lacks a safety parachute. It must be said that Carnot's obstinate demeanor had reached an inflexible extreme. He was accustomed to exercising autocratic control over his subordinates, unable to tolerate dissent, and was exceedingly severe, even to the point of cruelty. Thus, even if Andrew were given another chance to choose, the small and slight figure he possessed would harbor no courage to resist the commission signed by the military magnate. Even though he had long forgotten the high school chemistry knowledge of later generations and had never engaged in carpentry, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After venting his frustrations, Andrew visited the Palace of Arts. Showcasing his commission to his superior, Davi, "Andrew, my friend, no one in either committee can alter Carnot's decision, not even Citizen Robespierre," Davi said apologetically. Despite Carnot's tyrannical military approach, he remained disinterested in political power, rarely forming factions or acting as a leader. Nor did he obstruct the Robespierre faction's power grabs. "It's all right, Jacques." Andrew patted his friend's arm, smiling. "I merely came to inform you that in 72 hours, the Paris police headquarters will require a new chief of the political department." Davi casually asked, "Oh, do you have a suitable candidate to recommend?" Andrew promptly shook his head, stating, "Apologies. This is an internal matter of the security committee, and I cannot violate protocol." Although Andrew wished to recommend his trusted confidant for the position of chief of the political department, he knew it was impossible, as it would raise alarms among committee members such as Vadier, Ulan, and Amar, possibly even including Libas. After much hesitation, Andrew stepped forward and whispered to Davi, "If anyone in the committee proposes your friend or relative for this position, I advise that he decline immediately. Trust me, it is a very wise decision." Currently, the trials still adhere to a standard judicial process, with defense attorneys and preliminary hearings safeguarding the legal rights of suspects. However, once the lunar decree was enacted, all protective mechanisms would be abolished, leaving only two choices: acquittal or the guillotine. In such circumstances, the political police who served as the henchmen and accomplices of the committees would become the targets of the wrathful populace following the Thermidor coup. After bidding farewell to the artist, Andrew returned to the police headquarters to attend to the various matters preceding his departure. As for his personal belongings, Andrew had locked them all in several large trunks. Awaiting the carriage driver, Clement, to take them away tomorrow or the day after, as dusk fell, Andrew visited the neighboring Quani Hotel to share good news with Count Bals that the Salvation Committee had, in principle, approved assistance for Poland, and of course, there was also bad news. It was now highly unlikely that I would travel to Poland, Andrew said with a face full of regret. Bals understood what his companion was worried about and patted his chest, assuring him, "Andrew, my friend, you need not worry. Whether you go to Poland or not, our agreement remains valid." Trusting a diplomat's promise? Andrew considered this one of the most unreliable things imaginable. Yet, there was no alternative. He could only take one step at a time, hoping to salvage at least a portion of the promised 1.5 million livres in political kickbacks. The second half of 1793 unfolded. With the growing number of enemies of the Republic, the various cells within Parisian prisons became severely overcrowded, with many prisoners lacking even a place to lie down. Consequently, the frequency of executions accelerated. Around September 1793, an average of 15 individuals were executed monthly on the guillotine. From October to January of the following year, the average rose to 65. In February 1794, the number reached 116. In March, it surged to 155. And in April, it skyrocketed to 354. By June 10, 1794, the National Assembly passed the Lunar Decree, which streamlined court procedures, causing the monthly execution count to quickly rise into the thousands. The diverse array of death row inmates were mostly suspected of treason. Among those convicted by the Revolutionary Tribunal, approximately 8 were nobles, 6 clergy, 14 from the middle class, and a staggering 72 from the lower classes. They were accused of hoarding grain without supplying it to the state, evading military service, or participating in previous uprisings. By April 1794, the Greater Paris area, particularly the traditional Lille de France, housed over 20 national prisons of various sizes. During the entire Reign of Terror, approximately 300,000 individuals were incarcerated as suspects throughout France, with 1/3 of those prisoners having appeared in the Paris region. From the moment of his crossing to the present, Andrew felt the omnipresent shadow of the guillotine. Almost daily, carts filled with condemned prisoners rumbled heavily through the streets. Those charming young ladies and beautiful women, with hair of chestnut, raven, and silver hues, the youthful, the robust, and the aged, the noble-born and the peasant-born, all are but goblets of red wine offered to the guillotine's mistress. extracted daily from the abhorrent darkness of the prison cellar to quench her insatiable thirst under the sunlit streets. Excerpt from A Tale of Two Cities, 89 o'clock in the morning. At the Carmes prison, on the surface, it appears to be merely a somber and rustic royal fortress of Gothic architecture, yet it has transformed into a vast penitentiary housing nearly 5,000 inmates. Indeed, most of the prisons in Paris and throughout France are essentially abandoned royal or noble castles, such as the Palais de Justice prison, the Luxembourg prison, and the Conciergerie, as well as repurposed monasteries like La Force and the Cordeliers. As soon as Andrew disembarked from the carriage, he spotted Tallien pacing back and forth alone at the closed gates of the prison. Upon seeing his savior arrive, he hurriedly approached. Andrew first tossed a brown briefcase to the National Assembly representative acting as his assistant, then scrutinized Tallien's rather unremarkable physique, finally inquiring with concern, 2 hours is excessive. Let us settle for just one. After all, slow and steady wins the race. There would be ample time ahead. Tallien, unimpressed, retorted, my friend, you are merely envious, blatantly so. Of course, I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. How about I introduce you to the intimate friend of Cabarrus, that is, the Countess Josephine de Borns? Furthermore, I have no objection to a convivial gathering in one room. Chapter 29. Lavoisier at work in the prison. Be gone. Andrew snapped, playfully swatting Tallien's outstretched arm, chiding, in just a few days, I shall be a powerless, pitiable major, unworthy of competing with 2 generals for a mistress. Why would you abandon the respectable position of deputy police chief to become a mere junior officer on the front lines? Wait, 2 generals? Who besides Barras? That old lecher. Tallien initially looked perplexed, then became indignant. Hush! You are now merely an assistant to the special inspector, not an exalted representative of the National Assembly. After the admonition, Andrew raised a document in his hand and waved it toward the armed guards atop the high wall, then stepped forward a few paces to knock on a side door of the Carmes prison. According to the legal document signed by Commissioner Davy a few days prior, Andrew remained a special inspector endowed with the authority of life and death, dispatched by the Security Committee to oversee various prisons in Paris. Consequently, the prison's supervisor, a stout man with a prominent French nose named Benign, had no choice but to leave his office and greet him personally. Following a few pleasantries, Andrew politely declined the warden's invitation to enjoy a vanilla coffee in his office, instead requesting that the warden assign a guard to guide him for his inspection. As Andrew and his assistant departed, a trusted aide of the warden leaned closer, whispering to his superior, that assistant of the inspector, I feel I have seen him somewhere before. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago in the prison. He was dressed like a petty merchant, apparently quite interested in a certain beautiful noblewoman named Cabarrus. I even witnessed— Silence, Philippe. The warden Benign reprimanded in a low voice. If you wish to remain in this prison as a guard rather than a prisoner, promptly forget everything you have seen, and I shall not have heard any of your nonsensical chatter. As the overseer of the national prison, Benign was acutely aware of the inspector's true identity. As the chief of Paris's secret police, Andrew had the authority to apprehend any civil servant as a suspect and take them to the police station for interrogation without needing any formalities. Thus, it mattered not that Andrew's assistant had previously masqueraded as a merchant in the prison, even if they openly harbored ill intentions towards a certain beautiful noblewoman within the confines. It was of no consequence, provided they left either the woman or her corpse behind in the prison afterward. After traversing a lengthy corridor and passing through several heavily guarded iron bars, the middle-aged guard serving as a guide led Andrew and his party into the prison's inner sanctum. Undoubtedly, prisons are forever grim and dreary places, dark and filthy, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Nevertheless, as the inspector, Andrew was obliged to feign an inspection. First, he roamed the corridors of the building, peering through the small peepholes on the iron doors of each cell, where he beheld the forlorn figures of inmates, ragged prisoners standing, sitting, or lying on heaps of straw, their eyes vacant, fixated on some object in a stupor, or murmuring to themselves. Judging by the tatters of their clothing, many appeared to be nobles or affluent individuals, once high-ranking officials. Now wretched prisoners, they may not have committed crimes, yet their noble lineage and wealth rendered them guilty of an unforgivable original sin in the eyes of the populace. All too often, The security committee instructed the police to confine these upper-class individuals merely to appease and placate the rabble in their fury. Within the prison, Andrew witnessed male and female suspects subsisting on nothing but moldy bread and water. Naturally, provisions were perpetually insufficient, prompting seasoned inmates to scavenge the straw for the occasional filthy flea or bug to chew on. As for the once rampant rats, they had long since been eradicated from the terror-stricken penitentiary. The squalid conditions of the prison were a well-known fact. Danton had previously attempted to ameliorate this situation. Yet to little avail. He merely instituted a regular inspection protocol for inspectors to diminish the various illegal abuses perpetrated by the guards against the inmates. After all, the suffering populace of Paris, and indeed all of France, was enduring hardships. So the treatment of the prisoners could scarcely be any better, with food and medical care remaining in dire straits. Each day, inmates perished from starvation. A mere common cold could claim the lives of more than a dozen individuals within the prison walls. As the chief of the political bureau, Andrew was aware that the number of prisoners who had succumbed to hunger and disease in Paris this year far exceeded those executed at the guillotine. Upon reaching the second floor, the environment was considerably more spacious and brightly lit, featuring not only large cells housing dozens or even hundreds of inmates, but also several solitary confinement cells. One such solitary cell before Andrew contained a comfortable bed draped with sky-blue curtains, and along the windowsill, a long table adorned with quills, paper, candlesticks, wine bottles, alcohol lamps, and a plethora of peculiar glassware for experiments. Despite the middle-aged occupant's hair being gray, he appeared robust and vibrant, clad in an opulent silk waistcoat, and even sported meticulously groomed facial hair. This was a stark contrast to the emaciated prisoners in the cells on the ground floor. At that moment, the middle-aged inmate clutched a sheet filled with numbers and chemical symbols, occasionally glancing at it while pacing the length of the table, seemingly engrossed in pondering a complex problem. Although he had already formulated an answer in his mind, Andrew nonetheless inquired of the guard, "Who is this prisoner? How is it that he enjoys such favorable treatment?" The middle-aged guard, having received prior instructions from the warden, decided to speak candidly. "His name is Lavoisier, formerly the secretary to Louis XVI, president of the Tax Farmers Association, head of the Gunpowder and Saltpeter Bureau, a director of the Paris Discount Bank, and a member of the French Academy. It is said he also holds some title related to chemistry. As for the items in this room, they were brought in by his wife through an intermediary. We merely assisted in moving them for a small fee. Curse the tax farmer, he is truly wealthy. Alas, such wealth is not to be touched." Andrew sighed internally, choosing not to comment further. As he prepared to turn and leave, he overheard the inmate's mutterings within the room. Why? Can the damned lime continue to decompose? It should be an independent, indivisible element, an element. Perhaps on a whim, Andrew, peering through the small peephole in the iron door, called out, "You are mistaken, Citizen Lavoisier. Lime is merely a compound." Perhaps referring to it as calcium carbonate would be more fitting. The calcium within it is indeed an element, a silvery white solid at room temperature, yet due to its highly reactive chemical nature. It predominantly exists in ionic or compound forms in nature, such as limestone, marble, and so forth. Despite having forgotten most of his high school chemistry, Andrew still retained vivid memories of basic chemistry from middle school. At least managing to recite the first 40 elements of the periodic table with ease. In the late 18th century, chemistry, having recently liberated itself from alchemy, was still at a nascent stage of development, limited to the curriculum of a middle school chemistry textbook. Had the environment been more conducive, the traveler might have engaged Lavoisier in a discussion regarding the relationships and distinctions among limestone, quicklime, slaked lime, and clarified lime water. Alas, even now, the recollection of chemistry exam questions from years past brought forth a wave of nostalgia. Once the pretense of intellectual superiority had concluded, Andrew turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Behind the iron bars, amidst the chaos, Lavoisier, as if illuminated by divine inspiration, suddenly awoke to clarity. He promptly returned to his workstation, fervently revising the manuscript of Introduction to Chemistry, which he perceived to be riddled with flaws. 2 hours later, as Lavoisier paused for a moment of respite, he recalled that the so-called divine presence must have been a young man speaking from the corridor. Thus, Lavoisier rushed to the peephole of the iron bars. Shouting towards the guard stationed in the corridor, "Hey, Bipo, I can offer a gold Louis." Let that young man come to assist me. Silence, you wealthy tax merchant. If you wish to avoid the guillotine tomorrow, it would be wise to forget that terrifying archangel. Chapter 30. The Deal with General Osh, Part 1. With the clang of the iron bars slamming shut behind them, Andrew and his companions arrived at a spacious vaulted room on the third floor, where there were no iron doors guarding the cells, allowing free movement within the confines of the third floor. Due to several prior incidents, the attic had been sealed off. Andrew glanced around and noted that the room was filled with male and female prisoners. The female prisoners sat at a long table, writing, knitting, sewing, and embroidering. Most of the male prisoners stood behind chairs, either idly pacing the room or vying for the attention of what were once noblewomen. A middle-aged guard, eager to please, informed the commissioner, "If someone is willing to pay a little, we can summon a band of musicians to perform at dusk, at that time." Both male and female prisoners would gather in the center of the room, dancing gracefully. After the dance, they would pair off into small rooms for intimate encounters, or even lay upon the grassy floor, their cries echoing in a fervent cacophony, "Ha ha," following a moment of awkward laughter. The guard noticed that the commissioner and his assistant were both regarding him with disdain. Andrew pointed towards the prison and commanded the guard, "Go fetch the female citizen, Cabalusi, and find a cleaner room. My assistant needs to interrogate her privately for a while." "No need. I know where she is." Tarian, who had remained silent since entering the prison, rushed into the cell, delivering a swift kick to a male prisoner who had been fawning over Cabalusi. Then, Andrew's assistant seized the noblewoman's hand and, before the eyes of all, boldly dashed towards the exit. "What shameless adulterers!" Andrew muttered under his breath. Yet, it was undeniable that Cabalusi was a stunning beauty, with lustrous black hair, a captivating figure and ample bosom, making her the perfect prey for a youthful charmer like Tarian. Can one really wash their hair daily in prison? But soon dismissing this thought, Andrew waved his hand, signaling the nearby guard to hastily prepare a private room for the brazen couple. Meanwhile, Andrew ordered, while handing over a silver coin, "Go to the warden and fetch me a pot of hot coffee. In a clean cup, mind you, and it must be vanilla-flavored. Yes, deliver it directly to this cell." After dispatching the three bothersome individuals, Andrew entered the large room alone. All present, upon witnessing Andrew's cylindrical hat and tailcoat, along with the flattery from the middle-aged guard, immediately recognized the stranger's identity and retreated accordingly. Unperturbed by the prisoner's actions, Andrew strode directly to a pen where a couple sat quietly conversing. However, upon noticing the secret policeman's approach, the two ceased their chatter, perhaps out of fear, as the woman nestled tightly against the man. The dark-haired man, clad in a tricolored vest and gray coat, stood up abruptly, taking a few steps forward to shield the unfortunate woman from the secret policeman's gaze. Yet, Andrew remained undeterred, addressing the man. "Are you the female citizen, Josephine de Beauharnais?" "I am." Josephine mustered her courage and stepped out from behind her protector, though her hand remained firmly entwined with his, as if they were one. It was impossible to deny that Josephine was a fair-skinned beauty, possessing a devilish figure and an alluring charm, maintaining a smile despite her misfortunes. And no wonder this woman, past her 30s, could captivate two of the most distinguished young generals of the Revolutionary era. "Very well, Citizen Josephine. Please remain outside the enclosure. I need to discuss a matter of state secrecy with General Osh. Should anyone attempt to eavesdrop, I shall have them sent directly to La Baye prison, where the journey to the guillotine takes no more than 24 hours. Andrew's final remark was deliberately raised in volume, causing the prisoners in the hall to shrink into the furthest corners, each facing the wall, too fearful to utter a sound. Once Josephine departed, Andrew entered the enclosure, discovering merely a chair, a table, and a patch of straw. Thus, the guest chose to sit on the seemingly clean chair and placed his cylindrical hat upon the relatively tidy table. Meanwhile, Osh remained standing, arms crossed over his chest, ever vigilant. "You should not threaten those poor souls," Osh remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Andrew silently shook his head. This brave, loyal, and accomplished general of the Republic had found himself imprisoned due to his cantankerous temperament. Fortunately, Osh was merely the son of a stableman, a typical peasant of France. Otherwise, other noble generals might have been sent to the guillotine. Andrew, alluding to deeper implications, said, "I recall Voltaire once stated, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake believes it bears responsibility. Before the Revolution, France did not hold the masses accountable. After the revolution, however, accountability is imperative. Given the current circumstances, I would amend Voltaire's words to say, when the avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. Furthermore, it is unnecessary for you to fixate on such trivial details. You ought to inquire as to why I have come to see you, or what is worthy of negotiation. Deprived of his splendid general's insignia, Osh pondered this before acquiescing. So, why have you come to find me? Who sent you? Andrew refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. Do you wish to leave prison? To regain your freedom and return to the battlefield. Perhaps you may no longer command a French legion, but you could have the opportunity to lead the armed forces of a nation. Osh glanced at Josephine and replied, I do wish to, but I believe a secret policeman lacks the authority to grant a general accused of treason his freedom. What a foul mouth you possess. It's no wonder you're locked up, Andrew mused inwardly. Were it not for his concern for Tarion and the others, he would have chosen the more rational Bruin without hesitation. Of course, Bruin's cunning nature left Andrew feeling uneasy. To secure the 1.5 million livres in gold, Andrew needed a trustworthy collaborator to oversee matters in Poland. After much contemplation, the traveler deemed Osh's character to be the more reliable choice. Presently, Osh found himself at a low point in life. A slight gesture of assistance would surely elicit gratitude. Moreover, as far as the traveler knew, Osh had never betrayed his benefactors or superiors, even when faced with a traitor like Dumouriez, a despicable royalist. Once Andrew received the desired response, he addressed Osh, the desire for freedom is commendable. While I may not be able to facilitate your immediate release, Citizen Carnot can. You shall receive a document within tomorrow or the day after, but no later than 72 hours, summoning you to report to the military committee. Before Osh could pose another question, Andrew retrieved several documents from his briefcase and handed them over, continuing, These are outlines I have drafted regarding the planning, organization, and execution of guerrilla warfare. I have titled it Operation Forest Brothers. In essence, it is to be led by the French Military Advisory Group, forming a band of Polish insurgents harboring animosity towards Russia. Utilizing the forests, rivers, marshes, wilderness, and towns along the Baltic coast to engage in unrestricted guerrilla warfare against Russia, Prussia, and Austria, thereby maximizing the diversion of the military forces of these three nations and alleviating the pressure they exert on revolutionary France. Why don't you go? Osh inquired. Having skimmed through the Forest Brothers' operational plan, his inquiry blurted out without thought. Once more, Andrew felt a surge of irritation. How could such a straightforward, emotionally oblivious general, who had not faced the guillotine, exist? Chapter 31. The Deal with General Osh, Part 2. Upon reflection, it seemed that Osh's imprisonment in Carmes prison was perhaps a protective measure from Carnot towards the young general. At that time, Osh was in competition with Pichegru for the command of the Northern Legion, who repeatedly petitioned the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety, accusing the stableman general of committing the unforgivable crime of treason, much like his former superior, Dumouriez. Moreover, Saint-Just, who had quarreled with Osh on several occasions, was incessantly voicing complaints, asserting that the young general had repeatedly squandered opportunities on the Rhine battlefield and required a special committee for evaluation. With this in mind, Andrew no longer hesitated to address the main topic directly. It is not yet that I have failed to secure the approval of Commissioner Carnot for my application. For this French military delegation must be led by a general of sufficient rank. Currently, my commission is merely that of a major. As for the following statement, it is best not to disclose it to anyone. The reason I have chosen you is that I wish to have you indebted to me for a significant favor, such as assisting me in finding someone to collect rents during your 6-month stay in Poland. Or perhaps, when you rise to prominence once more, we might look after one another. Additionally, I will continue to send individuals to discreetly supervise Josephine, ensuring she lives to witness your triumphant return. Naturally, this includes the 2 children of this citizen, Eugen and Ottens. Upon hearing news of her 2 children, Josephine, who had been waiting outside, was immediately overcome with emotion and rushed in, eager to inquire about Eugen and Ottens' well-being. Andrew wasted no time and directly retrieved a letter from his briefcase. Presenting it to the 30-year-old mother, it was a letter penned by Countess Elrond, accompanied by personal greetings from the children to their mother. Observing Josephine, who collapsed onto the bed, weeping with joy, Andrew could only invite Osh to step outside for a detailed conversation. Leaving this secluded space for a mother, thank you. She has always been concerned for her two children. At last, Osh managed to express his gratitude towards Andrew. No need for thanks. This is merely a political investment on my part. Andrew did not conceal his intentions, subtly implying that Osh must take the terms of their agreement seriously. Very well, I accept your investment, as long as your conditions do not contradict the interests of our French homeland, nor violate the most fundamental tenets of humanity. Well, let us disregard such matters in times of war. Thus, the hands of the two men briefly clasped. In the ensuing hours, Osh returned to the desk enclosed by the fence, diligently studying Andrew's guerrilla warfare proposal, ultimately transcribing it to prepare for submission under his own name to Commissioner Carnot of the National Salvation and Military Committees. As for Andrew, he remained outside, leisurely sipping the herbal coffee brought by the prison guard, while occasionally addressing Osh's inquiries. Why prohibit guerrilla fighters from wearing uniforms? Firstly, it facilitates concealment. Secondly, we lack funds, and more crucially, it is imperative that the Russian occupying forces believe that the rural Polish populace are natural supporters of the guerrillas, thereby broadening the scope of their reprisals and intensifying their brutality. With a population of 15 to 18 million across Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic region, even a 100:1 exchange ratio could deplete the entirety of the Russian regular army. Why recruit a Russian battalion that speaks the language beyond the guerrilla forces? I prefer to refer to them as scavengers die in war. When facing the formidable Russians, many rural towns may maintain neutrality, or even lean toward the Russians. At such times, a demoralized Russian army, known for pillaging and destruction, can obliterate this neutrality, compelling the enraged Polish populace to join the resistance spontaneously. Bunker warfare? Indeed, it involves excavating bunkers in various villages within the resistance stronghold, evolving from mere hiding places into fortified underground structures capable of combat and defense against water, fire, and poison, gradually linking houses, forming a cohesive defense, and coordinating to strike the enemy. In conclusion, Osh remarked, I believe your Forest Brothers operation could be applied in the Vendée and Brittany regions. Andrew chuckled. Indeed, to become the finest hunter, one must first become the most cunning prey. The vast forests along the Baltic coast will serve as your proving ground. Osh shook his head in response. I detest civil war. Yet Andrew reminded him, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. From the very first day you donned the blue uniform, you lost the luxury of choice. 2 hours later, Andrew received the letter Osh had written to Carnot and awaited the return of Tarion and Cabalus, the illicit couple who had concluded their affairs. Although Josephine wished to keep Countess Elrin's handwritten letter to see her children's handwriting daily, the cautious Andrew insisted on burning the letter, discarding the ashes into the neighboring pond. To this, Andrew reassured her. Do not worry, the days of suffering will not last long. Since winter has arrived, can spring be far behind? After successfully displaying his prowess once again, Andrew ushered Tarion into the carriage for their return journey, privately informing his companion, yesterday, I applied to the Public Safety Committee to downgrade the attention given to the Karmis prison, and it has been approved. Consequently, the Revolutionary Tribunal will extend the trial frequency for prisoners at this facility from once every 3 days to once every 10 days. In other words, the survival chances of prisoners at Karmis will increase by more than threefold. However, on the other hand, the number of death sentences handed down by the Revolutionary Tribunal typically adheres to stringent regulations set by the two committees. The reduction of death row inmates at Karmis implies that other prisons in Paris must increase the transfer of death row prisoners. Rest assured, I will not express my gratitude to you, Tarion replied nonchalantly, because the guild has approved the transfer of the Valmy hero and his son to Karmis prison. Though they still bear the status of prisoners, the charges of treason have been significantly mitigated. Andrew felt a surge of joy and inquired, Oh, what preparations are you making for the paperwork? Tarion retorted with a question of his own. When do you think would be best? Andrew smiled. Let us decide on tomorrow morning. My contacts have informed me that Marcin is evidently restless and intends to visit during the prison guard's shift change at noon. Additionally, members of the Foreign Affairs Committee will also be present to inquire about the Prussian SPY.AS for me. To avoid any suspicion, I shall head to the northern suburbs tomorrow morning to inspect the balloon battalion. For some reason, Tarion suddenly remarked, Andrew, I must admit, you are truly a master of intrigue. Why not stay in Paris and together, we can eliminate Robespierre and his faction? Andrew firmly shook his head. Not yet. Now is not the time. Do you know how to uproot a tree? Simply exerting brute force will not suffice. Even if you manage to uproot it, you will undoubtedly damage the tree. One must shake the tree from side to side until its roots loosen. And then, without much effort, it can be easily uprooted. Moreover, it is crucial that we seek out more allies opposed to the triumvirate within the National Convention, the National Salvation Committee, the Public Safety Committee, the Jacobin Club, and the Paris Commune, isolating and dividing all members of the Robespierre faction. When will that be? Tarion asked, somewhat disheartened. Soon. When God wishes to destroy a man, he first drives him mad. Andrew intended to continue comforting his most reliable political ally, but noticed that the carriage had come to a steady halt near the Tuileries Palace. By the time Tarion returned to the National Convention Hall at the Palace of the Nation, Andrew had already changed into his blue uniform and disembarked from the carriage, heading towards the Hall of Freedom. However, Carnot was not at the military committee but rather engaged in several significant votes in the Green Room, reportedly lasting until midnight. Undoubtedly, assistance for Poland would also be among the critical issues at hand. After consulting with the secretary, Andrew placed General Osh's handwritten Forest Brothers operation proposal on Commissioner Carnot's desk. He then drove to the Carmes prison to rescue an honest man named Lohman. Although he had never met this individual, Lohman was a gift for Andrew's visit to the Balloon Battalion, a stepping stone. Chapter 32 The Air Force of France, Part 1, in November 1783. The previously obscure paper manufacturers, the Montgolfier brothers, conducted the world's first manned hot air balloon flight at the Chateau Mot in Paris. This balloon took off from the Parc de Boulogne in western Paris, remaining airborne for 25 minutes before landing near the Place d'Italie in the city. From that moment forth, the French term for balloon, Montgolfière, was named after them. At that time, Joseph Coutel, a 35-year-old physics teacher at the Lycée Louis Le Grand, eagerly accepted the bold suggestion of several students to witness this historic event, accompanied by them to the Chateau Mot. Among those students was the now 27-year-old Lieutenant Lohman, who also served as Coutel's primary assistant in the balloon battalion. Shortly thereafter, Coutel personally funded an extraordinary experience for himself by ascending in a hot air balloon. Beneath the balloon, a cast-iron stove was suspended to provide heat, ensuring a continuous source of warmth to maintain ascent. However, due to uncontrollable factors such as wind direction, the flames in the stove often posed a risk of igniting the balloon, a leading cause of its fiery descent. Furthermore, the limitation of hot air balloons is that once the heated air cools, they can only descend, and the fuel technology of the time could not sustain prolonged flight, greatly restricting their commercial and military applications. However, soon, physicist Jacques Charles from the Sorbonne successfully resolved these issues, creating a balloon using hydrogen, a gas lighter than air, at the suggestion of the Academy member Lavoisier, thereby overcoming the problem of short flight duration. On the day of its inaugural flight, the hydrogen balloon achieved a remarkable 2-hour flight time. With the advent of hydrogen balloons, the commercialization and militarization of balloons gradually became a possibility. Meanwhile, one of the fervent enthusiasts of hot air balloons, Cutelier, shifted his expertise from physics to chemistry. He once apprenticed under Lavoisier, becoming one of the numerous assistants to the illustrious member of the French Academy, until the year 1791, the third year after the outbreak of the Great Revolution. Due to their profound political differences, Cutelier chose to depart from Lavoisier's laboratory. Shortly thereafter, at the invitation of Gideon Morveau, he joined a balloon club named Good Fellows as a chemist, dedicating himself to the research of more efficient hydrogen balloons. Just last year, Morveau, as a representative of the National Convention, successfully persuaded members of the Committee of Public Safety, including Carnot, to agree to explore the military potential of balloons in the name of the state. Soon, the Flyers Club was nationalized, and Cutelier officially served the revolutionary government. The initial military balloon development focused on navigable balloons, with one of the inventors, Joseph, and mathematician Montgolfier proposing to use balloons to carry explosives as bombers, intending to drop a 48-pound bomb on the city of Toulon, controlled by the coalition forces. However, the experimental results of the navigable balloons were far from satisfactory, with neither cruising power nor navigation control devices meeting the required standards. As for the idea of using balloons to drop bombs on the enemy. While it was a noble notion, the most likely outcome would be that the bombs would land on their own troops rather than the enemy. Just as everyone was disheartened, Cutelier stepped forward, proposing to redefine the military use of balloons to 3 main tasks: reconnaissance, signal transmission, and leaflet dropping. Consequently, the hydrogen balloon team entirely abandoned the internal combustion engine propulsion system, which would not mature for over a century, and Coutlier and his colleagues concentrated all their technical prowess on creating a relatively simple ground-tethered balloon. Soon, two representatives of the National Convention, Morveau and Carnot, came to inspect and were delighted to witness a hydrogen balloon capable of remaining airborne for up to 8 hours. Regarding the issues of movement and turning, Coutlier resolved these through human power. He commanded 20 soldiers to pull and tug the ropes of the balloon, easily traversing a distance of 2,000 yards across an open field. Morveau, a chemist, and Carnot, with a background in mathematics, were typical technocrats. They recognized that the hydrogen balloon named Entrepreneur was already equipped with practical military utility. However, amidst their joy, both representatives jointly raised a technical challenge that needed addressing: the cost of hydrogen production. The financial supervisor of the Committee of Public Safety, Commissioner Cambon, had issued a final ultimatum. Any expenses exceeding the budget would not be paid. At that time, the primary method for hydrogen production involved the reaction of pig iron and sulfuric acid, necessitating the construction of a massive reaction furnace. Building the furnace was, of course, not expensive. It merely required time. Hence, the crux of the issue lay in the exorbitant price of sulfuric acid, compounded by the British blockade, which rendered sulfuric acid extremely scarce during wartime. Often, even those with wealth found it difficult to procure. Fortunately, war serves as a catalyst for technological advancement. With Coutlier's proactive application, Morveau and Carnot successfully persuaded the Committee of Public Safety to grant Lavoisier, imprisoned in the Carmes prison, an independent laboratory. Within mere weeks, Lavoisier successfully developed a novel hydrogen production method in his laboratory using two inexpensive raw materials, carbon, C, and water, H2O, through the process of heating. Soon, the Aviation Technology Research Center located in Mortagne replicated Lavoisier's newly devised hydrogen production technology and put it into practical use. Mortagne, situated by the banks of the Oise River, is at the confluence of plains and hills. Approximately 20 leagues, about 80 kilometers, from the center of Paris, requiring 5 to 6 hours by long-distance carriage. 20 years prior, Mortagne was still a tranquil, unpretentious, and ancient town. However, a sudden outbreak of smallpox swept through the area. Within a month, a significant portion of the population perished, and the survivors, burdened with their elderly and young, were forced to migrate to distant lands, rendering the place a cursed sight. A year ago, when the French Aviation Technology Research Center sought a secluded base, Morveau suggested that Coutlier choose the desolate Mortagne. Although abandoned for nearly 2 decades, Mortagne's basic living facilities were fully intact and could be utilized with minimal maintenance. The left bank of the Oise River featured a flat alluvial plain, while hills and forests predominantly occupied the right bank, making it an ideal location for a balloon unit to adapt to the complexities of combat environments. Thus, just days ago, the hydrogen balloon unit of the aviation forces was officially formed, with Captain Coutlier and his assistant and student, Lieutenant Lohmann, serving as the commanding officers of the unit. Prior to this, balloon expert Nicolas Comte had already established himself at the Aviation Technology Research Center, overseeing various research efforts to further optimize the balloon's shape and materials, as well as improve the hydrogen production process. However, just yesterday, during a routine experiment with the hydrogen reaction furnace, Comte suffered severe burns to his left eye from the scalding gas and was subsequently transported to a hospital in the city of Paris for treatment. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, but the necrotic left eyeball might have to be removed. Moreover, for Coutlier, there was another source of considerable distress: the unexpected arrival of a military supervisor, Major Andrew Frank, from Paris. While this was ostensibly a normal occurrence, as Comte was the technical supervisor at the Mortagne base, and a military supervisor was required to partner with him, Coutlier learned from his old friend, the National Convention representative Morveau, that the newly appointed Major Frank was only 22 years old, while Coutlier was 46 and Lohmann was 27. Age, of course, was not an issue. Since the onset of the Great Revolution, many young officers had been promoted. Once, during a meeting with Commissioner Carnot of the Military Committee, Coutlier had encountered a 21-year-old Brigadier General, Bruni, whose qualifications were utterly lacking, excelling only in sycophancy and occasionally shouting various political slogans. The crux of the matter, however, was that this military supervisor had previously served as the political chief of the Paris Police Department, a feared head of the secret police. Rumors circulated that the political prisoners and foreign spies he personally apprehended had filled the La BTI prison. Initially, Coutlier contemplated asking Morveau to accompany him to persuade Carnot to amend the order, but his old friend dissuaded him. Every representative of the National Convention knew that once Carnot issued a military directive, no one could alter it, not even General Auch. Reflecting on the political police made Coutlier exceedingly uneasy, especially since his student and assistant, Lieutenant Lohman, had seen his father imprisoned for merely uttering an inappropriate complaint, falling victim to the secret police's pervasive reach. Just yesterday, Lohman had requested a 2-day leave, stating he needed to return to the city to address his father's arrest. Coutlier believed that the only thing his assistant could do was comfort the family. As for that political prison, Lohman would likely find it impossible to step inside. Unless, is that not Lohman? Wasn't he supposed to return to the barracks the day after tomorrow? As Coutlier stepped out of the command post, he immediately spotted his assistant jumping down from a 4-wheeled carriage in the square. At that moment, Lohman's previously troubled expression had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable excitement that Coutlier found all too familiar, reminiscent of the time he had brought his student to observe hot air balloons. Following Lohman was a younger major officer, and with a respectful demeanor, Lohman nearly bent at the waist, leading the unfamiliar individual towards Coutlier. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was none other than the newly appointed military supervisor, Major Andrew Frank. However, this overt display of loyalty from his subordinate somewhat displeased Coutlier, though he chose not to reveal his irritation immediately. According to protocol, after the customary pleasantries exchanged between the military supervisor and the commander, Coutlier ordered Lohman to blow the assembly whistle, gathering all the officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers of the entire company, who lined up in the square to welcome their new military commander, Major Andrew Frank. Dressed in military attire, Andrew strode confidently to stand before the troops, first casting a slow gaze over the assembled ranks. Perhaps due to his rank as a major, but more so due to the power of the secret police chief, few dared to meet the eye of the still-serving political chief, except for Captain Coutlier. Of course, the soldiers merely complied outwardly, lacking genuine respect, and while there was perhaps a hint of fear, it was devoid of true reverence. Andrew's gaze swept over them. Many soldiers appeared disheveled, their stances crooked, even less disciplined than the elementary school students of later generations. Most wore their triangular military hats askew, with half of the buttons on their chests unbuttoned, and some even had mucus stuck to their sleeves. Though fortunately, all were clad in military boots, yet the state of their shoelaces left much to be desired. After the second round of inspection, Andrew wasted no time in his opening remarks, directly addressing the assembled officers, sergeants, and soldiers without any unnecessary preamble. Armed citizens, as you have just learned, I still serve as the political chief of the Paris Police Department. However, I am now, like you, a member of the aviation base. As your commander and comrade, I have prepared a special welcome gift for you, which is to assist in rectifying certain misfortunes that have befallen your immediate family members, such as the wrongful arrest of Lieutenant Lohman's father. Indeed, if any of your direct relatives have suffered injustice or are dissatisfied with the severity of their punishment, they may now register their grievances with Lieutenant Lohman. After the event, I shall conduct a thorough review within 3 days. Those who are not implicated in colluding with foreign spies or betraying the interests of the Republic will receive fair and just treatment. Andrew's words hung in the air. The previously dejected soldiers erupted with excitement, chanting slogans like "Long live Andrew," "Long live the reevaluation," before clustering into groups and rushing into Lieutenant Romang's office. Only a few dim-witted soldiers approached, timidly inquiring if Commander Andrew could advocate for their well-connected relatives. Andrew let out a hearty laugh, gesturing towards the office of the deputy company commander, situated 50 yards away, indicating they should promptly queue up to register. The so-called Reevaluation Committee was concocted by Dandung and Demoulin last November, advocating for the rule of law internally, while seeking peace and negotiations externally, promoting leniency and humanitarianism, urging the preservation of human blood, which led to the release of non-essential suspects from prison. Despite the leaders of the leniency faction ultimately facing the guillotine, the committee was not forcibly disbanded. Nevertheless, during this period, the Salvation Committee and the Security Committee tacitly permitted some lenient practices, separating ordinary political issues from the so-called treason. If a suspect could secure a powerful political guarantor like Andrew, immediate release could be attained. Faced with such unconventional tactics from his youthful superior, Coutlier was left astonished. Yet, he had to concede that this seemingly unreasonable political benefit for families was far more effective in winning hearts than any motivational slogans, even surpassing the reinstatement of military pay. Major Frank, "You are truly generous," Cattell remarked with a hint of jealousy. Undoubtedly, no one wished for their own painstakingly raised children to be silently whisked away by unfamiliar outsiders. And Cattell was no exception. However, he had to acknowledge that this effortless approach to swiftly bridge the relationship between the balloon company's officers and soldiers could only be accomplished by Andrew. Who dared to do so? Andrew waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of what his middle-aged subordinate was concerned about. Rest assured, Captain Cattell's visit to Morton Base is merely to serve as a liaison and logistics supervisor. The daily training and command of the balloon company will adhere to your prior plans. However, as per Commissioner Carnot's instructions, the deployment of the balloon company is set for 10 days from now. Thank you. I will ensure Lieutenant Ramong sends regular updates regarding the company's affairs. Though Cattell found it difficult to discern the truth behind the Major's words, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude. Thus, the military supervisor of the aviation base and the commander of the balloon company engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation until the noisy group of over 20 soldiers completed their re-evaluation registration and bid farewell to the two commanders before returning to their respective posts. Andrew received the application form handed to him by Lieutenant Ramong, skimmed through its contents, and determined that the charges leading to imprisonment were trivial matters that could be resolved with authorization to Lieutenant Bruno. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall resolve these minor issues before our company embarks on its mission, Andrew asserted confidently. Thank you, Ramong replied gratefully. Soon, Andrew turned his attention towards the balloon company commander, inquiring, Captain Cattell. It seems you have not submitted any information for re-evaluation? I have, but I doubt you can manage it. Cattell felt he was being deliberately provocative. Oh, then let it be, the military officer responded blandly, not falling for the bait. After accepting the task, Andrew had thoroughly reviewed Cattell's personal file and was well aware of the individual he most wished to repay. Lavoisier, on one hand. It was within Lavoisier's laboratory that Cattell transformed from a high school physics teacher into a modern chemist. On the other hand, it was Lavoisier's experimental results in prison that provided the balloon company with an inexpensive method to acquire hydrogen. In both public and private spheres, Cattell's desire to repay a debt was certainly not misplaced, but it evidently exceeded Andrew's capabilities. While the military officer was keen to receive a substantial reward of 20,000 livres from Madame Lavoisier, safeguarding his own neck took precedence. After this brief interlude, Andrew, accompanied by the two company commanders, conducted a cursory inspection of the company's preparations for battle. When the trio reached the side of the balloon warehouse, Andrew's eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal, peculiar object suspended in the sky, resembling a gigantic bag, beneath which dangled a net and a large plate. When Cattell routinely inquired whether Commander Andrew was interested in ascending into the hydrogen balloon to observe, the latter promptly declined, instead asking whether the balloon company had prepared parachutes. Following the successful ascent of hot air balloons, frequent commercial performances had led to accidents. Thus, 4 years ago, a young nobleman from Paris named Yabu successfully crafted a parachute with a silk hard frame. Chapter 34, Andrew, a Chemist? Part 1, Andrew elaborated. The parachute is placed in a partially open state outside the balloon's basket, with its canopy attached to the harness worn by the individual. In the event of a balloon mishap, the parachute will deploy upon landing. However, the inventor Yabu was a staunch royalist who perished during the September massacres of 1792. Consequently, his invention was neglected until a few months ago when Andrew fortuitously discovered it in the abandoned stable of Yabu's apartment. All thanks to the underground archive managed by the police headquarters, where archivists had a penchant for preserving the peculiar artifacts they encountered over the past century, from the reign of Louis XV to the Revolutionary period. Andrew concluded, I have packaged 2 parachutes and their accompanying tools. They are stored in the basement next to the police headquarters, ready for retrieval tomorrow. Cattell promptly expressed his gratitude. Although the inaugural hydrogen balloon remained tethered to the ground by ropes, ensuring a higher safety factor, should an accident occur, the 2 parachutes would serve as a commendable safety measure. On the other hand, Andrew's reluctance to board the hydrogen balloon stemmed from his acrophobia. Future travelers would undoubtedly lack such a psychological ailment, but now, having assumed Andrew's identity, complications arose. Even with knowledge of desensitization therapy from clinical psychology to treat his acrophobia, Andrew's mind could only tolerate a maximum height equivalent to 4 stories, and that only while firmly grounded. The prospect of remaining in a swaying basket 200 or 300 feet above the ground was utterly unthinkable, at least until Andrew had scaled the height of a 10-story building, 30 meters. He had no desire to undertake any risks. When Andrew halted once more, he found himself facing a uniquely designed structure. To be more specific, this hydrogen reactor was constructed of brick, comprising 2 kilns of varying sizes connected by several thick cast-iron pipes to a pool of clear water. Above the reactor, a roof supported by more than a dozen pillars provided shade from the sun and shelter from rain, while the absence of walls ensured proper ventilation. Lieutenant Ramon, who was responsible for the explanation, stated, constructing this reactor typically requires 5 to 7 days. Additionally, the hydrogen produced is hot and must cool down before the gas contracts, causing the filled balloon to sag, necessitating several refills. The entire inflation process takes between 36 to 40 hours. Therefore, if we encounter a battlefield relocation, we will not have the time to erect the reactor at the front lines. We must have 20 soldiers drag the filled balloon on foot across the wilderness. Fortunately, the hydrogen balloon is inherently buoyant and requires little effort to manage, but we must remain vigilant regarding wind strength and the potential interference from enemy cavalry. Upon hearing this, Andrew contemplated asking why they did not utilize steel cylinders to transport hydrogen, liquefying it in the factory before loading it into the cylinders and refilling the balloon on the battlefield. However, he swiftly recalled that hydrogen's normal boiling point is -253 degrees Celsius. Given current technology, this endeavor would be as challenging as producing a functional internal combustion engine. Faced with such complexities in creating a reconnaissance hydrogen balloon, Andrew felt a tinge of disappointment, which perhaps explained why the balloon company had been ordered disbanded by Napoleon after just over 10 years of establishment. Reflecting on this, he considered volunteering to take command of the rifle regiment formed by Carnot. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. In reality, that rifle regiment was also a FAAD. French officers and soldiers collectively rejected the slow-firing, complex foreign rifles, making it difficult to recruit a cohesive force. Reluctantly, Carnot had to order a group of politically aligned Alpine hunters sympathetic to the revolution to be integrated into the French army's rifle regiment. It mattered little whether they were French, Swiss, Italian, or German, as long as they could raise their voices to proclaim "Long live the Republic" before the tricolor flag. They were deemed comrades. Upon observing Major Andrew's despondent demeanor, Cotter and Lomang exchanged a glance, swiftly resolving to terminate the tedious technical exposition and prepare for the welcoming banquet for Commander Andrew. However, an unexpected shift occurred. You are derived from coke as the fundamental material, which reacts with steam at elevated temperatures to yield hydrogen, Andrew recounted, simultaneously picking up a branch and gesticulating in the sand. Initially, Cotter dismissed it, but upon witnessing Lomang's astonished expression, he hurried over to investigate. What lay drawn in the sand was a seemingly simple chemical reaction equation. CH2O high temperature COH2. This was indeed the experimental result produced by Lavoisier for the balloon squadron. Due to its highly classified military nature, only a handful could articulate this chemical equation. As for the thoughts of Cotter and Lomang, they surmised that Major Andrew, as the political department's chief, was also an aficionado of chemistry, having visited Lavoisier in prison to comprehend, study, or research the aforementioned equation. Furthermore, the two equations exhibited discrepancies. H2O should be H0, and H2 should be H. Thus, Lavoisier's equation would be CHO high temperature COH. The minor error in the subscript data was inconsequential. Andrew would not voluntarily elucidate the correctness of these representations. The complexity of theory was not the issue, but rather the current imprecision of experimental apparatus. And C12 was not yet internationally recognized as the standard for 1 mole of atoms. It was already established that Lavoisier's equation could indeed synthesize inexpensive mixed hydrogen gas, water gas. Yet it bore a significant flaw. Upon the reaction of coke with steam in a high-temperature environment, in addition to producing 60 to 70 hydrogen gas, it concurrently generated 2 carbon-oxygen compounds. These carbon oxides would later be formally named carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide by the Scottish chemist Cruikshank several years hence. As for the carbon dioxide, it could now be resolved by reintroducing the impure gas into clarified lime water, effectively dissolving the majority of CO2. Whereas for CO, the common method employed was a low-cost catalyst known as copper acetate. At present, even though Lavoisier did not endorse the French chemist Rasson's view of CO as an exceedingly peculiar combustible air, hydrogen, he, being incarcerated, had not conducted extensive research on CO. In truth, Andrew's middle school chemistry knowledge was limited to this. Yet it was sufficient to impress the two commanders of the hydrogen squadron. With the notion of Andrew being tagged as a chemistry enthusiast, Cottere gradually lessened his heightened vigilance towards his new superior, who hailed from espionage. Andrew concluded, "It is certain that the hydrogen contains a potentially lethal impurity gas, which may pose significant harm to the health of the balloon squadron personnel." Lo Meng took the cue, saying, "Indeed, there were two soldiers who suffered from inhaling impure hydrogen indoors. One tragically perished, while the other narrowly escaped, yet sustained considerable physical and mental harm, necessitating premature retirement." Subsequently, the captain consulted academician Lavoisier, and on his advice, we relocated the hydrogen reaction furnace to an open area, merely erecting a rain shelter overhead and removing the four walls to maximize air circulation. However, this solution is not without its flaws. As he spoke, Lo Meng cast a glance at Cottere, who, understanding, continued, "Indeed, this method is merely a palliative. We must eliminate the harmful impurities from the hydrogen, not only for the health of the personnel, but also to enhance the quality of the hydrogen. As that impurity gas is only slightly lighter than air and its ascent efficiency is far inferior to that of hydrogen." Chapter 35. Is Andrew also a chemist? Part 2. Indeed, if Commissioner Carnot could find a way to have academician Lavoisier work in Morton, all problems would be effortlessly resolved, Andrew interjected, preemptively thwarting the traps the two balloon squadron commanders had prepared for him. The balloon squadron indeed required Lavoisier's research findings, yet they were not indispensable. Without a personal letter of endorsement from power figures like Carnot, Andrew would never risk his head. For the two extremist representatives of the National Salvation Committee, C.L.O. Du Bois and Pierre Vallon, had explicitly demanded the trial of the tax farmer Lavoisier before the Revolutionary Court. Moreover, members of the Public Safety Committee, such as Vadier, Ulan, and Amar, had their grievances against tax farmers and sought to appease the sans-culottes with the heads of these affluent individuals. Ironically, Robespierre and his associates, who held the reins of national power, remained neutral for the time being, steadfastly refusing to indiscriminately expand the death penalty until June 1794. However, a politician's stance is often devoid of principle. As the domestic and international political landscape evolved, Robespierre and others, to bolster central authority and maximize the mobilization of France's manpower, resources, and finances to secure victories against the anti-French coalition in the east, Switzerland and the Alps, the south, the Iberian Peninsula, the west, Vendée and Brittany, and the north, Belgium and the Rhineland, opted for a comprehensive political compromise with the radicals of the two committees. This pivotal event would later herald the issuance of the Law of 22 Prairial. Returning to the present, Andrew must offload the burden onto Cottere and Lo Meng. As long as they could persuade Commissioner Carnot to facilitate Andrew's operations, the remaining matters could be entrusted to the political department chief, who had yet to formally resign. Once the time of the Law of 22 Prairial arrived in a few weeks, even divine intervention would not save Lavoisier. After thoroughly grasping Andrew's intentions, Cottere promptly proposed to set off back to Paris, first to enlist his old friend Morveau, and then to jointly lobby Commissioner Carnot. "But why tomorrow evening? You shall receive a written response from Commissioner Carnot," Cottere asserted while signaling a soldier to bring forth his steed. The task of hosting Major Andrew was wholly delegated to Lieutenant Lo Meng. With the issue laid bare, Andrew likewise articulated his stance. He stated, "Provided we obtain this endorsement document from Carnot, my associates can finalize arrangements within 72 hours at most. As for the method of execution for the rescue, Andrew would naturally not divulge, and his subordinates would not inquire. Yet, one thing was certain. Andrew would never allow Lavoisier to walk out of the Carmes prison in broad daylight. As the time traveler could not withstand the collective backlash from the radicals within the two committees, as for Carnot, he would not be foolish. While he might exhibit assertiveness in military matters, politically, he typically maintained a stance of conformity, following the prevailing currents. Thus, Cottere's journey was destined for futility. The sole benefit was that Andrew could use this situation to probe Carnot's true sentiments. Watching Cottere ride away into the distance, Lo Meng, filled with concern, inquired, "Major, do you truly have confidence?" Andrew chuckled, his words laced with meaning. "I never engage in battles without assurance. Of course, a fundamental prerequisite is to secure authorization from the higher-ups. Additionally, prepare a carriage for me. After nightfall, I too must return to Paris. Do you comprehend my intentions?" Aware, Lo Meng swiftly replied, "Yes, Major. During the forthcoming banquet, Due to Major Andrew's intolerance for alcohol and an unfortunate bout of chills, he would remain in a state of slumber in the Morton barracks until the following noon. The scene shifts back several hours to the moment Andrew had just arrived at the Morton Aeronautics Center, where the former chief of security from the Marais District Police, Max Marson, found himself confined in a solitary cell at the La Baye prison. The individual once heralded as the second chief of the political department and first assistant successor to the Paris police headquarters, Marson was imprisoned in this political jail due to unanimous accusations from multiple congressional representatives, with charges of murder, espionage, and treason. Days prior, Marson had unexpectedly learned of a highly detrimental piece of information about himself from an undercover operative hidden within the Theater District Police. The political deputy chief Bruce had uncovered a spy network in Paris linked to Prussia, which included a grain merchant from Grenoble named Morel. This suspect claimed to have obtained special procurement rights from the Paris Grain Bureau through his relationship with Marson, a fellow villager. More alarmingly, in Morel's testimony, he alleged that Lieutenant Marson had coerced him into recruiting a spy to sell French intelligence to the British, Austrians, and Prussians. Based on this testimony, Max Marson appeared to be a hidden traitor within the Republic's police system, severely jeopardizing France's security. Undoubtedly, the moment this accusation was substantiated by the political department, no one would escape the death penalty. Under ordinary circumstances, Marson would dismiss this as mere slander concocted by political adversaries, as he had pledged loyalty to the Public Safety Committee and Amar, rendering such slanders inconsequential to him. However, in the present day, Marson is on the verge of entering the Paris police headquarters to take over the political department from Major Andrew. Any whispers or rumors could gravely impact his career trajectory, not to mention the impending accusations of slander, which cast him as a traitor and a collaborator with foreign powers. This moment is crucial. He must resolve this matter thoroughly before Commissioner Amar returns to Paris, as the Public Security Committee deliberates on the final appointment of the head of the political department at the police headquarters. The most prudent course of action would be to persuade Deputy Political Chief Bruce to retract the suspect's statement. This, however, seems highly improbable, as Marson is acutely aware that Bruce is a confidant of Andrew. And it cannot be ruled out that the current head of the political department is the mastermind behind this conspiracy to frame him. After a night of deep contemplation, Marson resolves to visit the suspect Morel, who has falsely accused him. In prison the following midday, he intends to clarify the situation or, if necessary, silence him outright. According to current legal statutes, any individual identified by the political police as a foreign spy or political prisoner must be transported to the Roubaix prison within 24 hours. Although Marson currently holds the position of the district's public security chief, he is determined to find a way to enter this heavily guarded political prison. The next day at noon, with the assistance of a familiar prison guard, Marson, disguised as a petty vendor, easily infiltrates Roubaix prison and stealthily slips into the solitary confinement cell of the accused Morel during the guard shift change. Theo is utter shock upon entering the cell. He finds the suspect bound to a cross, his head drooping, a bizarre smile on his face, and multiple stab wounds to his chest. He is already lifeless, from the temperature of the body and the continuous dripping of blood. It is evident that Morel's demise occurred no more than 2 minutes prior. Realizing that this is yet another conspiracy against him, a sense of alarm engulfs Marson, prompting him to flee without even closing the cell door. Soon, he hears the urgent shouts of several prison guards behind him. "Help! The suspect has been murdered. Quickly intercept him. The killer must be ahead." It's him, the vendor in the gray jacket. Chapter 36. Seeking the truth behind in a frantic bid for escape, Marson soon finds himself encircled by the prison guards. In a moment of desperation, he unsheathes a short dagger from his waist and frantically swings it, recklessly charging toward the prison yard leading to the exit. At this moment, several representatives of the National Convention, clad in tailcoats, are gathered in the yard, among them the flamboyantly dressed Tallien, adorned with a tricolor feathered hat. These individuals are members of the Congressional Screening Committee, tasked with transferring General C.L. Mint and his son from Roubaix political prison to a lesser facility, Camp Prison. Additionally, the Diplomatic Committee of Loubel has dispatched personnel to interrogate Prussian spies. And upon hearing of the infiltration of informants and a murder within the prison, they have come to observe the unfolding spectacle. A.S. Marson, armed and frantically fleeing, approaches them. The members of Parliament initially stand in bewilderment, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily scatter. That moment, the valiant Tallien steps forward, calmly extending a leg to trip the fleeing Marson, sending him crashing to the ground. Before the disoriented Marson can regain his footing, several robust guards have already leapt upon him, pinning him down securely. Given the circumstances at the crime scene, with the presence of the murder weapon left behind in the prison, and the eyewitness accounts of numerous congressional members, even 1,000 voices would not suffice for the former public security chief to exonerate himself. Upon learning of the incident, David, a member of the Public Security Committee and the acting chief of the Paris Police Headquarters, promptly signs a warrant for the arrest of former District Chief Marson, consigning him to Roubaix prison for interrogation by Deputy Political Chief Bruce. In the dead of night, a black long-distance carriage halts at the gates of Roubaix prison. After the coachman presents an authorization document to the sentry, the carriage is swiftly granted entry. As Andrew disembarks, Bruce, alerted to his arrival, stands in the prison yard holding a flaming torch. Andrew nods at his confidant without uttering a word. The two soon make their way to the lower-level cell where Marson is detained. This basement, originally a wine and food storage cellar for the monks of Roubaix Abbey, lacks windows and is perpetually shrouded in darkness, exuding a chilling atmosphere. The installation of 2 iron doors at the entrance transforms it into an impenetrable fortress. Soon, the echo of their footsteps resonates in the uneven, narrow staircase. Andrew notes the peeling paint on the walls, the dampness leading to unsightly mildew. The absence of light fills the dungeon with a foreboding scent. Although Andrew, as the head of the political department, occasionally inspects this political prison, he seldom descends into its filthy confines. According to the revolutionary radicals, the basement is closest to hell, allowing the damned to acclimate to their grim fate. Thus, in Roubaix prison, the basement has become synonymous with death. As the two officials approach, a political officer standing at the entrance promptly rises and signals to the guard with whom he has been jesting to open Marson's cell. Andrew steps inside first, while Bruce hesitates momentarily, exchanging a glance with his subordinate, who discreetly ushers the nearby guard away from the cell's corner, allowing them to continue their revelry. Following Andrew's prior instructions, Bruce refrains from interrogating Marson in the usual manner. Instead, he confines him to the cell, binding his limbs and body to a cross to prevent any attempts at escape or self-harm, stuffing a rag into his mouth. Having encountered Marson on several occasions before, Andrew recalls the impression he left: his prominent brow, fierce gaze, and volatile temperament, possibly stemming from a tumultuous upbringing as a cleric. Andrew is aware that a significant number of priests in the French church harbor pedophilic tendencies, often preying upon young seminarists studying theology within the church. This brutal persecution by young sworn clerics against their older counterparts during the Revolution is a critical aspect of this dark history. Lieutenant Max Marson? Andrew's mocking voice reverberates in the prisoner's ears. Marson slowly opens his eyes, and upon recognizing his adversary, his expression transforms into one of furious rage, as if he wishes to exact 1,000 tortures upon Andrew. Alas, his limbs are securely bound, rendering him immobile, and the fabric blocking his mouth stifles any curses he might wish to utter. After thoroughly inspecting Marson's condition, Bruce discreetly exits. Andrew stands before Marson, his smile gradually fading. His expression growing solemn, he speaks deliberately. "A week ago, while I had little affection for your methods, even detesting your cruel treatment of prisoners, I refrained from obstructing your appointment as head of the political department out of respect for Commissioner Amar. However, I discovered you had placed Jacques in the Theater District Police Station and recruited Maria, the wife of the old tailor across the street, as an informant." As Andrew glances at Marson, he notices the latter's fierce glare, revealing a readiness to explode at any moment. Thus, the sequence of events is clear. Your transgressions preceded my retaliation. Initially, I intended for Bruce to execute you outright. You must understand, this is a political prison. No one would care about the cause of a condemned prisoner's demise. Yet, I am curious as to why you have been surveilling me, what your intentions are, and who the puppet master behind this is. At the final question, Andrew locks eyes with Marson, their gazes locked for a prolonged moment. Soon, however, the weary prisoner succumbs under the immense mental strain, closing his eyes and adopting a defeated demeanor. Andrew chuckles softly and continues. "Even if you remain silent, I can surmise the gist of it. Your covert surveillance of me is undoubtedly at the behest of another. Clearly, someone of considerable power and influence has compelled you to serve their interests. Yet, rather than employing conventional means of suppression, they resort to insidious tactics, clearly intent on leading me to my demise. It is evident that this individual cannot be Commissioner Amar. He harbors no irreconcilable grievances against me or Lejeune. Moreover, just weeks prior, I conveyed my willingness to relinquish the position of head of the political department to David, expressing my desire to support his chosen successor. Thus, my conflict with this person is personal, one of life and death, steeped in deep-seated hatred. However, as I meticulously sift through my memories, I cannot unearth the identity of this hidden adversary. Therefore, I have come to you, hoping you might enlighten me with that name. Will you speak it? Marcin hastily nodded, emitting a muffled sound from his mouth, while Andrew remained motionless, showing no signs of action. Suddenly, Andrew burst into laughter. You are exhibiting excessive urgency, despite the compliant expression on your face. Your gaze is far from benevolent. Your fists are tightly clenched, clearly contemplating an opportunity to either bite me or spit at me, yearning for a swift demise, hoping to incite resentment in a member of the Security Committee. Rest assured, I have indeed considered the aftermath of setting this trap, which includes enlisting several representatives from the National Assembly to corroborate the situation. I have also persuaded Commissioners Davi and Libas to continue supporting Amal's associates to succeed the position of the political department's chief of police. I trust Amal will have no objections, as it was his people who transgressed first, acting not only as traitors and spies, but also publicly assassinating a key suspect within the prison. Thus, your untimely death will only serve to reassure that commissioner. The sole exception may be a woman named Louise residing on Friendship Street in the Marais district, perhaps accompanied by her young child. Choba. When I first encountered that surname, I mistakenly thought it belonged to an Italian named Roberto Baggio. Upon investigation, it turned out to be true. Chapter 37. The Guardian Angel of Scientists, Part 1. Although Andrew failed to uncover the mastermind behind Marcin's instructions, Bruce managed to identify Marcin's lover and their illegitimate child, Choba. As the prisoner struggled desperately, Andrew feigned indifference, continuing at a leisurely pace. Soon, I shall remove the rag from your mouth, but let me make it clear. If a single foul word slips from your lips or if you dare to spit, I will order Bruce to bring Louise and Choba to La Bay prison for a reunion with you. Following the assassination of Murat, the Security Committee and the Paris police have largely disregarded existing judicial principles. Even pregnant women and minors can be imprisoned alongside their parents. After a prolonged silence, Marcin finally nodded submissively at Andrew, and once the rag was removed, he whispered a name into Andrew's ear. Upon hearing it, Andrew was visibly taken aback, angrily shoving the rag back into Marcin's mouth. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Marcin became exceptionally agitated, desperately seeking a promise, suppressing his anger. Andrew turned back and said, "You know I am always true to my word, so rest assured, they will be unharmed, and Paris will forget Louise and Choba." With that, Andrew exited the cell. He instructed Bruce and another political officer who approached him in hushed tones. "You may send him on his way. Make it quick and clean," Bruce nodded, while another subordinate produced a length of rope from his jacket, and together they entered the cell. Meanwhile, Andrew departed the basement alone. As he passed by the guard, he casually tossed a small pouch of silver coins to the officer. The following day, an unexpected yet anticipated announcement emerged from La Bay prison. The former chief of police of the Murat district, suspect of treason, Marcin, had chosen to hang himself in his cell. On the same day, political deputy chief Bruce was promoted to lieutenant and subsequently transferred from the theater district to the neighboring Murat district police station. Officially assuming the role of chief of police in that area. As for Andrew, upon leaving the prison, he returned directly to the Morton Air Base without delay. Once he arrived, he quickly forgot the events transpiring in Paris and began collaborating with Lieutenant Lohman on a novel tactic involving hydrogen balloons. If a stable and secure meteorological observation station could be established at the front lines, it would enable detailed studies of local wind patterns and climate conditions, potentially facilitating aggressive unmanned hydrogen balloon operations. Naturally, the primary function would be to incite fires within enemy camps and create chaos, thereby undermining enemy morale, rather than inflicting significant casualties. Andrew recounted the historical context, recalling how, in the late stages of World War II, the desperate Japanese headquarters utilized an invention by a meteorologist to secretly create balloon bombs known as Fugaka bombs, deploying hydrogen-filled balloons equipped with explosives to bombard the American mainland. Throughout the war, Japan launched 9,300 balloon bombs, with 2,000 reaching American territory, resulting in the deaths of 6 Americans and causing several minor forest fires. Though the American casualties were minimal, the resulting panic was severe, leading to extensive war preparations on the West Coast, including the digging of air raid shelters, blackouts, and the distribution of gas masks, with several individuals tragically suffocating due to improper mask usage. Andrew concluded. Once the tactic of unmanned hydrogen balloons proved successful, launching a large-scale hydrogen balloon bombardment against the British across the Channel is certainly within the realm of possibility. Indeed, we do not concern ourselves with the immediate effectiveness of each hydrogen bomb or incendiary device. Rather, we aim to execute a relentless series of unforeseen and unstoppable attacks that instill panic within British territory, compelling the timid British Parliament to accept our terms for peace. Just imagine a fleet of unmanned hydrogen balloons carrying bombs or incendiary devices, an invincible armada of the Republic soaring through the skies. Andrew's fervent description of the balloon bombs ignited a passionate response in the lieutenant beside him. As an engineer, Lohman failed to consider the complex and variable air currents over the North Sea and the English Channel. A single miscalculation in wind direction could lead to losses not for the British across the Channel, but for the French themselves. Andrew was well aware of this. It was his way of diverting Lohman, who had been incessantly questioning him since their return to Morton Base. Reluctantly, Andrew devised the concept of the balloon bomb to allow Lohman to remain quietly absorbed in his own endeavors. Andrew returned early the next morning, waiting until evening to take a stroll after dinner at the barracks mess. He arrived at a checkpoint at the village entrance, where he finally spotted the tardy Lieutenant Coutlier. Noticing the lieutenant's expression of dejection, Andrew surmised that the discussions in Paris had not gone well. Carnot would undoubtedly refuse to sign the pardon that offended numerous colleagues, nor would he grant Andrew a personally signed authorization. This, of course, was anticipated by Andrew. The major signaled the soldiers standing nearby to promptly inform the mess chef to prepare slices of bread, meats, butter, and hot soup for the weary Lieutenant Coutlier in the dining hall. Andrew consoled his despondent subordinate. It is normal for things to not go smoothly. It requires several attempts. I will return to Paris early tomorrow morning to report this matter to Commissioner Carnot. Coutlier looked up and said, "Thank you. Representative Morveau hopes to see you tomorrow. It would be my honor." When? He generally spends most of his time at the Agricultural Committee in the Equality Building. Not a problem. After my meeting with Commissioner Carnot at the Military Committee, I will visit Representative Morveau. As the chef brought in the food and soup, Andrew rose to leave. That moment, he began to ponder why an Agricultural Committee member would be interested in conversing with him. The most likely connection remained with Lavoisier. Drawing from his formidable mental repository, Andrew quickly recalled Morveau's biography. Of noble birth, now 57 years old, a chemist, and once a staunch supporter of the phlogiston theory. However, after meeting Lavoisier, Morveau shifted his allegiance to the oxygen theory and collaborated with Lavoisier in establishing chemical nomenclature. Today, Morveau is not only a friend of Coutlier but also enjoys a close relationship with Carnot. To be more specific, Carnot has always been Morveau's protector. Furthermore, Carnot serves as the guardian angel for many French scientists, from the constitutional scholar Monge to the expatriate mathematician Lagrange. These mathematicians, physicists, chemists, botanists, meteorologists, and gunpowder experts, lacking explicit political affiliations, have been openly and covertly shielded by the Stoic Commissioner, successfully avoiding the political perils of the terror-stricken era. On the other hand, the Jacobin authorities exhibited a relatively lenient attitude towards scientists. A widely circulated statement attributed to the Revolutionary Tribunal Judge Coffenhal declared, "The Republic does not need scholars and chemists. The course of justice must never be halted." Evidently, this statement is likely fabricated. Moreover, Coffenhal was not a judge of the Revolutionary Tribunal, but merely the national prosecutor, the deputy public prosecutor of the Paris Commune. Chapter 38. The Guardian Angel of Scientists, Part 2. During the reign of terror that characterized the Great French Revolution, particularly under Jacobin rule, only 6 scientists, including the renowned chemist Lavoisier, met their demise at the guillotine. The demise of the aforementioned scientists was intricately linked to their political affiliations and the activities in which they engaged. Among them were the eminent scholar and staunch royalist Duke of Enville, who perished during the September massacres in September 1792, the astronomer and representative of the Girondins, Ba, who was sentenced to death by the Revolutionary Tribunal in November 1793. Baron Dietrich, a chemist, who met his fate on the guillotine in December 1793 for his involvement with royalist activities, and the mathematician and philosopher Condorcet, who took his own life in prison in April 1794. Last June, Carnot and Monge endeavored to persuade Condorcet to confine himself to his residence in Paris rather than flee to the provinces, but their counsel was rebuffed in April. The royalist astronomer and mathematician Ceron also faced execution. As for Lavoisier, his identity as a tax farmer was the true cause of his demise. It is evident that the causes of death for these scientists were closely intertwined with their political stances and involvements. At least during Andrew's tenure as the political police chief, he had not sanctioned any arrest warrants against scientists. Returning to the present, Andrew's two-day inspection at the Morton Aviation Center had come to an end. At dawn on the third day, he boarded a long carriage bound for Paris. Instead of returning to Rue Saint-Jacques, he made his way directly to the Equigny Hotel near the Tuileries. After securing a room and attending to his ablutions, he initially intended to pay a visit to the Polish Count in room 306 for a casual conversation regarding the forthcoming payment dates and amounts. However, to his dismay, not only was room 306 unoccupied, but the staff informed him that the Polish gentleman had checked out. Upon inquiring at the adjacent police headquarters, Andrew learned that Barras had departed for Poland earlier that morning, having received the official response from the Committee of Public Salvation regarding France's aid to Poland. Boarding the first Dutch merchant vessel laden with French military supplies, cursing the Polish pig for leaving France without so much as a word, Andrew feared he might have been duped. The immoral political transaction between himself and Barras could not withstand the scrutiny of daylight. Should the other party harbor intentions of reneging, Andrew could only suffer in silence, venting his frustrations in private, as any other course of action would prove futile. Had he foreseen this turn of events, Andrew would have insisted on being included in the military delegation's roster to seek the 1.5 million livres worth of gold from the Poles. A.S. Andrew lamented his predicament. A political police officer who had previously overseen the security of the Polish envoy approached him, handing over a letter marked for Andrew's attention. "Major, this is a message from the Polish envoy." "Oh, thank you." A flicker of joy ignited within Andrew, and he hurried back to his room at the Equigny Hotel. Upon opening the letter, he indeed found a message from Barlas. The Polish count first explained his hasty departure, emphasizing his need to promptly relay the news of French assistance to the Polish commander Kosciuszko in Krakow, encouraging the valiant Polish warriors engaged in a bloody struggle against the Russian occupation. Furthermore, the Polish insurgents were in dire need of French arms and artillery, and given the geographical separation between France and Poland, he required communication with sympathetic diplomats from Denmark and Sweden to facilitate the safe transport of subsequent shipments of military aid to Poland. Regarding the clandestine agreement between Barlas and Andrew, it remained in effect. Once the military delegation arrived in Poland, arrangements would be made for Andrew to receive the promised gold in the form of a check. In conclusion, Barlas reiterated his commitment to uphold the cooperative contract with Andrew, subtly indicating his intention to gradually relocate a substantial portion of his estate and half of his family members to France, including the acquisition of land and estates there. The cunning hare has 3 burrows. With this revelation, Andrew finally felt a sense of relief. Barlas had evidently recognized Poland's inherent weakness, rendering it incapable of standing alone against the tripartite threat posed by Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The military assistance from revolutionary France was but a drop in the bucket, merely exacerbating the brutality of the conflict and prolonging its conclusion. Unless the National Convention agreed to dispatch 200,000 French troops to rescue their ally, such a scenario was clearly implausible on one hand. As a Pole, Barlas felt compelled to exert every effort towards participating in this struggle for national independence. On the other hand, as a nobleman, he had to consider the survival of his family, preparing discreetly for the eventuality of Poland's demise. Thus, maintaining a favorable personal relationship with Andrew and continuing their political dealings became all the more essential. Andrew scheduled his report to Commissioner Carnot for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a time that typically coincided with the representatives of the National Convention's customary lunch break. As Major Andrew, clad in military garb, entered the military committee hall, he noticed that the wall map of the Italian Legion's battlefront, prominently displayed on the southeastern wall, remained obscured by the map of Poland's situation. The current map of Poland marked vast areas, including Little Poland, Mazovia, Lithuania, and Volhynia, in red. signifying that the Polish military and civilians had launched a vigorous armed uprising in these regions. Now under Russian occupation. In contrast, the areas of Great Poland and Silesia, occupied by Prussia and Austria, bore no markings, as the leaders of the uprising, including Commander Kosciuszko, wished not to provoke the two powers, naively hoping the Germans would maintain a neutral stance. Andrew, I find it strange that your police intelligence system consistently outpaces ours in the military committee, both in speed and accuracy, remarked General Brunner. A tall and imposing young officer, the golden epaulets and ornate tassels adorning the shoulders of the brigadier from Brittany dazzled Andrew's eyes, filling him with envy. This young man, who spent his days merely shouting slogans and flattering the leadership, had attained the rank of general, while Andrew, as a time traveler, remained merely a lowly major. As Andrew wrestled with his feelings of resentment, he maintained a facade of deference in his response. General Brunner, the intelligence information from the Paris police largely stems from captured foreign spies. These individuals, in a bid for self-preservation, tend not to conceal much, as there is little need for it. We merely need to separate them and interrogate them individually to ascertain the veracity of the intelligence. As for the timeliness of the information you mentioned, many spy networks still rely on carrier pigeons for communication. Since the invention of the armboard signal device by Lieutenant Sharp, the French government had abandoned the use of military carrier pigeons, which were prone to compromising secrets, and instead invested heavily in constructing this new means of intelligence transmission across the nation. Regrettably, the armboard signal device could not be established east of the Rhine River. Intelligence personnel from the military committee risked their lives to carry messages across the river or through combat zones. Conversely, carrier pigeons soared freely above, unimpeded by the Rhine or the opposing armies. Are you suggesting that the military committee should once again employ carrier pigeons as a tool for intelligence transmission? Brunner's relentless questioning irked Andrew. In a more casual setting, perhaps over coffee, such discourse would be acceptable. However, within the military committee's office, where orders for the nation's numerous legions and hundreds of thousands of soldiers originated, every utterance carried weight. A slight misstep could prove consequential for the time traveler. Thus, any suggestion for altering the current state of affairs was something Andrew refrained from voicing, at least not publicly, unless he received directives from higher-ups, for in such a case, the speaker would bear no guilt. Consequently, Andrew opted for silence until a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. Major Frank, you may share your perspective. The speaker was none other than Carnot, who had just returned from the Committee of Public Salvation. With Carnot's arrival, the officers lingering in the hall gathered around him. Indeed, Commissioner Carnot, Andrew continued, whether it be carrier pigeons or signal devices, each method of intelligence transmission possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. At this stage, we can leverage the strengths of both. Suddenly, Brunner erupted into laughter. This statement amounts to nothing. Andrew promptly dismissed the foolish general from his thoughts and explained to Carnot, a few months ago. While pursuing a Spanish espionage network, I heard of an extraordinary incident in Madrid. A Spanish engineer named Francisco Salva had devised a peculiar invention that utilized 27 long wires to convey brief messages. To be more precise, one end of these wires was immersed in an acidic solution, while the other end, connected to a battery. 1 wire, was fixed to one pole of the battery, while the remaining 26 wires represented the 26 letters of the Latin alphabet, connected to the other pole of the battery in a specific order. When a certain wire was connected to the battery, the corresponding end would generate gas due to an electrochemical reaction, resulting in bubbling in the acidic solution. Salva claimed that using this chemical telegraph, he could accurately transmit messages over a distance of 1,000 yards. The inventor asserted that, if conditions permitted, he could extend the transmission range to 5,000 yards or even further. In truth, the earliest inventor of the telegraph was not the American Morse, who devised the wired telegraph in 1837, but rather the Spanish engineer, Francisco Salva, who created the first chemical telegraph. A chemical telegraph? Carnot stared impassively at Andrew, his lips repeating this novel term with a profound significance that sent shivers down the major's spine. By heaven, I swear it is not to deceive for research funding, Andrew nearly shouted in protest. Carnot encouraged him, saying, well, do continue. As one of the few technical bureaucrats in the National Rescue Committee, Carnot was filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge regarding new technologies. However, he was wary of anyone attempting to masquerade as a competent contributor, recalling the numerous inventors of perpetual motion machines languishing in the CAM prison. For this chemical telegraph to achieve practical efficacy, 3 improvements or innovations were imperative. Firstly, the reduction of the battery's size, considering a tin and wood box to secure the battery with the acid bath for ease of mobility. Secondly, finding a means to transmit a single command through the battery to multiple acid baths simultaneously. And thirdly, ensuring that the 27 wires were insulated to protect against external interference, rain erosion, lightning strikes, or human trampling, thus extending the effective transmission distance of the telegraph to 5,000 yards. Under current conditions, this chemical telegraph could not achieve long-distance transmission, but its greatest advantage lay in real-time communication. Once the transmission distance reaches 5,000 yards, or even longer, I believe its most significant application would be to establish a battlefield communication system between the front lines and the rear command post. This would far surpass the perilous communication cavalry, the fraught signals of whistles and flags, or the cumbersome hot air balloons reliant on signal boards, being more economical, precise, rapid, safe, and timely. Undoubtedly, the optimal choice remains Morse's wired telegraph. Yet the traveler had no intention of laboring over such a revolutionary Morse device at present. Thus, he opted for a subpar alternative to fill the gap, hoping that with time, circumstances would align. How long do you think it would take, and what budget would be necessary to develop this chemical telegraph? Carnot, as always, preferred directness. Andrew subtly replied, "Time won't be too long, perhaps 6 months to a year. As for the budget, it should be less than that of a hydrogen balloon. However, the most crucial factor is assembling the finest chemists and most experienced engineers from across France to form a team capable of tackling several key technological challenges." Upon hearing this, Carnot ceased his inquiries and led Major Andrew to his private office, gesturing for him to close the door behind him. The moment the door shut, Andrew caught sight of the envy and resentment etched on Brunner's face. As Andrew turned back, Carnot struck with a blunt inquiry so, "How much gold Louis has Madame Lavoisier prepared to offer you, the political department's chief, to extricate her husband from Cam prison?" "I assure you, Commissioner Carnot, I have never laid eyes on Madame Lavoisier," Andrew evasively responded. Yet, he was not lying to Carnot. All was orchestrated by the intermediary Lind. Fortunately, Carnot was merely speculating idly. He did not concern himself with Andrew's clandestine maneuvers, for everyone harbored their own interests, provided they did not impede the final directives of the military committee. In fact, as early as June of the previous year, when Brissot and others were expelled from the National Convention, I advised Lavoisier to produce 500,000 livres from his hidden assets to donate to the Republic's army. Only in this manner could I stand up to protect his family. Initially, Lavoisier contemplated this seriously, but Madame Lavoisier immediately rejected my suggestion. Why now? In her efforts to care for and rescue Lavoisier from Cam prison, I estimate that Madame Lavoisier's concealed wealth has been swindled for tens of thousands of livres. Sensing Carnot's intentions, Andrew deftly followed the thread of conversation, asking, "So?" Carnot nodded in affirmation. Thus, any action must prioritize the interests of the Republic, ensuring that it does not interfere with the execution of the military committee's directives. Just 10 minutes ago, the National Rescue Committee unanimously agreed to appoint Osh as the head of the military delegation to Poland. Chapter 40. Bordeaux Mixture. As he spoke, Carnot retrieved a formal letter from his accompanying briefcase and handed it to Andrew. Continuing, "You may take this to Cam prison to retrieve the individual, and have Osh meet me at the military committee tomorrow at 11:30. His departure date is set for 3 days hence." "And Lavoisier?" Andrew stepped forward and asked in a hushed tone. Carnot fixed his gaze on Andrew, stating, "If you covet Madame Lavoisier's bounty, you must bear the political risks yourself. As I mentioned, any of your actions that benefit the Republic without affecting the execution of the military committee's directives will be permissible. If necessary, I will ensure your life is spared within the National Rescue Committee. Indeed, you will, like Osh, spend half a year in Cam prison for reflection. This is my final boundary. Do not test my patience further." With that, he waved his hand, dismissing Andrew. Additionally, Carnot called back a subordinate who was about to exit, instructing, "Your proposal regarding the construction of a battlefield communication system using the chemical telegraph is quite intriguing. Before departure, you may submit a relatively complete plan to me. The overall research and development time must not exceed 1 year, and the total budget should not surpass 50,000 livres. As for the selection of chemists and engineers, along with the experimental base, you shall have full authority, if necessary. The entire laboratory and personnel may accompany you to the Northern Front. Any questions?" None. I assure you I will complete the task. Andrew naturally looked down upon the 50,000 livres allocated for research and development, likely to be merely a fifth of its nominal value in vouchers, translating to a mere 10,000 livres in silver coins. What he truly needed was leverage in personnel matters. The ability to recruit individuals from various provinces, even from prison, under the guise of the National Rescue Committee and Commissioner Carnot, AS for the Chemical Telegraph. Andrew felt immensely confident. If it weren't for the multitude of tasks awaiting him that afternoon, he could have taken a vacant spot in the office hall to draft a detailed feasibility plan. Exiting the military committee, Andrew headed straight for the agricultural committee located in the Equality Building to visit Representative Morveau. However, he was met with disappointment. I apologize, Major Frank. Commissioner Morveau has left Paris on urgent business and instructed me to deliver this letter to you. A clerk, upon confirming the visitor's identity, handed over a sealed letter to the officer. Another message. Andrew stepped aside, reluctantly unfolding it to read. In the letter, Morveau expressed his sincere apologies to Andrew, informing him that he had just been appointed as the Special Agricultural Inspector by the National Convention and had urgently departed Paris for the Central Highlands to oversee local agricultural production. Thus, their meeting would have to be postponed for some time. As to Morveau's reasons for seeking him, the letter offered no hint, but it further confirmed Andrew's suspicion that it likely concerned Lavoisier. Overseeing agricultural production in the Central Highlands? Shouldn't it pertain to livestock? The sensitivity of Andrew's background as a police officer led him to detect something amiss in the letter's implications. The so-called Central Highlands are located in the central southern region of France, historically dominated by livestock and cheese production. Due to the poor quality of the soil, the area yields lower grain production compared to the fertile Paris Basin to the north. Since 1792, in an effort to increase food production and mitigate domestic famine, the Republic's government began deploying large numbers of agricultural experts to the Central Highlands, guiding farmers to cultivate potatoes, beets, and forage. Particularly with potatoes, the sowing area in the Central Highlands currently accounts for over half of France's total area. If there were issues with agriculture in the Central Highlands, the most likely culprit would be related to potatoes. Compared to the feudal ignorance and obstinacy of the Vendée and Brittany, the Central Highlands remained the most loyal region to the Republic following the Paris Basin. As far as Andrew knew, after the bountiful potato harvests of 1792 and 1793, those farmers who received free land from the church and nobility, under the pretense of redemption, which could be offset by potatoes, had grown fond of this highly adaptable and high-yield new crop. Therefore, there was virtually no resistance against potato cultivation in the Central Highlands. As for what the problem was, Morveau merely hinted at it in passing. However, Andrew sensed that the reality behind the matter was likely more complex. For reasons unknown, a sudden thought struck the traveler's mind, a possibility that echoed the Great Famine in Ireland over 50 years later. A potato famine triggered by a pathogenic blight. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Andrew hurriedly took a seat at the clerk's desk and swiftly penned a letter detailing the composition of copper sulfate and slaked lime solution. Well, the traveler needed to once again express gratitude to his middle school chemistry teacher and the members of the chemistry examination committee, as the detailed discussion of Bordeaux mixture was indeed a required topic for the examination. The so-called Bordeaux mixture is a cerulean gel-like suspension concocted from 500 grams of copper sulfate, 500 grams of slaked lime, and 50 kilograms of water. As an exceptionally effective and time-honored fungicide. The Bordeaux mixture is extensively employed to control fungi affecting various crops such as lemons and grapes. Undoubtedly, it also proves effective in combating potato blight. Initially, Andrew intended to convey the solution's formulation to the staff of the Agricultural Committee, who would then relay the letter to Commissioner Morveau, but he realized that the timeliness of such a method could not be guaranteed. At that moment, the time traveler recalled the blue uniform adorning his figure. He turned back towards the military committee building, refraining from disturbing Commissioner Carnot in his small office, instead directly requesting a blank letterhead from the confidential secretary, upon which he transcribed the previously penned content. He urged that this urgent official correspondence be delivered by noon the following day to Orleans in the Loire department, personally entrusted to Citizen Morveau of the Agricultural Committee. In truth, Andrew's request to the secretary was evidently at odds with the military committee's regulations. Any urgent or express military correspondence typically incurred the considerable toll of exhausting several relay horses along the route, rendering it exceedingly costly. However, considering that the current Major Andrew was a promising officer greatly valued by Commissioner Carnot. The middle-aged secretary hesitated for a moment before stamping the document with a prominent red seal for Military Express Mail. Chapter 41. The Rescue of the Carmelite Nuns, Part 1. An hour later. Clad in a tailcoat and top hat, Andrew reappeared within the confines of the Carmes prison, presenting the release order for Louis Lazarus Oak to the warden, Benign, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. All is well, Major. I received the notification from the Security Committee this morning. You may take Citizen Oak with you now. Warden Benign continued. If time permits, would you care to join me in my office for a cup of authentic Italian coffee? Previously, Andrew had politely declined the warden's generous invitation. This time, however, he accepted with pleasure, expressing his willingness to savor the Italian brew after fulfilling his mission. This. Warden Benign's aged face seemed to bloom with joy. He was currently entangled in a troublesome matter and urgently required the assistance of the police department's political chief. Although the warden was aware that the chief might depart Paris at any moment for the Northern Front, upon reaching the third floor of the prison, Oak stood at the cell door, striving to maintain an air of calm, though his eager eyes betrayed his excitement. Clearly, a kind-hearted guard had already come to inform him moments earlier. Without further ado, Andrew handed the appointment signed by Carnot directly to Oak. Citizen Louis Lazarus Oak, the National Convention has officially appointed you as the head of the French Republic's military delegation to Poland. And effective immediately, your rank of Major General is reinstated. Congratulations, General Oak. You may now follow me out of the prison. Furthermore, your Major General epaulets and uniform are waiting on the carriage below. Thank you. Andrew, please call me Lazarus. Oak responded, his spirits high. Yet, he did not immediately follow Andrew. Instead, he slowly turned to gaze at Josephine, who stood at a distance behind him. At that moment, the beautiful woman was already in tears, unable to contain her emotions. After a long pause, when Oak cast a pleading glance back at Andrew, the latter gently shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. Sensing the cruelty of this rejection, Andrew stepped forward, standing before Oak, and softly said, "You may tell her that at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I will bring her 2 children to the prison gates, allowing the 3 of you to meet and speak across the iron bars." "Thank you, my friend." Without waiting for a response, Oak turned and rushed back into the hall, pulling Josephine into a small room before sharing an overwhelming kiss that lasted a full quarter of an hour. Finally, after escorting Oak to the carriage, Andrew did not depart immediately. Instead, he returned to the second floor of the prison to visit Lavoisier, who was still diligently working in his solitary cell. He then inquired with the on-duty guard about the chemist's health. Receiving a report of normalcy, albeit with occasional coughing likely due to sleepless nights. Subsequently, Andrew made his way along the corridor to a larger cell, peering through the barred window. Inside, he saw the claimant's father and son in good spirits, eagerly discussing the merits and demerits of the Battle of Valmy. In their excitement, young Clemens was also tasked with taking notes to satisfy his father's academic requirements. Andrew patiently listened for a while before turning to leave. Before descending, he retrieved a small pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to the nearby guard, instructing him to treat kindly this father and son who have saved France. A few minutes later, Andrew found himself seated in the private office of Warden Benigny. In contrast to the myriad styles and aesthetic appeal of French coffee, the hallmark of Italian coffee lay in its rich, authentic flavor. The entire room was suffused with the aromatic essence of coffee, creating an invigorating atmosphere. As the empty coffee cup was returned to the table, Andrew gazed at the warden, awaiting the formal commencement of their meeting. For reasons unknown, the big-nosed Benign fidgeted before finally beginning. "Citizen Frank, you are aware that I hail from Compiègne by the Oise River Point 15 years ago. At the age of 25, I left that tranquil town to seek my fortune in Paris." Andrew listened attentively as the warden reminisced about the past, but in the next moment, this seemingly ruthless warden transformed into a lovesick poet. According to Benign's account, he was the son of a laundress from Compiègne and a professional soldier, whose father perished during the 7 Years' War at the age of 8. He received sponsorship from the local nobleman, Baron Blanchard, which allowed him to attend a church school. At 17, he entered the prestigious University of Reims to study law. Upon completing his studies, rather than immediately seeking opportunities in bustling Paris, Benign returned to Compiègne to dedicate himself to the service of the Blanchard family. This decision was motivated by gratitude for the Baron's long-standing patronage. as well as his affection for the Baron's youngest daughter, Lisa, who reciprocated his feelings despite his humble origins. However, love between a noble maiden and a commoner had never yielded favorable outcomes, particularly when Lisa's premarital pregnancy was revealed, prompting the enraged Baron Blanchard to nearly hang Benign from a tree. Fortunately, Lisa threatened to drown herself in the river, forcing her father to release Benign. The price of this freedom, however, was Benign's self-imposed exile to Paris, 20 leagues away, with a vow never to return to Compiègne. After leaving Compiègne, he severed all ties with the Blanchard family, but later learned that Lisa, under her father's coercion, was compelled to marry a local notary and tragically died months later from postpartum hemorrhage. At this point in his narrative, Benign's face was already streaked with tears, his voice choked with emotion, clearly revealing the depth of his affection for the late Lisa. 2 months prior, Benign had coincidentally encountered Lisa's brother, the current head of the Blanchard family, during a business trip to Paris. After some casual conversation, Benign learned that the old Baron had passed away 3 years prior. Moreover, the younger Blanchard informed him that he and Lisa had a daughter, now 14 years old, who was currently residing in a Carmelite convent as a nun. When the time traveler connected the dots between Compiègne, the Carmelite convent, and the nuns, he understood the warden's motive for seeking him out. 3 months hence, 16 nuns from the Carmelite convent in Compiègne would face the guillotine for refusing to renounce their religious faith, sentenced by the fervent revolutionary tribunal, on the day of their execution. These 16 pure-hearted nuns, amidst the gaze of the masses, would collectively sing the hymn beseeching the Creator's Holy Spirit to bless his faithful, one by one bravely stepping towards the guillotine. Chapter 42. The Rescue of the Carmelite Nuns, Part 2. Although Warden Benign lacked the extraordinary ability to predict historical developments with precision as the time traveler did, he was acutely aware of the perilous environment that awaited a nun steadfast in her religious convictions. Since September 1792, when the radical factions of the Paris Commune decreed the closure of churches and exiled clergy who refused to swear loyalty to the new republic, those unpledged clergymen and nuns had been declared by the revolutionary tribunal as a populace devoid of legal protection. For an extended period, any individual or political group claiming to be patriots could freely insult, humiliate, assault, violate, and even execute these outlaws without fear of any official repercussions. Since the onset of the Reign of Terror, the minimum age requirement for capital punishment in Paris has been lowered to 14 years old, some say 16. Furthermore, the criteria for exempting pregnant women from execution have shifted from the professional assessment of gynecologists to a mandate that pregnancy must be visibly evident for over 6 months. Tio put it more plainly. It necessitates a conspicuous, prominently protruding belly. It was not until Danton and Desmoulins returned to the political arena and jointly proposed the establishment of a verification committee at the National Convention, coupled with the suppression of the Parisian radicals advocating for a de-Christianization movement by the Committee of Public Safety, that the violent conduct towards ordinary clergy began to abate in the present day. Although these nuns have been driven from their convent by sans-culottes, they, self-proclaimed brides of God, refused to depart, ultimately opting to seek refuge deep within the Compiègne forest. To evade detection, the nuns shed their sacred garments and don the attire of ordinary women. Yet they persist in their daily prayers, fulfilling their religious duties. Though their actions appear discreet and low-key, they remain under the watchful eyes of informers and have been documented by the local police. Albeit no immediate action has been taken, should circumstances necessitate, these 16 nuns could be apprehended at any moment and subsequently transferred to Paris as political prisoners. The charges laid against them would be those of subversive elements opposing the Republic, conspiring with foreign spies to commit treason, and so forth. Warden Benign continues. In truth, if it were merely a matter of saving little Lisa, I could easily have her discreetly placed under house arrest somewhere. I had contemplated such an action before, but the child refused, her obstinacy even leading her to threaten to expose our true relationship, compelling me to allow her to return to the Compiègne forest to live with the nuns. Despite the discouraging nature of the events, there is no trace of anger in Benign's tone. He sounds more like a loving father tolerating the rebellious phase of his daughter. Consequently, Benign's rescue plan concerns not just one individual, but 16 nuns, thereby increasing the complexity of the undertaking 16-fold, rendering it akin to a Level 5S mission. It is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary prison supervisor, let alone the political chief. Andrew.it must be said that the nuns of the revolutionary era resemble delicate flowers in a greenhouse, accustomed to the warm air of their sanctuary. Once exposed to the harshness of the outside world, they would gradually wither. Having grown accustomed to the serene and conflict-free existence of the convent, they can no longer conceive of living any other way. When one day, the iron gates of the convent are violently breached by revolutionaries seeking liberty and equality, they find themselves on the cusp of freedom yet tremble in fear. Untouched by worldly affairs, their innocent hearts render them clumsy and slow-witted in the face of the momentous upheaval of the revolution. It is easy to envision that their long seclusion has rendered their thoughts ill-equipped to navigate the perilous realities of life. They do not even comprehend their predicament, akin to children who have always been cared for. Now bereft of their nurturing mother-s protection, left only to pray in silence rather than cry out. This poignant observation captures Balzac's vivid portrayal of the psychological state of the nuns amidst the great upheaval of their times. Oftentimes, even when aware of the imminent danger, the nuns remain silent, appearing utterly helpless. Like timid quails, they huddle together, resigned to their fate, as if this were their sole means of self-defense. I regret to inform you that the jurisdiction of the Paris Police Department is confined to the 48 municipal districts within Paris. And from the day after tomorrow, I will officially resign from the Paris police. The arrest of Marsan for murder and treason has caused some complications regarding the selection of a new political chief. At Davy's insistence, Andrew continues to juggle his responsibilities at the Paris headquarters until the Security Committee resolves their internal disputes. In response to Warden Benign's request, Andrew hesitates little and decisively declines. Although deep within, he sympathizes with the nuns' past misfortunes and their grim future, the prospect of recklessly rushing to their aid is utterly inconceivable. Even the former Andrew had made no such promises. Historically, the instigator behind the execution of the nuns from the Compiègne convent is not Robespierre and his cohorts, but rather the political allies of Andrew, who has now joined the New Moderates, along with the radical factions within the two committees that would eventually align with the future Thermidorian faction. From a conspiratorial perspective, the radicals deliberately propagate the narrative that it was Robespierre and his followers who orchestrated the execution of the 16 nuns, aiming to severely undermine Robespierre's esteemed reputation among the common people of Paris. Being well-versed in modern history and a graduate of a prestigious diplomatic academy, Andrew naturally comprehends the principle of party loyalty, particularly as he has already aligned himself with the New Moderates, thus making the three leaders of the Jacobins his destined adversaries. Should Andrew persist in his indecision and waver in his political stance, even Talleyrand would be unable to shield this friend from harm. Consequently, until Robespierre's downfall, Andrew endeavors to avoid direct conflict with future political allies. Otherwise, the time spent maneuvering to eliminate a relatively obscure Marsan would be in vain. And even more shamelessly, he finds himself ingratiating himself to Davy of the Security Committee and Carnot of the Committee of Public Safety, not only to mitigate the ire of Commissioner Amar, but also to leverage the authority of these two prominent figures to instill caution in the other party. On the other hand, as Benign has stated, rescuing the 16 nuns is an arduous endeavor. However, the most troublesome aspect lies in how to accommodate these simple-minded clerics who are accustomed to unwavering faith. For the sake of their so-called piety, Lisa dares to threaten to take drastic measures to rescue her biological father. Should anything go awry, resulting in a catastrophic revelation, Andrew would inevitably find himself severely implicated. Therefore, in the absence of sufficient incentives or the risk to his own safety, Andrew would never venture to put himself in harm's way for the sake of others. The experienced warden is well aware of this. Rising from his seat to glance around the door, ensuring no one is nearby to overhear. Chapter 43. The Rescue of the Carmelite Nuns, Part 2. Thus, Benign swiftly turns to close the door. Directing his bait towards Andrew. My friend, I am aware of your particular interest in Lavoisier during this time. The reason may lie in the generous bounty offered by Madame Lavoisier, or perhaps the military committee you currently serve under, along with Commissioner Carnot, requires the chemist to remain incarcerated. However, you should know better than I that securing a public pardon for a tax farmer despised by 600,000 Parisians is, in fact, utterly impossible. Just as Robespierre's impassioned defense in the Revolutionary Court last August failed to save the esteemed General Custine's neck, of course, facilitating Lavoisier's escape from this prison might not be overly difficult, provided that I cooperate. Moreover, as long as I manage the Carmes prison, Any prisoner you wish to look after will receive considerable favor. For instance, that Marquise, the Viscountess, and General C.L. Mint's father and son. Or anyone else you may have in mind. Despite Warden Benign's amiable demeanor throughout this discourse, the underlying tone is rife with coercion and inducement, starkly contrasting with his previous harmless and jovial expression. In light of this, Andrew remains unfazed. On one hand, he fully comprehends the lengths to which a father would go to protect his biological daughter. On the other hand, his silence allows him a moment to buffer. Meticulously observing Benign's words, actions, and subtle facial expressions, diligently assessing the authenticity of the events he recounts until his prefrontal cortex provides him with a definitive answer. Andrew interjects suddenly, inquiring, "Citizen Benign, have you secured any promises from a military physician? Are you still lacking a directive from the military committee?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, the warden's expression shifts dramatically, yet Andrew continues nonchalantly, "In today's republic, the only place capable of accommodating the 16 nuns away from the political police is likely a military garrison. This is thanks to Commissioner Carnot's special arrangement, permitting unordained clergy to seek self-redemption. To be precise, under the guidance of the military physician, the nuns would serve as esteemed battlefield nurses, dedicated to saving lives." Pausing momentarily, Andrew continues, "Ah, but which military physician are we discussing?" No need to answer. Let me ponder that for a moment. Is it Dr. Drainett from the Italian Legion? Or Dr. Larry from the Northern Legion? Or perhaps Dr. Percy from the Moselle Legion currently stationed in Paris? If I were to hazard a guess, it must be the latter. If memory serves, you should still be a friend and benefactor of Dr. Percy. 15 years ago, he was the first friend you encountered upon your arrival in Paris. 5 years ago, during the siege of the Royalist Berry Cavalry Regiment by the Parisian National Guard, you, having joined the National Guard, successfully persuaded the sans-culottes wielding scythes and spears to protect Dr. Percy, who was serving in that regiment. Prior to the September massacres, you, as the prison supervisor, risked your life to rescue Dr. Percy's father from the conciergerie prison, only to see the entire prison turn into a hell on earth 20 minutes later, with no survivors. Undoubtedly, while Benign clandestinely studied Andrew, the latter had already scrutinized the actions of the warden in Paris. Apart from the prophetic benefits of time travel, as the chief of the political department, he possessed an abundance of resources to facilitate this endeavor. It is worth noting that the Dr. Degianet, Dr. Larry, and Dr. Percy's mentioned by Andrew were among the most talented military physicians during the French Revolution and the First French Empire, all of whom were ennobled as barons by Emperor Napoleon. Andrew's words struck Benign with a series of revelations, allowing him to witness firsthand the formidable power of the person before him, who seemed to be all-knowing and all-capable. The seemingly calm and gentle gaze of the soon-to-retire chief of the political department, however, bore a profound sharpness that appeared capable of uncovering all of life's secrets, leaving no room for evasion. So, what additional conditions do you require? Benign inquired cautiously, his previous confidence now diminished, as his cards dwindled in number. Andrew smiled. This was indeed the humble demeanor befitting one of lesser status. Typically, time travelers prefer to dictate the game themselves rather than act as mere pawns for others. There are no further conditions. I have decided to accept your prior proposal. Andrew cast a glance at the warden and continued, "Rest assured, I will send someone to persuade those stubborn nuns. If necessary, I shall employ some coercive measures. And the military committee will issue a summons for Dr. Percy within 2 days. As for you, my friend, you must safely escort Lavoisier out of the Carmes prison within 48 hours, and my carriage will be waiting outside. In fact, it can be done by tomorrow night. The potion prescribed by Percy will induce a state of suspended animation, rendering him undetectable to the incompetent physician and foolish inspector assigned to the prison by the Paris Commune." Unable to contain himself, Benign interjected, seemingly eager to impress his ally. "Thus, you can have your men position the carriage on the western side of the Place d'Enfrochereau, and after midnight, my people will deliver Lavoisier's corpse." Andrew nodded, declaring, "Very well, it is settled." After bidding farewell to his new acquaintance with a handshake, Andrew hastened to his next destination. Upon arriving at the underground bank on Fortress Street, Andrew fortuitously encountered the bank owner, Lind, savoring a sumptuous dinner in the restaurant. Observing the dishes laid out on the long table, coriander braised beef, assorted sauerkraut with smoked meats, large Teach ringer sausages, and Normandy seafood stew, it was a veritable feast for a carnivore. "Come, Take a seat. Good food is best shared with good friends." The hospitable host rose to greet him, instructing his staff to bring a bottle of champagne from the year 1777, filling 2 glasses, one for Andrew and one for himself. "To avenging the great wrongs done to my sister and brother-in-law, and to our friendship," he proclaimed, raising his glass in a toast, downing the contents in one gulp as he set his glass down. Lind produced an envelope from his pocket and casually handed it to his guest. Upon opening it, Andrew discovered it contained a receipt for 6,000 Louis transferred to the Berlin Commercial Bank, representing 30 of the 20,000 Louis bounty placed by Madame Lavoisier. When combined with the previous 4,000 Louis, Andrew's account at the Berlin Bank now held a total of 10,000 Louis, equivalent to 240,000 livres. This was a considerable fortune, ample to secure a comfortable life for a family of 5 in a manor on the outskirts of Paris. Chapter 44. Return to the eastern suburb cottage. Lind continued in a boisterous manner. "This time, it's to round up your account to a neat figure, and I shall deduct the 15 handling fee from the next transaction. In truth, I would have liked to waive all remittance fees for you, but I fear the objections of my partners." Among those partners was Barris, and the most influential individual remained elusive, though Andrew sensed it was someone concealed within the National Convention, likely from the Plain faction. Thus, Andrew responded with a chuckle, "Your efforts are commendable. Voltaire once praised the Oriental method of gradual accumulation, and I share the belief that our cooperation must safeguard the interests of both parties, including the sharing of information." He then quietly uttered a name, causing Lind's brow to furrow, the crimson scar on his forehead quivering in response, yet ultimately, the underground bank owner nodded slowly. Observing this, Andrew continued, "You need not concern yourself with my past grievances with him. Simply investigate the minutiae of his daily life. Whether he steps out with his left foot or right, how many glasses of brandy or wine he can consume in a sitting, and the number of lovers he has had, as well as the duration of their intimate encounters. In essence, he required comprehensive knowledge of every detail, as for any expenses incurred during this investigation, they could be deducted from the next bill paid by Madame Lavoisier. Naturally, Andrew could assign a trusted confidant from the police station to undertake this surveillance, but given the target's high status, employing official resources could easily raise suspicion, leading to disastrous consequences. Thus, Andrew concluded that leveraging the influence of the underworld might prove more reliable. After weighing the pros and cons, the scar-faced man agreed to Andrew's request. "I have no objections, but I must add one condition." Andrew readily replied, "Please proceed." Lind gritted his teeth. "I know you are about to serve with the Moselle Corps. If you happen to encounter Uflair in the barracks, please ensure someone gives him a thorough beating. Indeed, that scoundrel once worked for me but absconded with numerous clients before going solo." Andrew chuckled. "Ah, that is certainly no problem. However, in the barracks, only minor injuries will be tolerated." Lind spat through clenched teeth. "Of course, I merely seek to vent my frustration. That scoundrel still owes me 5,000 livres. Once he returns to Paris, I intend to pursue that debt." While 5,000 livres appeared substantial, for Lind, it was hardly worth the ire. As for Uflair's previous betrayal, that was a long-ago grievance. Should this merciless gang leader genuinely seek vengeance, Andrew had little faith that the feeble Uflair could survive long enough to report to the Moselle United Corps. In the future, Andrew had read about Uflair's rise to prominence, which, following a political crisis, was likely funded by the very owner of this underground bank, Lind. Yet, such trifles were of little importance, especially the saga of Lind and Uflair's tumultuous relationship, which had no direct bearing on Andrew. Having concluded his dinner with Lind, Andrew once again boarded the four-wheeled carriage driven by C.L. Mint, embarking on the next leg of his journey, to the modest cottage in the eastern suburbs, the residence of Countess Elrin. Revisiting the past, he found himself once more in darkness. The surrounding walls of the cottage had been freshly painted, and the garden was flourishing with sprouting vegetables and potatoes. Andrew dismounted the carriage and approached the still humble abode, pushing on the large door, which remained immovable. He then tugged at the latch on the left door. Shortly after, he heard hurried footsteps descending from above. Soon, the faint glow of candlelight filtered through the peephole of the door, and with the Countess's sharp cry, the ancient clock tower's door swung open from the inside. The Countess, now reappearing in Andrew's view, resembled a sensuous woman, radiating an alluring fragrance, her presence exceedingly captivating. At that moment, Grace donned a simple yet elegant plain weave dress, its bodice arranged in pleats, the sleeves casually tied at her shoulders with classic jade buttons. Through the exquisite fabric, Andrew could vaguely discern the fullness of her bosom and the alluring curve of her figure. "My dear, it brings me such joy to see you again." Before Andrew could utter a word, the Countess seized his hands, pressing them against her alabaster chest, allowing him to feel her rapid heartbeat. What a dangerously enchanting creature! As Andrew swallowed hard, he struggled to suppress the rising urges within him. Fortunately, a small savior arrived in the form of Otten's voice from the staircase. "Is that you, Uncle Andrew?" "It is I, my lovely little princess," Andrew joyfully replied. The Countess hastily released his arm, only to be unexpectedly groped by a familiar hand. Her cheeks flushing red as she stepped back, carefully adjusting her dress. As a series of thudding footsteps echoed down the stairs, the innocent and carefree Ottens appeared before Andrew, clad in a purple princess gown, adorned with a tricolor brooch, holding a lit candlestick, while her 13-year-old brother, Eugene, stood protectively by her side. After gently embracing Miss Ottens, Andrew turned his gaze to the delicate, handsome youth who had already placed the candlestick on the table. He stepped forward 2 paces, bowed to Andrew, and continued, "Esteemed Mr. Frank, I am the son of the Viscount of Bolne, named Annie de Boleyn. My sister, Ottens, and I are profoundly grateful for your assistance. You have secured the unwavering friendship of the most loyal Bolne family. In truth, my sole desire is to cultivate the friendship of the Bonaparte family." The traveler immediately corrected the boy's words in his heart. Soon, Andrew addressed Eugene, saying, "Greetings, Eugene, you may call me Andrew." "Just as Ottens does. I bring you delightful news. Tomorrow at noon, Aunt Grace will escort you to meet your mother." "Hooray!" The carefree little girl was the first to express her joy, while Eugene, as the elder brother, saw his smile fleeting. He wished to inquire further, but was silenced by Aunt Grace's admonishing gaze. "All right, children, it is getting late. You should retire for the night," with the Countess's command. Ottens and Eugenie instantly transformed into obedient children. After bowing, the siblings ascended the staircase in single file, returning to their respective chambers. Chapter 45. The Conditions of Father Molden, Part 1. It was not until the sound of the door closing echoed that Grace turned to Andrew and asked, "Why is the Viscount of Bolne not here?" Andrew fell silent for a moment, then quietly explained, "He was sent to the Palace of Justice 2 weeks ago, awaiting trial by the Revolutionary Court. To avoid unnecessary complications, no one is permitted to visit him there. If it weren't for the National Rescue Committee and the Security Committee being preoccupied with suppressing the Hbertists in the Paris Commune and eliminating the influence of the Dantonists in the National Assembly, the Viscount of Bolne, suspected of treason, would have already been brought before the Revolutionary Court. However, it seems the time is drawing near. Once the law of the month is enacted, the deputy prosecutor of the Paris Commune, Coffenhal, will openly declare that the guillotine shall be the final resting place for all conspirators against the Republic. Ailment must have informed you that I have been officially reassigned to the Intelligence Department of the Military Committee, and my position in the Paris police could be suspended at any moment. Therefore, I shall endeavor to assist you as much as possible." As he spoke, Andrew retrieved 6 citizenship documents from his accompanying briefcase. These were for Father Molden, 2 nurses, and 3 other friends of the Countess. Each document detailed the holder's name, gender, address, age, and physical description. Once in possession of the citizenship documents issued jointly by the Security Committee and the Paris Commune, the holders could traverse France without restraint. Most critically, these documents would allow them to purchase limited-time, low-cost bread, meat, and wine in designated areas of Paris. "Thank you." The ecstatic Countess rushed forward, showering kisses upon the man's handsome visage. Again and again, Andrew reciprocated with equal fervor. They longed to devour one another. After a while, once the woman gently wiped away the traces of kisses left upon the man's face and neck with a handkerchief, Andrew continued, "I need to meet Father Molden. This is the second purpose of my visit." "And what of me?" The woman gazed at him with longing. "Which room are you in?" Andrew's hands became rather restless, exploring the woman's form with abandon, at times daringly scaling heights, and at others plunging into depths. The woman whispered, "My room is on the left side of the 2nd floor, while Father Molden and the 2 nurses reside in the 2 rooms on the right." "Very well, take me to meet Father Molden first. Once matters are settled, I shall seek you out again. Do remember not to close the door." The staircase leading to the second floor was steep and rudimentary. As soon as one stepped upon it, the wooden planks creaked incessantly beneath foot. The corner. A rope served as a substitute for the missing handrail. Andrew followed closely behind, with Grace, holding the candelabrum aloft. Staggering her way upstairs, upon reaching the second floor, they turned left, and the Countess halted before the first door, gently knocking twice. Soon, an elderly man opened the door and peered out. "Father, he has arrived," the Countess whispered from outside. "Then please, come in." Father Molden, clad in dark civilian attire, nodded, scrutinizing the unfamiliar man for a moment before stepping aside to allow them entry. The room contained only a very simple bed, a brown leather suitcase for travel, 3 chairs, and an old 5-drawer chest. The walls were adorned with peeling paint, mottled with mildew. The sole decoration upon the mantelpiece was a sacred artifact, a crucifix of ivory and ebony, serving as a spiritual anchor for the clergyman. Years ago, Father Molden had narrowly escaped the massacre targeting the Carmelite convent. In the center of the room stood a rectangular table, upon which rested a brass candelabrum, several dishes containing butter and sweet jam, a small knife beside a half-eaten piece of brown bread, and a breviary written in Latin, already partly opened, clearly interrupted by the arrival of the visitors. As for the sacred objects Andrew had previously sent, they were likely stored behind a small door near the fireplace, in the room shared by the priest and the nurses. Grace, the first to enter the room, immediately felt a chill in the air and noticed the meager flames flickering in the fireplace. She promptly approached the pile of firewood in the corner, gathered a few logs, and tossed them in. Rising, she also lit several other candles on the candelabrum, instantly warming and illuminating the room significantly. At that moment, Andrew observed Father Molden more clearly. He was a tall, gaunt man in his 60s, exuding an air of inherent sanctity and trustworthiness. "What has transpired?" Once Andrew settled himself by the fire, the priest inquired of the bustling Countess, who remained silent, turning her gaze toward the young man. Clearing his throat, Andrew coughed lightly and then stated, "A few years ago, Father Molden, you were the resident priest at the Carmelite convent in Compiègne. I believe you knew the late Mother Constance. Following the Renaissance, the Catholic Church in France gradually relaxed its former restrictions on male and female interactions, allowing male clergy to serve in female convents. However, according to the Church's stringent regulations, priests could only converse with the abbess and the sacristan, the supervisor among the nuns. Additionally, during collective prayers, priests and nuns were separated by an insurmountable iron grill." The old priest silently nodded, waiting for the chief of the secret police before him to finish speaking. Andrew continued, "Over 20 years ago, while the abbess was studying at the Agnon convent, my mother received assistance from Mother Constance. Therefore, my purpose in coming here is, in a sense, to repay that kindness. In fact, since last autumn, I have sent 3 warnings to Mother Brantz, who oversees the Carmelite convent in Compiègne. However, the acting abbess has repeatedly rejected my goodwill, refusing to leave Compiègne forest or disband the nuns. Presently, I may soon be reassigned from the political department of the Paris police to the Northern Front, leaving me unable to offer further assistance to the convent and the nuns. Father, you are also a survivor of the September massacres and know how brutally the populace, incited by radicals, treats clergymen. Therefore, I hope to visit the refuge in Compiègne forest to persuade Mother Brantz to temporarily disband the convent." Or, Chapter 46, The Conditions of Father Molden, Part 2. During Andrew's discourse, 2 nurses quietly entered the priest's room, one tall and the other short. Both were over 50 years old, their faces etched with wrinkles. Clad in the attire of laundry workers, they remained silent, each taking a seat and listening intently to the visitor's account. Upon hearing that the 16 nurses at the Compiègne convent were about to lose their protection and face the terrifying threats of radicals, the 3 women exchanged fearful glances. Among all present, Andrew noted that the priest maintained his composure. On the day of the September massacres, amidst the cacophony of murderous howls and the cries of the dying, the priest believed he was singing hymns to God, successfully emerging from the slaughter. Yet, he entirely forgot that it was a kind-hearted jailer who had pushed him into the dark basement, allowing him to escape a grim fate. Should Father Molden choose to refuse, insisting that the clergyman hiding in the forest continue to sing hymns to resolve the impending crisis, then Andrew would have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Forcibly dispersing the 16 nurses from the convent, with the bare minimum condition being the safety of little Lisa, The other nuns would have to fend for themselves. That moment, the expressions of the two nurses turned to panic, their bodies trembling, eyes brimming with tears. Even though over 2 years had passed since the September massacres, they still found it unbearable to revisit those memories. Soon, the old priest's voice, low and gentle, resonated in the room. I have long pondered that the reason God saved me from this massacre must be to assign me another destiny, which I should accept without complaint. Now, when God, in his wisdom, has sent a messenger to protect his children in Compiegne, I must stand forth and undertake this sacred duty. As he spoke, Father Mordaunt turned his gaze toward the messenger Andrew and inquired, I can undoubtedly proceed to the Compiegne forest at any moment. However, I have a question. How shall we accommodate the 16 nuns? As you are well aware, the vast expanse of France can scarcely accommodate a proper church or a tranquil convent. Perhaps it was his innate noble status that led Andrew to embellish himself with an air of mystique. Thus, when he heard the old priest refer to him as God's messenger, he felt a sense of astonishment, and his stereotypical perception of the cleric began to shift. Consequently, Andrew spoke sincerely and candidly. My suggestion is for the nuns to leave the Compiegne forest and engage in nursing duties at a field hospital, thereby securing the protection of the army. Stationary hospitals are typically situated far from the front lines, ensuring their safety. Since the 13th century, under the auspices of St. Francis and the Little Brothers, as well as St. Clare and the Poor Clares, Catholic semi-official organizations dedicated to education and healthcare had flourished, receiving the approval of the reigning Pope I. In response, the Holy See's Privy Council convened to discuss and provide a theological interpretation regarding the nuns' involvement in relief work. Healing others constituted a sacred and noble duty, and whether the rescuer were a cleric or a nun, no distinction existed between them and those they aided, reminiscent of the Buddhist notion that saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda. Traditional nuns might refuse assistance from a stranger, yet they would never disregard the counsel of a respected priest. Moreover, years ago, Father Mordaunt had served as a benefactor in the Compiegne convent, and the nuns surely remembered this kind-hearted servant of God. Who is the army doctor? Father Mordaunt asked. Andrew replied, Pierre Frano Pelzey. I am acquainted with his father. Old Pelzey was also an army doctor. The priest reminisced for a moment before continuing. 18 years ago, in 1776, Paris established a military medical system, and I was assigned as a chaplain. But let us not dwell on that, Mr. Frank. I have but one request. I hope you will consent to allow a non-ordained priest to lead his 16 sisters to the barracks for nursing duties. Upon hearing this, Andrew fell into contemplation. He was averse to complications, as Father Mordaunt's departure could very well expose the inhabitants of the secluded little building. After all, being over 200 kilometers away at the northern front made it difficult for Andrew to attend to matters in Paris. However, soon, the Countess and 2 nuns expressed their viewpoints, resolutely supporting Father Mordaunt's wishes, with the 2 nuns even offering to accompany the priest to the barracks, yet their proposal was unanimously dismissed by the other 3 in the room. Very well, then please prepare your belongings immediately. My coachman will transport you to the refuge in the Compiegne forest overnight. Kindly ensure that you persuade the Mother Superior before noon tomorrow. Father Mordaunt intended to inform Andrew that he could ride alone to the Compiegne forest. Yet, he quickly reconsidered upon thinking of the checkpoints along the way and abandoned the idea. No need to pack. I can depart at once. With that, the old priest rose to his feet. He first removed the crucifix of the Passion of Christ from the mantelpiece, wrapped it in velvet, placed it along with the Book of Hours from the table into a large brown trunk, and tucked the citizenship certificate handed to him by the Countess into his pocket. Minutes later, Andrew and the Countess on the second-floor balcony watched the carriage depart. Upon returning to the room, the woman turned to the man and asked, I recall that in Agnon, there was a Baron Elin who fled from across the Rhine after the 7 Years' War. He had only one daughter, yet she lived for a long time in a convent. Andrew replied nonchalantly, Indeed, Baron Elin is my maternal grandfather, and my mother gave birth to me in the convent. But she died 2 hours later from postpartum hemorrhage. As for my biological father, perhaps only God knows who he is. Thus, I ought to address my grandfather, the Baron Elin, who, until I turned 12, never truly regarded me. It was only out of concern for the loss of the family title that he brought me from the convent. After I graduated from the diplomatic academy, he intended to bestow upon me the status of family heir. Did you refuse? The Countess inquired. Andrew nodded. Yes, after the revolution commenced, I publicly signed a document renouncing my claim to the family inheritance and ventured to Paris to seek my fortune. There was a statement Andrew left unarticulated. The old Baron Elin and several of his designated heirs had met untimely deaths. And as a result, Andrew, far removed in Paris, remained the sole male heir of the Elin family. The Countess appeared quite interested in Andrew's lineage and wished to inquire further, but found herself inadvertently stripped bare by the fervent man beside her. Feeling shy, she quickly dove under the covers, hiding away. Having evidently learned from previous experiences, Andrew secured all doors and windows in the room, thoroughly checking for any oversight before leaping onto the bed. Pulling back the covers to reveal a trembling lamb concealed within, Chapter 47. Long-Buried Memories, Part 1. After the rain and clouds had cleared, Grace would often lie on the man's chest, whispering her innermost thoughts. As for Andrew, he was an exceptional listener, remaining silent throughout while occasionally offering encouragement with his lips, hands, or some gesture. Once the woman had habitually vented her myriad grievances and succumbed to fatigue, she would drift into a deep slumber. At that moment, Andrew's mind grew ever clearer, and he found himself reflecting once more on his long-buried past. In the eyes of Parisians, Andrew Frank, hailing from Alsace, had become a quintessential revolutionary without breeches, having resolutely severed ties with the aristocratic lineage that rode upon the backs of the people. However, the concealed truth was far more intricate than appearances suggested. Apart from Andrew himself, few outsiders knew the details as Grace had articulated. Andrew was indeed the sole heir of Baron Elin, despite having publicly rejected that title in the Grand Square of the Diplomatic Academy. According to the laws of the Holy Roman Empire, the sole heir of a noble family could not voluntarily relinquish their claim to inheritance unless stripped of their noble status by the imperial assembly, court, or a new heir emerged. 3 years prior, before Metternich transferred from the Diplomatic Academy to the University of Vienna, he had quietly shared a remark with Andrew. "My friend, once you grow a beard, you will bear an uncanny resemblance to the figure in that portrait. Remember, the Hohenzollern family has never been characterized by warmth. Think of those small principalities that were bought back. If I were you, I would stay far from the Rhine, far from Strasbourg, until you grow strong enough to protect yourself. Only revolutionary France will be your sanctuary." It was this very counsel that compelled Andrew to steadfastly choose a path westward, arriving in revolutionary Paris. During this time, he had also visited the Compiègne convent to pay his respects to the ailing Mother Constance. There, Andrew reaffirmed his lineage and pledged to the Mother Superior that he would ardently protect the nuns caught in turbulent waters. Unfortunately, in the 2 years since his arrival in Paris, Andrew's personal endeavors had yielded little progress, to the extent that they could be described as lackluster. Despite his utmost efforts, this minor German noble remained merely a subordinate to a Girondin deputy, scraping by on a meager salary while laboring day and night on menial tasks of transcription. Even so, Andrew found himself under the watchful eye of those loyal to the Hohenzollern family, at a Girondin salon gathering. This obscure scribe nearly met his demise at the hands of poison hemlock. Akin to Socrates in his final moments, a time-traveling individual from the 21st century managed to seize his soul. Upon promising vengeance, the German noble ultimately transformed into a revolutionary sans-culotte of France. His first act was to join the Cordeliers Club, representing the impoverished classes, and become a steadfast follower of Lejeune. Subsequently, Andrew openly supported the radical factions of the Paris Commune, leading to the downfall of his former employer and the entire Girondin faction, sending them to the guillotine. While presiding over the Ministry of Political Affairs, Andrew exhibited no compassion for spies from northern Germany, particularly those affiliated with the Hohenzollern family. Typically, after enduring torture and oppression, half of them were executed in secret. Even those deemed valuable and exchanged back to their homeland suffered severely in prison, struggling to care for themselves. It was only when Andrew resolved to leave the Ministry of Political Affairs that he commanded a reduction in the severity of torture applied to Prussian spies. As members of the National Rescue Committee had gradually recognized that revolutionary France needed a powerful Germany with which to coexist peacefully. Due to the circumstances surrounding the guillotining of Queen Marie Antoinette, relations between the Austrian kingdom and revolutionary France had become exceedingly strained. Moreover, the two nations are embroiled in irreconcilable conflicts of interest and territorial disputes in the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Italy, making any compromise between them unlikely in the short term. One must assert dominance over the other. as for Bavaria and Saxony, who maintain a neutral stance, they lack the necessary strength to influence the situation. Ultimately, only Prussia, which has long been at odds with Austria, remains. It was this shift in national policy that led Andrew to spare Petra, the head of Prussian spies, from punishment. However, Andrew's act of mercy was met with scorn from Marsin and his hidden affiliates. The time traveler, plagued by paranoia, even suspected that the conspirators had reached an agreement with Prussian emissaries, and that he himself was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. Fortunately, the time traveler was certain of one thing: the government leaders, led by Robespierre, had yet to accept the terms of reconciliation with Prussia, as revolutionaries would never release Louis XVII, who remained imprisoned. Based on this, Andrew felt emboldened to take decisive action. Just yesterday, after receiving prior approval from Commissioner David, Andrew, in his capacity as the chief of the political department, issued what might be his final order during his tenure. He commanded his political police to, in collaboration with the prison guards, rigorously interrogate all Prussian spies in the KB prison within 12 hours, regardless of their fates. While this political chief indulged in a liaison with the enchanting countess, 7 Prussian spies in KB prison were subjected to an unprecedented onslaught of torture at the hands of the political police and prison guards. Major Andrew had explicitly instructed that half of them should be beaten to death, another half incapacitated, and at most one individual retained, provided they could offer valuable intelligence. Within this political prison, the guards wielded whips, branded flesh, and employed devices like the tiger bench and nail extraction. These were merely the preliminary amusements. Although the suspects would emerge battered and bloodied, such injuries were typically superficial. Under Andrew's directives, the first step in the KB prison's methods was usually to strip the suspects of their clothing, thereby psychologically stripping them of their dignity. The second step was to administer beatings and branding, traditional tortures of the prison. The third step, an import from the East, involved slapping and using clamps, which could cause permanent disablement. The final step entailed a method of asphyxiation, wherein layers of damp papyrus would be placed over the face of the recalcitrant spy, suffocating them before the eyes of other captives. Though Petra had not yet been tortured, he was already filled with dread, trembling with fear. The so-called slapping was not merely a matter of striking with hands, but rather using a short wooden block to deliver blows to the cheek, capable of dislodging teeth and fracturing facial bones. The clamps would be applied to fingers or calves, and when pulled apart, would result in fractured bones, leading to lifelong disability. Chapter 48. Long-Buried Memories, Part 2. During this ordeal, voices could be heard loudly cursing the prison guards, who paid them no heed, allowing those valiant souls to bleed not a drop, as a mere piece of paper could inflict unbearable pain. Once the papyrus was moistened, it would cling tightly to the victim's face, obstructing their nose and mouth, rendering them nearly unable to breathe, and making it difficult to utter a sound in their struggles for air. The suspects would tear the paper, and when it was close to being shredded, the executioner would repeat the process, applying the second, third sheets. Very few could endure a fifth layer of papyrus. Victims would succumb in the darkness and terror of suffocation. Among the 7 in the interrogation room, 1 had already perished from asphyxiation, while the remaining 5 would likely sustain lifelong disabilities. Yet, even so, the executioners showed no signs of relenting. Petra understood that they were waiting for him to speak. Once they had finished tormenting the others, they would turn to him. Clearly, the exiled young prince from France had lost all patience, and he deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice his life over the internal strife of the Hohenzollern family. Suddenly, this Prussian spy chief turned to a nearby political policeman and whispered, "I am Baron Hans von Lewald, the personal secretary to the Minister of State and Military Affairs, Marquis Hardenberg. Please return my clothing and inform your superior Andreas that I possess the intelligence he seeks." In the early hours, Captain Bruce, guided by the cook Anna, finally located Andrew in a modest building in the eastern outskirts. After the constable bellowed a few times at the window, Andrew, roused from slumber, reassured the countess to continue her rest while he dressed and descended to the first floor, muttering curses under his breath. In the dark corner, he nearly tumbled down the stairs upon opening the door. The constable of the Marla District Police Station excitedly informed the major that he had just caught a significant fish. However, upon hearing this, Andrew appeared less than pleased. Instead, he furrowed his brow and reprimanded his subordinate. "Damn it, Bruce, didn't you just take the position of constable at the Marla Police Station yesterday morning? Why are you now meddling in the affairs of the political police at KB prison? Bruce, taken aback, sensed that this was no longer just a superior's reprimand. Andrew seemed displeased with his interference in political matters. He hurriedly explained, Lieutenant Tocqueville asked me for assistance. He has just taken over my former position as Deputy Chief of Political Affairs. Perhaps sensing that his tone was overly harsh, Andrew patted Bruce on the shoulder before adding, my friend, remember this. When I am not in Paris, you need only maintain order in your jurisdiction. As for matters from the political department and KB prison, avoid them if you can, and do not meddle. And don't ask me why. Just know that I would never do you harm. Andrew was well aware that Bruce was loyal but lacked the necessary subtlety. If he remained in the political department, he would easily offend his successor, especially since Bruce had, under Andrew's instructions, participated in the trial and execution of Marsin. It was difficult to escape blame. Very well. Andrew, Bruce nodded emphatically. After passing the Marla police station, Bruce alighted from the carriage, and by the time Andrew arrived at KB prison, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Lieutenant Tocqueville, who had been waiting, opened the carriage door for the major. Since Bruce had already briefed Andrew on the relevant circumstances, Andrew proceeded directly to a solitary cell in the interrogation building. That moment, the individual claiming to be Baron Lawald had just finished washing up and even requested oil from the guards for grooming. Having gained the freedom to move within his cell, he appeared outwardly at ease. After observing for a moment, Andrew entered the cell alone, leaving the monolingual Tocqueville outside, forbidding anyone from approaching. Greetings, His Royal Highness Andreas. The Prussian Baron greeted Andrew with formal respect upon their first encounter. The name Andreas is simply the German pronunciation of Andrew. Speak, Baron Lawald, and divulge all that you know. Should I find your information satisfactory, you shall have the opportunity for a reciprocal exchange of spies. A few days prior, during a casual conversation with the Secretary of the Military Committee, Andrew had learned that an exceptional intelligence officer in the department had been captured by the Prussian army due to betrayal, and Commissioner Carlo was actively seeking to rescue him. Previously, the National Salvation Committee had attempted to exchange that captured Prussian spy for the French intelligence chief, but they were flatly rejected from across the Rhine. With the Prussians specifically demanding Louis XVII in exchange for their spy, an utterly impossible proposition. As for the title of Your Highness conferred upon him, Andrew was not particularly concerned. In fact, within the Holy Roman Empire of the 18th century, there were hundreds of principalities and thousands of princes, rendering such titles rather trivial. Undeterred by Andrew's disdainful gaze, the Prussian baron continued, I serve directly under the Minister of State and Military Affairs of the Kingdom of Prussia, Marquis Hardenberg Tiomini. I am merely one of his numerous private secretaries. However, I secretly manage an intelligence system. Several years ago, during Count Goltz's tenure as ambassador to France, I was tasked with serving as a secretary at the embassy in Paris. Well, a second-class secretary, to be precise. My responsibilities included assessing the situation of the French Revolution and investigating the heir to the Principality of Brandenburg-Ansbach. Indeed, when Baron Allern defected from Ansbach to Strasbourg, he took with him the sole heir to the Principality of Ansbach, which is you, His Royal Highness Andreas. Upon hearing this, Andrew shook his head dismissively and soon erupted into laughter. I have little patience for liars, particularly those who tell multiple lies in succession. Firstly, the Principality of Ansbach ceased to exist 3 years ago, having been acquired by the generous Frederick William II for 200,000 florins. Secondly, the so-called heirs to the Principality are not few, but most are simply less fortunate than I. Shall I continue this tale? 200,000 florins equated to roughly 20,000 gold Louis. In other words, the gold Andrew had deposited at the Berlin Commercial Bank could purchase half of a small German principality. As the atmosphere between the two parties grew increasingly tense at the outset of their meeting, the Prussian hastily clarified. 3 years prior, a flaw existed in the purchase agreement, as your biological father, Prince Karl Alexander, not only administered the Principality of Ansbach, but also possessed the hereditary rights to the Principality of Bayreuth. In Chapter 49, The Long-Buried Past, Part 2, according to Baron Leveld, it was Prince Alexander who deliberately deceived his cousin, King Friedrich Wilhelm II of Prussia, by omitting the Principality of Bayreuth from the transfer agreement, thus leaving a legal loophole. After receiving 200,000 florins, the prince, whom Friedrich Wilhelm II had scornfully labeled the most unscrupulous thief of the Hohenzollern family, swiftly fled to England, adopting a new identity and indulging in a life of leisure and wealth. Thus, in 1791, during the regularly convened assembly of the Holy Roman Empire in Dresden, under the covert guidance of the Austrian ambassador to the imperial diet. Many German petty princes publicly refused to acknowledge the fact that the Principality of Bayreuth had transferred to the Kingdom of Prussia. This diplomatic scandal left both Friedrich Wilhelm II and his ministers in a state of disarray. Presently, seeking to have Karl Alexander sign a new agreement in England seems improbable, according to imperial noble law. Since Alexander voluntarily relinquished the Principality of Ansbach, the imperial diet has declared him to have lost his princely status. The only remedy lies with Andrew, as the illegitimate son of Karl Alexander, perhaps the sole male heir. If he were to gain the support of King Friedrich Wilhelm II of Prussia, Andrew might, at a critical juncture, claim the hereditary rights to the Principality of Bayreuth, thereby facilitating a second sale of this small principality that originally belonged to the Kingdom of Prussia. Regrettably, the traveler exhibits no interest in that small principality located on the western border of Bavaria, nor in its inheritance rights to at this moment. He merely analyzes the authenticity of the second secretary's statements, drawing from the historical context of both his past and present. Thus, in the eyes of Baron Leveld, Andrew maintained a perpetually enigmatic smile throughout their exchange, which only served to heighten Leveld's unease. Consequently, with each utterance, he often found himself glancing back, questioning whether he had misspoken. Suddenly, Andrew raised his gaze and inquired, "Are you certain that my mother's lover is indeed that Karl Alexander? And I am the illegitimate child of the two?" Despite feeling somewhat intimidated by the young superior's scrutiny, the Baron maintained a facade of composure, responding, "Yes, I am quite certain of the blood relation between you." "Ha! You old rascal, the distinction between an illegitimate child and a blood relation is vast. Perhaps even you do not dare to believe it," Andrew silently scoffed. Having seen a portrait of Karl Alexander, Andrew noted that the prince's gray eyes and brown hair starkly contrasted with his own golden locks and blue eyes, effectively eliminating the possibility of him being his biological father. Moreover, the Baron's evasive and clumsy demeanor only fueled Andrew's suspicions. Of course, it was also plausible that the Baron was deliberately obfuscating the truth. After all, as the head of a major espionage organization, such a fundamental blunder would be unexpected. Thus, Andrew opted to shift the conversation, stating, "Let us discuss those assassins. Among the innocent victims were not only my grandfather, Baron Alern, but several of my innocent cousins as well. You do not intend to suggest that those killers were dispatched by the German princes opposed to the Kingdom of Prussia? Or that the assassin's actions must necessarily bear the shadow of the Habsburg family and the Spa Palace?" Upon hearing this, Leveld found himself at a loss for words, standing in palpable discomfort. He was nearly certain that this German prince, born in France, had somehow learned of the involvement of Prince Heinrich Ludwig, the uncle of the current Prussian King Friedrich Wilhelm II, in the assassination. Otherwise, Andrew would not have reacted so vehemently against those Prussian spies, especially in his presence. Fortunately, Andrew had no intention of putting the Prussian Baron in a difficult position, so he broached a relatively lighter subject. "What do your ministers intend to offer me as compensation?" "Marquis Hardenberg, or perhaps His Majesty the King?" Leveld cautiously inquired. "How do you find the Principality of Cleves in the Rhineland, the County of Berg, or the Marquisate of Mark? Should you give your approval, you or your designated heir will be granted one of the aforementioned territories. Of course, this is contingent upon your signing a secret agreement to transfer the hereditary rights to the Principality of Bayreuth to the Kingdom of Prussia." "My goodness! The towns of Essen and Duisburg in the Principality of Cleves, Düsseldorf in the County of Berg, and Dortmund in the Marquisate of Mark collectively constitute the very essence of the renowned Ruhr area in later years." Andrew initially felt a surge of elation, only to be swiftly disheartened. For the aforementioned territories, the majority of the Principality of Cleves and the County of Berg lay on the left bank of the Rhine River, which France claimed as part of its natural territory. For the next 20 years, they would belong solely to France. Furthermore, the inhabitants of these areas were known for their fierce independence, often refusing to pay taxes to Berlin when displeased. Moreover, both the Principality of Cleves and the County of Berg were not particularly affluent regions. Several Prussian monarchs post-7 Years' War had contemplated selling them, yet no buyers emerged. As for the Marquisate of Mark, it should be referred to as the border territory. Its landscape comprised either densely forested hills or rocky wastelands, yielding little beyond potatoes and corn. I can scarcely conceive of any other crops that might thrive in that barren land. Noticing that Leveld was about to explain further, Andrew waved him off. Never mind, in consideration of the old marshal leveled, I shall not make things difficult for you. Therefore, you may remain here for a few days, and upon your return to Berlin, inform your master, Marquis Hardenberg, or His Majesty Wilhelm II. Haha, do not think to demand that original Lutheran Bible from me. Perhaps before long, I shall entrust a friend to return it to you. The current Baron Leveld's father, the elder Baron Leveld, was appointed as a Prussian army marshal in 1751. During the subsequent 7 Years' War, he fought alongside Andrew's grandfather, Baron Alern, successfully repelling the frenzied assaults of 100,000 French troops with a smaller force on the Rhineland battlefield, thereby securing a strategic advantage for Frederick the Great. As for the spies detained in the interrogation room, Baron Leveld did not inquire. And naturally, Andrew would not volunteer any information. Those who became discarded pawns invariably vanished without a trace. Andrew departed the prison in a carriage, arriving back at 3 in the morning. When he returned to Rue Saint-Jacques, he found the black cat waiting outside his bedroom, wagging its tail and meowing to welcome him home. Seeing this, Andrew knew that Maria was currently fast asleep in his room. The seamstress, being rather fond of cats, often banished it from the room before sleeping. Counting the days, it had been several since Andrew had faced off in a friendly match with the lovely Maria from the tailor's shop since leaving Paris for the Morton base. Therefore, he secured the doors and windows. In Chapter 50, The Art of Flattery, as Andrew stood on the balcony watching Maria leave, he looked up and realized that dawn was breaking, the sky revealing a pearly white hue and brightening gradually. At that moment, Andrew recalled that he still needed to submit a feasible proposal to Commissioner Carnot regarding the concept of using chemical formula telegrams to construct a battlefield communication system. Consequently, Andrew returned to his desk, lit a candle, and began to write fervently. 2 hours later, at the military committee, Carnot spent a full 30 minutes meticulously reviewing the battlefield communication system proposal submitted by Major Andrew. During this process, the military magnate asked only a few technical questions, and upon receiving seemingly reasonable explanations, he lapsed into silence. When Carnot finally looked up again, he casually inquired, "Whom do you intend to recommend as the technical director for this project?" Ultimately, Andrew was merely the planner or initiator of the proposal, but expecting a graduate of a diplomatic academy to manage scientific research hands-on was evidently unrealistic. After all, not every lawyer could emulate Lavoisier and become an outstanding chemist. As a technical officer himself, Carnot was undoubtedly aware of this. At this juncture, Andrew responded candidly. "It is Lavoisier. However, starting tomorrow, he shall be known as Philippe, Citizen Louis Philippe. He will serve as the head of the chemical laboratory at the Morton Air Base, as well as the technical director of the battlefield communication system." Carnot then asked, "Are you certain you wish to take this risk?" At this moment, Andrew recognized that having accepted payment, he must also accept the consequences. He nodded firmly, stating, "Everything is prepared. The arrow is on the string and must be released." Upon hearing this, Carnot remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, he signed the proposal report submitted by Andrew, which included an appointment letter for Citizen Louis Philippe and allocated 50,000 livres for the development of the battlefield communication system project. The next item on the agenda was to discuss the exchange of spies between France and Prussia. Upon listening to Andrew's succinct account of the interrogation report, Carnot promptly responded, "Baron Lavalda? Are you suggesting that his true identity is the intelligence chief of the Prussian Minister of State and War? His purpose for lurking in Paris surely extends beyond mere intelligence gathering. Does it not? Your sagacity illuminates the night sky." Before he could finish his sentence, Andrew hurriedly chimed in, showering praise upon his superior. Although Carnot's face maintained its perennial coldness, devoid of any semblance of a smile, the keen-eyed Andrew nonetheless discerned a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth, undoubtedly a fleeting expression of self-satisfaction. It is often said, no matter the multitude of disguises, flattery will always find its way. The ancients speak the truth. After a moment's pause, Andrew continued, "I too believe that the primary objective of this Prussian intelligence chief's visit to Paris is to assess France's potential for warfare, a preliminary endeavor for future negotiations between the two nations. Much like the previous mission of Baron Francis, the Spanish envoy in Paris, who bears a similar charge. The two Spanish envoys have been in Paris for over a week, engaging in several rounds of discussions with the French diplomatic committee, yet no significant progress has been made. On one hand, the Spanish envoys not only rejected reparations but also imposed preconditions for a ceasefire agreement. much to the dissatisfaction of the National Salvation Committee and the Military Committee. The Spaniards asserted that Madrid would only contemplate a genuine peace agreement with Paris after the complete withdrawal of both Pyrenean Corps of the French army to the north of the Pyrenees. On the other hand, as a proponent of military rigor, Commissioner Carnot insisted that the two Pyrenean Corps must fulfill the strategic objectives outlined by the Military Committee before halting their campaign against the Kingdom of Spain. The Western Pyrenean Corps is tasked with capturing the Basque capital of Bilbao, while the Eastern Pyrenean Corps aims to seize the Catalan capital of Barcelona. Carnot is acutely aware of the Spanish military's lamentable combat effectiveness, which pales in comparison to the formidable adversaries faced along the northern front, such as Britain, Austria, and Prussia, rendering them no match for the two powerful French corps. According to the meticulous calculations of Carnot and the Military Committee, the French army can secure its supply line at a safe distance of approximately 30 to 33 leagues, equivalent to 120 to 132 kilometers. Both opulent Spanish cities, Barcelona and Bilbao, conveniently lie within this range of attack. Furthermore, both the Basque and Catalonia regions are traditional hotbeds of rebellion against the Spanish crown. Even in later years, the populace in these areas remains restive. Thus, the French army, which champions the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, would likely find it easier to garner supporters, whom one might refer to as the fellow travelers, in both the Basque and Catalonia regions. Andrew is even aware that Carnot and the National Salvation Committee have bestowed upon the two Pyrenean Corps a special mission, to plunder the vast wealth of this empire on which the sun never sets, thereby replenishing the treasury depleted by the Northern Front, the Rhine battlefield, and the Vendée civil war. Given these various factors, a peaceful resolution between France and Spain appears utterly unattainable in the short term. Unless France's political and economic demands are largely met, of course, the Paris negotiations have yielded some results. At the very least, both nations have agreed to continue secret talks in Madrid, with one of the French representatives being Baron Barthélemy, whom Andrew recommended to the diplomatic committee. In this regard, the moderate diplomat privately expressed his gratitude to Andrew. Returning to the present, both Andrew and Carnot are acutely aware that until a decisive outcome is reached on the battlefields of Belgium and the Rhineland, France cannot expect to reach a peace agreement with Prussia. Nevertheless, despite the ongoing conflict, negotiations must continue. Even Carnot, a staunch advocate for military rigor, harbors ambitions that cease at the left bank of the Rhine, envisioning a natural boundary for the French Republic formed by the English Channel, the Pyrenees, the Mediterranean, the Alps, and the Rhine. Consequently, not only did Carnot agree to Andrew's proposal for the exchange of captured spies, but he also endeavored to persuade the other members of the National Salvation Committee to allow the diplomatic committee to establish a secret communication channel with the Prussian side. He exited the office of the leader amidst the envious gazes of his peers. Andrew inadvertently set a record by reporting to Carnot for over an hour. No subordinate had ever lingered for more than 40 minutes prior. 2 minutes later, after delivering the signed document to his secretary and clerk, Dupolier, Andrew did not immediately depart but instead engaged in a lively conversation with him. The clerk, setting aside his work, not only did not mind but appeared quite pleased. During their exchange, Andrew retrieved a large bag of milk candies wrapped in fine linen from his briefcase and placed it into the clerk's drawer. Chapter 51. Sudden Events and Emergency Procedures. Dupolier, do not be alarmed. This is a birthday gift for your youngest. If I recall correctly, he should be turning 6, right? Has the school been decided? I can recommend him to attend the affiliated primary school of the College of Equality. Upon hearing this, the previously unflappable middle-aged clerk was visibly excited and asked, "Are you referring to the affiliated primary school of the former Louis the Great College?" The Louis the Great College is renowned as the finest educational institution in all of Paris. Indeed, in all of France, and the current foremost citizen of France, Robespierre, once studied there. Andrew replied with a smile, "Certainly. You can visit Principal Franois this afternoon, mention my name, and he will ensure that your youngest enrollment process is handled smoothly." Andrew's words sent Dupolier into a frenzy of joy. He had been worried about his child's education for days. Following the events of 1792, the Paris Commune, which espoused the ideals of liberty and equality, ordered the closure of all church and elite schools, permitting only public schools to operate, the quality of which left much to be desired. Presently, the only prestigious institution remaining in Paris was the former Louis the Great College and its affiliated primary school. However, the enrollment slots were exceedingly limited each year, leaving no room for children from ordinary families. AS for Principal Fran OIS. His connection with Andrew stems from the political chief's decision to remove the principal's brother-in-law from the arrest list, who had been detained as a political prisoner due to drunken ramblings reported by passers-by. Before departing, Andrew revealed his true purpose. I heard that the medical officer at PRIS has submitted a conscription order for the nurses of the Compiègne convent. The clerk nodded and responded, yes, I received it this morning. According to the document's approval process, it will take 10 to 15 working days to complete. Andrew replied, 15 days is too long. The medical officer at PRIS is prepared to follow the Moselle forces into battle at any moment. Does it require Commissioner Carnot's approval? I can present it to him now. That is not necessary, but it must undergo a joint review by several committees of the National Convention, after which it can be reported back to Commissioner Carnot. If you desire to expedite the approval, you may wait here for a while. With that, Lieutenant Depolier sifted through a large stack of documents to locate the conscription order submitted by the medical officer at PRIS. Dashing back and forth between the offices of the Military Committee, the Security Committee, the Civil Affairs Committee, the Finance Committee, and the Justice Committee. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, just before noon, the breathless clerk finally delivered the signed conscription order from the various departments into the hands of Major Andrew. 30 minutes later, the medical officer at PRIS, clad in his major's uniform, stood in the corridor of the Military Committee. To be frank, Andrew's initial impression of the middle-aged medical officer was not particularly favorable. At first glance, the officer's uniform and white breeches appeared quite clean and tidy. However, what greatly repulsed Andrew was the medical officer's icy demeanor, accentuated by a bushy beard. Moreover, his fingernails were unkempt, harboring dark debris beneath their surfaces. As the document transfer concluded, Andrew could not help but internally muse. In later years, such a disheveled and slovenly doctor would have been dismissed during medical school. Alas, patients are left with no choice but to trust such physicians. It is less a matter of courage than of sorrow. Nevertheless, the time traveler understood that in an era devoid of antiseptics and antibiotics, where relevant theories regarding viruses and bacteria were yet to be formulated, doctors were generally as such. After much deliberation, Andrew decided against advising him. Besides the difficulty of explanation, primarily based on his understanding and the warden's description, the medical officer at PRIS had a rather irritable temperament and could not abide criticism. It is this very disposition that would lead to a decidedly poor relationship with the Empire's chief medical officer, Baron Larry, a decade hence, escalating to a point of mutual animosity. Thus, should the opportunity arise in the future, the time traveler would prefer to cultivate a distinguished physician himself. As Andrew pondered these chaotic thoughts, he suddenly heard a commotion at the far end of the corridor. Is there a doctor here? Help, someone! At that moment, the medical officer PRIS, who had been walking ahead of Andrew, immediately turned and sprinted toward the source of the cries for help. A physician's compassion is commendable. At least he excels in this regard. Andrew thought approvingly, then hurried after the medical officer. At a location near the staircase, 2 soldiers were supporting a colonel, desperately seeking assistance as a crowd of 7 or 8 had gathered around them. When the hurriedly arrived military doctor, Percy, identified himself, the onlookers quickly parted to create a passage for the medical officer and the soldier named Andrew. What happened? The doctor inquired of one of the soldiers. The soldier replied promptly, Colonel Campbell seems to have choked on something. The doctor pressed further, what did he eat? How long ago? Another soldier added, it must have been peanuts. Colonel Campbell is quite fond of them. We noticed it about 3 or 4 minutes ago when he was clutching his throat. His face turned red, unable to speak. We heard there was a medical officer upstairs, so we rushed down. Lay the patient on the floor, half sitting, Percy commanded, and the 2 soldiers hurried to comply. The medical officer retrieved an oral airway from his travel bag and opened the patient's mouth. He then instructed the 2 soldiers to hold Colonel Campbell's arms while he firmly struck the patient's back. Andrew observed that Colonel Campbell, due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, was now in a semi-conscious state, with his complexion, lips, and fingertips gradually exhibiting a morbid shade of bluish-purple. For a time traveler, the most appropriate course of action for any patient suffering from an airway obstruction is to immediately perform the Heimlich maneuver. The method Percy at this moment, the members of the National Palace were fervently engaged in heated debates over a significant proposal, so much so that even during lunchtime, they did not appear in groups in the dining hall. To emphasize the principles of liberty and equality, the Quani restaurant, which served as the cafeteria for the National Assembly, had dismantled its private booths 4 or 5 years prior, leaving merely screens to create relative privacy. Andrew, a longtime patron of the restaurant, found a pleasant spot in a corner where he could gaze through the immaculate glass windows at the enchanting Tuileries garden. The patterned greenery sprawled like a floral carpet on the ground, both solemn and lively, with beautiful statues and elegant pathways scattered around the lawns and fountains. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Madame Osh rose and expressed her desire to take a stroll in the garden. Aware that the two Republicans, soldiers would soon discuss state secrets that she ought not to overhear. Once Madame Osh's figure faded from view, Andrew was the first to inquire, "Have you met Commissioner Carnot?" Osh, having savored the last morsel of beef and dabbed her lips with the napkin, nodded and replied, "It was hardly a meeting, lasting less than 10 minutes, merely a procedural encounter. I've heard that in prison everything is available, but the prices are exorbitantly high. Even if one had a mountain of gold at home, it could be squandered into mere dross within a month." Upon hearing this, Andrew chuckled, recognizing that the young general still harbored considerable resentment, as Carnot's compensation for Osh appeared woefully inadequate. Undoubtedly, Osh longed to command a legion again, even if it meant accepting a demotion to serve as a division commander on the Northern Front. As for the so-called military delegation to aid Poland, it amounted to no more than 100 troops. "When will my mission conclude?" Osh emphasized himself, rather than the military assistance. It was likely that Osh had indirectly queried Carnot, but the bigwig probably offered no clear response or shifted the blame to the person who suggested it. After a brief hesitation, Andrew decided to respond honestly. "I believe two conditions must be met. First, Tsar Catherine II of Russia must resolutely decide to deploy the elite Suvorov Corps stationed along the Russo-Turkish border to the Polish front. Second, due to certain circumstances, the Polish insurgents must find themselves leaderless, causing the entire military command structure to collapse. As for the specific timing, I suspect it will be between the months of October and November. I have studied Suvorov, and he is not like those rotund, indulgent Russian generals who relish maintaining Polish mistresses. Once ordered to the battlefield, he will seize every opportunity to eliminate the most significant threat at hand, namely, General Kosciuszko, the commander of the Polish forces." Andrew vaguely referenced the period between October and November, pinpointing it to the month of October in the Gregorian calendar. During this time, to the west, the French army had successfully occupied all of Belgium and the Rhineland, having achieved significant victories in several major battles, while the armies of the anti-French coalition had completely retreated from the left bank of the Rhine, making the conquest of the entire Low Countries imminent. Thus, under such circumstances, France had no need for Poland's assistance on the Eastern Front. Following the Thermidorian coup, the new moderate party, while controlling the national power, would continue to pursue foreign warfare, thereby retaining exceptional commanders like Osh. Meanwhile, in the East, Suvorov, accustomed to the principle of swift military action, upon receiving the order from Catherine II, took only half the allotted time to march his corps from the Dniester River along the Russo-Turkish border, present-day Moldova, to the Vistula River in Poland, where he joined, or rather absorbed, the previously stationed Fason Corps and launched a major assault on Warsaw. Shortly thereafter, the Russian army, having regained superiority in numbers, achieved a significant victory in the Battle of Chem, successfully capturing the injured Polish commander-in-chief, General Kosciuszko, as the newly appointed commander of the Polish insurgents. General Wojciechowski lacked the personal prestige and leadership skills necessary to effectively control the fragmented Polish forces, rendering him merely the commander of a diminished army. It was during this tumultuous period that General Gajksek, representing the corps, began to monopolize power within the insurgent ranks, yet he too struggled to command full allegiance. Embroiled in conflicts with both the leftist Jacobins and the right-wing royalist nobles, severely undermining Warsaw's defensive strength. Andrew, naturally, was well aware of these historical events. However, the time traveler was reluctant to assume the role of a prophet or oracle, thus resorting to somewhat tenuous reasoning. Undoubtedly, Osh sensed that Andrew harbored unspoken concerns and decided against pressing further. He had been informed by the military committee that Andrew was not merely a favored individual in Carnot's circle, but had also been authorized to establish a highly influential military intelligence department. At that moment, had Andrew been privy to Osh's thoughts, he would have vehemently denied any such notion. Truth be told, Andrew did entertain the idea of becoming the French equivalent of the KGB's founder. However, Carnot had already designated a candidate for this role, Baron Wald, currently detained in a Prussian military prison, intended as a reciprocal exchange for the captured French intelligence officer. On the other hand, despite Carnot's considerable esteem for Andrew and willingness to shelter him, Andrew felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if the military bigwig was subtly wary of him, lacking the security he had felt while with Davy. Noticing Andrew's momentary silence, Osh inquired once more, "Is there anything else that requires addressing?" "Indeed. First, Baron Bowles, who previously served as Poland's envoy to Paris, is preparing to relocate half of his family to France. Thus you must offer your utmost cooperation. Secondly, the Forest Brothers' plan is merely to incite the Polish against the Russian army, while striving to avoid direct conflict with the Prussians. At this juncture, the Foreign Affairs Committee is actively seeking to establish communication with Berlin's diplomatic department. Therefore, thirdly, at this point, Andrew retrieved a wooden-bound, sheepskin-covered German translation of the Bible from his briefcase and handed it to Osh, explaining, "By the way, this Bible is not intended for leisurely reading. Rather, it serves as a talisman. Particularly come October, simply present this ancient German translation to Baron Wald, Secretary and Intelligence Chief of the Prussian State Minister, and you and your delegation shall safely return from northern Germany to France. As for the final point, aside from members of the Bowles family, you and your associates are not to bring any Poles back to France. Well, each individual is allowed only one, or at most two. In any case, the numbers must not be excessive. I will report this to Commissioner Carnot." Chapter 54. The Confidential Conversation After Lunch, Part 2. It is no exaggeration to say that the Poles saved the French Revolution from military defeat. On one hand, the Polish uprising successfully restrained the military might of Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Notably, Prussia, while participating in the war, kept one eye on the fertile lands of Poland and the other hand behind its back, defending against the aggressively revolutionary France. On the other hand, the unequal partitioning of Poland distanced Russia from the Great Revolutionary War, leading to severe discord between the two major powers of the Holy Roman Empire. Thus, the Poles inadvertently created conditions for a separate peace between Prussia and revolutionary France. However, reality proved to be cruel. Before the French military delegation to aid Poland could depart from Paris, Andrew, with Carnot's tacit approval, began to contemplate selling their distant ally, Poland, to the Prussians at a favorable price. Osh then asked, "What if someone in the military group voluntarily remains in Poland?" Such occurrences were not uncommon. 20 years prior, Osh's predecessor, General Dumouriez, who had defected to Austria, led a group of French volunteers to serve the Kingdom of Poland, assisting in the establishment of a political and military organization known as the Bar Confederation, which caused considerable trouble for the occupying Russian forces at the time. Andrew replied without hesitation, "We shall proceed according to the old rules. First, persuade them. If they remain obstinate, they must be removed from the active French military and join the Polish resistance as mercenaries. Strictly prohibited from wearing French uniforms or insignia. In other words, the French government will no longer be responsible for their lives. However, in the event of injury or death, the Republic will provide a compensation to them or their designated next of kin." Andrew's repeated emphasis on withdrawal time stemmed from his desire to ensure that the French aid operation would not provoke a severe reaction from St. Petersburg. Regarding the French Revolution, Tsarina Catherine II, 1,000 miles away, consistently clamored for war, inciting the Spaniards, British, Austrians, Prussians, and the German princes to join the fray. Yet St. Petersburg had never formulated a feasible military plan to deploy forces to the left bank of the Rhine. Even if one existed, it was merely to deceive the British, thereby swindling gold from the Bank of England. Despite her advanced age and frail health, this most remarkable Russian empress remained sharp-eyed and decisive. Insisting on limiting Russia's external campaigns to the east against Poland and to the south against Turkey, as for the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees, let the Europeans engage in mutual destruction. Based on this, Andrew did not wish for Osh and his military delegation to provoke the ire of the Russian empress. Thus, any military actions must be executed with prudence, adhering to the prevailing rules of engagement in Europe. Taking the aforementioned considerations into account, the French could draft operational plans for the Forest Brothers and train personnel to implement these plans. As for subsequent actions, they would solely rely on the valiant Polish themselves. Independent of the French, when the restaurant waiter brought over 2 cups of rich, delectable caf au lait, Andrew and Osh had shifted their conversation to the current hot topic of the Northern Front. According to Osh's introduction, as early as February 1794, the military committee had redeployed 4 or 5 large corps, totaling over 500,000 troops, across two battlefields in Belgium and the Rhineland, specifically from Dunkirk to Lille along the North Sea, English Channel, coast, to the line from Landau to Strasbourg along the Rhine River. Note: all significant data in this text is sourced from historical documents. From west to east, the forces included the Northern Army Corps commanded by General Pichgru, 280,000 troops, the Ardennes Corps commanded by General Moreau, 40,000 troops. The objective of these two corps was the 160,000 Anglo-Austrian forces in Belgium. As for the combined forces of the Sambre-Maze Corps and the Moselle Corps commanded by General Jordan, 100,000 troops, along with the Rhine Corps commanded by General Michaud, also 100,000 troops, their adversary was the 100,000 Prussian and Austrian forces in the Rhineland. Although the French forces on the northern line once exceeded 520,000, the actual number of available combat troops was only known to the corps commanders themselves. Meanwhile, the anti-French coalition forces in Belgium and the Rhineland numbered merely 260,000, with a numerical superiority of 520,000 against 260,000. One would expect an advantage on our part. However, when considering the quality of the coalition troops, their weaponry, and cavalry superiority, historical records indicate that our forces often found themselves in a predominantly defensive posture. Given the terrain, the defensive lines of the Northern Army Corps and the Ardennes Corps, opposite the Austrian Netherlands, it should now be referred to as the soon-to-be-liberated Belgian region, were primarily composed of plains. The highest peak was located in the northern part of the Ardennes Plateau, with an elevation of less than 800 yards, 694 meters. Hence, both our defensive line and that of the Anglo-Austrian coalition largely revolved around a series of fortresses situated upon the plains. With the essence of the battle centering around the siege and defense of key strongholds, such as our Dunkirk Fortress, Lille Fortress, Valenciennes Fortress, and the enemy's Iberian Fortress, Charleroi Fortress, Rochefort Fortress, should the Northern Army Corps or the Moselle Combined Corps, advancing northwest, successfully breach any fortress cluster and subsequently secure the surrounding areas, the seemingly unassailable Belgian defense line would crumble in an instant. If you were to ask me where our forces are most likely to achieve a breakthrough among the fortress clusters, my answer would be the Charleroi Fortress and the Rochefort Fortress. Although the enemy capitalizes on the dense forests and rugged mountain paths of the Ardennes Plateau, along with the natural barriers presented by the Sambre and Meuse rivers, these so-called natural defenses are sometimes unreliable. Provided that Carnot compels General Pichgru to launch a series of feigned assaults on the Western Front, creating a semblance of crisis in that sector, the British and Austrians would be obliged to mobilize forces from other fortresses, thereby creating sufficient opportunities for the Moselle Combined Corps to traverse the Ardennes Forest. In theory, the Northern Army Corps, executing the feigned attacks, could also take on the role of the main offensive force. However, I personally believe the likelihood of this is slim. Theo put it more simply, one only needs to observe which corps Saint just serves as a commissioner for. That corps shall be the main attack direction. Upon hearing this, Andrew could not help but marvel at the prowess of the Republic's top three generals, who were far from mere empty titles. Asha's precise analysis of the northern situation closely mirrored the real events that would unfold in the subsequent 2 to 3 months. Historically, after enduring a grueling 2-year tug-of-war against the anti-French coalition forces in Belgium, the French army was gradually gaining the strategic initiative. The mobilizable combat strength had surpassed that of the coalition, and the tactical quality of both officers and soldiers had significantly improved. Although cavalry remained the French army's most significant vulnerability, the burgeoning artillery units had consistently demonstrated commendable performance. Beginning in April of this year, Carnot resolutely decided to employ the Northern Army Corps, including the Ardennes Corps, and the Moselle Combined Corps to execute a strategic pincer movement from both the west and east. The Northern Army Corps advancing northeast along the coastline of Flanders, then turning southeast, while the Moselle Combined Corps moved eastward into Belgium, with Liege as its target. Carnot believed that the pincer movement of these two corps aimed to annihilate all anti-French coalition forces west of the Lower Rhine, while at the very least compelling them to retreat east of the Rhine. Regardless of the outcome, it would stabilize the northern front of the French Republic, keeping the war away from the nation's core territory. Although Carnot and the Committee of Public Safety ultimately achieved their strategic intentions, the entire process was fraught with twists and peril. This led Carnot to erupt in fury, to the extent that in the most critical moments of the war, this retired engineer captain even made veiled threats to bring the Northern Army Corps and the Moselle Combined Corps to military tribunal, sending a few disobedient generals to the guillotine. Perhaps this was a significant reason behind Carnot's eventual alignment with the Montagnards. Chapter 55. Place de Rochelat, Part 1. Despite Osh having been dismissed and confined in a Parisian prison for 2 months, his previous roles as commanders of the Moselle Corps and the O'Neill Corps endowed him with a profound understanding of the various commanders within the Northern Front Corps, as well as an acquaintance with their personalities and leadership styles. Thus, when Andrew sought Osh's counsel, the latter did not hold back, recounting his insights in detail. While I hold a deep disdain for General Pitch GRU's treacherous nature, I cannot deny his mathematical prowess and exceptional organizational skills, particularly his ability to seize opportunities. His flaw lies in his excessive amiability towards noble immigrants, grossly neglecting the sentiments of lower-ranking officers and revolutionary soldiers. General Moreau is experienced and exercises caution in battle. ASA commander, he is most competent. However, General Moreau's political awareness is as dismal as my own. Indeed, the term political awareness is one you just taught me. Despite possessing excellent military qualities and a steadfast Republican stance, he has grown too close to Pitch GRU, even regarding the latter as a father figure and confidant. Superficially, General Jordan is renowned for his valor, being a capable organizer and administrative expert. Indeed, his thoughts are thorough and well-structured, yet he simultaneously lacks decisiveness, has a fiery temper, and rejects any new concepts or tactical ideas, including the balloon and rifle companies under your command. On the other hand, this veteran general has many cunning tricks up his sleeve, at least politically savvy enough to know how to jump ship when necessary. As for General Michaud, he is merely an average corps commander, an excellent master of tactical defense, perhaps influenced by the grim fates of his 2 predecessors, Generals Custine and Houchard, who met their ends at the guillotine. General Michaud is overly cautious in defense, but lacks sufficient ambition in offense. Wait a moment. Andrew sensed something amiss and interjected. When did the rifle company go to the Morton base, and why is it under my command? Osh shrugged, indicating that he too had only just learned of it from Commissioner Carnot. Or perhaps the eccentric military magnate wished to convey a message through him. Andrew was furious. Initially, he had positioned himself merely as an intelligence aide, comfortably stationed in the command center, wielding the privileges of a time traveler to oversee matters without risking his life on the battlefield. Even with the balloon company, it would be in a secure position at the front. Now, with the addition of an offensively capable rifle company, was it meant to defend the headquarters of the combined forces? The answer was evidently no. At least in the 5th year of the Great Revolution, the security of the French military headquarters would certainly not be entrusted to a contingent predominantly composed of German-speaking Swiss soldiers. Thus, Andrew could only self-deprecate. If I cannot make sense of this, I shall simply not think about it for now. At worst, I shall take a group of alpine hunters into the mountains for some game. But then again, does Belgium even have mountains? Yes, the highest is under 700 meters, mostly mere hills, yet perhaps it could still serve to alleviate my acrophobia. Concluding the serious military matters and discussions, Andrew engaged in light-hearted conversation with Osh for some time. Throughout, Osh remained tight-lipped regarding Josephine, who was still imprisoned, and of course, Andrew would not indulge in such an unamusing topic. It was not until an hour later that the general's wife returned from a stroll in the Tuileries garden. As he prepared to rise to greet his wife, Osh hastily turned to Andrew and said, "My friend, please promise me you will look after Josephine until I return to Paris." This. Andrew nodded. At this point, their confidential discussion had officially concluded. Soon, as Andrew saw the Osh couple off in a carriage, he returned to the Quainey Hotel's bedroom, only to find the National Convention's Assembly Hall had swung open its doors. With thousands of representatives and Parisian citizens pouring out, causing chaos among the flowers, trees, and exquisite fountains of the Tuileries garden, it was a scene where many were publicly relieving themselves. How utterly filthy. Andrew cursed inwardly, irritatedly drawing the curtains. Long before last year, when employer Legender was newly elected as a member of the Committee of Public Safety, the impetuous time traveler had suggested to the bald commissioner that he should issue an initiative to the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety to establish a series of public restrooms in densely populated areas of the city, thereby fundamentally addressing the sanitation conditions of Paris. Legender, having great trust in Andrew, quickly brought the proposal to the committee for discussion. However, it met with unanimous ridicule from other members and was never submitted to the National Convention for a vote. Despite this, Legender did not blame Andrew afterward and continued to treat him as a trusted confidant. Nevertheless, the time traveler, having learned from this setback, ultimately comprehended that there are certain things one can do, and others one cannot. Moreover, many actions must be considered only when one possesses sufficient strength, necessitating calm contemplation and discreet planning. In the meantime, as dusk fell, the coachman's ailment, who had come to collect Andrew, brought good news. The nuns of the convent had finally accepted Father Molden's persuasion and were preparing to transition en masse to the field hospital to undertake the work of nursing the injured and dying. Unlike many of the famous squares in Paris that would come to be known in later years, Place d'Infiltration is, in fact, an underground ossuary, a renowned catacomb in Paris. At the stroke of midnight, a pitch-black horse-drawn carriage quietly stood parked on the western side of the square, far from the street lamp near the entrance to the passage, its entire form merging into the enveloping darkness. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a cattle-drawn prison cart, laden with corpses, sluggishly made its way from the Carmes prison to this underground burial site. Oh no. It was rather laboriously climbing, jolting at every bump, causing the driver to feel as though his very bones might shatter. As they approached the west side of the square, the driver seemed to grow weary and thirsty, so he halted the cart, pulled out a small flask of brandy from his coat, and indulged in a hearty sip. At that moment, 2 figures clad in black leapt down from the nearby carriage, one of them carrying a glass-covered lantern to shield the flame from the wind. They hastily rushed to the rear of the prison cart, rummaging through the 10 or so bodies being transported. Soon enough, they located their desired target. One held the lamp aloft while the other hoisted a corpse and followed, both scurrying back to their previous carriage. In no time, the pitch-black 4-wheeled carriage sped away from Place d'Infiltration. Throughout this interval, the driver of the prison cart paid no heed to the unfolding events behind him, utterly entranced by the exquisite flavor of the fine brandy. At this very moment, in a dark corner 100 yards away from the corpse cart, another similarly dark horse-drawn carriage was concealed. Inside, 3 individuals occupied the cabin: Andrew, Lind, and their employer, Madame Lavassie, who silently observed everything occurring with the cart. Recently having celebrated her 26th birthday, Madame Lavassie indeed possessed a beauty reminiscent of the elegant covers of later years, eternally adorned in the fashionable attire of a contemporary matron. A pristine white dress with a lace collar, its hem brushing the ground, cinched at the waist with a blue silk sash, and atop her head, a fluffy, curled white wig. Yet, Andrew found little interest in Madame Lavassie. Were it not for her status as a substantial patron, he might not have wished to utter a single word. After a while, Andrew addressed Madame Lavassie, saying, "In 2 to 3 days, someone will come to escort you to meet with Lavassie. However, I must clarify that for an extended period, perhaps 3 months, 6 months, or even longer, I cannot say, you and your husband will need to lead a secluded life in some corner of Paris until the situation calms down. Do you understand?" Madame Lavassie appeared to nod in acquiescence. Having just witnessed the body of her husband, Lavassie, being hoisted onto the carriage in a state of apparent death, the 2 figures who had taken the body were, in fact, Andrew's temporary helpers sourced from the Morton aerodrome, Captain Coutlier and Lieutenant Lehman of the Balloon Corps, who would drive the carriage and transport Lavassie to the relatively secluded Morton base under the cover of night. Prior to this, Andrew had already prepared the necessary exit documents for them. The reason for the delay in their meeting, Andrew explained to Madame Lavassie, was that Lavassie would require 3 days of quiet recovery before they could finally reunite. Once the matter was settled, Madame Lavassie nodded to Andrew and Lind, then rose to take her leave. She alighted from the carriage and walked directly to a narrow alley across the street, where a 2-wheeled light cart awaited. After the beautiful figure of the lady vanished from sight, Andrew gestured to the scar-faced man, saying, "Advise your client to be mindful. It would be best for her to don a mourning outfit of black and to refrain from excessive use of stimulating perfumes. Moreover, in the coming days, remind Madame Lavassie to exercise restraint regarding her desires and to steer clear of that young man named Irony from the Dupont family. The more individuals aware of Lavassie's situation, the greater the danger. I do not wish for this to become common knowledge. If it does, those who are revived must also meet their demise once more. You understand what must be done? Do you not?" Undoubtedly, Andrew's final remark carried a palpable undertone of threat. Upon hearing this, Lind hastened to assure him, "That is not a problem. Madame Lavassie's steward, servants, and coachmen are all arranged by me, and I have instructed them on various precautions if necessary. Anyone who has had close contact with Madame Lavassie, including IRNE, will vanish completely from Paris. Additionally, Madame Lavassie's entire remaining fee has been received, and your share of 1,500 Louis will be deposited in the Berlin Commercial Bank the day after tomorrow. According to Lynn's calculations, from the total profit of 20,000 Louis for Lavassie's rescue, 3,000 would be deducted as a fee for the underground bank, 6,000 had already been paid to Andrew, and 500 had been preemptively collected by Lynn as an intelligence and security fee, leaving a remaining balance of 1,500 Louis. Upon hearing that his account at the Berlin Commercial Bank might soon amount to 20,000 Louis, Andrew exhibited immense satisfaction, nearly exclaiming in delight. To a certain extent, the time traveler could now be considered exceedingly wealthy, even capable of purchasing a minor German principality like the Duchy of Ansbach, which held little sway. However, Andrew soon reconsidered, advising Lind, "Let us deposit 9,000 this time. Convert the remaining 1,500 Louis into silver coins of 10 livres each, a total of 36,000 livres. Send 30,000 directly to the Morton base, and the remaining 6,000 livres can be given to my coachman, C.L. Mint." After Andrew departed for the Moselle United Corps, many of the affairs left in Paris would require coordination primarily between C.L. Mint and Anna, the husband and wife duo. Currently, aside from certain government institutions, ordinary citizens were generally prohibited from possessing gold. Once Lind exited the carriage, C.L. Mint, seated in the driver's seat, removed his soundproof earplugs and cheerfully inquired of Andrew, "Hey, Andrew, where do you plan to go? Back to Rue Saint-Jacques or to the small house in the eastern suburbs?" Thus, the time traveler reflected inwardly, East Palace or West Palace. Indeed, it posed a dilemma. One was fervent and passionate, the other tender and gentle. Yet both were equally captivating, a feast for the senses. Alas, it was a difficult choice. However, after careful deliberation, Andrew ultimately decided to direct the coachman towards the small house in the eastern suburbs. Consequently, in the final days before leaving Paris, Andrew spent each day in the apartment on Rue Saint-Jacques, waking late into the morning and taking the carriage driven by C.L. Mint to the Tuileries Palace, shuttling between the General Police Headquarters, the Foreign Committee, and the Military Commission to clock in. Meanwhile, C.L. Mint would leave a relay horse at the Quani Hotel for Andrew, enabling the intelligence major to acclimatize to the frontline life. Andrew estimated that his current rank as a major was insufficient for the United Command to allocate him a dedicated carriage, aside from mingling within the Paris General Police Headquarters and the various committees of the Tuileries Palace, or engaging in casual conversations with acquaintances at the Palais des Arts. He also carried the Military Commission's Grand Red Decree to scour military supply depots for goods, gradually enduring until after 5 in the afternoon. Before nightfall, Andrew would ride to the small house in the eastern suburbs to enjoy a sumptuous dinner prepared by Countess Grace herself. Admittedly, many of the dishes were pre-prepared or semi-finished products sent by coachman C.L. Mint in advance. Following dinner, Andrew would assume the role of a most competent tutor. At this moment, Ottens, Eugenie, the Countess, and several other recluses would gather around the fireplace, quietly listening to Andrew recount the fascinating histories of various European nations, along with pertinent geographical and technological knowledge. Occasionally, the two nuns from the adjacent room could not resist the urge to eavesdrop. However, when Andrew delved into the various controversies and errors of the medieval Catholic Church, they would fervently recite prayers in their hearts, striving to overlook some of the less palatable content. After 9:30 in the evening, naturally, everyone would retreat to their respective quarters, as for Andrew and Countess Grace. They would typically engage in their endeavors until well past midnight. Around 2 in the morning, this steadfast man would ride back to Rue Saint-Jacques, continuing a passionate entanglement with the young lady from the tailor shop across the street. Carnot and the military committee assigned Andrew a departure date from Paris after the 5th of Fleur Al, April 21st in the Gregorian calendar, perhaps as a form of reward or compensation. Andrew's rank was elevated once more within a mere 10 days, his insignia transformed to that of a lieutenant colonel, firmly establishing him as a commanding officer, closely aligned with the central faction of the military committee. In fact, during the tumultuous years of the Great Revolution, officers backed by powerful figures experienced rapid promotions, akin to Brun's swift rise in Dandong, or Napoleon's reliance on the Robespierre brothers, as for Andrew. His patron was none other than Commissioner Carnot, as Fleur Al commenced. It was this freshly minted Lieutenant Colonel Andrew who was dispatched back to the Morton base by military higher-ups, tasked with overseeing several chemical projects. taking command of a rifle company, and participating in the organization of a second balloon company. Chapter 57. Matters along the way, Part 1. During the period of the Great Revolution and extending into Napoleon's era, France remained predominantly agrarian, with over 85% of its populace residing in rural areas. Agriculture served as the principal economic foundation of the nation. The vast plains had transformed into untamed fields, marsh-laden valleys, expansive farms, and small plots of newly cultivated land. The rural laborers had benefited from the land redistribution policies of the Great Revolution, enhancing their personal and familial incomes. For Andrew, upon departing the bustling Paris and entering the serene French countryside, he encountered a society in stasis. The people's horizons were confined to the remnants of abandoned church steeples and the boundaries of their fields, apart from the changing seasons and the conscriptions uprooting individuals from their native soil. France appeared utterly motionless, leading a seemingly tranquil and comfortable existence. For certain reasons, Andrew chose to ride a horse rather than take a carriage to the Morton base, reminiscent of his journey from Strasbourg to Paris years prior. However, the chestnut Arabian horse he once owned had long been sold, and his current steed was a pure black Percheron, indigenous to France. Renowned for its stable temperament, intelligence, ease of control, and willingness to work. The Percheron was elegant yet composed, exhibiting free yet relatively slow movements. Once the standard for heavy cavalry in medieval France, it had, since Louis XII's reign, devolved into a common draft horse. It was replaced by a hybrid warhorse, meticulously bred from Arabian, English, Spanish, and local Mares. With the outbreak of war, all warhorses remaining in the rear were sent to the front lines, except for breeding stallions, prompting many Percherons from stable yards to be reactivated as the everyday mounts of rear echelon officers. Approximately 10 kilometers north of Paris, Andrew encountered a significant traffic jam on Route 2, a long procession of vehicles and horses stretching 2 to 3 kilometers. This congestion marked the second such occurrence Andrew faced that day. Fortunately, as mealtime approached, he dismounted and retrieved food and drink from his pack, savoring it for over an hour. Particularly delightful was a foot-long, ketchup-coated pork sausage, glistening with a crispy skin, releasing succulent juices upon biting into it. Captivating every passerby with envy in a manner of speaking, time travelers are akin to dogs, seldom sharing their culinary delights with strangers. Yet, Andrew found himself unable to resist the eager gaze of 3 children. Ultimately, 3 additional sausages from his pack were given to the children in the brown carriage, and in return, Andrew received a bottle of champagne from the carriage's male proprietor. Andrew observed that the proprietor, a man in his 30s, was adorned in a gray tailcoat and a black and white bow tie, all crafted from fine wool or silk and evidently newly tailored. This fresh ensemble suggested he was a high-ranking civil servant, diligently traversing the countryside with his family of 5, presumably heading to an appointment in some distant province. During the Great Revolution, the local governance methods established in the time of Louis were still in effect, with provincial officials, including governors, prosecutors, and judges, elected by provincial councils. However, following the Girondists and Royalists' persistent insurrections in the southern provinces and Vendée region, the ruling Jacobins swiftly tightened their direct control over the provinces. Besides dispatching congressional commissioners akin to provincial governors, the Committee of Public Safety began sending provincial governors and district commissioners to significant provinces, particularly those involved in the revolts or border regions. The so-called district, arrondissement, lies between the province and county, equivalent to a prefectural area. The primary responsibilities of district commissioners include assisting governors and managing various civil affairs within their jurisdiction. As Andrew finished his meal, he noticed the traffic ahead gradually easing, the lengthy procession beginning to stir, albeit at a slow pace that could not be hurried. From the outset, the mail carriage owner had intended to invite the unfamiliar lieutenant colonel for a casual conversation, which Andrew politely declined, though he did not resist a seemingly casual chat through the carriage window. Before long, the carriage owner casually inquired, "Lieutenant Colonel, are you reporting to the Northern Army Corps or the Ardennes Corps?" Although Andrew's movements were hardly a matter of grave military secrecy, he merely smiled in response, offering no answer. Noticing this, the carriage owner quickly shifted his tone, introducing himself. "I am Saint-Delph, also from Paris, en route to take up a post in the Lille district." "Congratulations, Citizen Delph," Andrew replied nonchalantly, yet he had no intention of revealing his own name. Despite encountering this verbal barrier, the carriage owner remained undeterred. proudly declaring, "Lieutenant Colonel, this is my first time heading to the northern provinces as a Parisian official. Previously, I was working in the Economic Committee." "The Economic Committee? Was it Commissioner Cambon who recommended you?" Andrew inquired. As soon as the carriage owner heard this, he realized Andrew was no ordinary officer and likely hailed from within the military committee, fueling his interest in befriending him, which began to annoy Andrew. To bring his family to a distant province during wartime demonstrated either this Delph's audacity or a certain navet from spending too long in the bureaucratic corridors of Paris. Ultimately, moved by the sight of the three adorable children in the carriage and the bottle of champagne, Andrew candidly shared some insider information about Lille with the carriage owner. "Citizen Delph, in the spirit of our newfound rapport, I offer you two well-intentioned pieces of advice. Of course, whether you heed them is entirely up to you. First, although Lille is a major city in the north, the material conditions there are quite poor, bordering on dreadful. The personal funds allocated to you will scarcely suffice for your family of 5 to stay even a few nights in some filthy, overpriced hotel. Therefore, ensure that your secretary or assistant arrives in Lille ahead of you to clean up a vacant episcopal palace as your temporary free residence. Secondly, as a district commissioner, your two primary responsibilities revolve around tax collection and fulfilling conscription plans, but in reality, these tasks are fraught with complications, even highly troublesome. To my knowledge, last month, enraged Lille farmers, having not received the promised agricultural subsidies, stormed the administrative office, threatening to withhold tax payments. Incited by certain elements, they hurled rotten eggs and excrement into the office of the governor of Nord, scaring him into resignation after just a week in office, fleeing back to Paris. Moreover, in Lille and throughout the Nord province, the officers responsible for conscription are notoriously corrupt, extorting hefty bribes from the wealthy in the city to allow eligible young men to evade military service while sending the impoverished youth to the front lines to face death. A situation that is increasingly prevalent, resulting in immense public outrage. Naturally, these troublesome matters present an excellent opportunity for those with ambition. Once resolved, if the National Convention's commissioners and the Committee of Public Safety recognize your capabilities, the position of Governor of Nord Province will be within your grasp. With that, Andrew concluded his remarks, stating, "Well, having said that, we shall meet again by fate." Before finishing his statement, Andrew tightened his legs against the horse's belly, guiding the reins forward, prompting his steed to pick up speed into a brisk trot, leaving no chance for Delph to continue the conversation. Witnessing this, the newly appointed commissioner of the Lille district was left dumbfounded. After a mental struggle, Delph sincerely remarked to his wife beside him, "My dear Emma, perhaps I should send you and the children to Uncle Wells' estate for a while. Once I establish myself in Lille, I may return to welcome you as the new governor of Nord." Clearly, Andrew's words had profoundly impacted the ambitious Delph. Should fate allow him to encounter that enigmatic lieutenant colonel again, the Lille district commissioner, or future governor of Nord, would undoubtedly invite him for a grand meal as a gesture of respect. Chapter 58. Matters Along the Way, Part 2. In the late 18th century, French roads were typically constructed using gravel and coarse sand, rarely featuring hardened surfaces, necessitating frequent maintenance. After the Great Revolution, various feudal corvées were initially abolished by the Constituent Assembly. However, the corresponding reform measures struggled to take root, resulting in the roads remaining in a state of disrepair for an extended period. It was not until the outbreak of war in 1792 that several main roads leading to the northern and southern borders were swiftly repaired and maintained. Even so, along the route from Paris to Lille, one would encounter throngs of ragged individuals transporting gravel and other materials to fill the numerous potholes along the way. This laborious and arduous task was unpaid, previously imposed primarily on prisoners and forced labor. Due to a significant number of escape attempts by these inmates, the road maintenance was now entrusted to prisoners of war under the watch of the French army, including Spaniards, Prussians, Austrians, and British. Yet, despite this, the roads remained uneven and treacherous. For anyone traveling in a carriage, even a slight increase in speed felt akin to flight, as though one's very insides were being shaken loose. This, too, was a contributing factor to Colonel Andrew's choice to ride a horse. As the principal lifeline of the Northern Legion, Route 2 was teeming with soldiers, on foot or in vehicles, organized units or scattered stragglers. A myriad of vehicles transported ammunition and supplies, yet rarely carried passengers. This mobilization was anything but tranquil, for the soldiers had been conscripted against their will, with many stragglers trailing behind the organized forces, often indulging in leisure. Typically, they would frolic in the fields, pilfering fruits or hens from local farms, or even assaulting farmers and occasionally teasing the daughters of the households they passed by. While traversing a village, Andrew witnessed a soldier who had seemingly erred being bound to a large tree trunk by villagers, who vented their ire by pelting him with rotten vegetables and eggs. Not far off, a lieutenant, flanked by two subordinates, appeared anxious yet hesitant to intervene. At that moment, the officer spotted Colonel Andrew approaching on horseback and hurriedly stepped forward to explain the situation. From his mount, Andrew nodded curtly but offered no words. Soon, he dismounted and strode directly towards a middle-aged man with a ruddy nose, dressed as the village headman. Stopping 3 paces away, Andrew inquired, "How much property has this soldier's reckless behavior cost your village?" In his view, matters that could be resolved with a mere payment of livres were hardly worthy of concern. Noticing the young officer's epaulets, the headman initially appeared intimidated, but after glancing at the villagers nearby, he mustered his courage and replied, "The chickens and ducks from our village have been frightened away by that lad, and in our efforts to catch him, we've trampled quite a bit of farmland. We ought to be compensated 20 livres at the very least." Yes, indeed, 20 livres, and it must be in silver coins, not those worthless tokens to fool us honest country folk. Upon hearing the headman's declaration, the gathered villagers echoed their agreement. "Very well, here you go, honest countrymen." Without haggling, Andrew produced a 20-livre silver coin from his pocket and tossed it to the headman. In an instant, the 10 or so villagers surrounded the headman, satisfied, and turned to leave. Subsequently, Andrew gestured for the lieutenant to release the misguided soldier. By the time he remounted, the lieutenant had brought the soldier before him. The lad was clearly a frail child, no older than 17. From his vantage point on horseback, Colonel Andrew regarded the young soldier with pity, lamenting that he ought to be at home assisting his parents, and inwardly cursed the wretched war. Yet, in the next moment, the time traveler cast aside his earlier indignation, speaking slowly, "Soldier, you need not thank me, for you already owe Colonel Andrew Frank 40 livres, including interest. However, if you manage to survive the battle for the liberation of Belgium and reach Antwerp, consider that 40 livres a reward from me on behalf of the military committee. Yes, you need not repay it." Due to a series of traffic jams along the way, Andrew found himself over 30 kilometers from the Morton base as dusk approached. Faced with a choice, he could either continue his journey by torchlight after dinner or spend the night in a nearby village. Ultimately, he opted for the latter, settling in for the night at an inn in a quaint town called Brary. During the Revolutionary period, the auctioning of national assets, distribution of municipal land, and sale of private property, along with many bankrupt nobles forced to relinquish portions of their estates or the enactment of new inheritance laws, significantly increased the number of landholding peasants, particularly in towns close to cities, which flourished as a result. Despite the occasional mass requisition of public lands by the revolutionary government, many astute French farmers seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the revolution to speculate and profit handsomely. For instance, the fortunate inn where Andrew was staying was acquired by an ordinary farmer named Pierre, who used several indistinguishable counterfeit high-denomination tokens to purchase excellent government assets at a bargain. Of course, the innkeeper Pierre would never confess to this fact. Each time familiar patrons jested with him in the first-floor dining room, Pierre feigned ignorance and took the opportunity to peddle his inferior homemade brandy to the drunken travelers. When a 13-year-old page named Pick approached Andrew with a sprightly gait to inquire if he desired any further food or drink after he had set down his utensils, Andrew declined. Even during this era of proclaimed liberty and equality, the employment of child labor was still exceedingly commonplace, particularly as many able-bodied young men were either voluntarily or involuntarily swept into the battlefield. Society widely regarded children aged 12 and older as a cheap source of labor. Naturally, the age at which children began working depended on their physical condition. Generally speaking, children in rural areas began laboring at the age of 6. In their early years, they were tasked with herding livestock, gathering hay, collecting leaves, and carrying lighter loads while tending to younger siblings as their mothers handled household chores. Between the ages of 10 to 15 or 16, they would assist their fathers by driving plowing animals or helping with fencing, ditching, harvesting straw, and managing fertilizer. After the age of 15, if they were strong enough, they would take over their father's roles in the fields. Additionally, from the age of 12, children could choose to undertake light work for employers near their homes, such as serving food and drink in the inn's dining room, clearing tables, or running errands. thus earning their own pocket money for tuition. Revolutionary France was among the first to propose a system of free compulsory education. However, it was the notoriously conservative Prussian kingdom that ultimately implemented and realized this grand vision, at least by 1794. All primary and secondary students in France were required to pay tuition, which was not inexpensive, with boys and girls charged similarly. In the vicinity of Paris, students studying only literacy typically paid a monthly fee of 1 livre, while those learning both reading and writing paid 1 livre, silver, plus 10 sous, copper, amounting to 1.5 livres. As for school buildings, they were predominantly repurposed abandoned churches or monasteries. Nevertheless, the quality of education closely correlated with the caliber of teachers. Many viewed corporal punishment as a commonplace teaching method, with the instructors often bearing calloused hands, wielding rulers, belts, and even whips, not to mention their propensity for coarse language. Should the children read haltingly, a slap would swiftly follow. If they appeared inattentive, a belt would come into play, and if they dared utter a sound in class, they would receive a lash on their backside. The ruler, a symbol of supreme authority, remained perpetually in the teacher's grasp, never resting. Despite frequent complaints regarding the teacher's severity, very few families requested their children abandon their studies to assist with farming or commerce. This was because farmers gleaned insights from passing travelers, knowledgeable village elders, and school teachers about the rise of revolutionary leaders like Marat, Danton, and Robespierre. Thus, nearly all parents began to adhere to the adage, "Knowledge can alter a child's destiny." Chapter 59. An unsuccessful assassination attempt. After a satisfying meal, Andrew finally remembered his faithful steed, the big black horse, and discreetly slipped a 5-sou copper coin into the pocket of the wandering young page, instructing him to check if the horse's feed was ready in the stable. A quarter of an hour later, young Pick returned to report to Colonel Andrew that the horse's feed was ample, consisting entirely of high-quality grains, and he had even added 15 fresh eggs laid by his family's hens, ensuring the mount would be lively for the journey ahead. Upon hearing this, Andrew burst into hearty laughter. Ultimately, he chose to trust young Pick's words and pulled another 5-livre silver coin from his pocket, handing it over to the mischievous lad as a bonus for the 15 eggs. Once the boy was dispatched, Andrew's attention seemed to shift as he eagerly approached a corner of the dining room, where several patrons were engaged in a game of darts. At that moment, a diner who had just risen from the corner suddenly got up and, as he passed by Andrew, discreetly slipped a note to the colonel. Upon returning to his seat, Andrew unfolded the note and nonchalantly tossed it into the nearby hearth. As night fell, villagers had already lit a bonfire in the central square of the town. With the reign of terror prevailing in Paris, the official parades and festivals fervently promoted by the revolutionary government had begun to elicit growing disdain from the citizens, who were on the verge of celebrating these occasions as days of mourning. Among the most emblematic examples was the Festival of the Supreme Being, which Robespierre had initiated, meticulously orchestrated by Andrew, and executed by David. Yet, in the rural towns far from the city center, despite churches being abandoned and priests unjustly expelled, the villagers still endeavored to preserve certain religious festivals. That night, as the bonfire blazed in the central square, the villagers utilized the pretext of a revolutionary anniversary to secretly hold a joyous Easter celebration. Accompanied by folk musicians playing the lute, bagpipes, oboes, and violins, the villagers, adorned in their finest attire, emerged from their homes to partake in a dance, driven both by the desire to uphold their millennial-old traditions, beliefs, and customs, and to facilitate a gathering of men and women, thereby bolstering the population of the French homeland. Andrew, however, was utterly disinterested. He retreated to his room on the second floor, retrieving his personal sheets and pillow, replacing those provided by the inn. Lying on the bed, he listened to the sounds of laughter and merriment from the square, yet his mind wandered to the scene of the new tolerant faction's second gathering. For a specific purpose, Thérien had, at Andrew's persuasion, postponed the meeting to the day of Andrew's departure from Paris. His intention to exclude himself stemmed from the time traveler's wish to avoid overshadowing events, aiming for history to return as closely as possible to its original course. Unlike the previous occasion, this gathering included several new members, one of whom was the young and ambitious General Brunner, while another was the black-robed cleric Fouch, whom Andrew had always regarded with suspicion. As for Brunner, Andrew dismissed him as an ungrateful Breton, despite the latter's rank surpassing his by several levels. To Andrew, he remained merely a useless figurehead. Fouch, on the other hand, had been careful and reserved ever since he was openly scorned in Robespierre's chamber. This time, however, under Barris's earnest recommendation, Fouch had surprisingly joined the ranks of the new tolerant faction ahead of schedule, the implications of which remained uncertain. What irked Andrew was the information relayed from his trusted informant at the police headquarters, indicating that Fouch, as a representative of the National Convention, had inexplicably taken an interest in the death of Captain Marcin in prison, seemingly initiating an investigation into the matter. Nonetheless, Andrew was unperturbed. In truth, overturning this ironclad case was not impossible. However, he would have to contend with the various traps and mazes he had strategically laid, requiring at least a professional team and 4 to 5 months to conduct an investigation. Yet, that span of over 100 days would suffice for the Thermidorian coup to unfold. Andrew lay in bed, tossing and turning for quite some time, unable to find sleep. As midnight approached, he suddenly heard the melodious trills of a nightingale outside his window, prompting him to rise from bed and tidy up his sheets. Once prepared, Andrew opted not to return to bed but instead chose to sit upright on a bench against the wall. When he extinguished the candle, the enveloping darkness swiftly cloaked the time traveler's figure. At this moment, 2 reloaded pistols and a short machete lay within easy reach on the table. Indeed, the hunter in the dark awaited his prey with quiet anticipation. Time passed, yet the sounds of revelry from the square showed no signs of abating. Outside Andrew's window, a shadowy figure began to ascend stealthily, but Andrew remained silent, patiently awaiting the intruder's next move. Clearly, the stranger was adept at lockpicking, for within moments he had opened the door leading from the balcony to the bedroom. Upon entering the room, the intruder utilized the moonlight to ascertain the bed's position, then stealthily approached, drawing a glistening dagger from his waist, raising it high, and viciously plunging it down towards the unsuspecting Andrew beneath the covers. However, moments later, the assailant sensed something amiss. The dagger had not met flesh, and not a single drop of blood adorned its blade. Realizing he had fallen into a trap set by Andrew, the would-be attacker contemplated fleeing through the window, only to find that the candles on the candelabrum had been lit, illuminating the room, and there stood the colonel, arms raised with pistols aimed squarely at him. "Surrender, and divulge all that I wish to know, and you may live," Andrew smiled as he urged, though he was acutely aware of the slim likelihood of compliance. "Go to hell, you damned German swine," the assailant roared defiantly, lunging at Andrew with the dagger brandished. "What a foolhardy individual!" Andrew cursed inwardly as he decisively pulled the trigger, the shots echoing as the bullets struck the assailant squarely in the chest. The dagger slipped from the attacker's grasp. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, a cascade of crimson pooling beneath him. After a brief pause of 20 seconds, Andrew gradually rose to his feet, wielding a sharp machete, and approached to inspect the fallen figure. Confirming that the assailant had indeed perished, he then retrieved a white silk handkerchief and tied it to the balcony outside. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the corridor, and Andrew called out, "The door is unlocked. You may all enter." Soon, 3 burly men entered the room, accompanied by another accomplice of the attacker. This individual appeared to be around 30 years old and bore the demeanor of a mere coachman. Previously, the accomplice had been thoroughly beaten by the 3 men, pleading for mercy. What did he confess? Andrew inquired of the leader among the burly men. "Everything," came the reply. "This coward serves the underworld as a coachman, providing transportation for the assailant, and has never inquired about the target's circumstances. Thus, he truly knows nothing and cannot provide additional information." Andrew nodded. "In that case, dispose of them." In truth, the time traveler was acutely aware of who had dispatched these 2 assassins. Otherwise, he would not have preemptively instructed Lin to deploy his subordinates to assist in setting the trap. Furthermore, Andrew had meticulously crafted an ostensibly perfect opportunity for the 2 would-be killers. The coachman, still kneeling on the floor, continued to plead for his life, only to be abruptly yanked back by one of the burly men, who ruthlessly snapped his neck. "Now, gentlemen, please assist in cleaning up," Andrew declared, leaving behind a small pouch of coins before gathering his belongings and proceeding to the room directly across the corridor. Chapter 60. The Master of Spreading Rumors After a Restful Night. Andrew, the colonel, mounted his black steed and resumed his journey by mid-morning. Upon reaching Route 2 in the Vats River, he did not wait in line to cross the bridge, but instead veered eastward, continuing on winding paths for another 5 or 6 kilometers to the location of the Morton base. by midday. After a leisurely journey, Andrew finally arrived at his destination. He quickly noticed that the outer sentries of the base not only had an increased number of guards, but also a roaming lookout stationed not far from the posts, ensuring 24-hour vigilance. Undoubtedly, this directive had been jointly issued by Taylor and Lohman, who were deeply concerned about the potential leak of information regarding Levasseur concealment at the Morton base. Upon returning to the town of Morton, Andrew's first impression was that it had become more populated and lively. Previously, the base had consisted of merely a balloon company, a laboratory, and a few supporting personnel, totaling less than 60 individuals. Now, with the arrival of a 300-strong rifle company, the balloon workshop and chemical laboratory had significantly expanded as well. Additionally, the training of a second balloon company was underway in full swing. The total number of military and non-military personnel at the base had risen to no fewer than 600. This was still the result of Andrew's vigorous efforts to limit expansion. He had firmly rejected Taylor and others' unrestrained plans for growth and had strictly prohibited any form of vendors or prostitutes from entering the base. Had it not been for Levasseur's faked death, Andrew would have already arranged for the Paris gendarmerie to take full control of the base's defenses, the entrance of the command post. Andrew spotted Taylor and Lohman waiting for his arrival. The individual standing before them, clad in a brown short coat, was the base's technical head, the one-eyed Nicolas Jacques Conde. A mishap 2 weeks prior had cost this balloon expert and chemist his left eye, and he had spent nearly 2 weeks recuperating at the Invalides in Paris before returning to the Morton base just the day before, ready to resume his duties. Last week, amidst the various upheavals in Paris, Andrew had managed to carve out a few hours to visit his yet unmet new partner at the Invalides. Andrew dismounted and first embraced Conde, followed by Captain Tail and Lieutenant Lohman. "Colonel, it seems your rank has increased in just a few days," remarked the balloon company commander, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Upon hearing this, Andrew was not angered. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, my friends, I have even brought you new shoulder insignias. I initially planned to wait for a grand ceremony to present them, but since you desire it, I shall give them to you directly." With that, Andrew retrieved a pair of major's insignias and a pair of captain's insignias from a pouch beneath his saddle, handing them to Tail and Lohman. The two balloon company commanders joyfully replaced their insignias. Andrew pulled Conde aside into the office to inquire about the current situation at the base. Conde informed Andrew that the formation of the second balloon company was progressing smoothly. 2 brand-new hydrogen balloons, named Hercules and Fearless, were in the midst of production and were expected to be delivered to the 2 companies before the hot month. Additionally, the selection process for soldiers and officers in the second company had concluded, with the military committee planning to transfer Lieutenant Lohman from the first company to command the second. Currently, the other officers and soldiers of that company were gathered at the southern side of the base for remedial training in hydrogen balloons and chemistry, as well as preparatory ascension training. However, Lieutenant Lohman had privately expressed to me on several occasions his desire to remain in the first company. At this point, Conde glanced at Andrew, silently acknowledging that he had tacitly approved Lohman's request. However, the transfer of officers must be sanctioned by the military commander of the base, which ultimately fell to Andrew's decision. With a sigh, Andrew replied, "Given that we are about to embark on an expedition to the northern front, I have no objections to Lieutenant Lohman remaining in the first company until the end of this hot month. However, afterwards, he must leave the first company and return to the base to take command of the second." As Andrew contemplated this matter, he recalled something and inquired, "Before leaving Paris, the representative Morveau left a message for me, stating he had designed a new generation of hydrogen balloons, which are cylindrical in shape and equipped with a steering rudder. What are your thoughts on this? I reviewed it a month ago." Conde responded candidly, "To be frank, this new balloon, dubbed the Warrior, is nothing but a showpiece. It is excessively costly, 5 times more than existing models, and its flight stability is abysmal. Thus, several weeks ago, I unequivocally rejected it. Nicholas, you are the balloon expert. I trust your technical judgment," Andrew asserted without hesitation, relieving the burden that had weighed heavily on Conde's mind. The technical head of the base. Conde was concerned that the former political chief might leverage Morveau's position as a parliamentary representative to advocate for the resumption of the Warrior balloon's development, further straining an already tight budget. Conde then presented a rather troublesome dilemma, stating, "Colonel, our base's budget is severely insufficient. It can only sustain operations for 4 to 5 more months. Upon hearing this, Andrew quickly turned around and retrieved a stack of paper rolls from his pack. Handing them to Kong Dai, he explained, "This is a research fund of 50,000 vouchers issued by the Military Committee for the Development of Chemical Telegraphs. You can use it for now. Rest assured, my friend, as long as we successfully conquer the prosperous lands of Belgium and the Netherlands this year, funding for research will not be a problem. With a bit more luck, the soldiers' pay could also transition from vouchers to silver coins." Kong Dai accepted the vouchers but shook his head, saying, "Your tone is remarkably similar to that of Commissioner Carnot. No wonder everyone in Paris is speculating whether you are his illegitimate child. After all, Lieutenant Carnot's engineering company was stationed near Strasbourg for a time." Upon hearing rumors concerning himself, Andrew displayed indifference. In truth, the gossip about him being Carnot's illegitimate child had been deliberately circulated by Andrew himself, aimed at enhancing his own reputation and lending an air of authority within the Revolutionary Army. Though this tactic appeared despicable and utterly shameless, it proved remarkably effective. The perpetually stoic and cold-hearted Commissioner Carnot seemed disinclined to refute such rumors, which, to the gossip-loving French, appeared as an implicit acknowledgement. After discussing Andrew's scandalous rumors, Kong Dai shifted the topic to Lavoisier. Lavoisier, oh no, I should call him Citizen Louis Philippe, has fully taken over the chemistry laboratory's operations. Also, you previously mentioned only bringing Philippe's wife to Morton Base. Why was an assistant of Philippe's delivered here the day before yesterday? Ah, that young man named Irene Dupont is indeed quite gifted. He has been assisting Philippe in keeping the laboratory well organized. However, his relationship with Madame Philippe seems a tad too intimate. Kong Dai recounted that this issue was entirely Lin's fault. His men had intended to escort Madame Lavoisier to Morton Base, but unexpectedly found Irene riding behind them. Fortunately, Lin's subordinates recognized him as the heir of the Dupont family and refrained from violence. However, fearing that news of Lavoisier's survival might leak, they decided to eliminate the risk by bringing Irene along to Morton Base as well. Chapter 61. The Commander of the Rifle Company, Part 1. After hearing Kong Dai's grievances, Andrew responded nonchalantly, "Such trifling matters of love triangles do not concern Philippe as long as the work gets done. What does it matter what their relationship is? I know what you're worried about. Very well, I shall remind Madame Philippe to be more discreet in the future, perhaps even to disguise herself as a man and avoid appearing in public. There are hardly any women in the entire base." Kong Dai could easily discern the dismissive tone in Andrew's voice. Thus, he broached the final matter concerning the newly arrived rifle company. "I have already sent word to the rifle company across the river and their commander, Lieutenant Jacques Chazelle, about your return to the base. I estimate that shortly you will formally take command of them. These Swiss men, who do not speak French, have been tirelessly training in the forests and hills across the river since their arrival at Morton. By the way, once you have dealt with the affairs of the Swiss company, do visit the chemistry laboratory. We need to hold a high-level technical meeting. Don't look at me like that. This is not my suggestion but a request from the chemistry supervisor Philippe, who claims your mind holds the scientific inspiration he desperately needs. Damn it, how did I not see that? Oh, and you need to prioritize processing the stack of documents on your desk, especially the approval of the base's payroll requests." As Kong Dai seemed to remember something, he hurriedly left Andrew. He almost sprinted back to his post in the southern part of the base to train and assess the second balloon company's personnel. After the technical head of the base departed, Andrew remained alone in his office, tackling the mountain of paperwork that had accumulated on his desk. 2 hours later, having completed his tasks, Andrew reclined on a comfortable sofa, reflecting on his recent conversation with Kong Dai. From the mere phrase "these Swiss men who do not speak French," he grasped the myriad hardships faced by Lieutenant Chazelle and the rifle company. It was evident that even the key officials at Morton Base harbored skepticism and doubt towards the Swiss company, failing to regard them as comrades in arms or revolutionary allies. The discrimination within the army also permeated the ranks of the military committee. According to the current structure of the Revolutionary Army, a reinforced infantry company of around 300 men typically had a commanding officer of at least the rank of major, with the lowest rank being captain. Yet, the commander of the rifle company, Jacques Chazelle, a veteran who had joined the French Revolutionary Army in 1789 and served in various corps, still bore the insignia of a lieutenant despite his numerous achievements. Moreover, the entire Swiss company was lacking in uniforms, backpacks, harnesses, boots, caps, canteens, and mess kits, with only personnel and weapons available. The reason for the surplus of weapons was that the French soldiers had refused to accept the cumbersome and slow-loading rifled guns, which could only manage a single shot per minute, discarding them in favor of the Alpine hunters who had traveled from afar. However, as a time traveler, Andrew could not afford such short-sightedness in his eyes. The rifle company's standing had already surpassed that of the balloon company, especially upon learning that the 300 officers and soldiers were predominantly German-speaking Swiss. Days earlier, Andrew had exploited his unique relationship with Commissioner Carnot to rummage through the military supply depots in Paris, extorting a range of military necessities for his rifle company. In no time, complaints echoed throughout Paris from the supply officers, lamenting their plight. Yet, due to the rumors of Andrew being Carnot's illegitimate son, everyone could only grumble internally while maintaining a smile, continuing to fulfill Andrew's unreasonable demands. From the documents processed earlier, it appears that the supplies belonging to the rifle company have been delivered to the Morton military camp. Uncertain of the time, caught in a state of half-sleep, Colonel Andrew heard a commotion outside his door. Reporting to Colonel Andrew, Lieutenant Jacques Chisel, commander of the rifle company, has arrived as ordered. Struggling to rise from the sofa, Colonel Andrew staggered to the entrance. After a curt "at ease, Lieutenant," he began to scrutinize this Lieutenant Chisel. Approximately 35 years old, towering at over 6 feet, with blue-gray eyes and brown hair, Lieutenant Chisel's skin bore a slight tan. Perhaps a result of Highland exposure. To Andrew's surprise, the officer was clad in traditional Swiss red. If the traveler remembered correctly, Chisel should belong to one of the earliest groups of Swiss participants in the Great Revolution. Such a grave political misstep was unexpected. Although the Republican Army's uniforms predominantly featured blue, a small number of green, black, and red remained. However, to have the rifle company donned in red uniforms, especially in Paris, was bound to be met with disdain. On August 10, 1792, during the defense of Louis XVI and the Tuileries Palace, Swiss mercenaries in red uniforms faced a frenzied assault from armed Parisians, resulting in nearly 800 fatalities, while the revolutionary mob attacking the palace suffered casualties in the thousands. Consequently, for a considerable time, any sighting of Swiss red would incite Parisians to a furious rage, eager to tear the offenders apart. "Lieutenant, where is your new uniform?" Andrew asked with an expression devoid of warmth. Half an hour prior, he had learned from the documents that the various supplies for the rifle company had arrived at the base the previous afternoon and had been distributed to the Swiss regiment on the spot. If Chisel stubbornly clung to his so-called Swiss red, Andrew resolved to dismiss him from the rifle company without hesitation. As a former political officer, he had always adhered to the path of political correctness, determined not to incur public ire. "The new uniform is in my room," Lieutenant Chisel, clearly sensing the commander's displeasure, hastily explained. "My soldiers and I believe that changing into the new uniform requires your order." Colonel Andrew, despite the Swiss man's French being quite proficient, it was heavily laced with a German accent, which was somewhat grating to the ears. Fortunately, Andrew found it endearing, reminiscent of a familiar dialect. "Lieutenant Chisel, I hereby give the order. After you and your company finish training, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, don the new uniforms and assemble in the square to await my inspection." As he issued the command, Andrew donned a kindly smile, one he particularly favored in soldiers who complied with orders and exhibited a sense of ceremony. "Yes, Colonel Andrew." Lieutenant Chisel straightened up, saluting the commander with a deep bow. When Andrew motioned for Lieutenant Chisel to enter his office for further discussion, the latter hesitated, lingering at the threshold. Chapter 62. Commander of the Rifle Company, Part 2. "Colonel, may I?" Lieutenant Chisel inquired. Upon closer inspection, Andrew noticed the officer was clutching a rifle, presumably a rifle. It dawned on Andrew that this was the same weapon he had previously written about to the rifle company commander when he was at the military committee. Hoping to familiarize himself with the rifle's armaments and the regiment's tactical methods upon his return to the Morton base. After receiving the commander's permission, Lieutenant Chisel placed the rifle on the desk. "Colonel, please observe, this is the 1793 model rifle, essentially a modified version of the German Jaeger rifle used by Swiss hunters. Its overall length is 45.25 inches, 115 centimeters, weighing 9 pounds, 4 kilograms. With a 30-inch, 76 centimeters, barrel of 0.625 caliber, equipped with fixed sights. This weapon fires lead projectiles and must be used in conjunction with lubricated cloth patches. Thus, the right side of the stock is embedded with a patch box." According to Lieutenant Chisel's introduction, if utilized by his soldiers, This compact and agile rifle could accurately strike a target the size of a pumpkin from a distance of 200 yards, with skilled marksmen extending that range to 250 to 300 yards. Meanwhile, the classic 1777 smoothbore musket had an optimal shooting distance of merely 60 yards, 55 meters, 3 to 4 times less effective than the rifle indeed. It appears that the only drawback of our current rifle is its lengthy reloading time. Approximately 1 minute per shot. This is due to the necessity of using a ramrod to tightly seat the lead ball against the chamber, thus enhancing shooting distance and accuracy. Naturally, in urgent combat situations, riflemen can resort to using standard pre-packaged powder cartridges with unpatched balls to expedite reloading speed, achieving a rate of 3 shots per minute, albeit with a decline in accuracy to around 100 yards. And the subsequent cleaning of the chamber becomes rather troublesome. Excellent. Very good. Despite having read Lieutenant Chisel's report earlier, Andrew was filled with curiosity about the rifle, offering his enthusiastic praise. However, within the traveler's ever-present secret notebook lay a record of an even more advanced breech-loading rifle, the mercury-based ignition rifle utilizing conical mini-balls. After detailing the structural characteristics of the rifle, Lieutenant Chisel proceeded to explain the tactical methods of the rifle company. In fact, our soldiers are predominantly hunters from the mountainous regions, and our tactical characteristics closely align with hunting methods. In essence, our tactics emphasize ambush and surprise attacks, prioritizing mobility and minimizing the likelihood of positional warfare. Especially when confronting formidable foes, our 300-strong unit opts for a strategy of division into smaller groups, leveraging the surrounding geographical conditions for cover, engaging in combat while retreating, and striving to either create opportunities for our allies or receive their support. Thus, in training, I am keen on cultivating our riflemen to be independent thinkers with a proactive mindset, rather than merely a simple collection of infantry. Consequently, each day's training regimen incorporates a red versus white army confrontation model. Before retiring for the night, officers and sergeants hold review meetings to discuss the day's combat gains and losses. Upon hearing this, Andrew couldn't help but applaud. He was pleased with Lieutenant Chisel's rational and mature military philosophy, which could hold merit even within a 21st-century army. Had it not been for the persistent reminder of time from his pocket watch urging him to head to the chemistry lab, Andrew would have relished the opportunity to converse further with his subordinate. Noticing this, Lieutenant Chisel, ever perceptive, prepared to take his leave. However, upon seeing the somewhat unsightly lieutenant's insignia on the officer's uniform, Andrew called out to the departing Swiss man and casually handed him a captain's insignia he had taken from Major Cutler's desk. Continuing, now, congratulations, Citizen Chisel. You are now a captain of the Republic. As for the promotion order from the military committee, I will ensure it is delivered to the base before they embark on their expedition. After bidding farewell to the newly appointed captain, Andrew found himself pondering a question he had yet to voice. Did the captain, hailing from Fribourg, know a young man named Antoine Henry Jomini? It seemed the latter was still studying, aspiring to become a stockbroker. Having addressed the matters concerning Captain Chisel and the rifle company, Andrew resolved to pay a visit to the resurrected Lavoisier couple, as well as the uninvited heir of the DuPont family. Due to strict confidentiality protocols, Lavoisier's current residence, along with the chemistry laboratory he managed, had been relocated to a disused watermill on the eastern side of the town. The mill was enveloped on the east and north by the broad Vez River and its tributaries, while the south was bordered by a vast, eerie swamp, with only a single road on the west side providing access. Consequently, Condé ordered the establishment of a sentry at the main entrance, with fully armed soldiers stationed there day and night, allowing only a select few with special permissions to enter. As Andrew stepped into the courtyard of the watermill, he found that Condé had not yet concluded his lesson. In the laboratory serving as their workspace were only the Lavoisiers and Lavoisier's assistant, Irene DuPont. Within this laboratory, spanning over 100 square meters and shrouded in swirling smoke, Lavoisier and Irene were darting between the oddly shaped glass instruments. The two men needed to accurately discern and vocalize various critical measurements, enabling Madame Lavoisier, responsible for data entry, to record them with precision. Any discrepancies in the data necessitated a complete redo of the experiment. Andrew felt that future chemists ought to be grateful to him, as he had used his special authority as a political officer to preserve all the instruments from Lavoisier's original office and transport them to the Morton base, which were far more detailed and comprehensive than those in the prison of Lamb. Perhaps sensing that the smoke in the laboratory was becoming irritating to his throat, Andrew quickly paused and retreated, wandering alone in the small courtyard of the water mill. Suddenly, cheers erupted from across the Vez River. Andrew strode purposefully to the riverbank, peering into the distance to discover that the rifle company had concluded its specialized training for the day. The soldiers lined up on a patch of open ground by the river, preparing to embark collectively on their journey back to Morton Town. The soldiers boarding the vessel were the victors of today's competitive training, while the defeated, aside from the wounded, were stripped of their clothing and compelled to swim across the river. The jubilant cheers that echoed were likely not only for the winning side but also in connection with Captain Seasile's promotion. According to the intelligence at Andrew's disposal, Captain Seasile had become fully integrated with the rifle company since its establishment half a year ago. He tended to the 300 soldiers with the care and patience of a father or elder brother, though this attentiveness was confined to the minutiae of daily life, in terms of military discipline and training. Captain Seasile was as rigorously strict as other Swiss commanders. There was never any favoritism shown to subordinates. Chapter 63. A minor incident in the chemistry lab. At present, the rifle company comprised 300 men. Yet over the past 6 months, Captain Seasile had ruthlessly eliminated over 500. The reason was simple. In late 18th century Switzerland, particularly among the mountain folk, poverty was rampant. The barren land and dwindling game could scarcely sustain the burgeoning youth. For the sake of their immediate livelihoods and future prospects, the Swiss were indifferent to political affiliations. Whether joining the anti-French coalition's German Legion or swearing allegiance to the French Republic, both were seen as supreme honors, worthy of their lives to uphold this sacred covenant. Returning to the present, through the glass window, Andrew observed the chemistry laboratory where Lavoisier was situated. The mist within had thickened to a dense white cloud, accompanied by a series of heart-wrenching coughs. Just as Andrew pondered whether to rush in, Lavoisier, his wife, and the DuPont lad emerged from the main entrance. Supporting one another, it appeared that all three had encountered their fair share of such experimental mishaps, even escaping with practiced ease, heading straight for the upwind area of the courtyard. "Did you turn off the gas stove and the alcohol lamp?" Andrew asked anxiously. "Why, yes, they're off." Cough, cough. DuPont managed to reply before doubling over in another fit of coughing. "That's good," Andrew called out to the guards stationed outside the courtyard, instructing them to don masks, open all the windows in the laboratory, and carefully check for any open flames. After ensuring that there were no significant hazards, Andrew retrieved 3 cups from the kitchen, filled them with fresh water, and handed them to Lavoisier and the others. After a considerable wait, the irritating fumes' effect on the trio's throats had significantly diminished. "You are Andrew Frank?" After a fit of violent coughing subsided, Lavoisier lifted his head to address the officer before him. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, the renowned chemist, it seemed, had no inclination for the customary expressions of gratitude towards his savior. Instead, his next inquiry was academic in nature. "Mr. Frank, I am very curious as to why you write the molecular formula for water as H2O, rather than H0? I must admit, such a description has resolved many of my internal confusions." Andrew replied nonchalantly, "You're welcome. It was taught to me by my instructor." Lavoisier, eager to delve deeper, probed further. "Oh, which chemist from the Diplomatic Academy? Was it Leroy, Four, or Cote? With all due respect, their chemical knowledge is rather mediocre." "It was not them. It was a visiting German chemist from the Diplomatic Academy, Felix Hoffmann. Unfortunately, he perished in a traffic accident on his way back to Germany." Andrew decisively blocked Lavoisier's next question. The so-called Felix Hoffmann was indeed a distinguished German chemist and the inventor of the century's miracle drug, aspirin, but that would not occur for another 100 years. Lavoisier was about to persist with his inquiries. But fortunately, Lavoisier's wife, noticing the displeasure on Andrew's face, quickly interjected to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Mr. Frank, I have read your bold and practical new concept regarding chemical telegraphs. It is not difficult to implement. However, I have a new idea. To replace the original 26 wires with 2 that represent on and off, using a systematic switching method to construct different letters, which can then be connected to form a series of sentences and information." At this point, Andrew was taken aback. "Good heavens," I misjudged her. "Madame Lavoisier is no mere ornament. She has indeed devised a version of Morse code." Consequently, Andrew resorted to his usual evasive tactics, stumbling through his responses. He, as a time traveler, wished to avoid entanglements on this matter, for he was not yet ready to unleash such advanced technology as telegraphy, lest it shorten his lifespan. When Colonel Kondo concluded his collective lesson for the balloon company and arrived at the mill courtyard, the fog in the chemistry lab had dissipated nearly entirely. At this moment, DuPont assisted Madame Lavoisier in tidying up the laboratory, while Andrew, Kondo, and Lavoisier gathered around a large dining table in the kitchen to discuss matters. "Hold on, gentlemen. The list of experts you submitted has put me in quite a predicament." Andrew interrupted the meeting impatiently after just 15 minutes. It seemed Lavoisier had been struck by a sudden bout of folly, audaciously demanding that the former chief of the political department summon all his previous assistants to the Morton base. This was evidently an impossible task. Even the confidentiality aspect alone would drive Andrew to distraction. Moreover, should the Lavoisier incident come to light, Andrew might choose to clear the premises in a bid for self-preservation, burying everyone present in the adjacent swamp. Kondo stepped in to mediate, well aware of Lavoisier's character. He circled a few names from the list provided by Lavoisier, and after consulting with him, turned to Andrew and said, "Colonel, let us go with these three for now. We can find a way to address the others later." Andrew scrutinized the names. They were all relatively obscure individuals with no official roles in the military or political institutions. Even if they were to vanish suddenly, it would not incite any turmoil. "All right, my people will take care of it within a week." After a moment's hesitation, Andrew nodded, folding the list and placing it in his pocket. Undoubtedly, this task would fall to Linda, and as for the aforementioned ransom, Andrew would have to initially cover it himself, given that Linda had practically emptied the Lavoisier couple's coffers. The thought of his own purse diminishing further filled Andrew, the miser, with discontent. Before Kondo could propose the next discussion topic, Andrew, having lost interest, decided to withdraw from the conversation without offering an excuse. "You all handle it. Just bring me the proposals for my signature. In 2 days, I will be leading an expedition, and I likely want to return to the Morton base before the heat of summer." With that, Andrew rose and left the mill without looking back. At exactly 5 p.m., all 303 officers and soldiers of the rifle company, having freshened up, donned their new uniforms and lined up in Morton Square, awaiting the inspection of Colonel Andrew. Unlike the blue uniforms of other French troops, the entire rifle company was clad in green attire, specifically green jackets and trousers. Their headgear consisted of lightweight green round hats, a standard issue for the Swiss mercenaries tasked with guarding the Pope. Furthermore, each rifleman's backpack was equipped with a greatcoat, blanket, bristle brush, black shoe polish, razor, soapbox, kindling, military mess kit, emergency medical supplies, and provisions sufficient for 5 to 7 days. Of course, these items did not include the clothing worn, namely, the hat, green jacket, trousers, and shoes. Throughout this process, Andrew had drawn inspiration from the later British Army's 95th Rifle Regiment. In terms of weaponry, each soldier was equipped with a smoothbore rifle, devoid of bayonets, alongside personal armaments including a long-handled machete for close defense and a standard hunting knife, along with a pouch containing 30 to 50 loose shot cartridges, a small ramrod for loading, and a tin water bottle. Additionally, officers and orderlies were issued a sidearm and a mount. Chapter 64. Winning hearts and minds. Andrew meticulously calculated that the total weight of the aforementioned equipment carried by the rifle company soldiers was approximately 80 to 90 pounds, converting to about 36 to 40 kilograms. For an ordinary flintlock soldier, this would certainly feel somewhat burdensome. However, for the alpine hunters accustomed to bearing the weight of a fully grown deer while traversing mountains, this mere 80 to 90 pounds was hardly a concern. Andrew had reviewed the report submitted by Captain Cecile, who had confidently asserted that his riflemen could carry no more than 100 pounds of gear and sustain operations for 5 to 7 days. It was precisely for this reason that Andrew felt emboldened to invest significant effort into this rifle company. Even an ordinary frontline general would find it exceedingly difficult to procure such superior equipment from the notoriously parsimonious Parisian military supply officers. This illustrates the immense power of the rumor Andrew had spread about being the illegitimate son of Commissioner Carnot. In summary, the time traveler exerted considerable effort to arm these Swiss soldiers to the teeth, serving as his trump card for survival on the battlefield. Following a slow yet rhythmic beat of military drums, accompanied by Captain Cecile, the beaming Colonel Andrew stood before the soldiers. Although nearly 60% of the 303 Swiss troops before him were illiterate in French and spoke only German, Andrew delivered his address to the entire assembly in impeccable French. This was the politically correct approach. Andrew never faltered on such trifles. Typically, after each statement, he would pause momentarily to allow Captain Sissel to repeat it in a Swiss-accented German for the soldiers. Soldiers, on behalf of the Republic, I welcome your integration into our ranks. Soon, you shall witness how great France expresses her gratitude to you. Indeed, she would present the most abundant treasures as gifts to the bravest hunters of the Alps, ensuring that the warriors' renown echoed through the Swiss valleys, thereby improving the lives of their families. Although the marksmen did not recognize the young colonel standing before them, they were acutely aware that he was Captain Sissel's superior and the highest-ranking officer at the Morton base, a figure with the power to determine their fates. Thus, when Andrew's seemingly indifferent gaze swept across the soldiers' faces, they instinctively raised their heads and squared their chests, akin to receiving a royal inspection. A king? Ha! Perhaps I am merely their employer, who pays their salaries on time. Andrew was well aware of this and understood the art of winning hearts and minds. Shortly thereafter, a soldier clad in blue uniform approached, cradling a small wooden box. The latter casually lifted the lid, revealing a mound of silver coins, over 300 coins, each valued at 10 livres. This was an arrangement Andrew had made with the underground moneylender prior to his arrival in Morton. In fact, every individual at the Morton base, whether officer or soldier, received a share. Undoubtedly, this was distributed as part of their military pay. However, Andrew had personally funded the transformation of the vouchers issued by the military commission into the same silver coins. In a certain sense, all personnel had received 5 times their usual pay. Let us begin. Andrew nodded to Captain Sissel. Soon, Captain Sissel called out a soldier's name, who promptly stepped out of formation and strode toward Colonel Andrew. Sergeant Carl, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Republic for your diligent efforts, and I hope you will continue to excel. At that moment, instead of speaking in French, Andrew delivered this message in Mountain German, which endeared him to the Alpine hunters. Thank you. I pledge my loyalty to Colonel Andrew, was the soldier's customary response. Without a doubt, the 10 livres silver coin that Colonel Andrew placed in the soldiers' palms appeared all the more cherished. Until all 303 soldiers had queued up to receive their salaries from Colonel Andrew, this unique review ceremony was deemed complete. Teacher Kudel, is Colonel Andrew truly relying on this to win hearts? Is this German noble imitating Frederick the Great? After witnessing this spectacle from the office's glass window, Lieutenant Lohman inquired of Major Kudel. Major Kudel chuckled and remarked, the 10 livres silver coin is indeed rather pedestrian, but remarkably effective. In truth, these marksmen loyal to the Republic are no different from the Swiss mercenaries guarding the Tuileries. Everyone is motivated by monetary compensation. The notions of liberty and equality are mere slogans. Colonel Andrew understood this distinction quite well. Across the entire Morton base, comprising around 600 to 700 individuals, approximately 20,000 livres had been expended, with 80% coming from Colonel Andrew's own pocket. Naturally, Major Kudel, well aware of the details, did not lament the financial burden on his superior despite receiving 2,000 livres himself, knowing well that Madame Lavoisier had bestowed a considerable reward upon Andrew. Kudel recalled that Colonel Andrew had just signed an order. Lieutenant Lohman, you are to lead a contingent northward at dawn tomorrow, heading to the headquarters of the Moselle United Corps in Sedan. Your tasks will include constructing a hydrogen reaction furnace and establishing a forward meteorological observation station. In the days that followed, Andrew refrained from meddling in the myriad trivial matters concerning the balloon company and the chemistry laboratory. Each morning, donning a beret and green jacket, wielding a 1793 rifle, and shouldering a military backpack, he joined the marksmen in tactical training across the river in the forests and hills. This was far from a mere display. In fact, given the Swiss adherence to contracts, Andrew had no need for such theatrics to endear himself to the marksmen. However, the time traveler's participation in training stemmed from his desire to avoid the fate of Louis XVI, who, when confronted by rioters at the Tuileries, could do little more than weep and seek assistance. Perhaps Louis XVI was unaware that had he mounted a warhorse, brandished a sword, and fought valiantly, at least half of the Parisian militia might have rallied to his side, bolstered by Swiss mercenaries and noble volunteers, potentially securing his survival. On the 5th day of Andrew's return to the Morton base, a courier from the Paris Military Commission arrived, bearing the latest orders from Commissioner Carnot and the Military Council. At that moment, Andrew was still in the forest across the river, engaged in a shooting competition with the soldiers, compared to the clumsy running style of the Supreme Commander burdened with gear. Colonel Andrew exhibited remarkable skill in marksmanship. From 250 yards, approximately 225 meters, away, targeting a pumpkin-sized stationary target, he managed to hit 8 out of 10 shots, as the shooting concluded. Andrew initially intended to boast and mock those soldiers who had not wagered on his success. However, he soon learned that a message had been dispatched from the other side of the river. "Lieutenant, let us conclude training early today. It seems we are about to embark on a mission." As Andrew spoke, he removed his military backpack and gear, changing back into his blue uniform adorned with the insignia of a colonel. Chapter 65. Capturing the Spy, Part 1. The messenger from Paris was Colonel Compere, the deputy minister of the Military Orders Department, a local of Paris in his 30s. Naturally, Andrew recognized Colonel Compere, who, strictly speaking, was the time traveler's benefactor. Upon their first meeting in the conference room, Colonel Compere publicly expressed his gratitude to Colonel Andrew, embracing him warmly for 2 to 3 minutes. This display of camaraderie elicited an eye roll from Andrew, who inwardly thought, why not just convert your gratitude into cash? However, Andrew soon began to suspect the true purpose of Compere's visit. As the second-in-command of the Military Orders Department, it seemed rather extravagant for him to leave Paris and personally deliver orders to a mere intelligence officer of colonel rank at the Morton base. Nowadays, it appeared that only commanders of first-tier corps, such as the Northern Corps, the Moselle Corps, and the Rhine Corps, enjoyed such privileges. Thus, under the pretense of reminiscing, Andrew extended a private invitation to the deputy minister to discuss matters in his office. During this, Andrew discreetly signaled to Captain Sissel, who understood and followed them discreetly. A few minutes later, after Andrew's aide delivered 2 cups of black coffee and closed the door, leaving only Andrew and Compere in the room, the deputy minister gradually revealed his true mission. "Colonel, have you reviewed the recent battle reports from the Northern Corps and the Ardennes Corps?" Colonel Compere casually inquired after taking a sip of coffee. Each day before noon, the battle report room of the Military Council would deliver summaries of reports from 12 corps to various military and political departments in Paris, including the Morton base. And Andrew would promptly sign for and thoroughly read them. The recent reports from the Northern Corps and the Ardennes Corps, in fact, detailed an unequivocal disaster. It was said that upon receiving the report, Carnot had erupted in fury in his office, instilling fear in all members of the Military Council, who thereafter spoke in hushed tones for several days, wary of provoking the powerful figure, as early as February or March of this year. The Allied forces of Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, under the command of Marshal Coburg, had seized the sparsely defended fort of Valognes during a moment of negligence by the French army in the midst of a troop change. The loss of Valognes caught the French unprepared and allowed the Four-Nation Alliance to establish a V-shaped salient between the Northern Corps and the Ardennes Corps, leading to a breakthrough in the center. At this moment, far away in Paris, Carnot had fully grasped the next target of the Four-Nation Alliance, the fortress of Landrecies, defended by 3,000 French troops. Thus, at Commissioner Carnot's request, the Operations Department of the Military Council meticulously planned a defensive counteroffensive, luring 4,000 to 5,000 Allied troops southward to assault the fortress of Landrecies. At this juncture, the guiding philosophy of the French Military Operations Department and Commissioner Carnot was to steadfastly defend the fortress. Coordinating efforts from within and without, a formidable army of 100,000 would implement a counter-encirclement against the Allied forces, with the intention of striking at the very heart of their formation. Specifically, as the multinational coalition besieged the fort of Landrecies, guarded by thousands of French troops, the Northern Corps and the Ardennes Corps would comply with the orders of the Military Commission, secretly assembling 100,000 elite troops to launch a simultaneous attack on the Allied forces from the east, south, and west. In liberating the fortress of Landrecies, it was imperative to either annihilate or severely weaken a portion of the Allied troops, thereby obliterating the salient that had penetrated the French defense lines and neutralizing the potential threat posed by the coalition to Paris, located 180 kilometers away. However, the defense of Landrecies, which commenced in mid-April, ultimately culminated in a resounding defeat for the French forces. On April 16, Marshal Coburg commanded 50,000 Allied troops to launch an assault from the central route, situated between the Scheldt and Sambre rivers, against the 3,000 French defenders of Landrecies. From the onset of the battle, the progress of the Allied forces was remarkably swift. Notably, the British cavalry, led by Prince Charles, effortlessly repelled 3 French infantry divisions hastily assembled in defense. By April 20, the Allied forces had successfully encircled the fortress of Landersea. Simultaneously, over 40,000 troops constructed a resolute and efficient semicircular defensive perimeter with a radius of approximately 10 kilometers around the fortress. Observing this dire situation, General Pitchgrew, commander of the Northern Corps, ultimately resolved to initiate a relief effort for Landersea. On April 26, the Northern Corps amassed nearly 80,000 soldiers, launching a vigorous assault on the Allied semicircular defense from the west, south, and east. Among them, General Chaps led 32,000 French troops to confront Prince Charles's forces on the western flank, while 45,000 French troops engaged the two Austrian generals, the elderly Alvinzi and the 23-year-old Archduke Karl. To the east and south, at this moment, the military strength comparison between the French and Allied forces was 2-1, with a clear advantage for the Republic. Additionally, the 30,000 troops of the Ardennes Corps would attempt to cross the Sambre River to launch a diversionary attack on the left flank of the Allied forces. Commanded by Prince of Orange, Colonel Comper continued. As you have seen in the battle reports, the assaults from all four directions suffered disgraceful failures, with casualties exceeding 10,000, particularly on the Western Front. The seasoned elite of over 30,000 French troops could not withstand a single charge from 2,000 British cavalry, resulting in a catastrophic rout, with even General Chaps falling into enemy hands. Just yesterday, the fortress of Landersea was declared lost. This meticulously planned defensive counteroffensive ended in a disastrous defeat for our forces. Were it not for the intimidation from Commissioner Carnot's military tribunal, which ordered Generals Pitchgrew and Moreau to launch reckless offensives on the western front of Belgium to distract the Central Allied forces, perhaps Marshal Coburg's troops would have continued southward after capturing Landersea, advancing directly towards Paris, located 45 leagues away. Upon hearing this, Andrew began to grasp the underlying intent of Colonel Comper's visit. As an intelligence officer, he sought a reliable scapegoat for the failure of the Landersea defense, aiming to alleviate the pressure from the public, particularly from the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety, regarding the Military Commission and Commissioner Carnot. Accordingly, Andrew broached the subject directly, inquiring whether the Military Commission suspected that the operational plans had been prematurely leaked, allowing the Allied forces to prepare targeted defenses. Upon hearing Andrew's remarks, Colonel Comper immediately raised an internal commendation for the officer's perceptiveness. It was no surprise that the usually stern Commissioner Carnot held such admiration for this intelligence officer, particularly as the military leaders remained unperturbed by various rumors. Andrew, astute and tactful, understood precisely when to step forward to alleviate the burdens of his superiors. The catastrophic failure of the Landersea defense ignited considerable dissent within the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety regarding Commissioner Carnot. If Andrew could produce irrefutable evidence proving that the Northern Corps and the Ardennes Corps had faltered due to hidden internal traitors or Allied spies who had stolen the operational plans, much of the blame would shift towards the Northern Corps rather than the Military Commission. Chapter 66. The Spy Catcher, Part 2. I can set out for the Northern Corps to conduct an investigation as early as tomorrow. But I have 4 conditions that must be met in advance. In his discourse, Andrew had undertaken careful consideration. Firstly, the demands of the higher-ups must be satisfied. Secondly, he could seize the opportunity to secure certain benefits for himself and his team. Please proceed. Prior to this, Colonel Comper had privately received authorization from Commissioner Carnot. Thus, Andrew was unreserved in presenting his prepared terms. He stated, "First, I request that the Military Commission grant me a temporary identity as a colonel of military police overseeing intelligence and counterintelligence, directly reporting to the Paris Military Commission, thereby ensuring absolute operational freedom without the constraints of the Corps Commander or Corps Liaison Officer. Furthermore, the Military Commission must assign me a liaison officer. Second, the sharpshooter company currently stationed at the Morton base should be restructured into a military police battalion, with Major Chisel promoted accordingly. The entire battalion of military police will accompany me to the Northern Corps for the investigation. Do not laugh. I am concerned about potential ambushes. Moreover, while at the Northern Corps, my military police battalion will need to expand into a mixed regiment, or rather, a mixed half-brigade, for which I also request an official designation from Commissioner Carnot and the Military Commission. Third, I require the authority to compel officers of the rank of colonel and below to cooperate with the investigations conducted by the military police battalion. Of course, should this involve senior commanders of brigade or division level. I will inform the Corps Liaison Officer and Corps Commander in advance, seeking their approval before proceeding with any further actions. I assure you, I will not overstep my bounds. Lastly, I need to mobilize several experienced detectives from the Internal Affairs Bureau in Paris to assist me. This includes Captain Bruce from the Marat District Police Station, amounting to an estimated 7 or 8 individuals. They will serve as the vanguard of the Military Police Battalion and as external police officers for the Security Committee. Directly following my orders as the security officer for Lille, conducting relevant investigations. These are my requirements. The moment the appointment letter and authorization arrive, my military police battalion and I can depart at any time. After a brief period of contemplation, Colonel Comper fully accepted Andrew's requests. He adjusted his military cap and stood to address Andrew. I shall return to Paris immediately to report this matter to Commissioner Carnot in person. If all goes well, the messenger from the military command will deliver all the official correspondence you require by dawn tomorrow. As for the Security Committee, the Military Commission cannot intervene in their affairs. Andrew also rose, smiling. Rest assured, you need only deliver my handwritten letter to Commissioner Davy of the Security Committee and Captain Bruce of the Marat District Police Station. Upon receiving the military orders, my military police battalion and I will depart Morton Base before 10 o'clock tomorrow, reaching the headquarters of the Northern Corps in Lille within 3 days. After bidding farewell to the Deputy Minister of the Military Command, Andrew returned to his office, where Major Chisholm had emerged from the inner room and stood by the sofa opposite the desk. Did you hear everything clearly? Andrew inquired. Yes, Colonel. Major Chisholm had been present in the adjacent room during Andrew's conversation with Colonel Comper. As per Andrew's request, what are your thoughts? You may speak freely now. Noticing the hesitation on his subordinate's face, Andrew sensed an underlying concern. Major Chisholm questioned, Colonel, how can you be certain that the failure of the Landersea defense is related to internal traitors or enemy spies? Andrew burst into laughter. Ah, Major, it seems you have forgotten my previous position as the chief of the political department at the police bureau. If I say there are traitors, then there are traitors. If I name someone a spy, then they are indeed a spy. If anyone seeks evidence, that is even simpler. We shall swiftly prove this in the Northern Corps. There may be some captured fish, but we shall not wrongfully accuse the innocent. There was one more statement that Andrew deliberately withheld from his subordinate. It was the firm belief of the time traveler that the earlier loss at the fortress of Valenciennes in early March had been a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the exiled nobility. However, the newly appointed commander of the Northern Corps, Pichegru, had suppressed the investigation into this matter, and it ultimately faded away. Previously, while in Paris, Andrew had served as an intelligence officer for the Moselle United Corps. Given the time traveler's detachment from political affairs, he found it inconvenient to address the conspiracy occurring 200 kilometers away. Now, however, should the military police battalion fail to identify a scapegoat for the defeat at Landersea, he could boldly unearth the conspiracy surrounding the fortress of Valenciennes. As for the names of the suspects, they were already etched in the traveler's memory. Despite the necessity to exclude the possibility of collusion or treason on the part of Pichegru and Moreau due to political and military considerations, it remained an undeniable fact that these two corps commanders secretly sympathized with the exiled nobility. Even without considering the benefits brought about by time travel, Andrew had already gathered substantial evidence during his prior stay in Paris. Together with the testimony provided by General Osh, it became evident that the aforementioned two Legion commanders expressed sympathy towards the exiles opposing the revolution and maintained contact with them and their families. Thus, the individuals mentioned, along with their relatives and friends, fell under the reasonable suspicion of the former chief of the political department. As for how extensively and deeply the treasonous charges would be implicated, it would ultimately depend on the interests assessed by Carnot and others. However, just earlier, through a conversation with the Deputy Minister of the Military Command, Andrew had clearly conveyed his stance to the military hierarchy. He intended to limit the charge of treason to the rank of colonel, striving to avoid an escalation of the political purge, thereby mitigating its impact on the future battlefield. As for now, Major Cecile. Andrew immediately issued orders to his subordinate before him in accordance with the requirements of the military commission. You are to return and commence the reorganization of the future musket company into a gendarmerie battalion. 1 hour from now, submit the entire battalion's duty and promotion reports to my office. Given the urgent military situation, there is no time to consider the gendarmerie's specialized uniforms. So first, you are to visit the logistics department and procure 300 cylindrical military caps, all painted white on the exterior. along with tricolor insignias. Additionally, ensure that all officers and soldiers of the gendarmerie wear a red armband emblazoned with the white letters GIGN on their left arm when they leave the barracks to perform military duties. Indeed, Colonel Andrew, the term GIGN, when translated directly, refers to the National Gendarmerie Intervention Group, which is the French National Gendarmerie's Special Operations Unit. For convenience, Andrew adopted the official designation from later generations. In truth, the gendarmerie system originated in France during the 100 Years' War between England and France. To maintain order within the combat forces, two marshals under the command of the army chief appointed a gendarmerie captain to lead a team composed of several cavalry sergeants, specifically tasked with addressing violations of military discipline by soldiers and mercenaries. This gendarmerie captain, referred to as the marshal, established a precedent for the enforcement of law by the French gendarmerie within the military. At the onset of the Great Revolution, the Constituent Assembly, which emerged from the Third Estate, ordered the abolition of the gendarmerie as a military organization, arguing that its existence restricted citizens' freedom of speech. However, during the Jacobin dictatorship period of the National Convention, the gendarmerie system was reinstated in France, as both the Committee of Public Safety and the Committee of General Security recognized that the gendarmerie was an independent organization, the most effective force for maintaining social order, and that it conducted semi-civilian, semi-military surveillance over all territories. The urban gendarmerie was prioritized, serving as a complement to the urban police, primarily tasked with guarding Paris, particularly the city gates and significant government institutions, functioning as a rapid response unit under the two committees. AS for the gendarmerie units scattered across more than 10 legions in the north, south, and northwest. They were predominantly under the control of military commissioners appointed by the National Convention, rather than directly answering to the military commission. This caused Carnot to have little regard for the gendarmerie units, resulting in a rather chaotic military gendarmerie system where each operated independently and without hierarchical oversight. Chapter 67. The Unfortunate Prefect of Lille, Part 1. Calculating the days, it has been over 10 since Saint-Delphine arrived in Lille. Yet during this time, what exactly has he accomplished as the prefect of the Lille district? On the first day, as the highest administrative official of Lille, Delphine, along with his secretary, entered the temporary residence of the prefect, a dilapidated episcopal palace, the Church of Saint Maurice. This Roman Catholic church, founded in the late 14th century, has yet to be completed due to the enormity of the undertaking. A few years prior, Saint Maurice might have been one of the most prominent churches in Lille. Unfortunately, during the Lille defense battle the previous year, the episcopal palace, serving as the command post for the French army, was subjected to fierce bombardment by Austrian artillery, with over 10 shells striking the church's bell tower and dome, causing substantial portions of the unfinished Grand Cathedral to collapse, leading to its abandonment until the arrival of Commissioner Delphine. On the second day, the prefect, having come to Paris, visited the administrative building of the district, which was merely a two-story structure. However, Delphine encountered only 2 or 3 low-ranking clerks, and the on-duty supervisor was nowhere to be found. A remaining clerk discreetly informed the prefect that the others were either on sick leave, out in the countryside collecting grain, or accompanying officers for recruitment. Even more infuriatingly, Delphine discovered that his office resembled a pigsty, utterly filthy. Unable to rally others in Paris, he had no choice but to personally tackle the cleaning alongside his secretary, spending the better part of the day restoring order to the office. Not only that, but Delphine also ventured to a nearby flea market, purchasing office desks, chairs, a simple sofa, as well as quills, stationery, and ink out of his own pocket. These tasks were not something the clerks would undertake, as they had not received their salaries for several months. On the third day, Delphine arrived punctually at the administrative building, only to find most of his colleagues back at work. While their demeanor was hardly respectful, they did not outright obstruct him. The Parisians had expected work to proceed smoothly, yet it marked the beginning of a series of nightmares. In the afternoon, a group of farmers armed with clubs stormed into the prefect's office, surrounding Delphine and demanding that the wealthy from Paris provide them with 2 years' worth of food subsidies. The secretary attempted to intervene but was brutally beaten by the rural folk. Although the farmers did not physically assault the government official, Prefect Delphine was left profoundly shaken. 30 minutes later, the tardy city police arrived, only to find Delphine's office in ruins, shattered by the wrath of the farmers. Subsequently, not a single suspect was arrested, as the Lille Police Department claimed the culprits had fled the city overnight, and due to a lack of funds for enforcement, they were powerless to pursue the offenders. During the 4th to 6th days, despite the fright he had experienced the previous day, Prefect Delphine persisted in clocking in for work. Now, he began to grapple with the soaring prices of bread and wine in Lille. Although Lille was not yet the capital of Nord Department, it was the largest city in the north and the headquarters of the Northern Legion. Suffering acutely from the effects of war, its unique geographical location dictated that it bore a far greater burden in foreign conflicts than other regions. Particularly over the past 2 months, the continuous movement of over 200,000 troops had caused food prices to double. Presently, a bottle of wine was selling for 24 so, while a pound of bread had skyrocketed to 6 so. Furthermore, Lille was not Paris. The maximum price regulations were utterly ineffective in this border town. On this very day, an unannounced officer from the Northern Legion's logistics department barged into Delphine's office. This officer, brimming with arrogance, demanded that the newly appointed prefect of Lille provide 3,000 horses, 500 carts, 2,000 drivers, as well as several vessels and boatmen, fodder, oats, wheat, and rye before the end of the hot month. Moreover, the compensation offered to the requisitioned populace was pitifully inadequate, amounting to less than 50 of market prices. Often delayed for 3 to 6 months, those peasants employed for fortification construction and the conscripted workers received a meager compensation of merely 10 so, 0.5 ruble, a day, along with a single meal of meat and bread. In light of this, Delphine, despite instructing his clerks to post recruitment advertisements in every corner of the city, found that very few farmers, builders, drivers, and boatmen willingly reported to the district to earn paltry wages. Likely to be delayed for months by the military, on the 7th day, having patiently dismissed the greedy logistics officer, Delphine found the front of the administrative building once again teeming with farmers. A dark mass of several hundred, causing him to turn on his heel and rush to the police station for assistance. Subsequently, Delphine learned that the farmers had come to cash in the IOUs issued by the logistics officer of the Northern Legion. According to incomplete statistics, the Northern Legion had requisitioned over 5,400 loads of hay from more than 100 villages surrounding Lille, along with 27,000 measures of oats and countless quantities of wheat, and had taken away thousands of bottles of wine and brandy from the farmers' homes, all under the guise of IOUs, demanding payment from the prefect of Lille. Unable to find the Parisian in charge, the enraged farmers once again vandalized Delphine's office. A few shameless women, egged on by the accompanying rude men, collectively squatted on the prefect's desk and sofa, relieving themselves that evening, the only loyal confidant beside Prefect Delphine. His steadfast secretary could no longer endure such inhumane torment. After leaving a resignation letter, he stealthily packed his belongings and fled back to Paris along Highway No. 2. On the 8th day, the once relatively healthy Prefect Delphine finally collapsed. He lay unconscious in his temporary residence for 3 days and nights, with no one to care for him. Had it not been for a kind-hearted priest who could no longer bear to watch, secretly delivering bread and hot meat soup to Delphine, it is highly likely that this prefect from Paris would have perished in Lille before even beginning his mission. At this moment, Delphine lay on a makeshift bed of grass, staring blankly at the peeling ceiling, utterly motionless. The entire room was adorned with maps and city plans. A row of bookshelves flanked either side, with a fireplace embedded in the center. A chest of drawers, chairs, and a makeshift desk fashioned from a rickety dining table were all piled high with various books, leaving almost no space to sit. In an effort to save on expenses, the candlestick typically held only a single candle. The aforementioned office supplies and books must have been the last task undertaken by the secretary before departing, meticulously cleaning and relocating the useful items, which remained in good condition, to the episcopal palace that served as the district chief's residence. The middle-aged Parisian reminisced about the scene from over 10 days ago when his family traveled along Route 2. At that time, he felt invigorated, constantly envisioning great achievements awaiting him in Lille. Eventually being recognized by the Committee for National Salvation and elevated to the position of governor of the Nord Department. This contemplation filled Delphine with a tinge of regret. He felt that he ought to have been bolder. Patiently seeking counsel from the unknown lieutenant colonel, whose predictions regarding his tenure had, without exception, been validated in the city of Lille. Chapter 68. The Unfortunate District Chief of Lille, Part 2. At some indeterminate moment, Delphine heard a knock at the door. Was it Father Chambon? He inquired, only to be met with an unfamiliar voice. Citizen Delphine, I am Lieutenant Bruce, appointed by the Security Committee, and I have just taken command of the police department in Lille. Upon hearing the Parisian accent, Delfer felt an unusual warmth, struggling to rise from his bed with the intention of opening the door. However, due to years of neglect, the two iron hinges securing the door to the wall failed, and the thoroughly decayed door unexpectedly collapsed with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling and startling both Parisians. After a moment, they exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Once the dust settled, the district chief of Lille and the urban police lieutenant found themselves seated at a makeshift dining table, propped up by discarded books, enjoying the culinary delights brought by Lieutenant Bruce from Paris: burgundy red wine, buttered ham sandwiches, and sausages smeared with tomato sauce. A.S. Delfer stared at the large sausage before him. Lieutenant Bruce revealed his true intentions. Officially, I have been dispatched by the security committee to take over the police department in Lille. However, in truth, I remain under the command of Colonel Andrew Frank. Yes, you guessed correctly. Colonel Frank is that very lieutenant colonel you encountered 2 weeks ago on Route 2. He has now been appointed as the gendarmerie commander for the Nord Department and the Northern Legion. Upon hearing this, Delfer felt a surge of elation. As a seasoned bureaucrat who had long served in the Economic Committee of the National Convention, he was well aware of the former political police chief's reputation, including the rumors surrounding him being the illegitimate child of Commissioner Carnot. The district chief of Lille optimistically believed that with the support of Gendarmerie Commander Colonel Frank and the urban police chief, his upcoming tasks would become significantly easier. However, the reality was far more complex than Delfer had anticipated. Lieutenant Bruce and his men had arrived in Lille several days prior, but at that time, Bruce had not declared his identity to take over the police department. Instead, he acted as Andrew's eyes and ears, quietly observing everything transpiring in the city. Additionally, Lieutenant Bruce bore a secret mission: to identify collaborators with the local government for Colonel Andrew. As a soldier in the truest sense, Andrew's authority was strictly limited. He could not intervene in local affairs with the same impunity as the commissioners of the National Convention. Thus, the Parisian district chief Delfer effectively filled this political gap for Andrew. Through his observations over the past few days, Bruce noted that while Delfer appeared soft and harmless, he possessed a stubborn inner strength, resilient in the face of adversity, and harbored considerable political ambition, qualities that aligned perfectly with Andrew's requirements. Consequently, when Delfer fell ill, Lieutenant Bruce and his men presented the Security Committee's commission and forcefully took over the police department in Lille, even rescuing a non-oath-taking priest from temporary detention, assigning the honest Father Chambon to care for the ailing district chief. After consuming the food and drink on the table, the two shifted their discussion to the pressing matters at hand. What kind of support do you believe is most needed at present? District Chief Delfer? Bruce inquired. Money, silver coins, livres? Delfer's answer was straightforward as he lamented: without funds, I cannot pay my staff, nor can I compel them to work diligently. Without money, I am unable to placate the farmers living in the suburbs. The military supply officers of the Northern Legion have indiscriminately issued receipts, driving this city to the brink of collapse. Yet, the funds allocated to me from Paris consist solely of worthless vouchers, which have depreciated in actual purchasing power by a staggering 80%. Bruce nodded, acknowledging that financial issues indeed required resolution. In truth, his ability to smoothly take control of the police department in Lille was not solely due to the commission from the Security Committee. More crucially, Lieutenant Bruce was able to promptly disburse long overdue salaries and allowances to dozens of officers. Thus, when Bruce and his team dealt with the rebellious officers within the police department, most of the policemen willingly sided with the Parisian chief. The reason was simple: Lieutenant Bruce had proven he could guarantee timely and full payment of the city officers' salaries. Where is the money? Delfer complained to the urban police chief. Paris only sends worthless vouchers. Yet the prices in Lille have soared to intolerable heights. Bruce finished the last sip of red wine in his glass and replied, There is, of course, money, but it does not reside within the administrative building of the district or the modest town hall. It lies within the pockets of certain individuals. Esteemed citizen chief, you can imagine which type of individuals have amassed their wealth through unscrupulous means, and their actions are likely to incite resentment and anger among the laboring populace. Delfer was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the target to which the police chief referred. Since 1791, for a full 3 years, war, death, and plunder had never strayed far from the people of Lille. Oftentimes, the avaricious conscription offices and the ferocious supply officers were far more despised by ordinary citizens than the enemies wielding guns on the battlefield. The supply officers, under the guise of requisitioning military supplies, brazenly seized the people's grain, horses, and vehicles using worthless vouchers and receipts at prices below market value. Yet, under the politically correct slogans of everything for victory, the citizens of Lille, the farmers, and their district chief could only silently endure the immense trauma inflicted by 3 years of war. Everyone prayed that the French army, after enduring a grueling series of seesaw battles, would decisively defeat the coalition forces and bring the war to an end on French soil. Hence, the fury must be directed solely at the conscription offices. According to regulations, conscription must exempt orphans, the eldest brothers and families, planters, factory owners' firstborns, and married young men. Furthermore, the conscription list for each village and town only included those who had legal residency or had lived locally for a year. However, the officers responsible for conscription paid no heed to these legal stipulations. The total conscription quota for the region had already been fixed at the beginning of the year, with each village and town's share publicly announced and determined through a lottery at the conscription office, along with physical examinations by military doctors to finalize the selected recruits. For the unfortunate wealthy individuals who drew the short straw yet were physically fit, the only way to evade service was to seek out the conscription office's officers and hire someone to enlist in their stead. In simple terms, it required a hefty sum of livres or gold louis. Bruce produced a report and handed it to Delfer, continuing, "This is an archive record from the Lille Police Department. Since the beginning of this year, the price for a replacement military service quota at the conscription office within the city typically ranges from 6,000 to 8,000 livres. For the villages, it is slightly cheaper, around 4,000 to 5,000 livres." Chapter 69. The excessive demands of the military committee, even disregarding previous years, merely considering this year's statistics from frost month to flower month. The total number of military substitutes in the Nord department is estimated to be between 1,200 to 1,500, with the illegal transaction amount exceeding 7.5 million livres. Of course, from the aforementioned sum of over 7 million livres, the expenses for the military substitutes and the bribes for local elites and generals must first be deducted. Yet even so, the vampires of the conscription office could still pocket 3 million livres, 7.5 million and 3 million livres. That is a substantial sum. At this moment, the district chief of Lille's gaze gradually became unfocused, and his mouth began to mumble in disbelief. Undoubtedly, if he could secure 500,000 to 600,000 livres in silver coins, then Chief Delfer could effortlessly resolve all the pressing issues at hand, including several months' worth of overdue salaries owed to his employees, the creditors holding receipts for debts incurred due to military requisition, and the tax reductions promised to the farmers by the district government. Bruce cast a glance at Delfer and continued, "The officers and doctors at the conscription office predominantly hail from the Northern Legion. Having been in a comfortable position for an extended period, they have adapted to the ease of life in Lille, losing or forgetting the discipline expected of soldiers, sometimes even failing to don their uniforms. I have personally witnessed the officers from the conscription office frequently flaunting their astonishingly opulent attire. It is said that when they arrived in Lille a year or two ago, they possessed little more than a tattered camanilla outfit, representing the clothing of those without trousers. However, it did not take long for these individuals to adorn themselves with an array of valuable gold, silver, and gemstone embellishments. According to a long-standing covert investigation by the Lille Police Department, a mere lieutenant from the conscription office was reported to have lost a staggering 100 louis in a single night at the local casino, equivalent to 2,400 livres in silver coins. Therefore, under the auspices of legal justification, suppressing and plundering them not only promises adequate livres to secure normal benefits for your subordinates, but also serves to quell the discontent of the townsfolk, thereby elevating your reputation throughout the towns and countryside of the Lille district. During his nearly year-long association with Andrew, the previously unassuming Bruce has honed a silver tongue, mastering the art of persuasion. Now, he has enchanted the mayor of Lille to such an extent that the latter is eager to rally a contingent of armed police to storm the conscription office and seize all the ill-gotten gains of those officers. Nevertheless, such an action would undoubtedly be illegal. Active military personnel must be dealt with by their superiors or the dedicated military police, while local police can at best provide evidence of their transgressions. Do not fret just yet, citizen of Delpho. What we require now is a thorough investigation into the nefarious dealings of the conscription office and the extent of their illicit revenues. Subsequently, the district government will guide you through a formal complaint process, ultimately submitting the matter to the military police battalion, specifically to Colonel Andrew for detailed resolution. As he spoke, Bruce retrieved several prepared documents from his briefcase and presented them to the mayor of Lille, Delpho, indicating that once these documents are signed and full cooperation with Colonel Andrew is assured, a portion of the future confiscated spoils from the conscription office would be awarded. My conservative estimates suggest that this sum should not fall below 600,000 livres. Thus spoke the constable. The distance from Morton to Lille is a mere 36 miles, approximately 140 to 150 kilometers, primarily along the bustling Route 2. Andrew and his military police battalion, maintaining a standard marching pace of 50 kilometers over 8 to 10 hours a day, could reach Lille within 3 days. In fact, the recently promoted Major Cecil actually hoped to accelerate their pace. For an alpine hunter, marching 20 miles in a single day is hardly a challenge. Upon hearing this, Colonel Andrew, seated upon his noble steed, leisurely indulged in a sandwich for his midday meal, and in a measured tone remarked, "There is no need for haste. Let your soldiers learn more French, at the very least some common dialogues and military commands. By the way, proficiency in reading and writing French will serve as a significant criterion for promotion in rank and position." As a freshly minted military police colonel, Andrew had the authority to exchange his steed for a genuine warhorse, but chose to retain it for the messenger. It appeared that he had developed an affinity for this sturdy, elegant Percheron, standing at 1.65 meters and weighing over 900 kilograms, known for its gentle disposition and resilience against illness. Consequently, Andrew named the horse Volkswagen, a name that resonated well. Although this Volkswagen did not possess remarkable speed, it demonstrated exceptional endurance, comfortably carrying Andrew and all his accompanying gear, which totaled over 300 pounds, for 8 to 10 hours without faltering. Several hours prior, a messenger from the military command had delivered everything Andrew desired. Not only that, but Commissioner Carnot had directly promoted Andrew to the rank of army colonel, rather than a temporary wartime colonel. This unexpected favor led Andrew to begin doubting his previous judgments regarding his biological father. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to his mother's grave for clarity. However, in the blink of an eye, after thoroughly reading the military orders, Andrew found himself cursing Carnot and the military committee in his heart, wishing ill upon them all. The military high command had instructed Andrew to ensure that Pichegru and the Northern Corps must launch a large-scale offensive on the western front of the Belgian battlefield before the month of May. Specifically around mid-May, compelling the Allied forces to adjust their troops stationed at the central breakthrough. In truth, if the orders had concluded there, it would have posed no issue. As the commanding officer of the military police, Andrew could easily unite with several corps commissioners to exert political pressure on the two corps commanders, Pichegru and Moreau, to initiate a siege against the Iber fort, executing a strategy of surrounding Way to rescue Zhao. However, Carnot had explicitly stated in the final clause of Andrew's military orders, the Northern Corps must secure a victory, particularly by encircling or significantly damaging the cavalry forces of the Duke of York, who had previously seen 3 generals and tens of thousands of French soldiers perish under this British prince's iron hooves. This incited considerable outrage within the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety, who regarded it as the greatest humiliation following the century-long conflict between England and France. Thus, delivering a resounding blow to the Duke of York and his commanded British cavalry became a political task that Pichegru, Moreau, and Andrew could not evade. Andrew firmly believed that if he failed to accomplish the mission, Carnot's cold and ruthless nature would undoubtedly lead him to wield a guillotine as he arrived to oversee the Northern Corps. Chapter 70, The Art of Idle Talk, Part 1. As this realization washed over him, Andrew felt he had been ensnared. Had he known, he would have dutifully proceeded to the Moselle United Corps, closely trailing behind Rubel and St. Christ, indulging in the bounties while awaiting a commendation for his contributions. Instead, he now found himself anxiously traversing to the Northern Corps, entangled in the absurdity of overseeing operations, all while needing to secure a genuine victory. In truth, oversight was inherently the responsibility of the Corps commissioners, not one that Andrew and his military police were meant to shoulder. However, the Committee of Public Safety had dispatched several representatives to the National Convention, seemingly each with a lackadaisical demeanor, unable to manage the cunning General Pichegru, resulting in a stagnant situation on the western front of Belgium. At this juncture, no amount of contemplation yielded a solution. After finishing his sandwich, Andrew noticed his fingers smeared with butter and bits of vegetable, leaving them quite unclean. He promptly dismounted, and retrieved soap and a towel, making his way to a nearby brook. A few minutes later, having washed himself, Andrew rose and strolled to a large rock by the stream. Gazing out over the vast expanse before him, in front lay an extensive plain, its soil rich and black. This was the grand and fertile Paris Basin, one of the most agriculturally advanced regions in France, renowned for its production of sugar beets, wheat, oats, vegetables, and grapes. Scattered across the plain were occasional massive rocks or hills rising like the tombstones of titans, the skeletal remains of giants thrusting forth from the earth. To the left of the plain flowed the Vats River, a shimmering stream reminiscent of molten gold. As Andrew descended from the rock, he spotted a slender young lieutenant with auburn hair approaching. This individual, named Rick Landel, was 26 years old and hailed from the city of Nobility in the Cité region of Burgundy. Landel was not only a compatriot of Carnot, but Andrew suspected there might be some familial connection, as both of their names contained the element Marguerite. Before embarking on his military campaign, Andrew had adhered to the customary protocol of requesting a liaison officer from the military committee. To his surprise, Carnot had assigned Lieutenant Landel, a mathematics instructor at the Central Public Works Academy, to the Swiss Military Police Battalion as Andrew's liaison. Andrew had reviewed Landel's personnel file and knew that he had graduated from the Paris Military Academy, subsequently remaining as a mathematics instructor. For 2 years after the dissolution of the Paris Military Academy, Landel had taught at the Galite Secondary School, formerly Lewis High School. Earlier this year, he received a strong recommendation from Carnot to join the newly established Central Public Works Academy. Currently, the nascent academy lacked even a permanent campus, and its name was likely unfamiliar to many. However, the informed knew it as the precursor to the illustrious Paris Institute of Technology. Carnot was also one of the principal founders of this institution. For over 200 years, regardless of the shifts in French politics, the Paris Institute of Technology has remained enduringly prominent, celebrated as the cradle of French engineers. Yet, at this moment, Andrew had no need for engineers or mathematics instructors. He yearned for the recruitment of a battalion-level infantry commander and a company-level artillery commander, AS for cavalry units. Andrew was nearly certain that the most inept cavalry in all of France was concentrated within the Northern Corps. In the recently concluded counteroffensive at the Landrel West Fort, over 800 French cavalrymen, tasked with urgently reinforcing General Chapas's left flank, were driven before fewer than 400 British light cavalry, abandoning their helmets and equipment along the way, even casting their commanding officer, General Chapas, into the hands of the pursuing British. Observing his commanding officer deep in thought, Lieutenant Landel wisely refrained from interrupting. Standing silently by until Colonel Andrew lifted his gaze once more. "Is there something you need?" Andrew inquired. The lieutenant stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Colonel. Major Cecil has sent word to inquire whether we shall spend the night on the outskirts of St. Quentin or continue marching across the Somme River." "Let us continue marching. We shall set up camp on the outskirts of Fay Town this evening. As for tomorrow, let us take a detour around the city of Douai and spend the night in the outskirts of the town of La Lune by the banks of the Scarpe River." Andrew commanded without hesitation. The colonel's orders emphasized the importance of avoiding larger cities and instead camping in remote towns. Many of the new immigrants to Paris during the time of the Great Revolution hailed from the Paris Basin, and a significant number had participated in the siege of the Bastille, the encirclement of the Palace of Versailles, and the assaults on the Tuileries Palace. These revolutionaries were not fond of the rigid Swiss soldiers. By the time Andrew returned to Route 2, Randall, the messenger of the orders, once again approached him. At this moment, Andrew seemed to have taken an interest in the lieutenant, who had consistently served as a mathematics instructor. Showing no resentment towards the colonel for employing him as a courier, "Lieutenant, I hear you graduated early from the Metz Artillery School?" Andrew inquired as he remounted his horse, addressing Randall beside him. "Indeed, Colonel," Randall replied. Andrew continued, "Are you acquainted with Alexander S. Namon? If I recall correctly, he seems to have graduated in the same class as you." "Yes, Colonel. However, S. Namon majored in artillery, while I specialized in engineering. To my knowledge, after graduation, S. Namon served in the 2nd Artillery Regiment in Bessan-on and then in the 7th Cavalry Artillery Regiment. During that time, he also acted as aide-de-camp to his father, General Old S. Namon. A month ago, S. Namon wrote to inform me that he had transferred from the Moselle Corps to the Northern Corps, currently serving under General Soham, and has been promoted to artillery captain." As he reached this point, Randall paused, looking at Andrew and inquiring, "I trust you are familiar with Captain S. Namon, Colonel?" Andrew replied nonchalantly. Of course, after all, I also hail from Strasbourg, which, in comparison to Greater Paris, is quite small. For the past 20 years, I have taken leisurely walks along the river, and consequently, I have become acquainted with many familiar faces. Upon saying this, Andrew seemed reluctant to delve into the details of his acquaintance with S. Naaman and swiftly shifted the conversation to a military inquiry. Lieutenant, from your professional perspective, how should an infantry regiment organize an effective defense when encountering British cavalry on the Flanders Plains? If it is an independent infantry regiment without support, it must organize 3 mutually supporting hollow squares at the battalion level within 12 minutes. However, Randall paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts carefully. Andrew smiled and said, "There's no need for hesitation. We are merely discussing the matter at hand. Furthermore, you can see that this gendarmerie battalion was originally a sharpshooter company, with the officers and soldiers primarily hailing from hunting backgrounds, and their tactics would never engage cavalry head-on, let alone organize infantry squares. My previous question pertained to the infantry units of the Northern Corps." Chapter 71. The Art of War, Part 2, Randall responded, "If we consider the current Northern Corps, without cavalry support or delays, it is nearly impossible for an infantry regiment to confront British or Austrian cavalry solely relying on infantry." Andrew nodded, as he had previously received a similar answer from General Osh, encouraging him to continue. In April 2 years ago, just before the National Convention ordered the dissolution of the Paris Military School, I was tasked with observing a training exercise in the Northern Corps, specifically focusing on how an infantry regiment, or battalion, could swiftly transition from a marching column to a defensive formation upon encountering an unexpected cavalry attack. Not only that, while the infantry was forming the hollow square, they also had to assist the artillery company in constructing artillery positions, coordinating their efforts to repel the cavalry charge. Randall's mind quickly recalled that military exercise. Initially, the attacking French infantry regiment advanced steadily in 3 columns across the open terrain of the Flanders Plains. However, it wasn't long before a cavalry scout galloped back to report that a large number of cavalry had emerged from the dense forest, preparing to assemble for an imminent attack on our infantry, located 1.6 miles away. Based on the typical speeds of light cavalry, walking, accelerating, and charging, the cavalry could reach the infantry within approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Given the battlefield distance of 1.5 miles, after the French commander relayed the order through a messenger, the infantry regiment, divided into 9 companies, organized 3 elongated hollow squares, with each 2 companies forming a group. I calculated that the transition from the attacking column to the defensive square would only take 13 minutes. At this point, the front row of soldiers crouched with bayonets, the middle row stood with bayonets, while the last row of sharpshooters had the option to fire freely. Additionally, depending on the terrain, the 3 irregular hollow squares were arranged in a triangular formation. The artillery pieces were strategically placed at the external corners of the 3 hollow squares according to the specifics of the battlefield. Oh? Andrew was taken aback, feeling quite astonished. Since the infantry of the Northern Corps could execute hollow square formations with such proficiency in April 1792, how was it that during the Northern War that erupted 2 months later, a single infantry brigade commanded by General Dillon could not withstand the charge of an understrength Austrian light cavalry regiment, resulting in near total annihilation, with General Dillon himself meeting a gruesome fate? In response to Colonel Andrew's perplexity, Randall elaborated further. This was merely a smoke screen orchestrated by the Northern Corps, deceiving not only the Austrians but also the authorities in Paris at that time. Marshal Rochambeau's Northern Corps was severely understaffed, and only Colonel Ciel's infantry regiment was capable of proficiently practicing such anti-cavalry hollow squares. Regrettably, when Marshal Rochambeau was captured, Colonel Ciel was demoted to captain for having argued too much and was relegated to the logistics department for nearly 2 years. Last year, when Marshal Rochambeau was acquitted by the Revolutionary Tribunal, Ciel was finally promoted back to lieutenant colonel and subsequently ordered to lead an infantry half-brigade that had been formed for less than 2 weeks to rescue the city of Dunkirk, but encountered an assault from British cavalry en route. Although Lieutenant Colonel Ciel and his infantry half-brigade managed to successfully transition into 3 rows of hollow squares just before the British cavalry launched their final charge, they ultimately succumbed after enduring nearly 40 minutes of relentless assault due to the artillery company lagging behind and the inherent unreliability of the French cavalry. When the British brought 5 4-pound cavalry guns to bombard them, Lieutenant Colonel Ciel and his half-brigade brothers, isolated and unsupported on the battlefield, eventually collapsed. The entire battle unfolded with a bloodbath reminiscent of the Battle of Rocroi, which had obliterated the Spanish square formations 150 years prior, marked by its brutality and tragedy. Under the desperate cover of his subordinates, the wounded Lieutenant Colonel Celry fortunately escaped back to the Lille headquarters, only to be tried by the military tribunal for grave command errors. 6 months ago, Lieutenant Colonel Celry was sentenced to 3 years of hard labor in the coal mines of Lille, a sentence reportedly mitigated by the mercy of Commissioner Carnot. Listening to Randall's account, Andrew recognized that Lieutenant Colonel Celry was indeed a remarkable talent, capable of training a newly formed half-brigade to execute hollow squares within just over 10 days. It was unfortunate that he had encountered misfortune, either by aligning with the wrong commander or lacking adequate support. The so-called half-brigade was a restructured unit from the regiment level, proposed in 1792 and legislated in August 1793, subsequently implemented widely. The typical approach involved combining 1 battalion of seasoned soldiers from the regular infantry regiment of Louis XVI's era with 2 battalions of volunteers, new recruits, to form a half-brigade. This arrangement aimed both to leverage the experience of veteran soldiers to elevate the combat skills of the Republic's army swiftly and to harness the revolutionary zeal of the volunteers to prevent large-scale desertions by soldiers of the Royal Army. "Do you know where Lieutenant Colonel Celry is serving his hard labor?" Andrew inquired. Without hesitation, Randall replied, "At the Wallers-Ehrenberg coal mine, located on the southern outskirts of Lille, less than 2 miles from the city center. Currently, a gendarmerie detachment from the Northern Corps is responsible for overseeing the mine. If I am not mistaken, this is also one of the matters Commissioner Carnot entrusted to you, is it not?" Andrew suddenly interjected, catching Randall somewhat off guard. The latter had been hesitant and unsure of how to respond to the colonel's inquiry. Fortunately, Andrew seemed disinclined to press the matter further, waving his hand and saying, "Do not dwell on what I just said. However, should anything arise in the future, feel free to speak candidly. Furthermore, Lieutenant," Andrew continued, "I recall that Citizen Du Bois-Clancet should currently be serving as a delegate in the Northern Corps. Yes, I will compose a letter immediately, and you shall promptly deliver it to the Representative Clancet at the Lille headquarters. If all goes well, we should be able to convene at the Ehrenberg coal mine the day after tomorrow at noon." This Representative Clancet belongs to the faction of New Tolerance, maintaining close ties with individuals like Legendre and Andrew, fostering a good rapport among them. Thus, when Lieutenant Randall seeks out this officer in charge of the gendarmerie with Andrew's handwritten letter to request clemency for an officer serving hard labor, it should prove to be a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, it is fortuitous that he currently requires an exceptional infantry commander, Chapter 72. The rescue of Colonel Clee, Andrew had previously secured the tacit approval of Carnot to expand the current gendarmerie battalion into a mixed half-brigade, which would encompass 3 to 4 infantry battalions, an artillery company equipped with 6 to 8 cannons, and a cavalry squadron tasked with reconnaissance and communication. The total force would be maintained at approximately 2,000 men, including a company of 300 riflemen, and consist of 6 cannons. Furthermore, Carnot promised to assign the designation of the 28th Infantry Half-Brigade to Andrew's troops, implicitly suggesting that he would hold absolute command over the unit until the end of 1795. In truth, the 28th Infantry Half-Brigade originally belonged to the Rhine Corps. However, during the siege of Mainz in 1793, the commander of this half-brigade ordered the surrender of the fortress without any assault from Prussian forces, resulting in the disbandment of the brigade by the Military Commission. As part of the exchange, Andrew and his newly formed half-brigade were required to ensure a victory for the Northern Corps on the Western Front in Belgium. Failure to do so would likely result in Colonel Andrew, accustomed to exploiting the Paris military supply depots, facing a military tribunal at the hands of Carnot. Consequently, should the Northern Corps fail to achieve victory, Andrew contemplated leveraging the benefits of his status as a time traveler to discreetly orchestrate a coup against the audacious Duke of York. Should all else fail, Andrew would resort to the age-old tactic of retreating as the best strategy. The Industrial Revolution of the modern era commenced for several pivotal reasons in the British Isles, one of which was the remarkable increase in coal production, soaring from 2.5 million tons in 1700 to an astounding 10 million tons by the end of the 18th century, accounting for 2/3 of the global output. Moreover, the British coal industry transitioned from manual production to mechanized single-process manufacturing, epitomized by steam-powered hoists, water pumps, and fans replacing traditional methods of lifting, water carrying, and natural ventilation. However, across the English Channel and France, only a handful of coal mines had adopted modern steam-powered pumps, one of which was the Wallers-Altenburg mine. Regrettably, during last year's siege of Lille, a detachment of Austrian cavalry pillaged the Altenburg mine and subsequently set it ablaze, reducing the expensive steam equipment to a heap of scrap metal. When Andrew and his gendarmerie battalion arrived at the Altenburg mine at a leisurely pace, they discovered that most of the labor was still conducted manually, with even the pumps operated by oxen. At that moment, a lieutenant of the gendarmerie rushed over from the public building in the mining area towards the imposing iron gate where Andrew stood. Judging by his appearance, he was likely the commander overseeing the prisoners in the labor camp. Upon entering through the gate, the gendarmerie captain spotted a colonel pacing back and forth, while behind him, the cylindrical hats of hundreds of soldiers bore the letters GIGN painted in white. After a brief explanation from his subordinate, the labor camp supervisor finally understood that GIGN referred to the National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. The gendarmerie lieutenant approached Andrew, standing tall and saluting with precision, and inquired, "Colonel Frank, greetings. I am Lieutenant Tuval, the head of this labor camp. May I ask what brings you and your gendarmerie battalion here?" However, Andrew surveyed the lieutenant with an expression of distaste. The lieutenant's face, hands, uniform, triangular hat, and even the decorative cords and feathers were smeared with grimy coal dust, which made the cleanliness-conscious time traveler feel quite uneasy. When Lieutenant Tuval extended an invitation to rest in his office, Andrew curtly declined. He quickly gestured for his aide-de-camp standing behind him. Andrew instructed Lieutenant Landel to present the recently signed pardon for Colonel Klee, issued by the Northern Corps Commissioner, to the labor camp supervisor. Upon receiving the document, Lieutenant Tuval examined it meticulously and, having confirmed its authenticity, promptly ordered his soldiers to bring Colonel Klee forward. Ensure that Citizen Klee is cleaned up and dressed in fresh attire before he arrives, Lieutenant Landel added, evidently having noticed Colonel Andrew's fastidious nature. After a wait of more than 10 minutes, Andrew observed a gaunt, middle-aged man approaching the iron gate, clad in a somewhat tattered yet reasonably clean blue uniform, though the epaulets had long since been removed. "Greetings, Colonel Frank," Citizen Paul Klee reporting for duty. Upon reaching Andrew, Klee, despite not stating his rank, still offered a respectful salute. Andrew warmly patted Klee's arm and smiled, replying, "Welcome back to the fold, Colonel Klee. As for your position and rank, I have submitted a request to the Military Commission and Commissioner Carnot, and I trust that approval will come through in the next few days." "Thank you, sir," Klee expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, he did not take a step closer to Andrew, lingering hesitantly as if burdened by unspoken words. This familiar display of timidity was all too recognizable to Andrew. Indeed, it mirrored Klee's demeanor each time he sought favors from Carnot. Thus Andrew, taking the initiative, asked, "Speak your mind, Colonel. Do you have any further requests? Feel free to voice them, and I shall consider them with discretion." Upon hearing this, Klee's spirit was lifted, and he promptly posed a challenging proposition to Andrew. "Yes, Colonel. I have over 50 comrades currently imprisoned in this labor camp. I can vouch for their loyalty to the Republic with my life. It was solely my misjudgment that led to their suffering here. I presume you require my assistance in rebuilding an infantry half-brigade, and they would be the finest officers and non-commissioned officers within the Northern Corps." The prospect of releasing one individual in exchange for the liberation of more than 50 posed a considerable dilemma, yet it was hardly insurmountable for the gendarmerie colonel. However, Andrew refrained from granting an immediate agreement. Taking a moment to assess the veracity of Klee's claims and weigh the potential consequences, soon, he realized that expediting the formation of the infantry half-brigade and ensuring its battlefield efficacy necessitated the inclusion of experienced military officers to form the backbone of the unit. "Lieutenant Tuval," Andrew called out, addressing the labor camp supervisor who had been lingering near the large iron gate. "You must have heard Colonel Klee's request. Please proceed with its execution." Chapter 73, The Occupation of Lille. Lieutenant Tuval, clearly torn, replied, "Colonel, you are aware that without the directive and authorization from the Corps Commissioner, the release of prisoners is deemed illegal. Furthermore, this labor camp harbors fewer than 500 prisoners. To release 80 or 90 at once poses significant challenges. Especially given that the current production tasks remain incomplete, I would face punishment from my superiors." Andrew smiled wryly, stepping closer and lowering his voice to threaten the labor camp supervisor brazenly. "Should you refuse, I shall instruct my soldiers to storm in. Indeed, with bayonets and fists, we shall resolve this predicament." You would then find yourself tearfully reporting the gendarmerie's transgressions to my friend in Paris. Citizen Dubois-Clance, the Corps Commissioner. Days later, Lieutenant, you would receive an urgent recall order to personally lead a death squad against the Eberl fortress, of course, should you dare to embrace the political risk and acquiesce to my request to release Colonel Klee's comrades. I shall speak favorably on your behalf to Citizen Dubois-Clance. Undoubtedly, the Corps Commissioner would also impose severe penalties for the illegal release procedure, subsequently ordering your transfer from the labor camp in the outskirts to the city of Lille for punishment. Ah, yes, a relocation to a less demanding yet lucrative department, such as the Corps Supply Division or that wretched conscription office. With Andrew's silver tongue rendering the labor camp supervisor momentarily indecisive, Lieutenant Tuval ultimately lacked the courage to resist Colonel Andrew and his gendarmerie battalion. His own armed contingent comprised merely a single company of fewer than 50 men, while Andrew commanded over 300, and their only line of defense, the Iron Gate, had been seized merely a minute prior. After much deliberation, he realized he had no viable options left. Perhaps it was time to gamble on Colonel Frank's character. However, should the cunning Parisians choose to burn bridges after crossing, it would spell considerable trouble. Upon noticing the growing impatience on the young colonel's face, which suggested he was about to order the gendarmerie to draw their bayonets, Lieutenant Tuval made a final decision. He hastily commanded his subordinates to step away from the Iron Gate and refrain from any futile resistance. Andrew turned to Klee and remarked, "Now, Colonel, you may select your new half-brigade comrades from the labor camp. Remember, do not take them all. As for the precise number of men required, it would depend on Colonel Klee's capacity to assemble a competent infantry half-brigade. And even if he were to remove a third of the labor camp's population, it would be inconsequential. The battlefield, after all, would be their sole opportunity for redemption. Should they fail, they, along with Colonel Klee and even Andrew himself, would face dire consequences together. As for the potential backlash that might follow, Andrew remained unfazed. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, any minor transgressions or missteps committed in the name of victory are deemed forgivable. For it is the victors who escape censure. Should ultimate triumph elude them, however, the situation becomes dire, prompting the time traveler to contemplate a hasty retreat, especially with a substantial cache of gold awaiting him at the Berlin Commercial Bank. Furthermore, Andrew possesses unwavering confidence that he is not without his followers within the Swiss contingent. As for imprisonment, it is an inconceivable fate. Yielding to Carnot's promises would render him as mere prey upon the butcher's block. Andrew is acutely aware that should he find himself incarcerated, there would be those lurking in the shadows, eager to execute their treachery. Thus, from the outset, he has resolved not to entrust his life to others. Fully cognizant of the duplicitous nature of those in power, when the stakes are sufficiently high, they are prone to discard their subordinates like pawns in a game of chess. In 1794, the city of Lille, situated at the northern front, had not yet assumed the status of the capital of the Nord Department. That honor belonged to Douai, a mere 30 kilometers to the south. In later years, the time traveler would traverse this pivotal northern French city aboard a TGV high-speed train. Despite Lille's claim to be the largest city in northern France, its urban population is, in fact, modest, numbering just over 200,000 in later times. Presently, excluding the transient military personnel, the entire Lille region boasts a population of less than 100,000. With the city itself housing just over 50,000 souls, Douai, the capital of Nord, has an even smaller populace, estimated at a mere 20 to 30,000. Upon entering the heart of Lille, Andrew's gaze is met with a distinctive Flemish architectural style, a striking amalgamation of brick and stone, with the vibrant red of the bricks contrasting sharply against the cool gray of the stones. Yet, the bustling restaurants and cafes at the city center remain ensconced in the architecture of the 17th century, a relic of Spanish dominion. At this hour, 5 in the afternoon, the early May weather is unexpectedly frigid due to an encroaching cloud cover, plunging the temperature below 10 degrees Celsius, as a gust of cold wind sweeps through. Andrew, seated atop a public carriage, shivers and hastily dons his military overcoat. Upon arriving in Lille, Andrew diverges from past practices by allowing the Swiss gendarmerie to enter the city rather than remaining stationed outside. Armed with a decree from the Paris Military Command, he commands the entire army to proceed within the city. Meanwhile, Colonel Cleary and his select team of nearly 100 officers have journeyed to the nearby towns of Wavrin and Santes to oversee the re-evaluation camp for the Northern Legion. where thousands of soldiers, primarily the vanquished from previous battles, await reassessment. Following their reevaluation by the gendarmerie, these men will either be retired due to injuries or selected by other brigade commanders to return to the fray. The remainder will serve as a death squad. Thus, just hours prior, Colonel Cleary and his team, armed with Colonel Andrews' authorization, hastened to the two towns several kilometers away to select 1,500 soldiers from the re-evaluation camp. This stringent control over the number of infantry brigade personnel stems from Carnot's directive to Andrew, capping his forces at a maximum of 2,200 men, a steadfast rule not to be transgressed. Consequently, Andrew reported to the distant military committee in Paris and Commissioner Carnot that the total personnel count for the mixed brigade stood at 2,200, comprising 1,600 infantry, 300 gendarmes, 100 artillerymen, and 50 to 80 cavalrymen, with 120 in logistics and command. The gendarmerie remains under the command of Major Cicel, the infantry led by Colonel Cleary, the artillery by Captain Cinnamon, and the engineers and logistics temporarily overseen by Lieutenant Randall. As for the cavalry commander, Andrew harbors hopes of appointing Captain Clayman from prison. However, he suspects Carnot will not acquiesce, leaving him to seek a cavalry commander within the Northern Legion. Chapter 74, Capture First, Discuss Later, Part 1, in Lille, the temporary station of the gendarmerie, Andrew has entrusted Lieutenant Bruce, who arrived earlier, with selecting a suitable location on the right bank of the Dole River in the city's western sector. Following nearly 3 years of brutal warfare, a long-abandoned Marquis estate stands ready for garrisoning, ideal for the gendarmerie's encampment. As for the nameless exiled noble, he may have met his fate at the guillotine or be fleeing in some lowland country. Presently, this Marquis estate spans a considerable area of 100 acres, equivalent to 41 hectares. The 4-story main building and several ancillary wings, while not luxurious and somewhat dilapidated, are complemented by lush lawns, ponds, woodlands, fountains, kitchens, stables, wine cellars, and workshops, creating a commendable military encampment capable of comfortably accommodating a mixed brigade of over 2,000 men. After Pichegru took command of the Northern Legion, the headquarters were located to the north of the city. To the newly refurbished Lille fortress, a masterpiece of Marshal Dupont. Yet, Andrew has no intention of reporting to the Legion's headquarters or to the brigade's commissioner, whom he regards as a superior. Previously, Lieutenant Randall, who had visited Representative Clancy, returned to inform Andrew that General Pichegru, commander of the Northern Legion, along with General Moreau of the Ardennes Corps and Commissioner Clancy, along with their division commanders such as General Sohan, Bernard, Bonneau, and Vinmy, were congregating 15 kilometers away at the French positions near Tournai, rumored to be organizing a grand battle involving 60,000 troops. Andrew remained skeptical, having little faith in Charles Pichegru's integrity. Ironically, upon his arrival in Lille, the principal military commanders of the two legions, along with the Northern Legion's commissioner, have collectively gathered at the front lines. Do they not fear an Austrian shell could obliterate their command? On the other hand, should Pichegru indeed launch a grand offensive in accordance with the military committee and Commissioner Carnot's directives along the Belgian Western Front, even if the French fail to gain a single inch of territory and suffer losses double that of the Quadruple Alliance, Andrew pledges not to obstruct their efforts. Rather, he would collaborate with Commissioner Clancy to report their victories to Paris and Commissioner Carnot. From a purely political standpoint, both the military committee and Commissioner Carnot are in dire need of a victory from the Northern Legion. Similarly, in the regions of Jourdan and Saint-Just, there is hope that the Northern Legion can draw the majority of the Quadruple Alliance's fire, thereby creating an opportune moment for the Moselle United Army to advance. Seizing the opportunity while the soldiers busily tend to the derelict estate, Andrew, accompanied by 2 guards, rides to the bustling Paris Street, the most vibrant commercial district in Lille. Upon entering the lively thoroughfare, Andrew dismounts and hands the reins to one of his guards. As he strolls down Paris Street, he finds himself enveloped in a veritable stone forest from centuries past, with glimpses of whitewashed, red-tiled Spanish houses, soaring Gothic churches with spires, and ornate Baroque buildings demanding his gaze. Following the directions on a note, he eventually arrives at a restaurant named Les Parisiens and steps inside. The interior of the establishment is quite charming. Exquisite decor, immaculate tables, satin white tablecloths, neatly folded napkins, and polished silver cutlery, all contributing to an ambience reminiscent of authentic Parisian dining. However, the restaurant's patronage appears to be lacking. Now in the evening, at the peak time for dinner, The hall, which can accommodate 70 to 80 guests, hosts only a sparse dozen diners, some of whom are likely the proprietor's staffed. At the end of the corridor, in a private room, one of Bruce's subordinates. Upon spotting Colonel Andrew, swiftly opens the door and relays a message to his superiors seated within. Shortly thereafter, Lieutenant Bruce, now officially appointed as the police chief of Lille, springs to his feet, hastily exiting to greet his former superior with a beaming smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Andrew and Bruce take their seats in the private room, while the lieutenant's men stand guard outside, vigilant against any eavesdropping. As the dishes are served, the two Parisians indulge in the meal while shifting the conversation to Mayor Delfo of Lille. Before taking a few bites of his steak, Bruce hands his briefcase to Andrew, explaining, "Just yesterday, Mayor Delfo officially signed all documents, pledging his full cooperation with your just endeavors, Colonel. Naturally, I made him a promise as well. For future profit sharing, we shall allocate 500,000 livres to the Lille district and to him personally at this moment, having savored a few spoonfuls of borscht and finished a buttered ham sandwich." Andrew's interest peaks, prompting him to inquire, "Oh, are you certain we can extract 2 million livres from the conscription office?" During his time in Paris, Andrew pledged to Bruce that he would ensure a fair share of benefits, promising to allocate a quarter of the total amount obtained from illicit gains to support the municipal affairs of the Lille region. Additionally, a portion of the funds would be used to facilitate the military delegation and their colleagues from the military committee. The remaining half would serve the interests of Andrew's faction. Currently, the Swiss Gendarmerie Battalion and the Mixed Gendarmerie Half Brigade under formation require substantial funding that Andrew must gather himself. If they were to wait for the military committee to allocate the continuously depreciating vouchers as military pay, the morale of the officers and troops would likely wane significantly. During the era of Frederick the Great, the soldiers of Prussia dared to challenge the continental powers largely because Frederick and his generals consistently paid their troops punctually and in hard currency, primarily gold and silver coins. Throughout the 7 Years' War, among Prussia's adversaries, the impoverished Russian infantry often resorted to pillaging enemy supplies, resulting in erratic rations. The affluent Austrians, while having some resources, typically reserved additional support for noble generals, providing mere sustenance for common soldiers along with a token military rank. King Louis XV of France was an oddity, preferring to take an unconventional route by converting soldiers' pay into expensive yet useless oils, which led to several mutinies. As for the Swedes, there was little left to say. Since the time of Gustavus Adolphus, the once mighty northern lion had degenerated into a mere creature that anyone could easily dominate. The long-standing Prussian military song hymn to Frederick the Great serves as a testament to this. Chapter 75. Capture first, discuss later, Part 2, from the onset of his rule until the Battle of Leipzig. Just before the complete financial collapse of the French Empire, Napoleon steadfastly refused to issue paper currency, thereby maintaining the morale of the imperial troops for over a decade. Similarly, Andrew firmly believed that the key to sustaining his subordinates' loyalty, aside from the glory of victory, lay in the tangible rewards of silver and gold, rather than the hollow revolutionary slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity that had echoed across French soil since 1789. Even today, the politically engaged populace of Paris, despite their enthusiasm, had grown weary and somewhat disillusioned with the plethora of political movements, perhaps nearing a point of utter exasperation within a mere 2 months. Just days prior, as Captain Bruce prepared to depart Paris with his team of 8, Andrew had advanced 30,000 livres from Lin's underground bank for Bruce to carry as operational funds. Rather than a mere appointment letter from the security committee, it was the silver livres that facilitated Bruce and his team in swiftly garnering the support of most officers at the Lille Police Department. With the mobilization of troops, expenditures flowed like water. Since the Morton base, they had already spent a considerable sum, amounting to several 100,000 livres from private pockets, not including the future costs of establishing the mixed half brigade. Thus, from the very beginning, Andrew harbored a strong desire to reap substantial benefits in Lille. His initial target was the despised conscription office and their ill-gotten gains. Thereafter, the numerous wealthy cities on the Flanders plain would follow. According to the Republican process, they would first plant a liberty tree in the city square, and then, utilizing the tricolor liberty emblem, levy a victory or liberty tax on the affluent. Upon observing Andrew's puzzled expression, Bruce confidently assured his superior, stating that future profits would only increase, estimating a sum of 3 million livres. In truth, The investigation into the conscription office had been completed within the Lille Police Department 6 months prior. However, following the unexpected death of the previous sheriff in a carriage accident, the matter had been left unresolved, allegedly linked to the chief quartermaster of the Northern Corps. Fortunately, the officer who had participated in the investigation of the conscription office's bribery case was a trusted confidant of the late sheriff and had since been transferred to the archives. Once my team and I took full control of the police department, this individual willingly handed over the relevant documents to me, with the sole condition of seeking vengeance for the former sheriff. Andrew pursed his lips, having long since lost interest in this melodramatic tale of vendetta, and he automatically dismissed Bruce's mention of the chief quartermaster, as it did not pertain to his investigative scope. He straightforwardly inquired of Sheriff Bruce, "Pray tell, how many livres or other forms of compensation did you promise him?" He indeed requested no money, opting instead for a 3-story apartment on the commercial street of Lille. "You guessed it right, Colonel. It is the very building we currently occupy, which evidently still belongs to the conscription office." Chuckling inwardly, Andrew found solace in the fact that those who traversed the realms of time appreciated candid negotiations, provided they were not insatiable. "Now, let us discuss your operational arrangements and where I might assist." Upon hearing the mention of plans and arrangements, Bruce was visibly excited, stating, "The day after tomorrow marks the regular rest day, and according to past tradition, officers from the conscription offices of Douai and Lille will convene at General Melty's private residence for a gathering. This presents us with the optimal opportunity to apprehend them all at once. If it were any other day, these suspects would typically be dispersed between the 2 locations, complicating our enforcement efforts, especially as the Douai Police Department would be utterly uncooperative." Your plan is?" Andrew lowered his head to continue eating, first finishing off his sandwich before turning to the exquisite steak before him. "Based on our estimates, approximately 60 officers and attendants will be entering General Melty's residence the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, I can muster only around 20 trustworthy officers from the Lille Police Department. Therefore, Colonel, I require 100 fully armed gendarmes." Andrew did not respond immediately to his subordinate's request. Instead, he set down his cutlery and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Next, he focused on the coffee cup just delivered by the waiter, inhaling the aromatic brew as he momentarily closed his eyes in apparent delight. Bruce, accustomed to this manner of thought from his superior, refrained from interrupting and quietly savored his own cup of rich milk coffee. Andrew had previously assured Carnot that he would confine the charge of treason to officers of the rank of colonel and below, never laying a hand on a general. If he were to breach this promise, he would need irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, Melty himself had long served as the chief quartermaster for the Northern Corps, a trusted confidant of Commander Pitchgrew. Unless there was undeniable proof of treason, the former political police chief, well versed in framing others, would be unable to touch a hair on the chief quartermaster's head. Contemplating this, Andrew felt a twinge of frustration and turned to Bruce, inquiring whether he had thoroughly investigated the personal details of Chief Quartermaster Melty. As the city security officer of Lille, Bruce quickly retrieved a dossier from his accompanying briefcase and handed it to Andrew. The latter perused the document, which meticulously detailed General Melty's past, his network of connections, family relations, and even included information about his favored mistress, preferred coffee, and a cherished dish. At first glance, there appeared to be no significant issues. As for corruption or greedy self-enrichment, these had become hallmarks of military quartermasters across Europe, and the Revolutionary Army was no exception. It was possible that the Paris Security Committee might wish to intervene, but in reality, they had no authority to do so. The Military Committee and Commissioner Carnot were solely concerned with victories on the battlefield. Before long, Andrew noticed a familiar name, Anna de Langron, the widow of Major Blonde, who was also General Melty's current mistress. According to the records, this beautiful woman from the southern province region had arrived in Lille over 3 years ago. In June 1792. Following the formal declaration of war between France and Austria, Anna, also referred to as Miss Langron, had married a young and handsome artillery major, Blonde, becoming Madame Blonde. Unfortunately, her husband, Major Blonde, had heroically fallen at the Dunkirk fortress a year later. Clearly, not every artillery major was blessed with the extraordinary fortune of Napoleon in Toulon. Thus, starting in 1793, Anna, once again single, resumed her identity as Miss Langron and remained in Lille, becoming the most distinguished socialite of the northern fortress, soon entwining herself with the chief quartermaster of the Northern Corps and eventually becoming General Melty's paramour. Chapter 76. Capture First, Discuss Later, Part 2. Andrew gently closed the dossier and handed it back to Bruce. Then inquired, "Are you familiar with Alexander de Langeron?" "Yes, he is an exiled southern nobleman." The sheriff hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head. Bruce suspected a connection between Alexander de Langeron and Miss Langeron, but lacked evidence to voice his thoughts. Andrew chuckled. "You are undoubtedly unaware that Alexander de Langeron hails from the Provence region. If my memory serves me correctly, he is also a Count. 4 years ago, in June 1790, when the constitutional monarchists dominated the National Assembly and enacted a series of anti-feudal decrees abolishing the nobility and its titles. This staunch royalist count, finding his resistance futile, left Provence and France in a fit of anger. Subsequently fleeing to Austria and Prussia a year later, Count Langeron sought refuge with Louis XVI's brother, the Count of Provence, who had successfully escaped France. With the latter's support and the backing of various exiled nobles and British diplomats, Count Langeron set about establishing an extraordinarily efficient espionage network within France. Undoubtedly, the intelligence he possessed stemmed from the benefits conferred upon him by time travelers. This Count Langeron, not only unwavering in his anti-revolutionary stance, but also possessing a remarkably high intelligence, was notably discreet, in stark contrast to other exiled nobles who flaunted their personalities. He seldom boasted and endeavored to shroud himself in darkness. Throughout the revolutionary era, the espionage network he orchestrated, despite suffering repeated sabotage by French counterintelligence, managed to maintain effective operations after brief periods of quiescence. It was not until Napoleon ascended to the position of first consul that the imperial police, under the leadership of Fouché, finally eradicated the long-hidden espionage network in France. However, by that time, Count Langeron had already distanced himself from the network he had painstakingly built, aligning instead with the somewhat eccentric new Tsar of Russia, Paul I, and becoming a French general in Russian service. Shortly thereafter, he participated in Suvorov's expeditions in Italy and Switzerland, nearly advancing into French territory alongside the Russian army. Years later, Langeron became involved in a conspiracy to assassinate Paul I, led by the British ambassador and involving officers from the Russian Guard. Following Alexander's ascension to the throne, Count Langeron, credited with playing a pivotal role in his elevation, officially acquired Russian citizenship. Andrew continued, "I had previously believed that the unexpected loss of Fort Landrevel 2 months ago was due to the presence of a traitor. Although we have identified several defectors, we have yet to pinpoint the key individual. If it weren't for your predecessor, the sheriff, thoroughly investigating the full name of Madame Blonde, I might not have been able to ascertain the connections between Miss Langeron and Count Langeron's espionage network." Bruce furrowed his brow and immediately retorted, "But Colonel, these two are merely sharing a surname. There is no other evidence to support your conjecture." Upon hearing this, Andrew chuckled, pointing at Bruce and stating, "That is precisely the duty of your political police. I am now a professional officer and do not concern myself with tangible evidence." Despite his superior's apparent disinterest, Bruce felt compelled to argue further. He expressed his confusion, saying, "This Anna is not only the mistress of the chief quartermaster, but also the widow of a fallen major. I am somewhat concerned about potential backlash from the Northern Legion." Andrew dismissively replied, "Rest assured, my friend, there is nothing to worry about. First, we shall apprehend that woman. We may refrain from torturing Madame Blonde initially, but we can begin with her maid, housekeeper, cook, gardener, and coachman, subjecting them to rigorous interrogation, regardless of their fate. As long as we obtain a confession, in truth, you know very well that to successfully operate a complex espionage network over an extended period, those around the principal figure are invariably involved, without exception. Even if they are not, you understand how to fabricate a narrative, or rather, discover an impeccable lead, to transform this espionage case into an airtight conviction. The time travelers have already confirmed that Anna is undoubtedly a key member of Langeron's espionage network. He simply lacks sufficient material and testimonial evidence. In a later era, Andrew might have hesitated, adhering to legal principles and proper procedures. However, it was now 1794, and although the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen still hung above the National Convention, the authorities in Paris, be it Robespierre or Saint-Just, had a history of besmirching certain individuals with accusations of conspiracy against the Republic, including the execution of Danton's wife. Moreover, Anna was merely a common major's wife, a mistress to a brigadier. Very well. I shall personally lead an arrest tomorrow afternoon, Faced with Andrew's insistence, Bruce had no choice but to acquiesce entirely. Andrew shook his head and promptly corrected his subordinate's phrasing, asserting, "No, the operation must occur today at dawn. Madame Blonde's estate is located on the outskirts of the city, ideal for nocturnal action. Additionally, I will have my liaison officer, Lieutenant Randall, lead a detachment of gendarmes to assist in your capture operation. To prevent the Northern Legion from intervening, remember, all individuals residing at the Major's estate must be apprehended for questioning, leaving not a single one behind. If you fear a breach of secrecy, the underground wine cellar at the Marquis' estate in the western part of the city can serve as your temporary interrogation point. Externally, it can be claimed that Madame Blonde has returned south with her servants to visit family. Once you obtain detailed testimonies and material evidence, I shall personally lead the entire gendarmerie to besiege General Erdy's private residence the day after tomorrow, ensuring that not even a fly escapes as for the high-ranking officials of the Northern Legion. The Legion's commissioner will keep them occupied at the front, leaving them little concern for events transpiring in Lille. Although my personal authority is limited, preventing corruption at the general's level, the Legion's commissioner, as a representative of the National Convention, is not bound by the military committee or Commissioner Carnot. Hence, the representative Clancy has the authority to address senior officers. Andrew withheld the final remark, of course. If Commander Pitchgrew were willing to reach some form of compromise with me, then everything could be negotiated. After all, Andrew's primary purpose for this visit was to supervise the Northern Legion's engagement with the coalition forces, rather than to lead the gendarmerie, city police, and Lille district into an internal conflict with the generals of the Northern Legion. Secondly, to utilize the guise of capturing spies to siphon off funds misappropriated from conscription. To finance a mixed half-dash brigade. As the meeting with Bruce concluded, night had fallen, and the city was aglow with lights. Before departing, Andrew requested that Captain Bruce, now an influential figure in Lille, assist him with a particular task. When Bruce looked at him with astonishment, Andrew smiled and patted his shoulder, urging him to promptly execute this special mission. Before exiting the dining hall, Andrew detoured to the kitchen, as he received the reins of the large black horse from the guard. He quickly retrieved 2 carrots he had pilfered from the kitchen and fed them to the eager beast. Once the horse was thoroughly delighted, making a series of joyful snorts, Andrew mounted and leisurely made his way towards the gendarmerie's quarters. Chapter 77. The Loyal Swiss. Upon returning to the camp, Andrew immediately spotted Major Cecile pacing at the entrance of the building, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "What is it?" Andrew inquired as he dismounted the large black horse. However, the Swiss officer hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed. After Andrew asked again, he finally stammered, "Colonel, I believe it is necessary to address the soldiers' lower needs." Major Cecile spoke candidly, as if this thought had been pinned up for many days. During their march from the remote Morton base to the Lille camp, within Andrew's jurisdiction, there had been no presence of romantic interest. However, after 10 days of combat training and arduous marching, the officers and soldiers were indeed in need of some relaxation and respite. Upon hearing this, Andrew burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Rest assured, my major, I have already made arrangements. What you desire will be available tomorrow." This was a decision Andrew had made just 10 minutes prior, generously opting to finance a group of women from the city to visit the noble estate in the west of the city, to provide some leisure for the gendarmes. Seeing his superior's thoughtful consideration, Major Cecile felt a bit embarrassed but quickly remembered something else. "Colonel, 2 hours ago, a cavalry lieutenant named Antoine Lasserre arrived at the camp with a letter of introduction from Captain S. name. Seeking you, Dotto. What does Lasserre look like?" Andrew casually inquired. The major described him in detail. Lasserre is quite young, probably around 20, perhaps even younger. He has handsome features, though his hair is disheveled, yet he sports a meticulously groomed noble-style mustache. He possesses an innate courage, but his speech is rife with foul language. Within an hour of arriving at the camp, he had already gotten into a fight with 2 others. However, these 3 are now in the camp, thoroughly intoxicated. If you wish to inquire about Lieutenant Lasserre, you will likely have to wait until tomorrow. As he spoke, Cecile handed Andrew the letter of introduction from Captain S. name. After receiving it, Andrew did not open it immediately, but instead inquired about his liaison officer. "Lieutenant Randall is the duty officer tonight, tasked with patrolling the camp's perimeter day and night," explained the Swiss major. "Since we entered within 20 miles of the front, internal security in the gendarmerie has been significantly enhanced, with each officer assigned shifts to lead patrols around the camp." Upon hearing this, Andrew led the major to the adjacent duty room. He first dismissed the duty sergeant present, then handed a quill pen to the Swiss officer, commanding him to draft a temporary military order. The officer on duty tonight was to be replaced, and it was his responsibility to designate another officer. Furthermore, Lieutenant Randall was to take a platoon and cross the Duyal River before 11 p.m., cooperating fully with the Lille Police Department on a covert operation to execute a secret arrest and prevent any possible intervention from the Northern Legion. Once Cecile completed the draft, Andrew reviewed it, signed his name on the order, and returned it to Cecile to be passed on to the liaison officer. "Is there anything else?" Andrew inquired. Noticing his subordinate remained stationary, unwilling to depart, Cecile hesitated for a moment before stating, "In fact, I can undertake this mission." Although unsure of the exact nature of the task, the major was acutely aware that this operation was not only clandestine but also fraught with considerable political risk. Thus, the Swiss officer desired to convey his loyalty to Colonel Andrew. Since 1788, Cecile had fought in revolutionary France for 5 or 6 years, having served under numerous direct superiors. Only Colonel Andrew before him had treated him and the Swiss battalion with genuine sincerity. The repeated promotions he received, alongside the distribution of pay and supplies to the entire regiment, attested to this bond. It transcended mere hierarchical relations, evolving into a heartfelt camaraderie, even an inexplicable fraternal bond. Cecile was well aware of Andrew's background as a German nobleman born in France. At least in the 18th century, the entire Swiss Confederation, at least nominally, still belonged to the Holy Roman Empire. Especially when Andrew spoke in Mountain German in private, evoking a profound sense of kinship among Cecile and other Swiss officers. Andrew was naturally attuned to Cecile's loyalty. He patted his subordinate's shoulder reassuringly and candidly explained, "The reason for assigning Lieutenant Randall to this mission is twofold. First, I need the military committee in Paris and Commissioner Carnot to be aware of my every move to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Second, as you mentioned, the operation carries political risks, and Lieutenant Randall's unique position can help contain any potential fallout." Theo put it more bluntly, if things went awry, Andrew would ensure that Carnot's relatives, his own liaison officer, would take the fall. After comforting the Swiss major eager to demonstrate his loyalty, Andrew turned back into the room. He did not immediately retire to bed but instead lit a candle. After reading the letter of introduction from Captain Sanamon, Andrew confirmed that Lieutenant Lazare, who had just reported to the camp, was indeed a wretched fool and a complete scoundrel born into nobility and with a relatively prominent family, including a grandfather who had been a French marshal and a father who held a high-ranking position in the Ordnance Department. Lazare had enlisted at the tender age of 11, starting his career as a second lieutenant. However, after an intermittent 8-year military career, this arrogant, foul-mouthed, and notorious drinker remained merely a lowly second lieutenant. Perhaps the only change was his transition from infantry second lieutenant to cavalry second lieutenant. Oh, but wait. Sanamon informed Andrew in the letter that Lazare had been expelled from the 23rd Chasseurs Cheval Regiment, and it was said that the military committee sought to strip him of his rank. The incident arose when the arrogant Lazare was humiliated by the cavalry regiment commander, leading to a uniquely audacious act of revenge. Within a week, the Chasseurs lieutenant had successfully seduced the commander's wife, mistress, and 2 daughters, one after another. Truly, a remarkable talent. Andrew couldn't help but exclaim, yet he would decide whether to retain Lazare only after conversing with him post-Bender. Regrettably, in this letter, Captain Sanamon neither accepted nor declined Andrew's invitation to serve as the artillery commander of the mixed demi-brigade. Let us wait and see, Andrew thought, not feeling particularly anxious. Regardless of whether it was the Sanamon or Ciel-Mint families, these Germans had genuinely pledged their loyalty to France, be it as a kingdom or a republic, completely forgetting that Germany was the true homeland of the Germanic people. Thus, when they received Colonel Andrew's heartfelt invitation, once a German noble heir, they were not as decisive as Major Cecile. Chapter 78. A Letter from Ngu, for Eternal Life. At some unknown hour, Andrew heard a flurry of hurried footsteps in the corridor, followed by a series of loud knocks. No, it was more akin to a forceful banging at the door. Ultimately, Lieutenant Randall, serving as the liaison officer, began shouting from outside, "Colonel Andrew! Colonel! Wake up! There's a significant case to report." Awakened from a deep slumber, Andrew was incensed, wishing he could immediately grab a short pistol lying by his pillow and fire it at the door. However, a flicker of reason allowed him to discern the gravity of the liaison officer's announcement. Damn it. If there's even a hint of falsehood in your words, I swear I will escort you to Paris tomorrow and have you spend the rest of your life teaching mathematics at a school. Andrew muttered angrily as he fumbled in the dark, dressing himself and slipping on his military boots. When he finally opened the door, yawning, Lieutenant Randall responded cheerily, "Colonel Andrew, at least until victory arrives, I'm not returning to Paris." Stepping forward, the lieutenant leaned in to whisper, "Colonel, Lieutenant Bruce has just uncovered a crucial lead at the Blonde Manor." "Oh? What lead?" Andrew inquired while fastening his belt and donning his military cap. The lieutenant replied candidly, "I'm not sure. He just insisted that I ensure you personally go to Blonde Manor, and I've stationed the gendarmerie nearby." Andrew then asked, "Is there any movement from the Northern Legion?" Lieutenant Randall answered, "I left 2 men at the entrance of the Lille fortress as lookouts, and so far, there has been no sign of suspicion." Satisfied, Andrew nodded. "Why is your interrogation point set within Blonde Manor? Aren't you concerned about leaks?" The lieutenant quickly distanced himself from the matter, clarifying, "Colonel, everything is being handled by Lieutenant Bruce and his men. The gendarmerie and I have not participated in any form of torture." Andrew chuckled. "Ha! You might want to revise your statement. This is a legally sanctioned interrogation by the Republic, with formal endorsements from the Lille district chief and the gendarmerie colonel. Blonde Manor is located northwest of Lille, on the western bank of the Douyel River, merely 2,000 to 3,000 yards from the Lille fortress. Legend has it that the manor was a hidden treasure house prepared by the chief military quartermaster for Madame Blonde. However, according to secret records from the Lille Police Department, the manor was purchased by Madame Blonde with her own money after her husband's death. Including renovation costs, she spent nearly 100,000 livres, a substantial sum indeed. Enough to purchase a similar estate in the suburbs of Paris, as for the manor's previous name. It had likely been forgotten long ago. Externally, Blonde Manor is a grand structure composed of countless stones of varying sizes, featuring a stone courtyard, stone steps, stone railings, and various stone sculptures, reminiscent of a noble estate from ancient Rome, or rather, resembling a defensive medieval stone castle. Yet, the countryside estate is not devoid of charm. Directly in front lies a French-style open garden imitating Versailles, with meticulously planted trees and flowers centered around a fountain, creating a serene and beautiful scene that invigorates the spirit. However, it was now night, precisely 1:30 in the morning. Dismounting from his horse, Andrew, accompanied by his liaison officer, bypassed the Baroque-style grand flower beds and fountain, heading directly to the reception area on the first floor. At that moment, Lieutenant Bruce had yet to arrive. A gendarme stationed in the corridor approached to report that the sheriff and his officers were still in the temporary interrogation room set up in the underground wine cellar, reportedly verifying several statements and signing documents. Andrew, unperturbed, settled comfortably on an Italian leather sofa, accepting a cigar and red wine offered by Lieutenant Randall. He took a sip of the red wine, lit the cigar, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, relishing the supreme pleasure as if he were in the vibrant streets of post-heat Paris, surrounded by countless lovely women providing a full-body relaxation massage. Before he could enjoy more than a few puffs of the cigar, Lieutenant Bruce hurriedly arrived. "We've killed or incapacitated 2 and extracted confessions from 3. The others are still under interrogation." Andrew nodded, directly overlooking the first statement. Yet, he remained silent, knowing that Bruce had not brought him to the cold manor in the outskirts for such trivial achievements. Hearing the sheriff of Lille continue his report, he said, "Madame Blonde's maid, Marie, repeatedly claims she has seen Madame Blonde with a secret cabinet containing all the evidence of her treason. According to the aforementioned records, several senior generals from the Northern Legion are involved. In exchange, Mary demands an official pardon and a sum of money to retreat to a secluded province. You are authorized to handle this matter entirely, without the need to report to me on every detail. As for the fate of this petty traitor who has betrayed her master, Andrews shows no concern for her outcome. The secret cabinet is located in the large study on the second floor. Please follow me." With that, the sheriff invited Andrews and Randall to ascend to the second floor. Accompanying them was a young female prisoner, escorted by an officer, who appeared to be Mary, the maidservant of Madame Blonde. She was quite young, with a pleasant appearance, though not particularly beautiful from Mary's exterior. Her looks and attire suggested she had not suffered any physical harm. It is likely that, having witnessed Bruce and others inflicting a series of tortures on other prisoners, she could no longer endure the sight and chose to confess in hopes of leniency. The group proceeded directly upstairs, where, not far from the corner, there was a study that led directly to the bedroom. Bruce instructed the accompanying officer to guard the study's entrance while he directed Mary to locate the secret cabinet, keeping a watchful eye on her every movement, his right hand gripping a loaded handgun. Mary made her way directly to the grand fireplace in the study, which was unlit and cold. She bent down before the hearth and crawled inside. At that moment, Lieutenant Randall ignited a pre-prepared candlestick to illuminate the dark recesses of the fireplace. Andrews heard Mary seemingly muttering to herself from within the hearth. The mechanism of the cabinet is located on the right side of the fireplace, specifically the fourth fireproof brick from the right, which contains a circular pull-ring. As she located the brick, she exerted force to lift it halfway, revealing a small opening. She then reached inside and, with a tug, heard a click as the wall adjacent to the right side of the fireplace automatically swung open, revealing a large iron cabinet approximately 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. The cabinet remained firmly shut, featuring 2 keyholes. Mary took 2 brass keys from Bruce and inserted them into the respective locks, turning them simultaneously 1.5 times until, with a clang, the iron door swung open. The interior of the iron cabinet was divided into 3 tiers. The lower and middle sections contained various valuable gold, silver, and jewels. However, the men's attention was now solely focused on the upper tier, which held several large notebooks, a plethora of correspondence, and government and military documents from various letterheads. Chapter 79. The Eternal Life of Excellency. Part 2. Merely the last item. The charge of stealing highly confidential documents belonging to the Northern Legion firmly established the suspicion of Madame Blanc being an enemy spy, with both witness testimony and material evidence present. There was no room for denial. At this point, the maid Mary obediently stepped aside, averting her gaze. Meanwhile, Captain Bruce continued to oversee the female suspect, while Lieutenant Randall had already moved all items from the iron cabinet onto a large table in the study. Colonel Andrews sat beside the table, utilizing the light from the 6 candles of 2 candlesticks to conduct a cursory review and simple categorization of the various documents laid before him. Among the confidential intelligence in his hands was a letterhead from the General Supply Department of the Northern Legion, detailing the quantities of ammunition and other supplies required for the reinforcement of the Dunkirk fortress under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Cleary last October. It was no wonder that Colonel Cleary's forces faced a sudden attack from British cavalry, as his movements were meticulously monitored by the Allied forces due to the betrayal of a French spy before his troops had even departed from the Lille headquarters. Tragically, there was a personal letter reflecting Major Blanc's deep longing for his newlywed wife. Yet, within that very letter, the infatuated major inadvertently mentioned the artillery deployment situation at the Dunkirk fortress. Consequently, days later, the Republic's artillery position, which Major Blanc steadfastly defended, fell victim to a fierce bombardment from the 24-pound siege guns and large-caliber mortars of the Allied Austrians, resulting in the complete annihilation of the fortress. With no survivors among the gunners or officers, upon reading this, Andrews sighed deeply. Those officers who supported the Republic seemed to prefer marrying women inclined toward the royalist cause. Major Blanc met his demise in such a bewildering manner. General Moreau chose to betray France, and old General Hugo similarly narrowly escaped arrest for treason, compelled to venture to the bloody Spanish front to solicit Napoleon's pardon. Soon, Andrews placed the letters and documents he had reviewed to his left. To his right lay a collection of letters written in code, alongside several notebooks that required decryption. Suddenly, Andrews raised his head and beckoned Mary, still under Bruce's watch, asking, "Do you understand the code used in Madame Blanc's correspondence?" "Perhaps, but I cannot be certain," the maid replied hesitantly, possibly out of fear or ulterior motives. Andrews smiled knowingly, aware of her intentions, then rose and approached the large cabinet by the fireplace, selecting a string of black pearls from the second tier of jewels. Previously, when he opened the cabinet, he had noticed Mary's gaze linger on the necklace. A captivating and mysterious string of black pearls for a full 3 seconds, in plain view of all. Andrews placed the exquisite necklace, composed of 38 uniformly colored, perfectly round, and lustrous black pearls, atop a stack of letters and notebooks, in a gentle and amiable tone. He informed Mary, "If you can decipher them all, this invaluable string of black pearls shall belong to you." Mary appeared dissatisfied with the colonel's offer, summoning her courage to demand more. "That's not enough. I also require a settlement fee of 5,000 livres. No, 8,000 livres, in silver coins, not bonds, agreed. Andrews nodded without hesitation. In the next moment, Mary gleefully draped the black pearl necklace around her neck, and then exclaimed to Andrews and the others, "Now, I need the versions of the Bible from 1643, 1715, and 1774. Yes, they are all arranged in chronological order on the large bookshelf to the right. The years 1643, 1715, and 1774 correspond to the ascension of Louis XIV, Louis XV, and Louis XVI as kings of France." Andrews, unfazed, simply smiled and waved for his two subordinates to fetch the books. He then retrieved a large brown leather suitcase from Madame Blanc's bedroom next door, filling it with the gold, silver, and jewels from the cabinet and the bedroom. While Mary decrypted various coded letters by candlelight, Andrews, carrying the bag of jewels, led Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Randall out of the room, allowing the officer stationed outside to enter the study and closely monitor Mary's work. Upon reaching the empty corridor, Andrews halted, placing the suitcase filled with jewels on the carpet and opening it. When he looked up again, he began instructing his two subordinates. Every officer involved in this operation, including Major Sissel from the camp, may each take one piece of treasure. As for the soldiers and police, each will receive 100 livres. The remaining gold and silver will be recorded and stored by the clerk. As he spoke, the highest-ranking commander, Andrews, first selected two exquisite items from the suitcase: a diamond pendant and a multicolored diamond brooch. Next, Captain Bruce without hesitation chose a gold necklace adorned with red and blue sapphires. Witnessing this scene left Lieutenant Randall momentarily dumbfounded, as he had always been taught by his upright uncle to abhor any form of bribery. Yet, in this moment, the liaison officer faced a difficult choice. Refusing to accept anything would likely result in Colonel Andrews sending him back to Paris within hours to resume his teaching duties. In fact, it was not merely a difficult decision but rather a temptation. Randall had inadvertently spotted a rare pink diamond ring nestled among the jewels, a piece worth several thousand livres, which had long been on his girlfriend Julia's mind, and to which he had promised to present as an engagement ring. As Randall wrestled with his inner turmoil, he found himself unconsciously bending down, his right hand brazenly reaching for the pink diamond ring. Observing this, Andrews and Bruce exchanged a knowing glance, a fleeting smile crossing their lips. In later years, Andrews would wholeheartedly agree with the words of that Austrian sergeant: "Two things unite people: a common ideal and a shared crime." Of course, Andrews could also express it with a witticism: "Trust in Excellency, and you shall achieve eternal life." Only when Lieutenant Randall grasped the pink diamond ring tightly in his palm could Andrews regard this liaison officer as a potential companion worthy of consideration. Soon, Andrews issued new orders to his subordinates. "Captain Bruce, from now on, implement a strategy of external leniency and internal rigor at the Blanc estate. The gendarmerie and that Mary will cooperate with your actions, detaining all visitors entering the estate. Any who resist may be killed without warning." "Yes, Colonel," Bruce saluted and then turned to leave. Andrew turned his gaze towards his liaison officer and commanded, "Lieutenant Randall, await Mary's translation here. Once you have compiled all the documents, deliver them to my office. Furthermore, before tomorrow evening, ensure you proceed to the front lines and selectively report what you observed at the Blum Manor to the Corps Commissioner." Citizen Dubois-Clarin. "Yes, Colonel." In the aftermath of the War of the Celestials, Randall had found complete solace within himself, tucking that pink diamond into the pocket of his inner garment. Chapter 80. The Request of the Cavalry Lieutenant, Part 1. Upon returning to the station, a weary Andrew collapsed onto his bed, yet after a considerable struggle, he was unable to find slumber. An unsettling feeling washed over him, suggesting that there were discrepancies in the day's operations. In the haze of sleep, he vaguely grasped a suspicious thread, yet its true nature eluded him. Perhaps it was a peculiar boon bestowed upon a traveler by his sixth sense. Only after noon did Andrew rise from his slumber. Stifling yawns, dressed and ready, he ventured into the adjacent office, where he found Lieutenant Randall meticulously organizing the intelligence gathered from the previous night, with a dozen secret letters already translated. However, the notebook remained absent, likely due to the sheer volume of information requiring further time for decryption. Andrew was not in a hurry. Casually perusing one of the secret letters, he encountered the initials A.D.L, instantly recognizing them as the abbreviation for Alexander de Langeron. In this letter, Langeron merely mentioned sending a string of black pearls, reportedly purchased at a high price from a Spanish merchant, solely to celebrate her 18th birthday. perhaps due to the inherent sensitivity of his profession as a political officer. Andrew sensed that this Count Langron shared an ambiguous relationship with Madame Blum, who was evidently a relative, as for her. She was likely the illegitimate offspring born from this cousinly bond. Setting the letter aside, Andrew noticed a fresh bloodstain on its reverse side, not more than 8 hours old. Initially, he paid it little mind, but as he continued, he discovered that nearly a third of the documents bore similar stains. Swiftly, he summoned the sentinel stationed outside for inquiries. The soldier informed him that all documents had been delivered by Lieutenant Randall at precisely 10:15 a.m. Furthermore, the sentinel was certain that the liaison officer bore no wounds or bloodstains on his face or hands. The only conceivable possibility lay with Mary, the maid responsible for decrypting the secret letters. Andrew intended to pursue this line of questioning further, but at that moment, a servant delivered a meal, whether breakfast or lunch he could not discern, consisting of a bowl of meat soup, a pound of brown bread, and a few slices of buttered cheese. Since departing from the Morton base, it had become a military regulation for the gendarmes to abstain from alcohol during midday. The food was utterly dreadful. He resolved to hire a competent cook for the camp at the earliest opportunity. Colonel Andrew grumbled to himself as he forced down this unpalatable meal, his disdain for the Swiss culinary skills reaching a boiling point. At 2:15 p.m., having completed all official matters on his desk, Colonel Andrew instructed the sentinel in the corridor to summon Lieutenant Lazar to his office. However, it was not until 2:45 p.m. that Lazar, clad in an ostentatious red hussar uniform, finally arrived, standing before Colonel Andrew. Upon saluting, the cavalry lieutenant's posture was still askew, a result of a hangover-induced neurosis, albeit a reversible one. Not wishing to embarrass Cinnamon, Andrew held his tongue. Yet, the unpleasant odor of alcohol emanating from Lazar's mouth and nose made Andrew uncomfortable, prompting him to call for a sentinel to open all windows and doors for ventilation. No, Andrew quickly realized, there were currently no Red Hussars in the Northern Corps or anywhere within the French army ranks, until the arrival of that pretentious Marshal Murat. "Lieutenant, where is your chasseur's uniform?" Andrew inquired coolly. Lazar, however, appeared quite pleased with himself, explaining, "When I left the 23rd Cavalry Regiment, the commanding officer stripped me of my uniform and war horse, leaving me with only a saber and a short pistol. But it was no matter. 2 hours later, I found myself in a grove at the front lines, where I ambushed an Austrian dispatch rider who fortuitously passed by. I then donned the unfortunate fellow's splendid uniform, seized his war horse, and pocketed several silver coins from the Holy Roman Empire." "Oh, and what of your prisoner?" Andrew queried with curiosity. The cavalry lieutenant shook his head, stating, "Prisoner? None existed. I am no longer an active soldier. Merely a highwayman. After obtaining what I desired, I released the poor soul, including his orders, to prevent him from facing a military tribunal." At this revelation, Andrew could hardly contain his desire to summon the sentinel outside and have the rascal punished. Capturing an Austrian army dispatch rider and acquiring intelligence from him was a feat on par with apprehending an enemy colonel, sufficient to redeem Lazar for his previous misdeeds. Yet, in a fit of reckless enthusiasm, Lazar had allowed the captured Austrian dispatch rider to go free, even expressing concern that the unfortunate fellow might be tried by a military court. Recalling Cinnamon's good graces, Andrew stifled his rising ire and continued to inquire, "How did you know the enemy dispatch rider's route? That is classified military information. Nothing to it. A friend in the Austrian camp mentioned it while we were drinking together," Lazar replied nonchalantly, entirely unaware that the officer before him had once served as a political chief in the Paris police. Had the superior's mood been any worse, Lazar might have found himself branded with charges of treason and confined to a military prison for trial. Lieutenant Cinnamon had written, asking if Lazar could bring him something extraordinary. "I am curious to know what this item might be," Andrew smiled, having resolved that should the answer fail to satisfy him, he would reject Lazar's request for inclusion while sparing him imprisonment out of respect for Cinnamon. As one of the most legendary light cavalry commanders of the First French Empire, Lazar might possess considerable ability, but Andrew had no need for a rogue who disobeyed military discipline. With Andrew having laid his cards on the table, Lazar ceased to be enigmatic, stating, "I have heard, Colonel, that you are about to form a composite half-brigade, yet lack a professional cavalry unit and seem to disdain the rabble of the Northern Corps. I can provide you with a cavalry squadron, complete with war horses, sabers, and various equipment, I assure you. Each member is a fearless hero. However, the relocation expenses must be paid up front, and one must not dwell on their past minor indiscretions. Oh, and how much are these relocation expenses? Furthermore, those so-called minor indiscretions of theirs might very well pertain to their previous acts of treason, Andrew remarked incisively, revealing Lazar's ulterior motives. Now it was Lazar's turn to feel disheartened,